Now, today, we are gonna see. What if Harry Potter was the almighty vampire and god slayer? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Superop stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. England 1992 Ginevra, Ginny. Weasley practically floated towards the famous and mysterious wand shop Ollivand's, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. She couldn't believe it. She was finally going to Hogwarts and she was getting her wand today. She already had her school robes and some of her books required for school. Other supplies she'd get later, but now it was time to get her wand. Looking at her smirking father, she tried her best to keep the smile off her face and failed miserably. Hey, this was a landmark event. She was about to officially become a young woman now. Her brothers George and Fred were unabashedly smirking at her, a sure sign that they were in on the A of some sort that had to be at her expense. Being the baby sister, she sometimes received the twins' unwanted attention, and now, she was old enough to understand when she a victim of their pranks. They didn't prank her often. That was reserved for her older brother Ronald. Usually she was at the fringes of their pranking binges. Poor Ron, though, received the brunt of their attention, which usually involved some sort of food prank. The latest, which Mother finally punished them for, had poor Ron's food changing colors to bright green, and no matter what type of food was on the plate, it all tasted exactly the same. Ron hated broccoli. George and Fred thought it was hilarious, and her father, instead of punishing them, laughed along with them, and that was when her mother stepped in, hexing them both, sending them to their rooms. Then she yelled at her husband for an hour. That did little to dissuade the twins from coming up with something else to torment their little brother. It was no wonder that Ron ate the way he did. It was his response for his brothers playing with his food. He ate like a slob because he had to get it down as fast as possible before something happened to it. She thought they were terrible to him and they thought it was funny. Not that she approved, of course. But she had to admit, some of those pranks were really funny. However, Ginny didn't like being the subject of pranks, and today of all days was too important to her for her brothers to mess things up. Of all days, why Father had to bring them with her, she'd never know, but she did have her suspicions. What's taking so long? She whined. Since this morning, they'd been everywhere but the wand shop. Ginny was convinced that her father was holding off coming here on purpose as some sort of prank. Her brothers had to get it from somewhere. Arthur Weasley was beaming as much as his daughter was. His baby girl was growing up and going off to school. It was a wonderful time, but one he also dreaded. The children were growing up and all too soon they'd be off having their own adventures, getting married and having their own families. But first, he wanted to have fond memories of what it was like to be young and with family. Fred and George came up with the idea of prolonging the wait for Ginny to get her wand, and he agreed. But they were being pranked, too. The twins hated shopping, so Arthur made them accompany him to every store they hated to step foot into. Shopping for girls' robes had to rank highest among their most hated thing to do. 3 hours seemed long enough, he imagined. He would tell Molly about the looks on their collective faces. She'd be so amused even if she didn't show it. They were within sight of the store now, and his daughter was all but dragging him into the shop. Looking around, she saw beautifully crafted boxes and cases filled with every type of wand on display as one could imagine. Those wands were for display only and weren't real ones, but they simply helped to stir her imagination. The smells of different woods, exotic oils, and other things permeated the shop, making everything seem that much more real. It was amazing, and she couldn't wait. Her father couldn't help but smile as he saw the joy on his baby daughter's face. Moments later, her joy turned to disappointment. It's crowded, she wailed. It'll be nighttime before I can get my wand. The store will close, and I'll have to wait until tomorrow. Father, it's all your fault for putting this off. Grabbing his daughter, he tried placating her. There, it's only one customer in front of us and I'm sure he'll be done soon. Don't worry, Fred told her. It shouldn't take more than 2, maybe 3 hours, said George. Before you can get your wand, responded Fred. This mind-reading gift the twins shared was one thing that Ginny loved and hated about the twins. They were so close that they knew each other's thoughts to the point of finishing each other's sentences. Furthermore, they did it on purpose to confuse everyone. You'll have at least 20 minutes, continued George, before the store closes. That's plenty of time, spoke Fred. Oh, yes. Plenty of time, finished George without missing a beat. Ginny responded the only way she could. She started wailing. She had waited for so long for this day, taking extra care to wear her best clothes because she wanted to look beautiful for this day, and now it was ruined. Fred, George, be nice to your sister or we'll skip the joke shop today, Arthur warned. Both brothers immediately lowered their heads after a moment's shock. No way could they miss going to the joke shop. That was the reason why they came along in the first place. Yes, sir, both said in unison. Ginny still felt miserable. This was turning out to be a most interesting day for the owner of the wand shop. Garrick Ollivander's shop was busy today. Almost a dozen first years had come for their wands, and he smiled fondly as he dutifully repaired his shop over 24 times. All of the children were given fine wands, the best in the world if he did say so himself. That was the tradition, handed from father to son until the ownership passed to him. He loved his job because it was challenging creating works of art. Each wand was different and had to be matched to his or her owner. The art of wand making was not only in making the physical wand but matching it to the person. Becoming one with a wand wasn't as easy as he made it seem. There was an art to it, and he and his family were artists. Few and far in between were the complaints he'd received over the years. He was proud of his accomplishments. However, what the man before him asked for was as unusual as his appearance. It caused the elder wandmaker to take a moment to examine the man. He was in his early 40s with brown hair speckled with patches of gray. All about 6 feet in height, about 180 or so. He was tanned and had piercing brown eyes that complemented his almost lazy, relaxed smile. He looked healthy, and beneath his strange clothing he hinted of well-used muscles. He had the look of a foreigner, possibly a New World colonial. "Mr. Harris, you're a Yank, an American?" he asked as his curiosity got the better of him. "Yep, 100%, born and raised." "Most interesting," Ollivander said, as his eyes gleamed. "The wandmakers in the colonies are very good. Are you perhaps wanting a secondary wand for use? If that's true, then you've come to the right place." Behind him, Arthur perked up. The customer in front of him was an American. How exciting! Maybe he knew about Muggle devices and what their purposes were. He was always interested in Muggle devices and how they worked. It was a hobby of his, one that his wife somewhat disapproved of. She complained that he was always leaving dangerous, Muggle, junk around. He, of course, disagreed, and she mostly left him alone. But this American might know what some of those things he had collected over the years were. So he couldn't help but try to listen in on the conversation to his anxious daughter. "Thank you, I believe I have. This is the first time I'm buying a wand of my own." That surprised Garrick. "You've never had a wand of your own? I believe that the wand specialists at Livermony would have supplied you with a suitable wand for your own personal use." The customer nodded at the shop owner and his obvious prompt. "I didn't attend Livermony. I hear it is a good school. I went to a private college in Southern California. It was very exclusive, and I received my training and degrees there. The wand I used was, you might say, a family heirloom, and I had to return it. I just moved here recently. I have a small magic shop a couple of blocks from here. It's not opened yet," he explained. "Most interesting," Garrick said, filing that away for future use. "Well, back to business. Which hand do you prefer?" Has asked as he prepared to make measurements to ensure a proper wand fit. Behind him, Ginny looked on with intense interest and excitement. Soon, she'd be the one being measured for a wand. "I prefer my right hand, sir. You can take the measurements, but I'm not here to buy a wand. I want you to make me one." The shop owner looked up in surprise. "You want a custom-made wand? I must inform you that all of my wands are custom-made." "I know. That's why I'm here," the man answered. "I have the design here," he said as he presented blueprints to the very interested shopkeeper. "This is a 13.5-inch, red oak and ash. And this," he pulled out a small wooden box and placed it on the counter, "is the core I want placed inside the wand." The wand maker looked intently as the man opened the box. Inside, there was a small tightly braided set of hairs. Intrigued, he pulled out his own wand and waved it over the braid. "What is this?" he asked. "I've never seen anything like this. It's human and something else." He waved his wand over it once more. "There is power here unlike anything I've seen before." The American waved his hand and the braid separated into 4 strands, each a different color. Behind him, Arthur raised his eyebrows at the demonstration of wandless magic. It's a braid consisting of 4 hairs, freely given. The blonde hair is from one of the longest living warriors of her kind. The brunette strand is from her sister warrior, heir to the line. The next strand is red and white, comes from their bond sister and my best friend when I was young. These are sister in all but blood. They strive together in friendship, adversity, though joy and sorrow. They are warriors against the darkness, and they are my friends. The last strand is from another bondmate, separate from me but never parted. She is a primal. Her strand was freely given to me. All are alphas, all are warriors, and all of them are my friends. The American waved his hand over the strands and the braid reformed itself. It's a primal, Ollivander whispered. I've heard of them but never in my lifetime have I ever seen an example of one. I've had many cores to use in my wands, even phoenix feathers and vampire hair. I've created a wand made from the hair of a werewolf and scales of a dragon as cores, but never a mystical primal. I didn't believe they existed. They don't, not on this world. The man said it in a way that made Ollivander look at him in a new light. 6 inches, yes, yes. I see, he muttered. Not of this world. Can you do it? The man asked. I think I can rise to the challenge, the older man answered. It will take 24 days. Excellent, the man said as he clapped his hands. Here is a down payment of 30 galleons, the rest upon delivery. Excellent, is there anything else? I think that's it, he answered as the shopkeeper completed his measurements. Oh, here is my card. My shop will be opened in a few days. It's called Xander's Magic Shop and Curiosities. I'll also serve American-style foods. I look forward to visiting your store one day. Thank you again. Now, I have to get out of the way before that young girl bursts open at the seams. There was a gleam in his eye as he glanced at the young lady about to shove the American out of the way. Quite so, agreed the shopkeeper. A grinning Alexander Harris moved out of the way before he could be shoved by the young, petite red-haired girl. Thank you, sir, she said to him, as she stepped up to speak to the shopkeeper. Turning to the American she said brightly, I am getting my wand today, and she promptly forgot he existed as Ollivander started to measure her. Good for Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Ginny had forgotten all about the stranger that had been in front of her, interfering with the most important day of her life, but Arthur and the twins hadn't. To Arthur, he was a fascinating individual. The man was dressed strangely, wearing a shirt that he believed that Dumbledore might have liked. It was full of color and light and somehow reminded him of some distant tropical island. And he was wearing strange slacks, jeans he believed they were called. Those pants had pegged him as an American from the start. People from the colonies coming to Diagon Alley was a rare event indeed, but what captured his attention was his request to have a wand made, not merely selecting one from what was considered the best wand maker in the world. The man turned to Arthur and with a lazy smile, he glanced at the youngster who was all but bouncing off of the walls while the shopkeeper tried to complete his measurement. She must be a handful, he said as the young one acted like she was being tickled each time Ollivander came near her to measure her wand arm. Oh, yes, she is, Arthur responded gaily. She's my baby girl and today is wand-fitting day and we all know how important that is for young ones. The father smiled with obvious pride. Mister, he prompted. Alexander Harris, the Mond replied, at your service. Hello sir, I am Arthur Weasley, he cheerfully said, and these are my boys Fred and George and of course my baby daughter, Ginevra. Merlin, you are an American, George said. We've never seen one before, Fred said. Until now, finished George. Alexander shook his head, amused by the twins, born and raised in Southern California. There's a wizarding community in California? Asked a curious Arthur. There are a lot of things in Southern Cali, but I grew up in a non-wizarding community. Arthur perked up. You grew up in Muggle territory? He asked excitedly. Behind them, part of the store caught fire which was quickly put out by the who was muttering that wasn't the correct wand. Yes, I grew up in I can't say non-magical community, but where both magical and non-magical people lived together. But the statute of secrecy. Muggles aren't supposed to know about magic, said a surprised George. It really didn't come up, muttered Alexander, not in a way that you mean. Too much crap was going on in good old Sunnydale. Yes, I've heard of American violence in their towns and villages. Arthur solemnly nodded, to which Alexander just laughed. You have no idea. And they didn't try to burn you at the stake like they did those people at Plymstone? Asked a somewhat surprised Fred. I thought Muggles loved to burn witches and wizards all the time. Again, Mr. Harris laughed. Those days are long, long gone. For the most part, once more remembering good old Sunnydale. But I think you are referring to Plymouth Rock, and that wasn't where the burnings occurred. That happened somewhere else, and those who were burned weren't witches or wizards, although many were accused of it by unscrupulous people interested in power, not to mention playing off on others' fear for personal gain, and let's not forget general insanity. Sorry, George responded, being somewhat confused and embarrassed. We don't know that much about American colonial history. I can tell, Harris answered, but not unkindly. Arthur jumped in. He didn't want the twins to unintentionally insult Mr. Harris. I've taught them as much as I knew, which I admit isn't very much. But I am ecstatic to know that magical and muggles can live together. I believed in the equality of both, although I confess that I'm in the minority among my peers. He smiled at his understated comment. The ministry didn't even think of muggles other than by some abstract concept. In truth, many in the ministry and in the community wished they could just go away and never come back. But he wasn't one of them, which wasn't to say that he wasn't somewhat afraid of them. I do, however, have a question, if you would be so kind to answer. Now, the red-haired father looked hesitant. Do you know much about Muggle technology? I mean, did you ever use things like the more modern-looking automobiles they seem so fond of, or the telly with those amazing black and white moving pictures? Black and white moving pictures, mouthed Alexander. He was about to give a sarcastic retort when he stopped. The man looked so excited and sincerely innocent that Harris couldn't get the cutting remark out of his mouth. Yes. I use it all of the time, all of my life. Behind him a small counter was blown to bits. Seconds later it was repaired by the nonchalant shopkeeper, who was muttering about the wrong wand again. Why do you ask? Arthur puffed up with obvious pride. I have an automobile myself, he announced proudly. With his wand, he produced an image of a vintage car that looked like it was built in the late 40s, early 50s. The family and me have wonderful Sunday drives. Had it for about 6 years now. A magically enhanced car, assumed Harris. It looked a lot older than he was. Naturally. It's registered and everything. All legal. Strict ministry rules and all that rot, he laughed. Do you, perhaps, own a car? I hear that most muggles have one. Which I expect you have, coming from a muggle village as such. Yes, Mr. Weasley, I have a one at my home just outside of London. It's a modified Lexus 520T built to European specifications. It was built by non-magicals. The elder Weasley started beaming. I would love to see it one day, he said wispily. And do you use the tellies sometimes to talk to your muggle friends? To his surprise, Alexander's demeanor changed just enough so that he'd noticed. Mr. Weasley, I have to correct you on something. You should say non-magical, or no mags, when you speak about non-magical people. The word, muggle, may not seem an insult to you, but it is a derogatory that many of my friends would not react well to. Harris's tone was polite, but it carried a sternness that Arthur didn't fail to catch. I'm sorry, he said, and Harris saw that he really meant it. It was just that he hadn't thought of it that way. We always use the term. I didn't think it to be insulting to no mags. If it is, then I am dreadfully sorry. You don't speak to non-magical people, so you would not know it as a form of insult. The very word sounds derogatory, but you should. Tell your friends. If you think about it, it makes you sound like a different species, and I don't know if that's a good thing. It separates us more. Arthur hadn't thought about it in those terms before. Now, however, as he did, he could see the sense of it. I will tell them, but I don't believe that they'll listen, he muttered. But I will. Do you know lots of no mags, Mr. Harris? Asked Fred, while all of the duck from flying pieces shrapnel from the latest explosion from his wand-waving sister. Standing up, the American smiled. GNNY was just like Don's baby girl. Thinking about that, something else came to him. He used to hate being called Mr. Harris. Now that he was older, it didn't bother him at all. He wasn't his father. Good grief, he was getting old. But to answer the boy's question, quite a few, Fred. Most of my friends don't have any magical abilities, as you understand, said. Abilities. George perked up as it hit him. You can tell us apart. Yep, it's obvious, Alexander responded while quirking an eyebrow. How? Asked George. It's obvious, once you know how, Alex smirked, which the twins to mean that he wasn't about to tell them. Both of them glanced at each other in excitement. Our mother has trouble telling us apart. That means this is a challenge, both twins said. We shouldn't disturb Mr. Harris anymore, Arthur said. He was still feeling a little uncomfortable about the muggle comment. He didn't know the man and he didn't want to insult him any more than he thought he'd already had. Alexander noticed his change. That's okay, boys, I will enjoy the challenge. You've thrown the gauntlet. I can only pick it up. Both the boys looked at each other. Challenge accepted. Now, boys, said a worried Arthur Weasley. Alexander struggled not to roll his eyes. Arthur hadn't done anything wrong and now he exhibited all the signs that a puppy being yelled at would. Arthur, I want to show you something, Alexander said as he pulled out a small rectangular box. This is my cell phone, or telly as you would call it. He handed a small thin box-like piece of no-mag technology to Arthur, who gingerly grabbed it from Harris's hand. It's a Samsung J12 Perks. It's one of the latest phones in communications technology. But it's not the most expensive, couldn't afford that, he muttered. That's the S-series, little too expensive for my taste. Some of the explanation went over Arthur's head, but he got the gist of it. The patriarch handled the small box carefully, flipping it over a few times trying to understand exactly what he was looking at. This is how it works. If you turn it over so that the black glass is facing you and you move your hand over to the edge, you will feel a series of 3 buttons. Press the top button. Arthur's curiosity getting the better of him as it so often did, pressed the small thin button. Immediately, the glass lit up into a crystal clear image of Alexander's name and his title. Alexander, with his finger, then moved in it a series of unusual patterns on with his finger across the screen. The image then changed into a series of round, multicolored symbols with small identifiers underneath suspended on a blue background. What is this? Gasped the man. The images were so clear despite his small size, that he could barely believe it. This can't be a phone. It must be an American magical device. It's too small and has no wire connections and has pictures on it. I will admit that this is a more advanced version of anything that you can find at the regular no-mag stores now. He didn't bother to mention that this type of phone wouldn't be available for about 30 years as he didn't feel like explaining that little bit of information. But this will rapidly become a common device used by every normal in the world. It will become the most used wireless device across the world. A lot of people these days have or will have a variation of it, with more people being added every day. If you went to a store, you would find bigger, blockier versions and they won't have all the features this one has. However, they're getting there. Now Arthur, if you flip it around, you'll notice that no matter what position you put it in, the icons will flip to the top. Arthur did so and he was stunned by the ability of the icons to flip to whatever position that was best facing up. Fred and George crowded around the father looking over shoulders at this amazing sight. And it's not magic? It has TB. This is impossible without magic. No mags have developed lots of things without magic. They call it advanced mechanics. Again, amazing. And you say this the telephone? It's much more than a phone. It has numerous functions and it would be better described as an all-in-one communications and entertainment device. Alex pointed to the screen. Each of those little round icons can do something different. For example, I can find out about the weather. I have photographs of all of my friends and places that I've been. It has a built-in camera that can take still picture or videos. What is video? Asked George. Moving pictures in color, explained Alexander. And here he touched the icon name, photos, and dozens of photographs appeared on the screen. Xander quickly showed Arthur how to tore the screen to change images. To the stunned delight of all 3 Weasleys, Alex then instructed him how to expand and contract the images on the screen. All 3 were surprised by the clarity and the beauty of the overall photographs. A short video of 3 women, a blonde, a brunette and 1 redhead appeared on screen at a restaurant seating and laughing together. They appeared in their early 30s and were gulping food down like there was no tomorrow. Another woman appeared with 2 little children. All of them looked like the blonde. The family resemblance was impossible to miss. This has to be magic, exclaimed Fred while George nodded enthusiastically. No, it's technology, says Alexander. You would be shocked by the things that regular people can do. But my Samsung does have a slight magical influence that I placed on it so that it would be compatible with other phones around the world. Plus, I have both magical and non-magical security in case someone tries to steal it. Trust me, there are people in both worlds that would be interested in this little baby. Had to do that because this is more advanced than anything else around, he cryptically answered. And this green icon here is the phone part. He touched the green symbol and immediately a series of numbers came up. With this I can call anybody in the world and talk to them. And communication in instant, so it sounds like we're talking to each other in the same room. Invoices perfectly clear. It can send and receive messages both written and in something called voicemail. It can find people's contacts and I can recall the information and hit just one button to phone. Sadly, the internet isn't up to par yet here. What is an internet? I'll have to show you one day. It's easier to show you rather than try to explain it. Speaking of which, he would have to connect his computers and phone to the net of his true home. A mystical comlink would do nicely. He'd have to research this to make sure some unwanted entity of force didn't try to hitch a ride to this world. This place had enough trouble coming down the pike for him to inadvertently adding to it. Arthur, perhaps for the 10th time, examined the small phone with intense interest. How does it work? Non-magical technology shouldn't be able to do the things that you've just showed us. Where are the gears? Where is the wiring? It's impossible for a phone to be this small. Alexander just laughed. If I explained it to you, you would have no idea what I was talking about. It will say this. The non-magicals use technology the same way you use magic, and we're becoming more advanced every day. To you, technology is magic, no magic. The men heard a sizzling sound and then the scream of the delight just as all four of them ducked once more. Black smoke filled the store just as the shopkeeper snatched the latest wand from Ginny's hand. I think he's doing that on purpose. Arthur, Fred, and George thought about that, and then agreed with Alex. It's so exciting for the first years to get their wands. I think he's just adding a little spice to the excitement. I also think it gives him a bit of a thrill to see their faces when something happens. It enhances the quest to adulthood. I can see that. But blowing up stuff's also fun. In any case, here's my card. There's no way I will able to explain how this phone works to you in a way that you can fully understand, at least not here. But I can show you a lot of other pieces of non-magical technology that you've probably never seen before, and I will be to explain those to you. Some of it, you will be able to take apart and I can show you exactly what's in them and probably, he added, show you how to put them back together again. All of it will work in the presence of magic so you won't have any problems there. Should be fun. Non-magical technology doesn't work in our community, George complained. It's been proven that magic interferes with no-mag science, said Fred. Harris stared at them both as he tried to decide if he should share his secret. Boys, Mr. Weasley, I'll tell you a secret. Magic, or rather bio-magic, that you use does have what is called an electromagnetic effect on non-magical technology. But it's minimal and most products today aren't affected. But here in your communities, there are wards and spells in place to make sure that it doesn't work. I think it's done to keep our two worlds separate and to continually prove that magic is superior to anything non-magicals could possibly create. As for myself, well, I've gotten around those wards. He looked knowingly at Arthur. Why are they doing that? He wondered out loud. Something you should think about. Arthur looked as if he had just received the greatest Christmas gift in the world ever. At the same time he looked pensive. Why would the ministry do that? It was a foolish thought. He knew exactly why the old fogies would do such a thing. He couldn't help it. The thought of them doing such a thing hurt him. I would be delighted to come to your shop one day, as soon as it's open. I look forward to seeing you there, Alexander responded. I have to go now. Things to do, places to be. I'll see you again, he said, nodding to all three men. Please tell Ginny that I hope she truly enjoys her new wand, when she finally finds one, that is. Goodbye, waved Arthur as the American left the store. He glanced at the card. Xander's Magic Shop and Curiosities. Proprietor Alexander Harris, Arts Master. A few seconds later, he heard Ginny's squeal of delight and he smiled. I found my wand, she yelled. With the utmost decorum that she could muster, she commanded, pay the nice man please. Father. Chapter 3 Diagon Alley. It took a while living in Wizarding London for Alexander Lavelle Harris to force himself get used to such a quaint little community. It wasn't as bad as Africa had been with the trials of being with the mini-slayers, and some of the food, and the weather, and some of the animals like the very dangerous hippos, the hyenas who liked him and insisted that he join their packs, which he kinda understood due to his connection with Primal Girl, who had never fully left him. And some of the people he'd met while over there. The far majority of the people were wonderful, and he made many friends there. But almost all of the warlords and seriously crazy witch doctors who had access to the old ways were a true pain. All of them had power but possessed none of the wisdom that went with it, forcing him to fight them with as much ferocity as he had the vampires and other dark entities inhabiting the part of Africa where he was stationed. But that was a long time ago, and there were worse things in the world that he and his friends had to contend with in those days. For example, the wolf, ram and hart on one side and the powers that be on the other, were major pains. Their problems were that they both assumed they had authority above their station, and they acted as such. This attitude and the lack of common sense due to that arrogance was what almost set the world on fire. Alexander was lost to his thoughts thinking of the good old days as he slowly walked towards the Gringotts bank about 3 blocks away. Most of the people that passed him gave him strange looks which he ignored. That wasn't unusual in small tight-knit communities. Strangers were always seen as someone to be wary of, but it wasn't that bad. Some of the locals had seen him around and were comfortable enough to speak to him in somewhat friendly acknowledge your existence kind of way, and had nicknamed him and his associate the American Colonials. He didn't mind as he kind of encouraged it, plus it was good for his soon-to-be open business. He maintained that lazy relaxed attitude needed to establish himself and allow people to get used to him without being overly threatened. Diagon was a quaint little place and everything he'd imagined a 19th century village would be. It was like a lot of the small English villages in some of the outskirts of Bristol he'd visited in the Importantly though, it provided him with a secondary base of operations to do what he needed to do to help save the world. To any of the old Scoobies, this was like stepping into a Victorian imagined past mixed with knowledge of the early 1900s and a touch of the 1920s. If Faith was here, she would have been nuts. Dawn, her husband and her kids would probably have collectively died by now due to lack of internet access. He could imagine Dawn screaming now. It's the 1990s. What's wrong with these people? He was so glad that Willow wasn't here. It would be a disaster. There was little doubt in his mind that these magical community were some of the most isolationist people he'd ever seen, and he honestly worried about their future. There was nothing wrong with being isolated to some extent, and Alexander admitted that these people had a legitimate fear of non-magical people coming to exploit, control and kill them. This community was extremely powerful, but their fear of the non-magicals had left them ignorant and vulnerable. Their opinion of non-magical people was that they were primitive, violent, uncivilized, ignorant, and had had no respect for others not of their own kind. They were a stupid people. But weren't they guilty of being the same, obliviating any normal who knew of their world without restrictions or consequences? They were doing this more and more, all of the time almost without restrictions. Magical communities all over the world were becoming more aggressive in their memory wiping of any no-mage or no-mag considered an even possible threat or had seen something they shouldn't have. That was bad enough, but these same people were quickly extending their definition of what said threats meant. Alexander's growing numbers of sources were informing him of rumors that they were actively going after the few magical communities that were not wand users, taking their memories and therefore their abilities all in the name of security. He and others were here to stop this. Traditions were good, but oppression wasn't. They were literally destroying the other sources of magic in this world, magic that helped keep the balance. It was a concern that needed to be addressed sooner rather than later, but that wasn't his first worry. The consequences that happened because of Glory, the moron goddess, and what she unleashed into the multiverse in her quest to get home was the stuff of nightmare. The Scoobies had closed the rift, but the cracks had allowed things to get through and for other things to become aware of opportunities that they were once denied. No one had known of the damage at the time. Those dimensional fractures that ran across time and space allowed entities that should not have been allowed in this world to gain access. Whether it was from the past or the distant future, it didn't matter. The world had been seen and there were entities that lusted for such fresh meat. Those all-wise morons, the PTB, didn't see that coming, although it was so obvious that they probably tripped over it a couple of times. The evil law firm's CEOs didn't think past next week if it didn't interfere with their plans or bottom line. Both sides missed it and the enemies that they feared crushed them in a matter of months. Fortunately, the powers above the powers that be, stepped in and contained the threat, but not everywhere, which was in part why he was here. "I'm spoiled," he whispered. "Give me good old London any day." Looking towards the clouded sky, he muttered ironically, "Giles, I take back everything I said about the land of Tweed." People who heard him muttering paid him no attention. After all, it was just the American doing what Americans did. Those colonials were strange. Sometimes, it was good to walk in order to get the layout of the land. It gave him a feel of the place. He could sense the wards and spells cast upon the entire area. The place was filled with magic, old and powerful. But the basics were all the same, all originating from the same source. Still lost in his musings, he nearly bumped into a young couple exiting the bank. Looking up, he mentally slapped himself. He needed to work on his awareness of his surroundings more often. His instructors drilled that into him, but obviously, he still had a bit of trouble with that particular lesson. Even in Africa he was slapped by the harshness of that lesson a couple of times. He had his master's degree now and he vowed not to be caught off guard again. Thinking of the bank's motto, he smiled because the words were true. Fortius quo fidelius, meaning strength through loyalty. He could definitely relate. The structure looked like an oversized marbled version of a magical Fort Knox. Unlike most banks in the normal world, this one had several guards with ancient, very sharp weapons standing next to the door. Said guards literally glared at the patrons, as said patrons entered and left the bank. Each of the guards wore what looked to be archaic but functional armor. Alexander assumed that both the weapons and the armor were magically enhanced. What struck the man were the looks of absolute contempt the guards had for the people, and how completely unaware the wizards and witches were to their attitudes. He'd read some of the history of the Goblin Wars, but he didn't expect to see the open animosity that they exhibited. The patrons were oblivious, and he had little doubt that any serious infraction could well start another war. The magical humans felt they were safe. Xander doubted they were as safe as they thought. Maybe it was his natural paranoid, but as he entered the bank, he could feel the aura of menace that pervaded the establishment. Years of being on the Helmuth and then in Cleveland, not to mention in some of the more dangerous parts of Africa, had honed his senses. Sometimes it wasn't the fast-vanishing jungles you had to worry about, it was the sprawling cities which hid a significant number of vampires. The feeling he experienced here was almost as bad as the feelings he had in New York. Oh, those were the good old simple days where there were only vampires, demons and occasional madmen to worry about, he thought. The line to the tellers was long and he waited approximately 20 minutes to get to one. These may have been the most civilized of the goblin species that Xander knew of, but there was no doubt that they were of the same family, just less overtly savage. Most of the goblin species were savage animals bearing a hatred of anything not their own that was truly frightening. For many of them, it was kill, or be killed if you were human, elf, or anything else. Here, they were just annoying unless you screwed with them. This was expected, so he was prepared. The goblin tellers were in no hurry to conduct business with their patrons, and in this the patrons did notice. Being the only bank in town other than the Gnome Federated Savings and Loans whom few people trusted with their money, the people gritted their teeth at the disrespect and waited their turns. The goblins obviously enjoyed their influence and the ability to stick it to the wizards and witches in every way possible legally, of course. Alexander was also that the people here were so used to it, they likely didn't even realize what the goblin were doing it anymore. After a seeming eternity of waiting, he stepped up to the booth. The name of the goblin teller who was sneering at him was on a placard. Xander had no intentions of trying to pronounce it. As was custom, this goblin barely glanced up at him. However, when he did so, his eyes widened for an instant. Normally wizards didn't wear capes, and this cape somehow impossibly looked threatening. Furthermore, rarely did Americans come to the British branch to do business. "What do you want?" the unnamed teller growled as he tried to intimidate Alexander and show his disdain at the same time. "I want to do business with thus sorry excuse of a bank," he growled back. "Correction, I mean to do business with a sorry excuse for a minor bank employee. I want to open an account here, but looking at such in if I've made a mistake," he said. And then he whispered something that made the goblin teller blanch. His eyes flared in surprise and anger. That was the old tongue, No Name gasped. Other than a few words, that language was lost to time and only a few knew how to speak it. But every goblin knew the intonation and a few insults of that lost language. Then he stood still in shock as the caped American proceeded to further insult him and his family in the old tongue. Most of the words went over his head, but he got the point most eloquently. The teller was enraged. He was also intrigued. "How do you know our language? How do you know of the old tongue?" he demanded. "One of the old tongues," Harris corrected. "I know several, but it doesn't matter to you, does it? What I want is to open a bank account at this sorry establishment. If you can get off your behind and help me or get someone more competent, get someone else." The goblin looked at him for a long moment. "Wait over there," he said, pointing towards a small chair off to the side. The teller disappeared though one of the many back doors behind him. The people behind him sighed in frustration. Their wait was about to get longer. After a few minutes another goblin opened a small door off to the side and motioned Xander to come with him. They walked through several corridors before they got to the goblin's office. The man was unsurprised that the office was larger than most. His introduction using one of the old languages was more than enough to capture their interests. As Xander sat, the old goblin did the same. Immediately the goblin started speaking. "I am the manager of this fine establishment," the male said in the same old tongue that Xander had used. "You wish to open an account?" Xander didn't miss a beat. "Yes, I seek to create an account at this bank. But I'm here for a second reason which I will discuss with your head manager later." The old goblin almost sneered and would have, if it weren't for the almost flawless way the human spoke the goblin language. "How did you learn to speak the old tongue?" he finally asked in English. "Only a few souls on Earth know of that language." Alexander snarled it nicely. "That is the second reason why I'm here. But first, I want to open an account starting with 3,000 pounds, normal currency." "That's all?" the goblin grumbled. "I expected more." "Guess what?" Alex said, matching the ferocity that the old goblin used. "My account is priceless to your bank. Money is good, but it's far from everything of value." For the first time, the goblin's stare wasn't filled with the contempt that pervaded the other goblins he'd seen so far. "We shall see," the goblin with no name allowed. This wizard interested him as far as humans could. "My associate said that you want to open with 3,000 British pounds. Normally I would have one of my underlings prepare the papers, but I will do this personally. Your introduction demands this. I am curious why you're here, and it's not just opening an account with our illustrious institution, is it?" "Good," said Xander, giving off a sinister smile. "Now, continuing the introduction, would you be interested in completing this application in the old tongue, just for practice? I have no desire to use words like sorry and incompetent when I speak of this institution. I want to know what it's like to work with a first-rate establishment without first having to insult those who work for it. Then we will discuss the real reason I am here." "I accept the challenge," the goblin growled amiability. This human was intriguing and had offered honorable challenge using words instead of weapons. The aged goblin rarely had the opportunity to speak in the ancient language, so wouldn't waste the opportunity. Besides, he wanted to see how fluent this American was. For the next half hour, the goblin found himself pleasantly surprised, and he learned a bit in the process. This, of course, irritated him somewhat, knowing that the human knew more than he did about the obscure language. However, he was never one to ignore new knowledge. And learned he did. Chapter 4 Gringotts Bank. Your blood work is completed. Sign here, here, and here, the bank's co-owner ordered impatiently. Use this pen to sign your name, Mr. Harris, he said as he handed Alexander an ink pen. The human's eyes lit up in surprise. A real ink pen, he mused. It was magical, of course, but that wasn't the point. I thought you'd prefer a quill. Now, the goblin smiled a toothy grin, pleased that he surprised the human. We keep up with the times, he explained. These English wizards like quills, so we accommodate them. The pen has already extracted a small amount of your blood without the irritation the quill usually causes, of course. I expected nothing less from such a notable bank. A few moments he had finished signing and couldn't help but sigh with relief. Is there anything else? The goblin asked in his most bored tone. The fact of the matter was, he was far from bored. Actually, there is, Alexander said. Carefully he reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out a tiny book. The goblin was curious as to what it was as Xander waved his hands gently at the book, and it expanded into a huge volume covering most of the desk. The book had a very thick, intricate cover, being brown in color inlaid with gold. The edges of the pages were gold-plated, The goblin's eyebrows reached into its forehead as he looked at the book in front of him with undisguised greed and curiosity. The title was written in an unknown language, however, it was a definitely goblin-based dialect. "What is this?" the goblin asked somewhat suspiciously. He had to forcibly move his hand away from the book, which seemed to draw him closer to it, making him want to touch it. "This is the fulfillment of a promise passed from generation to generation until this book reached the proper owners. That day is today. This book represents the history of the Ulick people who lived and died many tens of thousands of years ago. Oliasama, the author of this book, was the last of his people, of his clan, of that tribe. Your species is a direct descendant to that tribe. You're aware of some of the other goblin species, I see," the old goblin hissed. He paused for a few moments as he tried to remember something of the tribe that the human had mentioned. Finally, he gave up. "I've never heard of the Ulick tribe," the goblin snarled, "but not in hostility. We have no history of such a tribe." "No doubt. This was before your time. In fact, it was long before your goblin species settled the lands you now occupy, and you've been here for at least 2,000 years. This book is almost 8,000 years old, before the Great Fall. My ancestors made a promise to Oliasama that this book would be protected and given to the true goblin ancestors when they were found, so that the promise could be fulfilled." 8,000 years? Impossible, the old goblin grinned, amused by such a prospect. Alexander stared at the goblin intently. "I can give you a short history of those people who lived long ago. Interested?" "Of course I am, human." "Proceed." Without hesitation, Alexander proceeded to tell his story. There was great war against a goblin queen who was the Dark Lord of that time. So brutal and vicious was her reign and lust for power that humans, the elves of that kind, and the goblins came together to battle against her forces. So many died fighting her and her forces that there was no counting of the dead. During that time all three races came together, shared their food, shared their weapons, shared the knowledge, and in doing that, they were able to defeat the Goblin Queen. But there was a price for victory. Despite himself, the goblin couldn't help but be intrigued by the short story that the human spoke of. There's always a price, so what was the price here? Less than 5% of the elves survived. The humans were decimated, everyone's lands ruined by the ravages of war. The few goblins of that clan to survive were free from her terrible tyranny. How was removed, she cursed the goblins that fought against her. The Ulick tribe, the most numerous and powerful of the time, suffered a terrible plague that all but wiped them out. One of the last survivors that hadn't fled across the unforgiving Sea Atlantic gave his life to chronicle this book. It is the Book of Oliasama. It is the details of his life and history of his people, including the goblin wars fought between the species, of the glorious victories and terrible defeats. It details the curse that was placed upon them. He passed this historical book to a human, an ancestor, to be protected, and when the right time came it was to be passed on to one of his distant surviving descendants who might have survived the plague that visited them all. The goblin was surprised, but he was also suspicious. Why would one of my people possibly trust the human with such a valuable treasure? Humans have never respected us. We've had wars with them because of their filth and arrogance. The wizards and witches here have kept us bounded, nearly enslaved. We may have lost the war, but we still remember. So, I ask again. Why would one of my people lower himself to entrust you, a human and your ancestors, such a treasure? Because back then, humans, goblins and other races worked together for the good of them all. They didn't have the same prejudice that exists in this day. Yes, they fought one another, but they also worked together. As you would expect, not all goblin species worked together, and they were much hated by your people and probably everybody else. But that's ancient history for us. I'm fulfilling my promise now to pass this book on to you, free of charge, of course. "Ah, you will be free of a blood oath," the goblin said. "Ah, this I understand." There was no blood oath, just a promise to be fulfilled, Alexander responded, surprising the goblin. "Here, it is yours now." Alexander opened his palms, inviting the goblin to take the book. Greedily, yet cautiously, he took the book and opened the first page. The words were in the language that he had seen only in a few obscure notes. There was no known full text anywhere in the goblin world. Naturally, Alexander had anticipated this. The book is written in a language that you're not familiar with. There are two things that you need to know. First, it is a magical book, and as such it will defend itself if placed in the wrong hands. The fact that you can open and look at the pages means that the book has accepted you or of the Ulick clan. In order to read it, first, here, Alexander again waved his hands and said ancient words in a goblin language that sounded strange yet very familiar. Then he pulled out a knife, a small knife, and cut his finger and allowed 3 drops of blood to hit the book. The book glowed brightly and then the glow faded. That is the completion of my part of the promise. Now you must do the same. The goblin took the offered knife and cut his finger with his own knife. It wouldn't do to be foolishly poisoned using a strange blade offered by a human. The humiliation to his family would be too great. 3 drops of blood touched the cover of the book and were instantly absorbed. The book glowed even brighter and there was a twinkling sound which filled the room. The book has accepted the fact that you are one of the ancestors. It is now yours. You cannot magically translate it. But note, if you look at the first few pages, there is an alphabet and a dictionary. I personally believe that Oliasama wanted his people to learn the language the old-fashioned way. It's a way for you and your people to not just read but learn of the old ways and a history of a people long gone. You give this to us freely? Goblin asked, stunned at such a gift. Yes, the American responded, somewhat exasperated, but I have also come to you with a warning. The so-called Dark Lord that everybody's afraid of isn't the only problem that faces your world. The Goblin Nation is threatened by hidden forces intent on destroying you simply because you exist. Voldemort isn't the only one with an agenda of purification. There is an organization that believes only their kind of magic should exist. They are intolerant of any other kind. This means you cannot exist in their vision of the world they intend to create. Soon I believe you're going to war. You do not fear he who must know be named. Why should I? Alexander simply asked the goblin. The goblin snarled at this man's impertinence and his information. It frightened him because he knew that this was an extreme possibility and the human was most likely telling the truth. Furthermore, the human didn't flinch at the use of the Dark Lord's name, but his words. His people barely tolerated wizards in the first place, so he could easily see an expansion of a war that they already fought once before and lost. Tell me, he growled. It is a well-funded and very secretive organization with operational sites all over the magical world. They're beginning to make their moves. Because they are. Their organization is beginning to be exposed. That's why I'm here. My organization has been assigned to fight against these people so that we could avert an even greater tragedy. I'm hoping that my people can come together with you and yours to deal with this threat. These wizards have no clue about what's going to happen. They are as threatened as everyone else. This organization wants magical domination. They plan on absolute rule and your people are not part of the equation. Alexander's 2 eyes fairly glowed with arcane power. Staring at the goblin and then glancing at the book, he continued. The book is a gift and the fulfillment of a promise, but I hope that it can be a bridge gate for us working together. Goblins don't trust humans, but tell me more. I will, Alexander promised. But now is not the time. There's too much to tell and you need to talk to your people and let them know what I've told you. And then you must test the veracity of my words. Alexander smiled at him. Never trust a human. True, the goblin smiled, and it was a genuine one this time. Know that the Goblin Nation appreciates this gift in which you have given us. It will not be forgotten. We will contact you soon. Alexander smiled. We'll contact each other. Getting up, he handed the goblin a card. On it was his address in London, England. Diagon Alley, England, year 1992. 24 days later. 10 minutes before Ollivanders was normally said to close, Garrick flipped the open sign in the window to closed. The day had been busy, but not as much as earlier in the week. Several people had come in with cracked or broken wands. As his specialty was in repair as well as wand making, he did a brisk business, enough to pay the bills and make a small profit. Lately, some of the younger wizards were coming on for repairs, mostly cracks and in a few cases, broken wands. Unlike their parents and older siblings, the younger ones didn't take care of their wands as well as they should, especially when the excitement of having one began to fade. It was something to be expected. Everyone was excited about receiving their first wands, and many of the young ones even slept with them, or unintentionally slammed their wands onto tables or slammed them into walls or stepped on them accidentally. You name it, he had seen it. Those were incidents that always occurred among the young ones and drunks. He wished they took care of such a precious gift, but accidents did happen, and unlike the reparo spells used to repair other items broken or smashed, it was impossible to use that spell on wands. Wands were too finely a crafted instrument, one bonded to its user. Simple repair using Reparo didn't work. Even he couldn't use it to repair wands. It required a human touch. Naturally, he used variations of the spell all the time in his store. Many of the children receiving new wands caused significant damage, but never so much that he couldn't fix the damage. Pureblood children, the rich ones, were especially destructive. Sadly, there were a number of children who broke their wands in their first year. Parents were rich enough to buy their little gits new ones, and Ollivander was glad to be of service. But when a core was misaligned, damaged or destroyed, it was his wisdom, expertise, knowledge, and hands that were needed to save the day or replace the wand. Rarely could a damaged core be used again. And a purposely snapped wand? Forget it. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that his first love was wand creation, as it was for his father, and his father before him. The men and women of the Ollivander clan dating back generations were masters of their craft. He loved his work, and never so much as now. He had labored and created his first quad-cord wand. The oak and ash wand was somewhat thicker than most of his more traditional designs. It reminded him more of a weapon than a simple wand. Here, he shook his head. There was nothing normal about this wand. It took him days to select the right woods. The inner ashwood sheath contained the quad core. That was the second challenge. He spent hours preparing to properly encase the core into the ash. Using secrets developed by his descendants, he gently placed the quad core on top of the wood. The prepared ashwood slowly absorbed the core into itself. The process took several hours, and when it was done, he performed several diagnostics. The ashwood glowed brightly, confirming to the master maker that not only was the core magical but also very powerful. In fact, only a phoenix core came close to showing such latent power. Next, he spent several days selecting and preparing the oak outer sheath. After the 15th day, he placed the ashwood core on top the oak casing. Within seconds, the integration process began as the ash core was absorbed into the oak sheath. That process took 5 days to complete. He was intrigued by the entire process. He could feel the magic of all three parts combining and integrating with one another. Occasionally, he saw sparks form and dissipate as the proto-wand, for a lack of a better word, gestated. In and of itself, the energy discharges were unusual, as wands rarely showed their power while they formed. One could naturally feel it, but not see it as he saw it then. The fact that it did so intrigued and frightened him. He could feel the savageness and determination boiling inside the wand. But he also felt its protectiveness and its desire to defend not just its owner but others as well, so much so that he found himself talking to it. Normally he muttered to himself as he worked, but never did he actually speak to the wand itself. Shockingly, he could almost feel it trying to answer some of his unasked questions, telling him not to be afraid because it was a defender, a protector, a warrior's instrument. On the 22nd day, he gingerly took the wand and polished it. He spent hours waxing and removing any perceived imperfections, making it perfect for its owner. The wand seemed to preen as he worked on it. The specially prepared wand case reflected the same love and care that he had made the wand with. It was one of his greatest works, if not the greatest. The twin phoenix wands were perhaps his best work, but he wouldn't want to live on the difference trying to determine which ones were the best. Precisely at 7:15 p.m. Alexander Harris gently knocked at the window door. Quickly the older man eased around his counter and opened the door. "Mr. Harris, it is good to see you," he said warmly, shaking the younger man's hand. "I got your call and came over as soon as I could. I've been working on the store doing final preparations," Alexander responded. "An owl, just to deliver a message 2 blocks away?" he questioned. "We use them too much, I confess," he answered. "But they're convenient and fast. It's the most common form of sending messages. And it's cheap." "True. A phone call would have been better though. I confess that I've never actually used one, although I've seen them once or twice. But muggle devices such as the telephones don't work here." He stopped and stared at the American with wry eyes. "Perhaps though, I might be mistaken?" "Perhaps," Harris answered. "When I officially open, I'll show you some no-mag ways that, if nothing else, will save wear and tear for you, owl. I look forward to visiting your store. Now, I must show you one of my, if not the greatest, the most interesting works." He turned with Alexander following him close behind. Alexander stood in front of the counter as Garrick pulled out his wand and brightened the room. Candles lit up and the room was as bright as day. Garrick pulled out an engraved oak box. Carefully, he opened it, revealing the beautiful, deep brown-colored wand. "Take it and give it a swish. You'll know immediately if it accepts you." Harris took it and held it in his and as for a moment, "Girls, let's see if you like it." His barest movement caused the wand to glow and filled him with warmth. "Very nice," he said. "The craftsmanship is excellent. I'm a carpenter and I know quality woodworkmanship when I see it," he said as he carefully inspected the work of art. Giving it a swish, the entire room filled with color. Impossibly, the room brightened and darkened at the same time. Garrick looked at the spectacle in awe. "It's alive." Alex smirked. "Now, for one final thing." Placing his new wand on the counter, his hands swept around it and glowed softly. The wand shone with the same glow. Unidentified energies swirled from the American's hands as the elder wandmaker looked on in awe at the display of unknown magical energy. The energies slowly floated above and towards the wand and letter formed. At least Garrick thought they were letters, but the language was nothing he'd ever seen before. The lettering floated down towards the wand and moments later, the wandmaker could see the golden glowing lettering settle and infuse itself onto the wand. The wand glowed for a moment and the lettering disappeared. Alexander picked up the wand once more and the lettering immediately appeared once more. "You used wandless magic to seal those runes on the wand," Garrick muttered, looking at said wand carefully. "Impressive, but very unusual for someone to be able to do that to a finished wand." As intrigued as he was slightly miffed at the changes being done to one of his masterpieces. Such changes could easily destroy or alter the characteristics. It could even alter the effectiveness of the wand. Alexander watched the old shopkeeper and understood exactly what he was thinking and was concerned about. He wanted to alleviate the man's fears. "It's possible to make changes if you understand the magic and theory behind it," Alexander told him. Those comments made the wandmaker look at him again in another light. There were secrets of wand making that his family had never revealed to outsiders, and one of those secrets was the trademark spell that ensured his family's wands were tamper-proof. However, this Alexander circumvented that spell with ease. "Those are not runes," Harris told him. "They're words of intent written in an elvish language unknown to this world." The man cocked his head as he decided to share a secret. "I could have used English, but it looks so much cooler in Nandoran Elvish." Ollivander frowned as he re-examined the wand. "I didn't know the elves had such a written language, if any," he said thoughtfully. "I've never seen any evidence of a written language." "No," corrected Alexander. "It's not a local elf language or written style from those poor creatures, but Elvish, a totally different species of people. What it says is, 'The one wand protector of the innocent, defender of the weak, slayer of evil.'" The look on Alexander's face made the elder man worry about the thing he had created. Alex noticed this and sought to allay his fears. "Mr. Ollivander, I know you're curious. And I know that if you're like me, you hate not knowing. Where I come from, there were powerful women, each gifted with the destiny. Elizabeth was possibly the greatest of the line called slayers. She died a couple of times, but apparently, she didn't like it and it didn't take long about one day. She is one of my best friends and I loved her. The second slayer, sometimes called the Dark Slayer by vampires and forces of darkness everywhere, which doesn't mean Dark Lord as you know the term, was Faith. The line of slayers passed through her and she is my friend as well. The third was my best friend Willow. She's a witch, both light and dark. But, like the others, she is a protector of the world. The last is a primal and she is my friend and protector. All of them are alphas and they're all protectors. This wand will protect this world from the forces of darkness and evil. That's all I will say right now, other than this." His left hand stretched out towards the wand which levitated to chest height. "I name you Jessie. Yes, I know it's a boy's name, but it can be a girl's name as well, so give me a break, please." Mr. Ollivander felt a chill go down his spine. He wasn't sure who this man was speaking to. There was something about him that he couldn't place, which in itself was unusual, as he was very perceptive. At this point, he couldn't quite lock onto this Alexander. He felt this man wasn't a threat, but he couldn't quite determine what he was. Immediately, the wand glowed brighter than before and the shop shook slightly before everything returning to normal. Garrick was no fool, nor was he inexperienced. He felt the magical power in both the wand and the man standing next to him. What he didn't recognize was the magical signature surrounding the American. It was different and unlike any wizards he'd seen before. "Your wandless magic felt different, almost ancient," noted a very interested Ollivander. "Who are you really?" he asked. "I am the one who sees. I am called the Protector of Man. I am a master of the arts. I am a man with a lot of pompous titles," he said, smiling at the curious shopkeeper. Jokes aside, Ollivander could sense the truth emanating from him. "What kind of arts exactly, may I ask?" "The good kind, I promise," smiled the cryptic American. "I'll tell you one day when we know each other better. I have a few more projects that you may be interested in after I get established. Opening a store in Diagon Alley is a pain. You've got more regulations than a store on Fifth Avenue. Now, I believe I owe you the remainder of your payment." Alexander Harris closed the door to his not-quite-ready store and pulled down the window shade. The protective wards activated, and he conjured up a comfortable chair, placed the packages on the table and pulled out its contents. These days, he ate healthier, but every once in a while, pizza called to him, and most of these people here have never even heard of the delicacy. It was a good thing that this New York and Chicago had identical foods that he was used to from home. It was also good that the pocket dimension that he stored his personal stock of food items was available with a gesture of his fingers. Sighing, he placed his pan-style pizza into the stove and turned the setting on pizza. The stove was one of the super expensive kind that had so many knobs and control settings that he still wasn't sure what everything did. The convection oven started up and his quickie meal was cooking. It was amazing to him that after being here for 5 months, he could find few people in this magical community that even know what a gas stove was, much less how it worked. Of course, for his use, electric power and gas was magically connected to his home outside of London because there were no such connections here. These people still used candles, magical ones, but still they were candles. It was a fascinating world, with fascinating people rushing headlong into extinction. Glory, nicknamed the Moron, really screwed things up. Her "there's no place like home" obsession was the cause so much destruction, some of which he and others were still discovering years, even decades later after the aftermath of that battle. The collateral damage she brought was still being felt across several worlds. In opening the door trying to get out, the dumb cluck allowed things to get into places where they shouldn't have. Well, somebody was watching and given permission to do something about it. So, here he was, one of several solutions to the problem. The sausage pepperoni pizza was excellent, he thought as he cleaned off the table. He cleaned his dishes at the sink as he refused to use magic to perform such a mundane task. He respected its power and refused to take it for granted. After everything was cleaned up, he focused on adding the finishing touches on his new wand. Gently, he opened the box and levitated the wand to chest level. There were 2 more incantations that were required before he considered it complete. He pulled out a small knife and carefully pierced his finger, which hovered over the newly made instrument. A few drops of his blood dripped onto the wand and was quickly absorbed. It's always about the blood, he thought. Those drops bonded the wand even more completely to him and his will. No one could ever use it unless he allowed them to. This spell was something that he didn't want to share with the wandmaker, who didn't need to know about that little trick until later. Wands were personal possessions and couldn't be properly used by others, with the exception of some close relatives who shared similar characteristics and magical commonalities. This wand, however, had the option if he chose to allow someone else use it. The second spell was more intricate. It took a half hour, and when he was finished, it was protected and nigh unbreakable. It was a weapon as well as an instrument. When people found out what he was, no doubt someone would get the bright idea of trying to snap it. That thought made him laugh. This wand was for their benefit, not his. Some would think it was cursed, others would fear it, but there would be a few that would see it for what it was. He decided to get some rest. The store was opening in 3 days and he had a lot to do tomorrow. Stretching lazily, he created a porter and stepped through to his home in London. Chapter 5, Master Xander. Chapter 5, Opening Day. Come, my dear," Arthur Weasley implored. His wife, Molly, shook her head, amused by her husband's antics. She hadn't been in Diagon Alley in a while with her husband, and although she wouldn't admit it out loud, it gave her quite a thrill being out on the town with her man. The children were in the exploring the candy and joke shops, so the 2 adults had a few moments for themselves. Arthur's quiet, snappy, and totally inappropriate jokes whispered in her ear made her blush uncontrollably. She thanked Merlin that the children weren't around. But she loved his innuendos, which was probably one of the many reasons why there were so many little Weasleys running around in the first place. The children were about to go back to school, and she had acquired their secondary supplies for them. With so many of their children in school, it was a strain on their meager budget, but they survived, with a little money left over to splurge and spend a day out together. That meant that she and her husband could breathe a bit. Harry Potter was with her son Ronald, and knowing them they were at Honeydukes, spending their last coin on chocolates in preparation for the train ride to Hogwarts. Molly and family adored Harry, and she treated him like one of the family. She suspected that Headmaster Dumbledore somewhat encouraged this, but she really didn't care. She was a mother by nature, and she naturally gravitated towards Harry anyway. In all honesty, she was worried about poor little Harry as much as any of her other children, perhaps more so. He was so thin, and she idly wondered why his relatives skimped on the food for a growing boy. Maybe they couldn't afford enough to properly feed themselves, and she make a mental reminder to ask Dumbledore about that when she next saw him. Meanwhile, her husband was steadily coaxing her towards his intended destination. The store was already in sight, and Molly frowned a bit. It looked out of place somehow, as if it didn't fit. Xander's Mages. Strange name, she thought. Who would name their child Xander? This Alexander, her husband, was so excited about, knew they were coming. He was at the front of the shop, looking intently at her and Arthur while they approached. Her husband was beaming, and she couldn't help but smile at the joy radiating from him. Grabbing his hand, Arthur shook it vigorously. "Good to see you again," the man said as he now pointed towards his wife. "This is my wife, Molly." She actually curtsied a bit to Alex's surprise. Alexander smiled warmly and shook her hand. She took a moment to quickly access him. Alexander looked to be in his late 30s, more likely early 40s, maybe a couple of years younger than she. The streaks of gray in his hair gave him a more mature look. He appeared very healthy, and his lazy, somewhat goofy smile somehow endeared him to her, none of which hid the quiet power that radiated from him. Very handsome, but that shirt. What in the name of Merlin was it? Shaking her head, she dismissed it as an American quirk. No one in their right mind would wear such a thing, except Dumbledore. That was a meeting that she hoped to avoid for the sake of her mind and the safety of her eyes. "So," she asked, "how long have you been in England?" That seemed to be the safest way to start a conversation with this stranger her husband spoke so much about. "Off and on about 4 months, he answered. "I had to get my home set up. Then I spent time at the ministry in Gringotts getting the paperwork done. I've spent a little more than 2 months in London getting things together for the opening here." "You lived among them?" she asked, surprised that he dared do such a thing. "Yep. I don't have a problem living with normal people. It's quite nice, in fact." She nodded and pushed away her surprise that he would live among muggles and do so comfortably. She did understand his challenges with the ministry, having an idea of how much went into opening a store in Diagon Alley. She wondered how he managed to do it at all, considering the competition and the ministry's antics. Plus, he was American, so it had to be hard for him to have succeeded unless he had some very powerful connections, which would not have surprised her in the least. But her curiosity was piqued as to how he managed to do it. He was a foreigner in a strange land. "How do you like Wizarding England so far?" Alexander had to think for a second. "It's so 19th century, he finally said. "It is lovely, isn't it?" she beamed. Alex prompted gently, and she and Arthur entered the shop. To her utter surprise, the twins, Ron and Harry, were already there, trying to examine everything. How they got there first, she couldn't figure out. Probably, it was her husband's fault she didn't notice them heading towards the store because he kept whispering naughty little nothings in her ear. Harris half closed his eyes. "Yeah, lovely. Real state of the art," he muttered in a somewhat perky manner as he followed them into his store. "What is this?" exclaimed Arthur the moment he stepped into the shop. The book he spied seemed to call to him. "That is a book about trains of the world. Every non-magical society has their own version, all of which perform different functions. This book examines the different trains, where they travel and how they work. If you want to know how they work and their different purposes, then this is the book for you," Harris said. Arthur thumbed through the book. "So many kinds, they actually work?" "Like magic," the American hummed. Arthur's eyes widened with every page he turned. The paper fascinated him, it being glossy and having such a strange and exotic feel when compared to the parchment he was used to. And the images weren't detailed paintings. They were so lifelike and in superb color. It seemed like he could almost able to reach through and touch it. And it was a non-magical item. He turned a page and saw a set of schematics of the internal workings of a diesel engine train. How did the no-mags create such beautiful images and such complex machinery without magic of any sort? It's more complicated, he whispered. Much more than I imagined. How can they understand, let alone build something like this? Years of experience, success and failures, like everything else, answered Alexander. This book shows how they work, why they work and their uses. Amazing, isn't it? Quite, answered the stunned Weasley. I thought they used wood or maybe petrol. I mean all of the smoke had to come from wood or petrol of some kind. But non-magical controlled lightning? Alexander refrained from trying to slam his head on the nearest countertop. The pain wouldn't have helped anyway. You should buy the book, he suggested. It has a lot of information you'll find very interesting and informative. If you have any trouble understanding thing which you will, I can answer some of the question you will come up with, mostly. Mr. Harris, do you by chance have any books on aeroplanes and how they can fly and not fall to the ground? He asked hopefully. I still can't believe that those contraptions only use one pair of wings. I thought they needed two. He looked so earnest and hopeful that Harris couldn't help but to laugh his heart out. Haven't you looked in the sky? Planes are all over the place. Well, they can't see us through our wards, and we can't see them through the wards. Our magical community is self-sufficient and most of us have no need to interact with the outside world. There's no need to, mused Alexander. Isn't it like this in magical America? In some places, it is, admitted the thoughtful younger man. Change of any kind is hard, he quietly muttered too softly for Arthur to hear clearly. Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was just agreeing with you. America is in some ways as closed off as you English. But it's not important. Back to the subject at hand. Yes, I have some large bound books that shows you most of the modern planes as well as the older stuff. It'll help you catch up, and, call me Xander. All of my friends do. Arthur looked up in shock. Thank you, Xander. I would be honored to be your friend and please call me Arthur. Okay, Art. Arthur blanched and his demeanor changed as he looked at Alexander in utter horror. Please, please, don't call me Art in front of Molly, he begged looking in the direction of Molly who had wandered off to look at an item that had caught her attention. She hates that name. She says it makes me sound like I'm a child. Again, Xander laughed. It wasn't malicious, just a gentle acknowledgement. A friend of mine used to abuse names just for the fun of it. It got old when people did the same to her. I promised to never call you that in front of your wife. In fact, he promised himself no to do it at all. Buffy made a lot of enemies doing that very thing when they were younger. He vowed not to repeat that mistake, unless it served a purpose, like pissing someone off. By the by, how much are these 2 books? He asked. He wasn't the richest person in the world. He assumed that these books are very, very expensive. For my friend, these 2 books are 3 galleons each. Arthur looked at him, astonished and more than grateful. Such quality merchandise should cost 10 times as much just for the picture alone. I would prefer payment in British currency, but I don't think you have any of that kind of money. The family doesn't use it that much, he confessed. We don't interact much with the non-magical world, so we really don't have a need for it. But I know we have some somewhere in the house. If you want to wait, then when I return home, I'll see if we have some lying about. Alexander just smiled. Don't worry about it, he said. Your money's good here, whatever kind. I know that the goblins cast the coins, so I assume they're the ones who are responsible for keeping your money separated from the land of Tweed. But whatever works. You don't agree of our way of doing things? Asked the curious wizard. The American shook his head. I understand why the goblins do the tier money is tamper-proof and copy-proof. But to rely on the goblins so much makes you dependent on them. The wizarding community are human. What I don't quite agree with is what your desire to separate yourselves so completely from the rest of the world. I understand your fears, and I can see it as a very strong justification for isolating ourselves. But I think that you kind of overdid it. Your isolationism is your greatest strength, and your greatest weakness. But hey, it's just me, a simple American. I've had thoughts about that as well. But it's just the way things are. I would love to have more interaction with non-magical people, but it just doesn't happen. Alexander nodded in agreement. Too much isolation is a bad thing, at least in my personal opinion. There are forces in your community that are not helping the situation. As I said before, there are wards all over, making sure that non-magical technology doesn't work in the magical community. He was silent for a second, letting the words and implications sink in. It seems that there are some people that really like it the way they were and have no intention of changing anything for the next few centuries, if then. Arthur smiled at the younger man. That sounds pretty harsh, but it also makes me wish to see what it was like in California with both of our people mixing freely without us being afraid of being the stake. I admit that we have a few people that would have if they could have. People are people, and prejudice is everywhere, and we don't change easily. What can I say? But most people had a lot of bigger problems to deal with, he added. He didn't elaborate, but the way he said it made Arthur shiver. But enough of that. Bring your books to the counter. Then I have a few things I'd like to show you. While her husband was otherwise engaged, Molly Weasley was busy examining the strange, what had to be, stove. It was a beautiful design. It was a beautiful blend of black and silver. But it had so many knobs, 11 of them. Where did the wood go, or what type of magic was used to work the thing? The very high-end stove was indicative of the store itself. It made her feel as if she had stepped into a foreign country. The look was different from anything she'd seen before. Yes, she had been to Wizarding France years ago, but this store was completely different. First of all, of course, it was decorated American style. The seating, tables, the paint on the walls wasn't like any English store she'd ever been in, not that it was bad, just different. Alexander Harris had tastefully combined a magical muggle blend of store, apothecary, and restaurant. He was even using regular light bulbs instead of magi candles. She had no idea how he was able to do that. Most likely, the light bulbs were magical. That was the most logical explanation that she could come up with, although she'd never seen one. The paintings, or were they some type of photographs, were strange but beautiful. They didn't move not a bit. But they were so lifelike that she couldn't help but be impressed by the quality. The pictures caught the attention of others in the store as well. The pictures were of 4 women, 1 blonde, 2 brunettes, and a red-haired woman who could have easily most strikingly been mistaken for a member of the Weasley clan. 2 of them looked to be related. But all of them shared the same eyes, and if the eyes were the mirrors of the soul, then all of them had seen their share of danger, grief, and power. Each one of them exuded a commanding presence. Each of the 30-somethings looked further than confident. They had to be powerful American witches. Alexander had just finished serving American pizza to the kids and some of the other customers. For the children, this was the first time that any of the kids had ever had sausage and cheese pizza, and they, like most of the customers, were surprised and delighted by the taste. One of the things Alexander discovered was that the wizarding world rarely tasted food from outside of their own community. He decided that they should be introduced to American-style pizza. As he knew it would, this turned out to be a wise decision. He was making a nice profit from customers eager to taste this new unique food from America. Fred and George were delighted by the taste. Ron was busy trying to eat his pizza as fast as possible because he knew his older siblings were planning something. Fortunately for him, Alexander stopped the antics immediately. Apparently, the twins were unaware of the simple truth, that what goes around comes around. It also helped that if anything happened to Ron's food, the twins would be banned from his store forever and ever. Alex meant it, and they knew it. Arthur and Molly were absolutely mortified by the open rebuke that Alex had growled towards their children. They were embarrassed by the twins' antics and added further threats that made the twins back off in horror. Needless to say, they never bothered Ron's food again. Other things were still fair game, though. "Hi, Mrs. Weasley, I see you looking at my girls. Well, women now. Those were taken about 5 years ago. They're very beautiful," she said. "Relatives? No, friends I grew up with. The blonde is Elizabeth Buffy Summers. Her sister, Dawn Summers Jackson, Faith Lehane Yanofsky, and Willow Rosenberg. I haven't seen them in a long time. I hope they're doing okay." Molly looked confused. "You can't portkey and visit? I assume they're in colonies." "Nope," he answered. "They're far away. Maybe one day, I'll go and visit when I'm able. For now, England is the place where I want to be. I have a store to run now and things to do." "Well, I hope your store will be a success here," she warmly said. "I believe it will," he answered. "And it will give me a chance to see your husband more. He looked around at the store and the incoming customers and window shoppers. I think we'll like this place, my cohort and partner that is. Molly rolled her eyes. With all of these strange gadgets here, I may never see him anymore. She tried to look angry, however she wasn't very convincing due to the smirk that kept threatening to explode across her face. Please don't corrupt him with muggle, or as you say, no magical contraptions. I'll never hear the end of it, she sniffed. Her smile made it clear that she wasn't really that annoyed. Alexander just took it in stride. There was something, however, that disturbed him, and he changed subjects as his curiosity got the better of him. Can I ask you a question, Mrs. Weasley? Please call me Molly. Molly, why is Harry so thin? He looks worn. She looked at him perplexed as she had noticed the same thing. I don't know. I think his relatives were terrible cooks, or perhaps they're poor. No, that makes no sense. The Potters were rich. They should have plenty of money. She made a mental note to ask Dumbledore the next time she saw him because she was certain that the headmaster had placed the boy around her children for a reason other than being the boy who lived. I don't know much about them or know mag culture, she answered. He really does look a bit thin. That's why I've been trying to fatten him up when he comes over. Hogwarts feeds him well. It'll do him no good if he's too thin at this age. And the medics there will make sure there are no serious problems since he is a growing boy. The school is very serious when it comes for the safety and care of its students. They'll feed them to death. Speaking of which, I would one day have you to dinner. All of us would love to have you come over one day. Alex nodded. Thank you very much. I would be delighted, he said in his best English accent, which made the matron laugh at his antics. You Americans are so terrible. We try, he told her with an innocence no one with eyes would believe for an instant. What Molly didn't notice was the dark glance he gave Harry. Suspicion at what was happening to the boy triggered old memories. The one who sees had a good idea of what was happening at the boy's home. Maybe he would look into it later when things calmed down. There was coming into store's door, but Alex's head snapped around while he was still speaking to Molly. His smile lit the room as a woman walked in. Her very presence had caused everyone to momentarily stare at her. She was as tall as Alexander. Her hair was long and almost black. She was several shades darker, because of constant exposure to the sun, guessed Molly. She looked extremely exotic and Molly couldn't even begin to guess from what part of the world she came from. But it was her eyes and ears that really caught her attention. Her eyes were deep brown and her ears were almost pointed at the tips. Fred and George nearly had heart attacks just staring at her. As for Harry, he stole the occasional glance typical of any second year of that age. Ginny looked vaguely jealous. Arthur, she yelled, close your mouth. He promptly did and began staring at the military jets and history Alex had given him even harder than ever. Serene, Alex said, moving to kiss her on the cheek. You finally made it back. I was getting worried. Hey Xander, she answered, smiling with those perfect teeth. I got the package, she said, giving him the wrapped package. The Onksanda tree trolls were very happy to sell it and promised to supply us with whatever we need within 48 hours, 24 or an extra fee. She pulled out a deep green wand and conjured a chair and immediately flopped down on it. Molly noticed that she even flopped with style. If Serene was an example how the women were in that part of the world, wherever it was, this woman came from, she resolved to make sure that her husband never went there. Alexander smiled as Serene conjured the chair. She, like him, was a little stiff when it came to wand usage. But the illusion had to be maintained for as long as possible. Both of their weird movements were chalked up as the American way of doing things, a falsehood that worked well so far. At Molly's curious look, he decided to introduce the woman. This, Mrs. Weasley, is Serene Dellon, the co-owner of this shop and one of my closet friends. You have a lot of women friend, Alexander, Molly thought. What was he, a lightning rod for women judging by those pictures on the wall? She's the go-to part of the store. With her connections, anything you want, she can get. I'm impressed, Molly said. A lot of people will be interested in getting their items within 2 days, a great convenience. Did you know Alexander's friend? She asked as she glanced at the pictures on the wall, to Arthur's chagrin. He loved his wife, but she had all the subtlety for a bull in a china shop when it came to asking questions or expressing her displeasure, as Ron had discovered. Serene and I met at college, he explained. He wanted to get it out now because he knew it would come up again in the future, and besides, He didn't mind telling her or Arthur without telling them the full story. After I returned from my Africa tour, I did a lot of carpentry and construction work. That went on for a couple of years before I received an invitation to attend an exclusive university. All expenses paid, full tuition and support, the works. That's where I met her and her sister. I was older, but the offer was too good to ignore. I checked it out. School and the reasons why I was picked, I couldn't pass it up. Serene smiled and added her 2 cents. 12 students were selected for the 6-year term, and one of his friends wanted to attend but was rejected. The glee in her voice was hard to ignore. She believed it a personal insult that Xander was selected to attend and haunt her. Alexander shook his head at that little understatement. It took a while, but Willow almost went crazy at his acceptance, but not hers. She wasn't invited as the board members rejected her because of her attitude and yes, the darkness she held under such tight control. Despite being his best friend, he knew that Willow had a selfish, vicious streak. He was young and he forgave her, but the fact was, she tried to end the world because she was hurt, she was mourning her loss. She didn't care about the world, only herself. She was the one who planned to kill everyone and everything so that she could stop hurting. Whether he liked it or not, that selfishness was always with her. No matter what good she did, it was always there, lurking in the shadows, straining to get out. The board members weren't interested in cultivating one such as her. Her actions had come back to haunt her, and that decision and others made the board flat out reject her. It didn't help matters any when she tried to force the issue. As powerful as she was, the board members were in another class altogether. Alex remembered pleading with them not to strip her of all her power in her life. Out of what they considered mercy, they merely limited her ability to gain knowledge of their style of magic, and for daring to attack them, she was mystically crippled. Willow never fully learned her lesson. Her innate jealousy always compelled her to compete with Xander, always tried to get him to show her the secrets that she so desperately wanted to know. And Serene blocked her at every turn, doing what Xander could not until he matured. Needless to say, the two women outright hated each other. Even after a decade, they barely tolerated each other. Was this an American version of Hogwarts? Asked Fred as he was listening intently to their conversation as he was closest to the adults. In some ways, it's a small school and you would not have heard of it. What's the school called? Asked Fred. The Vishanti Southern California University of the Mystic Arts. That's where Serene and I received our masters in the Mystic Arts. Mystic Arts? Fred frowned. Shouldn't it be called the Magical Arts? Serene laughed gently. You can say that the powers that be board members liked that name better. What do they teach? I'll tell you later, but who knows, maybe you and your brother will receive an invitation to the school, and when you graduate, you'll receive the class emblem, if you are worth. Serene answered, touching Fred's hair. The boy almost swooned. Ignoring his male antics, she showed him a weird-looking pendant that she wore as a necklace. Alexander had one as well, which he used as a belt buckle. Serene thought that his doing so was fairly scandalous. Is it magical? Oh, yes, Serene answered. The Agamotto amulet is a gift for only those who complete the courses and are worthy. What does it do? The young man asked. It helps you to see the truth, she answered, among other things. Anyway, Alexander interrupted. It really didn't matter. These people didn't know what the Vishanti were, not on this world. But they'd find out later when he was ready to tell them. Back to our original conversation. If you need a magical ingredient for potions, she can get it. That's a guarantee. That's going to make some of the other stores around her dislike you, to say the least. He bowed extravagantly. I will enjoy their annoyance and subsequent competition. We'll have things they'll never ever have access to, so to keep the peace, I will have a catalog of the products for potions and the latest tools of the trade for making them. Traditional is nice, but sometimes people may want to make use of other instruments. Molly sniffed. We're very tradition. I don't believe your new instruments will make much of an impression to the shoppers. You may be right, but we'll see. Here, let me show you some of the non-magical seasonings we'll be selling. These are very popular in the US. Are they safe? She asked. She was weary of using them because non-magical ingredients might be toxic to normal people like her. Of course, and everything is described in detail in the catalog. He paused for a moment. You do know what a catalog is? It is a booklet that carries images of your different products for sale? Yes, ma'am, he confirmed. Right this way. Let's check them out and you can judge for yourself. He was half flirting with her, or so Molly believed. She smiled at the thought. She was too old for hire was Arthur. Even so, it did warm her heart just a tiny bit. These Americans, their uncivilized disregard for their place in the natural order of things was probably the reason why he was surrounded by so many beautiful women friends. Thank Merlin Arthur didn't that gift, she'd be cursing him every other day. It was a beginning of a great friendship between Alexander and the Weasley family. Chapter 6 Master Xander Chapter 6 2 years later. Professor Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, liked coming into Alexander's store. It had a strong magical feel to it that comforted him and the customers that walked through the door. There were so many magical artifacts that had captured his attention the first time he came that he was hooked. The store seemed to call to him, calling him back again and again. The proprietor, Mr. Alexander Harris, wouldn't allow him to examine them too closely other than to look at them. Some of those artifacts and Muggle-designed magical devices reminded him of some of the magical items he kept in his office. Like his office, the strange wards that protected these artifacts were quite formidable, like nothing he'd ever seen or encountered before, which seemed normal when it came to Mr. Harris. They were extremely exotic and powerful. So much so that Dumbledore initially worried about thieves trying to steal them, however that worry turned out to be unnecessary. Apparently, some unsavory and unwise individuals had tried to acquire a couple of items a couple of times and were soundly rebuffed. Those poor would-be thieves still hadn't fully recovered several months post the attempted robberies. The prison Meadowitches hadn't been able to do much for them other than make them comfortable while they were imprisoned. Whatever the spell was that the wards projected onto them were still affecting their bodies. It wasn't an unforgivable, according to the authorities, but it acted like one against those poor men. As it was a defensive ward and what Mr. Harris called a family protection spell, the ministry left him alone, at least for now. But they were very interested, very much so. In his opinion, the punishment for violating the premises was quite horrible and reminded him of the protections used by the Black family. Their ancestral home was protected with some truly wicked wards, and no one in their right minds entered that home uninvited unless they wished to experience the consequences personally. The Black family protections were among the more powerful and dark spells in the British magical community, and many were the witches and wizards who suffered the consequences trying to violate that home. Dismemberment and death were the usual results of entering uninvited. These American wizards had magic that was much different than the normal ones found in England and the European countries he knew of, and it made him curious, and he was always interested in learning about new magic, but he was frustrated. Sometimes, the headmaster questioned the reasoning why Mr. Harris kept the artifacts in the open, so to speak. It seemed as if he was daring someone to come and try to take them. The one time he spoke to the American about it caused him to. Whatever the reasons, the word had spread among the rogues and thieves quickly. Leave the American store alone. People treated Xander's with the same respect as the other stores in Diagon Alley. The result that the wise had no intentions or desire to steal anything from here again. Mr. Harris and Miss Dellen were very tight-lipped about his magic so far, but he was an optimist. Someday he would discover some of their secrets, why they were really here, being one of them. When Albus crossed the threshold, he could feel the strange powerful magics examining him for intent and threats. Whatever they were, these wards recognized him and seemed almost to welcome him. They were some of the most intricate spells he'd ever felt. They almost rivaled the ones at Black Manor, and that was saying something. Miss Dellen as usual walked about with her Muggle paper and pad doing inventory and checking stock. She flashed that enigmatic smile of hers at him, and once more he wondered if she was completely human. The very first time he'd spoken to her, he could almost feel her protections shrouding her mind. He hadn't even considered trying to use legitimacy to find out a little more about the Americans, because he was absolutely convinced that either one of them would notice, and he needed to cultivate their friendship if his plans were to succeed. Dark times were coming, and he would need allies on his side. Sadly, his people seemed so far unprepared for the coming strife. Plans were being made and his army dedicated, but he was still having problems keeping them from using lethal force when the confrontation finally came. He was unsure if they unwilling to keep from using lethal force. Some didn't understand that the death of one's enemy wasn't necessary for ultimate victory. There were too few magicals and each death diminished the whole. No, killing was Not only wrong but wasteful. This was the point he continually made to his order, to enforce on them the importance of this mission. These Americans were just what he was looking for, so he spent the last year and a half cultivating them. Today was the day he would test the waters. The order could use something from the outside, someone that was sure not to be part of Dark Lord's army. Furthermore, Mr. Harris's use of wandless magic was impressive. In fact, both of them were proficient in the use of wandless magic, perhaps almost as good as himself. Neither one of them used it in the presence of others, but they purposely, and he was sure of this, allowed him to see glimpses of what they were capable of. What gave them away was the way they used their wands. It was a bit too different, too erratic to be accurate. They were both very good, but he could tell, their skills were possibly similar, although not nearly as good as his but useful in a time of crisis, to his humble skills using wandless abilities, which he kept secret. That would be useful, too. They were Americans and as such were considered outsiders to most of the community. Here in Diagon Alley, they were liked but much of the wizarding community considered them as those strange colonials with their muggle ideas. So many in the community ignored them except when they came in to buy those exotic items that the other stores didn't carry. This, Albus knew, was their strength as well as their weakness. If things went wrong, he might be forced to lay the blame on them if they were part of the order. It would be a terrible waste of good resources, but if needed the sacrifice would be made and the loss acceptable, not that that would happen of course. The fact that they were accepted in the community and American made them stand out. They were the first to be suspected and the very last. Their status in the community caused them to be watched by everyone and their actions were exemplary. Even Professor Snape had wandered into this American wasteland of a store, as he called it, to purchase several very rare items for his potions. To Dumbledore's initial surprise had found the services adequate. Severus never said anything directly, but the headmaster was convinced that he was somewhat impressed with the quantity as well as the quality of his purchases, and their guarantee of acquiring anything that he wanted within 48 hours had secretly pleased the man. As to be expected, other store owners were unhappy with the business that Mr. Harris's store was doing. The Slug and Jiggers apothecary had declared Mr. Harris' store their enemy, and had more than once called upon the ministry to try to close the store. Inspections were carried out and the store was found to be in substantial compliance, so much so, that members of the ministry could be found shopping there of some of the more exotic knickknacks found there. Their continued presence helped Dumbledore's overall plans and AOF relief. The ministry could have caused problems and he was cautious of them. Perhaps the more conservative members would in the future, but for now, the American store was relatively safe. When his enemies began to operate in the open, then things would change. The store would be considered a soft target in Diagon Alley for those who didn't know about the store's formidable protections, and there was another factor that didn't escape his notice but helped his plans. The store wasn't opened as much as one would have expected. Sometimes, it was opened only 2 to 3 times a week. Mr. Harris was out of town, perhaps in the Americas doing business, or Miss Dellen was absent, or maybe both. The store's hours were sometimes difficult to determine. However, their absence didn't deter would-be thieves from staying well enough away. "Ah, Miss Dellen, Mr. Harris, it is good to see you again. I half wondered if you would be in this evening." His eyes twinkled as he spoke. Each of the owners smiled and returned his greetings. Xander was dressed in a wonderfully colorful shirt that had a pattern of red and green flowers overlaying a green and white background. It was quite expressive, and he was going to ask where he acquired his clothes from. For casual wear, he felt it might suit him perfectly, needed a few stars, though. "Hey sir," Xander responded in a lazy manner. "What brings you to my humble store?" he asked. "Oh, a couple of things. First, I am still curious as to the origin of those magical artifacts you seem to have lying about for everyone to see." There, he'd said it, bringing up a subject he'd been preparing to do for months. He felt that now was the time to be direct because he suspected that time was running short. "As impressed as I am about them, I wanted to caution you. The Department of Mysteries has taken an interest in them and may come by to discuss them with you sometime in the future. They may want to acquire them from you." "So, you've come to warn us?" asked an unimpressed Alexander. "Yes. It's always wise to be cautious, and I confess that I am somewhat curious about them myself. Being kept in the open is a temptation to some unsavory characters." He sighed in a mild rebuke like Alexander's grandfather might have, if he had known him. Why do you keep such items in the open? It makes them an easy target. Alexander seemed remarkably calm considering what the headmaster had just told him. These items are not theirs and they are not for sale. And not to worry, your ministry can't break through those wards. Don't underestimate the power of the ministry's unspeakables, the old man countered in all seriousness. They're very good at what they do. I'm sure they are, Alexander said. But these items are part of the store's wards and are very powerful. If they are forcefully removed, the resulting energy release will destroy Diagon Alley and much of the local wizarding community. So I would advise against them trying. Albus actually blanched. They're that powerful. Were these American insane and unconcerned about the possible loss of life if these artifacts were tampered with? Yes, answered the American woman. There are dark times coming, and we will be prepared for it. Her brown eyes seemed to darken. We're not fools, Headmaster. Your Dark Lord is gathering his power and soon he will openly reveal himself. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows at the comment, his previous suspicion growing by the moment. And just how do you know about this? His own shields had clamped down just to make sure that these people weren't somehow reading his mind. Neither one of the shop owners answered him at first. Instead, Xander's wand Jessie flew into his hand and he waved it. The entire room became muffled. The few other people shopping didn't need to hear this conversation. Headmaster, let's be straight with each other. First, he said, trying to calm the man's growing fears, I am not reading your mind. Second, we've been studying you as much as you've been studying us. Now Alexander turned somber. You are a lot more than you pretend to be. You're a manipulative man who likes to be in control. But I won't hold that against you because I believe you're trying to do something good. What I don't like is what you're doing to the Potter kid, he growled. Why did you put him with guardians that abused him and why are you continuing sending him back? He practically yelled. Dumbledore could see the anger in the younger man's voice. That makes me want to have nothing to do with you, or your precious order. They knew. Mr. Potter's position is complicated, he explained, not wanting to give away too much. I didn't know that his mother's sister and her husband were so abusive to the boy, but being with his relatives was the safest place for him to be outside of Hogwarts. You mean the blood wards on that house? Asked Serene. Those wards create a danger all its own. Forced spells like that always produce violence and anger the longer they are active. They may protect but they also destroy. They're vile spells, didn't you know? This? I knew there was a possibility that the spell might have negative repercussions, but considering the circumstances and the danger to the boy's life, I thought that his protection was more important than the possible negative effects of the spell. The boy needs to be protected and this is the best way to do so. In the US, I think you would be in prison right now for child abuse to the boy and what you've done to the relatives. I've watched them. They're animals, all of them. He smiled. I could destroy those blood spells, but I won't. It is not for me to do something about this. It's for you to do it. The child will be emotionally crippled if you don't do something quickly, Serene added. Do you want to hurt this boy? Dumbledore looked like a trapped animal. This meeting had gone so far off kilter that he was unnerved. These people knew far more than they should have. It had to be their association with the Weasleys. They must have said too much. I care for all of the children, whether they are in my school or not. I protect Harry Potter as much as I am able to, given the circumstances of his birth and destiny. Ah, yes, said Alex. Destiny and prophecy, the universe's great pains in the butt. Headmaster, I have no clue about what is happening at your school, but I believe that prophecies have tendencies to screw the kid, and everyone around him. The old maw unconsciously gulped, and the younger man's eyes narrowed. Yes, he whispered. You obviously know more than I anticipated. I don't know what you believe, but everything I have done is for the greater good for all of the people of magical Britain and perhaps the world. Mr. Potter is pivotal to our survival. Alexander sighed. Believe it or not, I understand your fears. What I think though is that you're missing an important point. You believe that your way is best but you're wrong. You need to listen to the advice of those around you. Right now, you are in way over your head. Dumbledore looked at both of them curiosity. He tried to rein in his irritation. He was not pleased at being called a manipulative old man. He preferred being known as a wise sage. He was a planner and his plans were right whether people understood that little fact or not. You're a very smart man, Headmaster, but you don't have the whole picture of what is happening and because of that your plans will likely fail, he said as a now curious Dumbledore stared at him. There are forces that have come into play that you are unaware of. Those forces intend to use this world as a stepping stone to complete domination, intoned Alexander, who stared back with equal intensity at the professor. You want to know why we are here? I can tell you, but be warned. The truth will turn what is left of your gray hair white. Do you still want to know, really? The seriousness of Harris's tone was disturbing, but the urgency and seriousness in his voice demanded that the old wizard had to know. Alexander, you understand that knowledge is power. Read from our conversation. You're here to help protect us from him? He asked. Not really, answered Harris. That comment surprised the old man. We're here to protect the world from what others are going to do. Dumbledore stood stock still, stunned by the possibility of others that might represent as great a danger as Tom Riddle. Impossible. Do you believe that your Dark Lord is the only one interested in purifying Muggle filth? Asked a sarcastic Alexander. No, there are others less overt, less ham-fisted, who are waiting their time to strike. While you're focusing on him, there are others focusing on these other forces, some that could be recruited in your own ministry. Fudge isn't the strongest leader you have, is he? He raised his finger as he indicated that this conversation wasn't over yet. But first he had to attend to the last of his customers. A few minutes later, the last remaining customers were done with their shopping and had left the store. Dumbledore felt the wards snap shut, protecting the store once more. The wards were very strong but felt different from Hogwarts, and he attributed this to the American style of ward production. They were impressive and fueled by the presence of the artifacts. It was a strange way to defend one's property. First, let's go to my home, because this is going to be a rather long conversation. Naturally, for security's sake, you won't be able to disclose what you discover to anyone. Dumbledore expected to be portkeyed or apparated to Alexander's home. Instead of swishing his wand, Xander spoke to it. Jesse, do your thing. Home, please. The wand glowed and a strange portal of white and gold opened up in the middle of the store. In the center of the portal, the headmaster could see parts of a large living room. Dellen stepped through and the Dumbledore followed after a moment's hesitation, with Alexander at the rear. It didn't escape Dumbledore's notice that Alexander called to his wand and it responded. Now, that was very interesting. There was no sensation of disorientation, no sense of time as they moved through the space between the space. Fascinating, he whispered. It was like stepping through a doorway from one room to another, the headmaster thought. It was a new kind of magic, different from the usual methods. The small demonstrations of magic Alexander performed needed to be studied. He wanted to study them. Without hesitation, he moved deeper into the American's living room. Astounding, he whispered as the portal closed. He could feel the magic emanating, thought the home, it being much larger than he expected. Alexander's wand took off and rested itself on one of the tables near a window. The headmaster took a moment to look out the window. London? He asked. A few miles outside of the city, Serene answered. We'll have a few refreshments later, said Alex, but I'll start now so that you can have time to ask questions. First, welcome to my home, my sanctum sanctorum de Harris. The wizard took a quick look around the room. It was filled with what had to be magical artifacts, some that he recognized from ancient books. Others he had no clue as to what they were or what they did. There were fairies and pixies in the room, small glowing human-looking creatures with wings flirting about doing odd jobs. Astoundingly, there were several different species, each working together without conflict or irritation, two of which he had never seen before, not even in his extensive collection of books. All of them seemed happy to be the house. The house itself in some ways felt like Hogwarts. There was magic soaked into the very being of this place. This caused him to look at the two Americans once more, this time with a far more critical eye. Just who are you two? He asked with a bit of trepidation. He didn't feel threatened, but he was worried because he didn't feel in control, a feeling that he wasn't used to. Alexander smiled. Our intentions are honorable, sir. Don't worry. But you need to know why we are here and why you can't tell anyone other than a few who already know. Arthur is one of them, so far. He doesn't know the full extent, and it would be best for him not to know everything. I don't want his family jeopardized. Please take a seat, offered Alexander. The old wizard did so. One of the tiny pixies carried a huge glass of iced fruit juice and placed it on the table next to him. Being a gracious visitor, he tasted and was delighted by the flavor. What is this? He asked. I've never tasted anything like this. It's a combination of papaya, orange, pineapple and half a squeezed lime and lemon. Add water and sugar to taste. Think of it as a modified lemonade. It's wonderful, the man said. Very exotic and flavorful. Thank you. I call it a California blend. Now, let's begin. Where I came from, a little more than 22 years ago, a hell god, the real thing, tried to get home. In order for her to get home, she broke the barriers across all worlds and dimensions, causing untold havoc. She was powerful, but we stopped her, but not in time. She created a crack in the fabric of the multiverse, and things that should not have able to breach into other dimensions saw that crack and squeezed through to other worlds. I don't think you know the concept of multi-dimensional universe and dimensions. I'll explain that later. The problem is that some of those entities came to this world. Many of them are what you would know as minor demons and entities. We have fought and defeated many of them, either killing them or sending them back in bonds to their place of origin. We are keeping them from infesting the world. But while we are dealing with this, we've discovered another problem. Your primary enemy isn't the only one that threatens the wizarding world and the world in general. There's an organization of wizards from all over the planet that believe that only one type of magic should exist. To them, all other forms are impure and should be purged to keep from infecting real magic. This is what I meant when I said that your Dark Lord isn't the problem. Sitting back in his chair, he took a sip of his drink. Trust is a two-way street. I'm telling you this because you need to know. You're the type of man who keeps everything close to your vest. I haven't heard that phrase before, but I understand its meaning. So things are better kept secret. I agree, Alexander said. But not if the lack of information will get you killed. Knowledge is power, but hoarding it is a fool's gambit. Serene Dellen continued where Alexander had left off. Your adversary believes in purity. These people, however, are taking it a step further. They are obliviating or murdering all other magic users different from their own, and should they succeed, there will be only one kind of magic left. They want to turn this world back to the 15th century. No advanced technology. No medical advances, nothing that will rise up to challenge their power. We strongly believe that they want to remove the memories and existence of all forms of magic known to non-magical people. This means eventually religions will be targeted and destroyed. For example, in the Bible there are miracles and mentions of what could be considered magic. They would ban and remove all mention of that from the Bible and obliviate anyone who has a memory of said miracles or even the mention of them. The other religions would be attacked. In Egypt, several groups of magic users were attacked and wiped out. The few survivors were completely mind-wiped. The wand users were untouched. This organization is powerful and getting bolder. They're talking purity to a new level, and the most dangerous part of this is, like so many in power, they don't know when to stop. Someone must stand up and deal with them. This is where we come in, to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Dumbledore was completely floored listening to Alex's and Serene's story. The implications of what these two was telling him were enormous, and the battle for his home had just gotten far more complicated. It wasn't just the wizarding world that was now threatened. Alexander's story correctly, then everything was in the balance. It seemed as if the weight of the world had descended upon old man. He took another sip of his drink. What can we do to stop this? Dumbledore asked. But before you answer me, I need to know who you two are. Alexander sighed. That is a complicated question. But to put it simply, I am Alexander Harris, called the One Who Sees, called the Protector of Man. I am Alexander Harris, a master of the mystic arts, as is Serene Daleen, one of the high elves of Karastanbiza. She is and is not human as you understand the term. But still an American, as it is the same country in my world, she added. Same geographical location and, plus, I am an American citizen in his world, but not here on your world yet. Neither of us are, she added. Just for clarification purposes, in case you were curious. She couldn't help but smile. Alex just shook his head. Yeah. Anyway, her people branch off humanity a bit. They can easily mate with humans and have children, but you can think of her people as an exotic offshoot. But don't call her a magical creature, either, he warned. We are here to stop the forces of destroying magic for their own gain. That is our mission we are trained for, and for now it is our responsibility. We are not necessarily here to interfere with your affairs, but we are here to help keep the outside forces from spreading to other worlds beyond this one. If this organization succeeds, then the world will be crippled for generations. It's a given that the non-wizard magicals and normal will fight back hard. Then the true terrors will take this world. There are forces just waiting for this to happen, and starts with your Dark Lord here and the organization we're here to stop. The world needs its magic, all the types, not just one, or else it becomes vulnerable. But what are these forces? If what you say is true, I need to know so that I can prepare. Well, let me ask you a question first. What is so important about Harry Potter that you dared use blood magics on his home to try to protect him? The old man was quiet as he contemplated his answer. That is a difficult question to answer, he finally said. There are many who would see young Mr. Potter killed. Why this is true is best kept secret for his sake as well as yours. Does Harry know? I believe it's best that he retains his youthful innocence as long as possible. That means no, and that is the reason why secrets kill, Alex told him. If knowledge is power, ignorance leads to failure. Mr. Dumbledore, if you wish to know my business, you'd best learn to open up. Keep your privacy if you wish, but do not ask for information if you can't reply in kind. It's a trust thing, you understand. But can't we try to work together for the common good of the world? It's a matter of trust and respect, right now. This is our first talk. There needs to be a trust established, and that will take time, something we don't have much of. Alex's smile now looked predatory. So in order to establish this trust, what do you propose? Getting to know one another may well be a good start. Excellent. I agree, you first. 2 hours later, Dumbledore was still reeling from his conversation. If what was told to him was true, then both Mr. Harris and Miss Daleen were some kind of specialized hit wizards with significant resources to do the job given to them by unknown sources. It was very disturbing, and he would have to take time to understand it all. Plus, the two Americans hadn't told him everything, and he hated not having that information, but he had enough for now. And to be honest, he hadn't revealed everything to them, as what Alexander Harris said was true. Trust came with time. There was so much information that Dumbledore needed time to process it, and he almost forgot the reason why he wanted to speak to Alexander in the first place. Because of this conversation, he had a change of plans. His original reason why he had come to see Alexander in the first place had taken a new urgent significance. As he thought about it, he knew it was the right thing to do. He needed allies, and both of these American wizards could be very useful in the war, no wars, to come. However, there was a small niggle of doubt irritating the back of his mind. They were not to be trifled with, and their responsibilities were formidable. They were needed elsewhere other than in the war against the Dark Lord. Their focus would be split, and this was a concern, as he needed to have some measure of control over those that followed him. He required obedience, and Alexander might not approve of some things that were required in the quest for victory. Still, his original plan could benefit everyone and serve as a useful tool of the school. His mind set, he asked the question. Mr. Harris, as you know, the new year is about to begin at Hogwarts, and I would love to have a man with your expertise on my staff. I thought about asking you to teach a basic economics class. Students always need to know how to handle their expenses wisely. However, because of your terrible responsibilities and your ability to handle them, I wonder if you would accept a position as the defense against the dark arts instruction? Your proficiency with a wand is unique, to say the least, and being an American version of an Auror, I believe my students could learn a lot from you. I could arrange it so that you would have limited classes, and you could then be free to pursue your other pursuits. Alexander pondered the request for a moment. I'm sorry, but no, I could teach them how to defend themselves, but my techniques are completely different than what your curriculum would approve of. My wand's movements would be in conflict with your established norms. Plus, it would draw unnecessary attention at this time. Dumbledore frowned as he furiously thought of a way to get this man and woman to Hogwarts and under his control. There had to be a way. Then he smiled. Would you then consider teaching a Muggle or no mage studies class, teaching my students about the life and history of non-magical folk? He shook his head. I confess that we do lack information about the normal people and their lives. I must also confess that many of our people have little interest in anything outside of the magical world. However, if the children could be exposed now, maybe they could appreciate them as they grow older. You make a good point, Alex muttered. I would need free time to work on the problems we have to deal with. It might be possible. Though, he mused. If Miss Dellen and I shared this class, then we could both substitute for one another when we have to be about our business. If this could be arranged then I could see us teaching a class. I believe I can make some sort of arrangement to accommodate the both of you, he said, totally delighted at getting them to Hogwarts, where he could watch them closely. Of course, the pay won't be as much, being new to the institution. Of course, we understand, Serene said. She smiled back at the old man. With this arrangement, she and Xander could keep a watch on the wizard and be in a position to do what was necessary. It was just a school, but it was a seat of power where destinies and power resided. Voldemort wanted this place under his control. Now, she and Xander were in a position to find out. Albus Dumbledore and Alexander Harris smiled at one another. Would you like your drink freshened? Serene asked. Yes, thank you. Chapter 7 Master Xander Chapter 7 Alexander's. Albus Dumbledore felt hopeful because his makeshift plan appeared to be going better than he expected given the somewhat tense and frankly terrifying revelations of the past couple of hours. The Americans could be very useful in the overall scheme of things, but he'd have to be careful. The two were more than what they appeared to be and wouldn't be easily swayed unless they wanted to be. If what they were saying was true, then they were needed elsewhere and their eventual commitment to fighting against the Dark Lord would be secondary. He felt about that. He understood the necessity certainly, but it hadn't sunk in yet and he needed to think about what he'd been told. If there were others out there with plans similar to the Dark Lord, then he might be forced to re-evaluate his long-term plans, and he hated even thinking about rearranging everything at this date when things were coming to fruition. The Potter boy was beginning to rely on him as a mentor and dare he say a father figure, but that was being threatened now. Alexander knew more than he should, and it would be a waste of time trying to sway him from the insulation that he'd made earlier. The blood wards at the Dursleys may have been an error on his part, however he hadn't seen any other way to protect and control the boy and keep an eye on him. The Dark Lord would have found him and killed him. That was the last thing he wanted, so the wards would stay, and Harry would continue to live there until this unfortunate affair was over. Tom had to be stopped. Albus needed to keep his eye on the prize, keep his primary focus on the Dark Lord before he could truly begin to focus on these other threats. This ability of Albus, to direct his focus at defeating the Dark Lord using the Potter boy as an ultimate weapon, was one of the old wizard's greatest strength but also his greatest weakness. His ability to see the long view caused him to miss the finer, very critical details. He saw his plans as perfect, therefore he couldn't see the flaws heading his way. They were derailed the instant he involved the Americans. They were the flies in the ointment. The Americans weren't traditionalists as Albus understood the term. He didn't understand how different they really were. Dumbledore assumed that they would respond favorably to his entreaties, see the logic of his plans and eventually follow his directives. Yes, they could be stubborn about it, but he didn't see that as a real challenge to his authority or his plans. Ultimately, they were just simple colonials. That was one of his great mistakes. He underestimated the power of the two Americans. Teaching a Muggle studies class seemed innocent enough, and this would allow him entry to their inner circle. However, it also allowed them a foot into his domain. Having the Americans teach at Hogwarts was akin to striking a yellow-jacketed hornet's nest with a big stick and expecting said maddened hornets to respond favorably instead of chasing you for a few miles while they tried to kill you. He planned to use them, not realizing how fully they intended to use him. Albus Dumbledore liked the Americans, but that would stop him from using them. They were thinking the same thing. Above all, Dumbledore wanted his people to be safe. Safety meant stability, tradition, peace and isolation from those who would try to hurt them. The people of the wizarding world were traditionalist and didn't want to change. They saw no reason to. What they wanted was to be safe from the Dark Lord and Muggles. Once that was accomplished, life would be worth living. There was safety being isolated community, being surrounded in its own little bubble, just as the non-magicals felt safe in theirs. However, things were changing. Whether either side wanted it to or not, in real life on both sides were about to clash violently. Given the history of the magical community, it was more than understandable why separation had become a way of life for the magicals. Part of the reason was fear of what the normal were capable of. The witch burnings and persecutions of old throughout Europe, in America, and in other parts of the world had left its mark on the magical community, with it lasted for generations. It didn't matter that the far majority were innocent non-magical victims. Their ancestors were frightened and wanted nothing to do with a much larger, hostile community that tended to burn their captives alive and use other horrendous actions to kill and maim innocent people who were different from them. The separation of the two culture was the best solution either side could come up with. Alexander understood the reasoning as well and the consequences. In the hundreds of years that followed, the fear and anger of the magical community had given way to a collective superiority. Complex. The magical community had very powerful members that non-magicals weren't equipped to handle or understand. He did agree that their ability to use magic made them more capable, but not to the point where the non-magicals could be considered a waste of flesh as many of the community now believed, even if they didn't say it out loud. This belief was especially true among the purebloods and those who followed the Dark Lord. People didn't understand that they weren't better, just different. But then, people were people as the headmaster reflected on the superiority of the magical race. He knew that the ministry leadership couldn't be depended on to do what was right. They were infiltrated with many who carried the dark mark and the ministry was not to be trusted. Many were compromised and several of the openly corrupt and the minister Fudge did nothing to stop it. Most others were simply afraid. The Muggle-born magicals were being discriminated against with increasing frequency. The squibs, those born with no accessible magic, were either cast out, ignored, or in some cases, quietly killed. That was the ongoing rumor and was something the ministry never officially acknowledged for fear of losing their jobs or becoming the target of pure blood retribution. Scandals were frowned upon. Dumbledore expected that the two Americans would find it barbaric because he felt the same way. He sighed. There wasn't anything he could do at this time to change the minds of the people. He was only one man. Even the wise and understanding Dumbledore was somewhat affected by those prejudices, the man solemnly realized. Having grown up in the same community, he knew change was difficult, whether one was enlightened or not. He did want change, and the only way after the Dark Lord was defeated change would happen was with a new generation growing into their own. If they could really learn something about the non-magical world, it could help change the future. If nothing else, he wanted his students to be better than his generation. It would take generations before both sides could accept the others, and he wanted to do his part to see that it would happen. To do otherwise was to invite disaster. When he looked at the big picture, he could see that the magicals was slowly shrinking as fewer children were being born in each generation. New blood was not being introduced, and sadly that meant Muggle blood. It was happening in every magical community. Some slower than others, but the increase in pace was noticeable to those who took the time to see it. In India, their community was the strongest as they had less prejudices against non-magicals becoming part of the family. It was more important that they were of the correct caste. Strange people, he thought. The European and American communities suffered more as little new blood was introduced to regenerate the community. The purebloods were already having less and less children as, dare he say, those families were coming close to incestuous as they tried to keep their blood unpolluted by Muggle filth. The Weasleys, on the other hand, seemed to be the exception to the pureblood infertility rule. God bless them. Otherwise, it was a losing battle, and few seemed to realize it. This especially true in England. This was why he was becoming more convinced intruding new ideas about the non-magical community would be another step in the right direction. I might consider that position, Alex responded slowly as he thought more about it. I think a modern no-mag class would be more relevant to your students. For example, we've had people go to the moon and come back. They've discovered new species of dinosaurs and developed technologies that the magical community needs to know about. People are people, magical or not. Each side has abilities and gifts that I think the other side could be blessed with, if they optimist, Serene purred. Always hope for the best, said Alex, smiling at her. And make sure you have a good steak, he quietly added. Dumbledore ignored the byplay between the two. What Alex had just said had shocked him to his core. Mug non-magicals went to the moon. Without magic? How? Asked a stunned headmaster. I confess, I've been unaware of the progress of the outside community. He looked thoughtful and worried. There's much I need to learn, I see. I think you would be great access as a professor at our school. Knowledge is power, after all. Yes, it is, isn't it? Alexander commented quietly. You're aware of some of the things I am involved in. If it could be part-time, and Serene would have to be there as my assistant. I can't stay there constantly, and she would take up the slack when I'm called away and unavailable. Can this be arranged, headmaster? Of course. I could arrange this easily. It is a bit unusual, but I can find a way. Don't worry about the money. It's not a real concern for us, Alex said. Speak for yourself, Serene muttered lightly. If I am going to teach, I want to get paid. Alex smiled brightly while Headmaster actually laughed. Alexander shook his head in bemusement. Will and Buffy would be shocked knowing that he was willingly entertaining such a notion of accepting a teaching position. Then again, maybe they wouldn't. They were by no means children. Gone their separate ways, still maintained that close friendship, a band of brothers and sisters bonded to each other in ways that only a select few could ever understand. Time, however, had a way of separating. Buffy, Faith, and Dawn married. Faith and Dawn had kids. Tragedy struck and Buffy lost her first child when a demon clan, upset by her presence in Cleveland, attacked her home. The battle that raged across the city and the vengeance Buffy, her family, the Slayers, Willow, Xander and Andrew reaped was still talked about in hushed tones in the supernatural community. Buffy eventually rebounded, slowly, and the Slayer school kept her busy and sane during those traumatic years. Her other two children were kept close by a group of overly protected superpowered family. He smiled because he knew what they were going through. When Alex came back to the States, of course everything had changed, and his personal calling had taken a different direction. The suppressed memories of Stephen Strange, MD PhD, had slowly been forcing its way into his conscious. The Halloween incident had an unforeseen effect on him. He had dressed as a soldier that chaotic night, gathering a few things from his uncle to fill out the costume. He only had a few dollars when he had visited Ethan's costume shop. He saw the Medal of Honor. The history was something that Ethan didn't have details of, only that Major Strange was a doctor and died in the service of his country in the late 60s. According to his biography, Strange was killed in the line of duty in Vietnam. By all accounts, the people who knew him expected him to become one of the greats. His specialty was neurosurgery and a gifted general surgeon. During one of the major offensives, the medical unit was overrun, and he was killed along with many of the U.S. forces defending the small base. He was personally commended for killing at least 9 enemy combatants defending his patients. The man was known to be egotistical and arrogant, and few of the people who knew him actually liked him, but he was respected by every one of those who knew him. Naturally, that was before Xander's time. How Ethan came into possession of the medal, he never found out. When he was possessed by the soldier on Halloween night, the medals he'd gotten from his uncle and from Ethan's combined to given him memories of a combat specialist and a genius medical professional. Eventually, the memories receded for the most part. What he didn't know at the time was that the surgeon's possession attracted the attention of ancient forces that marked him almost a decade and a half later for recruitment. Now he was here about to become a history teacher for magical students who knew little to nothing about normal human life. He really was a creature of chaos. If you can arrange it, then I will accept, Alexander said. I can develop a syllabus in a few days, and I already have several books and projects in mind, at no cost to the school, he added, that your student will find interesting. Splendid, Mr. Harris, beamed Albus. I will get started with the paperwork and look forward to greeting you as a fellow instructor of our youth. Alex's face was immobile, but inside he was a little dismayed by the headmaster's cavalier attitude when it came to his students. Education. Dumbledore had just given jobs to 2 people he barely knew and who had not so much as given him a hint that they were qualified to teach anything. Wait, Serene said. It was clear that she had picked up on the same thing. Aren't you curious about our actual qualifications? After all, we could have no qualifications whatsoever. The headmaster's eyes twinkled. The fact that I am in this place speaks volumes as to your qualifications. But, you're right, Miss Dellen. It would be wise to have a paper trail. True, Alexander said. Well, I have PhD in neurological science and psychology from the University of California, which is a non-magical school of higher learning. He turned to Serene. Yes, I did go to college when I was in my 30s, so sue me. He turned back to Dumbledore. I also spent 5 years teaching and training young women at the Joyce Summers School for Gifted Women in Cleveland, Ohio, USA. As for my magical training, I have equivalents of advanced NEWTs and OWL, plus several degrees in specialized magical arts and sciences, so your people can't complain there. But I was recruited and trained for 6 years at a very exclusive college located in California. It's a small school not well known outside of certain areas. The owners of the school search and chose which students they want to attend. The University of Vishanti has only 12 students at any given time, and Serene and I were offered an invitation, ones we could hardly ignore. Both of us have our master's degrees in the magical arts and arcane sciences. We were also trained in various martial arts, which you would know as combat art forms, to develop our bodies as well as our minds. Once we completed our studies, we chose to come here to help keep the forces I mentioned earlier from turning this world into a destroyed wasteland. Dumbledore's eyes shot up in surprise and he looked somewhat dubious. Alex looked a bit sheepish. Yes, it sounds melodramatic, I know, but it doesn't stop it from being true. Fascinating, Dumbledore said. I've never heard of that school, but then it is located in America. And this school provided you with all of this, and here he raised his hands indicating Alexander's and Serene's home, for your mission? The proper tools, Professor. Fascinating, he said once more. Though I confess you've left me with more questions than answers. Maybe in time, Serene told him. For now, you know more than anyone else. Except for Arthur, corrected Alexander. Dumbledore frowned at that revelation for several moments. Was it wise for you to tell him such things? He asked. Such information shouldn't be bandied about. You may have placed him and his family in a very difficult if not dangerous situation. He's my friend, Alex answered, and my secrets are my own too. Reveal or not? I learned a long time ago, keeping too many secrets is just as dangerous as telling everything you know. But you have put him in danger. He's an adult with a family and wife, I trust him. Dumbledore looked at the man and woman. They had no idea what dangers they had placed the Weasley family. Secrets were secret for reasons, and that is why he kept them close to his vest, but he couldn't do much about that at this time. In the near future though, he resolved to train Alexander on the need to keep secrets secret. I hope that your faith in him is Way could say for the moment. Alexander was firm in his response. It is. Next to him, Serene looked equally confident. Americans were so reckless, the old man thought, not realizing that Serene wasn't American at all but something else entirely. For now, goodbyes were said. The ancient wizard promised to get back to him in the following days. One of the pixies presented him with a canister of Earl Grey tea, a blend he had never heard of before but intended to try as soon as he got back home. Alexander retrieved his wand and made an intricate pattern with it, allowing the professor to apparate away. The wards jumped back into place the moment he was gone. Dumbledore didn't need to. Note how expansive Alex's so-called wandless magic was. The man wasn't a fool and he'd figure it out soon enough. The jury was still out as to whether the man considered he and Serene as allies or threats to his plans, whatever they really were. He doesn't understand the threat yet. He's so wrapped up in his he who must not be named problem that he really doesn't understand what's happening. Serene sighed as one of the pixies placed a tall glass of iced tea on the table in front of her. She nodded her thanks. These people are so confident in their power, Serene said after a moment. They have a reason to be, as you know, Alexander responded. And let's not forget that their form of magic is mature and very powerful. They've managed to suppress every other type of magic on this world. They're robbing memories from normal people who had any inkling of magic, and they're increasing their actions. Again he shook his head. Such attitudes were going to be very hard to change, if at all. Self-regulation has stopped. Alexander looked thoughtful as he continued speaking. I know it resulted from fear, but now it's simply arrogance. They don't have any other experience to reference. It's like the native Hawaiian wildlife being overrun by America's imported wildlife. It's going to come back to hurt them with a vengeance. Well, all we can do is continue to prepare, and getting into Hogwarts is a major step. Well, it's time for me to start acting like a professor. He smiled. What would the old gang would say? Oh, stop it, Serene smirked. You humans are so strange. The tear in the fabric of space and time in a distant reality, something happened that hadn't occurred in almost an eon without the direct knowledge and permission of the dread Dormammu, absolute ruler of realm called by many the Dark Dimension. The domain comprised of several universes and dimensions subjected by a creature of pure magical energy called the Faultine, an entity whose mystical power almost defied description. His lust for power was all-consuming and he longed to acquire the planet Earth and its universe, to be added to this domain. But even he was subjected to rules that he couldn't violate, and Earth's universe remained protected from him. In other universes and in other realities, the Dread Lord had either absorbed Earth or he was continually frustrated by other earthly powers that defended the planet and in the process, their universes. In this reality, those rules were in effect. The resident powers that be would not have lifted a finger to stop him from taking over this reality's Earth because it wasn't part of their responsibility. Furthermore, they relied on those rules to keep him and such entities in check and away from Earth and them. If those rules were broken, those powers wouldn't lift a proverbial finger to stop it. They were beings of great power but with very little concept of responsibility. They were interested in balance, not in protection. And they were more frightened of those entities than they were of their boss. Therefore, things slipped by that shouldn't have. This lack of dedication and spine was the reason why they were replaced with another set of powers who understood the responsibilities that they were charged with. Those responsibilities included not only Alexander's Earth, but several others in the local multiverse. Each of these universes were unique and had different attributes. In some universes the gems of power, known as the Infinity Gems, existed. In others, such as the Earth Alexander had come to, they were never created. But this reality had its own dark dimension. Dormammu kept a tight rein on all under his control with the exception of another of the Faultine, like himself. It was his sister, magical energy made flesh, Umar the Unrelenting. She hated him and craved his power for herself, but she wasn't strong enough to take it. Her lack of power didn't stop her from trying. The two of them were at constant war with each other, with Umar managing to secure a small portion of the vastness of the dark dimension for herself. It was during one of the constant world-ending battles that the tear occurred. The tear itself occurred 3,000 years earlier, as time was defined in the dark dimension. From Alexander's point of view, the death of Glorificus, she of the small brain, had happened almost 25 years earlier. The tear transcended space and time as it ripped through the dimensions of the multiverse. In one universe, the tear appeared 3 minutes after Glorificus's minion drew Dawn's blood during the ritual intended to allow the blonde goddess Glory a way to get her hell dimension home. In another world it appeared 2,000 years in the future. Time and space underwent upheaval. Dawn Summers, younger sister of Buffy Summers, was in reality a mystical key. Her blood had the ability to open doors to any dimension through space and time. In her desire to get home, Glorificus was willing to rip apart reality. Never mind that it would have damaged her own dimension in the process. Glory was never a long-term thinker. In other realities affected by the multidimensional rupture, it appeared in the distant future or manifested in the ancient past. There was no rhyme or reason as to when the tear would occur, only that it did, and on some worlds and realities, it did so more than once. 3 Kazjanzeks, almost shapeless, multi-tentacle entities with dozens of eyes, saw the tear and immediately plunged through it in order to escape the dark dimension. They were just a few of many very dark entities who called the dark dimension home before and after Dormammu conquered and subjugated their realities. The Kazjanzeks fought back and were relentless enemies of the Dark Lord's minions, but ultimately were no match for the mystic power thrown against them. They fought, but now there were only a few of their species left, so the moment the portal appeared they sensed it. 3 of them managed to make it through before the portal closed. For 200 years they traveled through the portal, having no idea where they were going, only that it went. During their travels, they starved and the strongest one fed upon other 2. The survivor had no real connection to the others, other than the fact that they were the same species. It needed to survive, and in order to survive it fed on their blood and their innate magic. Without warning, the tear opened, revealing a new world. The entity and other things spilled out from it, rapidly spreading away from it and each other to see what they could find in this new world. The opening didn't go unnoticed. Dormammu saw and then screamed in frustration as the portal closed before he could access it. Turning, he vented his rage upon his sister, who happily returned the favor. Faultine fought Faultine and the portal was forgotten. But there were others who had seen into the rupture as well, entities not meant to do so. One particular foul being saw a virgin planet ripe for exploitation and conquest. It was fast enough to send a probe of magic and began surveying it with an old cruel eye. Was now aware of this planet and was coming for it when it was ready. The one that was here wouldn't be pleased if he violated his territory unannounced. Evil didn't like others taking over its territory. The Kazjanzeks wasn't concerned about the others as long as they didn't interfere. There was food enough for a was ecstatic. Opening its bladders, it exuded gas jets to propel itself through the sky. Its instincts had it heading east towards what was called Bulgaria. There was a town there, filled with beings of magic. They were unaware of its presence and it reveled in the carnage and feeding that it would indulge in when it got there. The Kazjanzeks was a mystical vampiric entity, and its first targets would feed both its body and replenish his mystical energies reserves. And when it grew strong enough after it finished feeding in this small isolated village, then it would spawn and would spread, feeding on all the living mystical sources and then gorge itself on these beings filled with such wonderful smelling nutrient liquids circulating in their bodies. But first it needed to gorge itself, become strong again. The non-magical things in the dwellings close by would do just fine for now. Chapter 8 Record Keeping. I made a few corrections that Rob 4133, Difty, and late VM Lover pointed out. Hopefully I straightened them out, so thank you for pointing them out to me. One of the things about the Serene character is that she is a variation of human, an elfin species, who has her own world and own California, US. Not to be confused with Xander's world. She is a modern version of the elves found in The Lord of the Rings without eternal youth. You may notice that Umar is mentioned here and there. She has a history with Xander. He can't stand her and she utterly hates his. However, as with Stephen Strange, she has an unhealthy attraction to him and can't help herself. In canon, this was one of her problems that produced Clea. Also, Dumbledore here is manipulative but not evil or backstabbing. Here is essentially good but really likes to have his own way and does have a control problem. He is fighting for his people in the only way he knows how. And let's face it, us old people have a hard time changing our ways. At the university, there are 12 students selected for training. The school disappears into another dimension, and when it returns, 12 more are selected from different worlds and dimensions. Lots of training and lots of work. And they are very selective at whom they choose. To everyone, thank you for the reviews, and I will post when I get the chance. AlbertG Chapter 8 Hogwarts. True to his word, Albus Dumbledore secured 2 new professors of Muggle studies for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A few inquiries here and a couple of suggestions there, not to mention throwing around a small bit of his influence, and everything fell into place. Not that he expected any real problems. Some in the ministry were a bit hesitant at having Americans teaching at Hogwarts as it went against traditions. Several other of the more conservative members had voiced their concerns, suggesting that many of the parents wouldn't want their children exposed to colonial influence. He sighed a bit because he understood their concerns. However, he was able to convince them that the influence would be a minor inconvenience at best and that it would be beneficial for the children to experience a bit of culture from the other side of the pond. It was an immense help that many of the students already knew who they were since they had visited and shopped at the American store in Diagon Alley at one time or another, either in the summer or on weekend outings during the school semester. The place was very popular, especially as the store wasn't dangerous. The students and their parents could actually touch stuff and not get pinched, slapped, poisoned, or screamed at, as long as they didn't break it. Naturally, things could be magically repaired, but that wasn't the point. Dumbledore found it instructive seeing how both of the shop owners gently guided the younger children in the ways of respecting others' property. Just because magic could be used to repair broken objects didn't mean that the property wasn't to be respected. The American electric lights were popular with the younger people, although the elders somewhat disdained them as being too Muggle-like. Dumbledore understood their fears of the unknown quite well. They couldn't understand how those things worked without magic. It was a difficult concept, once again showed him how little his people had progressed and much they had to learn. Not everything Muggle needed to be discarded as useless. It was another example why he thought that the Americans would be a positive influence on the students in the long run. Several pureblood families disdained the Americans and usually avoided the store, or they would sneak in when they believed they weren't seen and then quietly depart as they could. Several members of the Ministry of Magic had visited openly, subtly checking to see if everything was in order. Later, they'd come back to taste the foreign food or buy some knick-knack that they found of interest. Minister Fudge came in a couple of times along with his wife and seemed to enjoy the colonial ambiance, as he called it. Therefore, the Americans were fairly well known to many in the magical community. All in all, their addition to the faculty hadn't caused much of a stir that it could have, much to the headmaster's relief. Alexander Lavelle Harris drank in the ancients' magic that permeated the entirety of the school grounds. There was magic everywhere. Powerful and ancient. Serene stood next to him, following his example, not moving, simply examining the ambience. The magic is everywhere, Serene whispered. She was familiar with this style of magic native to this world, but it was still a wonder to experience it literally underneath her feet. It felt wonderfully strange comparing it to the magic of her Earth, her California, which felt different from Alex's Earth. Some of the students passing by saw the glow that surrounded her almost glowing. It was a somewhat unusual sight, but they were used to the unusual and simply walked past without comment. This was Hogwarts after all. It's so strong but so unlike home, she whispered. So alien. This world is alien for both us, he whispered back, although after all of this time, I am getting used to the feel of it. Staring at the huge castle for a moment, he smiled wispily and continued talking to his friend. I know we've been saying this since we got here. I still haven't gotten used to the magic being so widespread, yet. This castle is almost alive and rather beautiful. He was correct in his assertions of the castle. Monolithic, but beautiful. She smirked at him. It's very old school. Cute, serene. The magic users in this country and around the world were too dependent in their abilities to keep the non-magical people ignorant of the magical world. On this world, the magic users went out of their way to make sure that the non-magical people here didn't have a clue, and they had done their job too well. Although the sciences and technologies were fairly close to Alexander's world, in his opinion, it was a little behind. He was 42 and to him it was 2022. From everything he observed, this world wouldn't reach the same technological equivalency until 2041, and it was due to Obliviator teams using their power without restriction on non-magicals. Science was progressing nicely here, however Oblivations were stifling creativity with their unrestricted actions. The magical's fear of being discovered had turned from a defensive measure into a preemptive arrogance. Once, it was done out of fear. Now, they did it because they could. It gave them a feeling of superiority, and the consequences were being felt across the world. Not only were they stifling knowledge with the normal, but they had extended their activities all other magical branches. Other magical styles were frowned upon and extinguished with the same level of contempt as specialized Obliviator hit teams scoured the world, destroying the memories and artifacts not in the established wizarding community. In their zeal to keep their secret society from being discovered, they were ripping everything apart. These people have a certain arrogance here, Xander muttered loud enough for Siri continue to keep this up. Religion will be next. The Bible mentions miracles throughout. I can see them trying to remove all hints of miracle acts or magic from their perspective and feeling an obligation to remove it. This attitude may trigger the very war they're so frightened of. Serene thought about that for a few moments, slowly nodding her head in agreement. Yes, Serene added. They're almost as bad as your people, she said as her hand cupped her chin, deep in thought. But yes, I can see them overdoing it. Most people tend to do that when they possess power enough to do so. Xander looked away, somewhat embarrassed. What happens if they decide to try to limit advanced science because it will have the appearance of magic to their eyes? She grimaced. It will be seen as a threat to their magic. They'll try to suppress it. Maybe. Probably, he answered after a few moments. This world could fall into a new dark age or a world war. Willow would hate it here and would not have restrained herself in making her displeasure plain. Serene said. She probably would start a war all on her own and gotten herself and other killed. That attitude is another one of the reasons why she wasn't accepted into the school. There was a quietness to him, but it only lasted a second. I love her, but her soul and her desire for power is dark gray at best. Serene rolled her eyes at his comment. Tell the truth, admonished the woman. Her aura was streaked more with black, not gray. She couldn't stand the fact that you were chosen and not her. She wanted this knowledge, the power. You know that was the reason you had to leave. She kept trying to challenge you and get you to teach her things you weren't allowed to. Sooner or later, you two would have come to blows. You almost did, remember? Xander really didn't want to talk about that day. He was loath to think about it, but his companion was right and Sho wasn't letting it go. He was older now, and not easily willing to hide from the truth about his once best friend. She felt the need to prove herself against me. I know, he admitted. I was picked, and she wasn't. That rejection grated on her for years. We all know that it was better for me to go rather than have to stop her. He told her. She would have confronted the Vishanti. They would have judged her and banished her, after stripping her of her power. He hated talking about that. With me gone, at least she has a chance. With her attitude, Serene questioned. It's good that you're gone. Sooner or later she will confront them just to prove that she can. It's who she is, the woman said as they began walking towards the huge doors that would allow them entrance to the castle. There was no love lost between the two women, and for basically the same reasons as she envied Alex. The women had gotten into a little magical spat. Willow didn't win, but the battle served only to increase her envy and jealousy. Celine was fully aware of the woman's dark streak. Beneath the cookie-making because I'm really a good girl exterior was a soul at the edge of blackness. When everything went her way, she was all sweetness and goodness. When it wasn't, her white hair was streaked with black. The school has gone back to its native dimension for a while, and we both know she's still looking for it. I hope she can curtail her ambitions. If she pushes it, they will kill her. There's too much at stake. I know. I hope she listens. Maybe Buffy can finally get through to her. Maybe. Helplessly, he wrung his hands in disgust. We're too old to be playing games like this. Her choice. Her destiny, the woman answered. Then let's focus on our job here. The man straightened up, and wished his friend the very best. Yep, let's. With a sweeping motion he gestured for her to enter first through the huge wooden doors that allowed entry to the castle, and what a place it was. There were ghosts everywhere doing whatever ghosts trapped in a magic castle school did. But there was aura of gloom that both of them felt. It was still all over the magical newspapers. The attack on the Quidditch World Cup game had placed a damper on most of magical London. Many of the children in the school were nervous about the affair, and it showed, indeed, around the world. Alexander and Serene weren't overly concerned about another attack so soon. It was an act of terror. Most terrorists liked to allow things to fester a bit before crawling out from the cracks again. It was for the best for the two of them, as both were still recuperating from their battle with Hysidrax, bringer of plagues. The ancient foul entity had entered through the rupture Glory had created years ago. This was the third battle they had where the extra-dimensional beings were either killed or forced back to whatever hell dimension they had oozed out of. Glory was years dead and gone from Xander's perspective, however the rip was through space and time throughout most dimension. In some places the ruptures were just occurring or had occurred thousands and millions of years ago or would occur in the far distant future. The Hysidrax entered the world a few days ago, wiping out an entire town of 3,000 before the two warriors were able to confront and deal with blob-like creature. The entity was a plague demon whose essence killed everything near it. Without the right protection, nothing was spared, not plants, nor animals, or even viruses. Serene, who confronted the entity first, used every spell at her disposal to contain the eldritch creature, while Alexander fought to neutralize its destructive power. Sealing it in a mystic trap, both attacked it, binding and then killing the creature before sending the remains where it came from, in this case the purple dimension. The magical community was unaware of the battle, and the few in the magical community that did sense hadn't bothered to follow up, as it might have been Death Eater activity and didn't want to get involved. There were others that had noticed, but their investigations came up with nothing concrete to indicate what happened with certainty. They were aware that a battle had occurred. There were magical traces, unidentified ones at that. The organization added this incident. However, the battle hadn't gone unnoticed by the Russian government. The satellites hadn't captured the battle but did show the results of the plague entity's effect on Soviet soil. The Russians had recorded the frantic, almost incoherent calls for help from the local military, the government and civilian authorities. The newly developed satellites placed in orbit did image the thousands of dead and rotting bodies, both animals and people. They did record the skeletons and dead trees and dying farmlands. The officials were badly frightened, and rightly so. The leaders reacted in the only manner they knew of. Taking no chances, they acted swiftly. 2 nuclear devices were detonated in the heart of the small city in hopes of keeping the unknown, very aggressive, and deadly plague from spreading. They gave no warning to the survivors or anyone within a 30-mile radius of the blast. Next year, the Russian maps would be updated, and the name of the city erased without explanation. The authorities there weren't planning to offer any explanations to anyone about the goings-on in their country. Those explanations had no real answers. Other countries and their own people would demand what the leadership could not give. The authorities felt no being embarrassed by such things. Alexander and Serene vanished long before the twin nukes vaporized the evidence. They spent 2 days physically and mystically decontaminating themselves before they dared to leave the sanctum. At the time, the World Cup terrorist action didn't really register on their radar, and the magical community never noticed the dimensional threat. "How good that you've come today," beamed Albus Dumbledore, who greeted the two new, albeit part-time teachers of Muggle studies. "The books are in the bookstore and I've received your syllabus. Most interesting reading, by the way." I may ask from time to time for my own enlightenment. Our students registered in the class already have their books as you supplied them free of charge. Many of them were most grateful. Good, Serene beamed. I'm pleased to hear that. Of course the bookstores were unhappy about that as free books cut into their profits. Too bad, she thought. We're eager to begin. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Once more he stared at the beautiful young woman longer than he should have, and not for the first time he wondered what kind of human she was. He knew she was from another Earth different from Mr. Harris' world. Fascinating. But what she had exactly eluded him. It was as if she represented another species of humanity altogether, and now that he was aware of that he could feel the unusual magic coming from her. The way she moved, her body language and the way she spoke made her seem as if she was outside of humanity. She had said as such, but he hadn't fully believed. Looking at her now from inside his school, he did believe. Most of the men who saw her were captivated her beauty. Many of the women, especially the married ones, hated her on sight. By Merlin, he was almost attracted to her himself, astounding. He was intensely curious, but those answers would come another day. The Americans were an enigma he was interested in solving. He hated not knowing, but he was also patient. I am sorry that the atmosphere here isn't as jovial as it could be. Nasty business, the World Games. Alexander nodded in sympathy. I was sorry to hear about that. We didn't attend as we were somewhat busy. Oh, Alex answered his unspoken question. We had to terminate a pest. A moment later, Dumbledore's eyes went wide with understanding. I trust everything turned out to everyone's mutual satisfactorily? He inquired. We stopped it before it got too far out of hand, was all that Serene said. They would each deal with their own thoughts as to the consequences of their actions and that of Russia and the people that were lost. Dumbledore had enough on his plate right now. He didn't need to know about the numbers of innocent people who just died. He had his own problem. The headmaster knew he wasn't going to get any details now, and if the threat was contained, then all was right with the world, literally. Splendid. Now, as it is breakfast time and the students are in attendance, it is a good time to officially introduce you to the student body and the staff. It should be a pleasant experience as many already know you. He turned and they followed him towards the staff table. Alexander made an imposing figure with his black pants and white ruffled shirt showing off his very muscular figure. But he was still Xander, and he had offset his ensemble with a Hawaiian-designed black and red vest that complemented his long flowing red with blue-trimmed cape. The cape seemed to have a mind of its own and enjoyed the attention of the crowd as it bellowed and swerved back and forth with style. It was a gift from his teachers in recognition of another master of the mystic arts. Xander thought of it as a graduation gift. Serene, like Alexander, chose not to wear the traditional teacher's robes. She wore her long blue dress with a matching cape trimmed in red, a complement to the one that Xander wore, another gift. Together, both of them made a striking couple. The clothing was unusual to many, but they assumed it was just an eccentric American style and really didn't think much of it. Many also assumed that they were a couple, although they weren't. Serene's sister had Alex's eye. Nevertheless, they made quite a pair walking towards the table, and many of the students were cheering the new teachers. The Slytherin house was less vocal, following young Draco Malfoy's example, but not as much as one would have expected, as many of them had visited the American store and knew the incoming instructors. As was tradition, the professors stood and welcomed the newcomers. Professor Severus Snape stood but merely nodded at Alexander and Serene. His dealings with the Americans was cordial but cool, which in his case was a ringing endorsement. The man had come to Alexander's store several times, twice in the 2 years that the store was in operation. The first time he came, Serene watched with amusement as the man could barely force himself to enter into the store. The man had a disdain of everything. He seemed to revel in it, but certain could see his aura. It was complex, but far less black than one would have thought. But nevertheless, she was as wary of him as he of her. She thought the man's arrogance was stunning. She could feel Snape forcing himself to enter the store, and the only reason why he came was because he required a special ingredient for a potion he planned to prepare. Slug and Jigger's apothecary couldn't get what he required for a week. Alexander's store claimed to be able to get anything within 24 hours guaranteed. He of course had his doubts, but he lowered himself to test the store's claims. Celine was an Da Elvis Lord, royalty, of the House of Myron. She and her family were surrounded by arrogant nobles and officials. Snape's attitude meant nothing to her. Instead of meeting him with equal disdain, something he expected in return, she responded with gentleness without appearing weak. It had thrown him off balance for a moment. She was an aura empath and she read him like a book. She was respectful but didn't coddle him as he all but demanded a specialty order. He honestly didn't expect to get the iris of a 2-month-old Hydrocinus Goliath packed in immature mandrake oil. Smiling, she made him pay up front and escorted him out of the store. From his fluctuating aura, she knew that aggravated him because she knew he was interested in the everything you could ever possibly want for magical potions and ingredients catalog, and she kicked him out before he could glance at it in detail. Male egos were such a fragile thing and so easily to manipulate. The next day he had his iris packed in mandrake oil. He almost snatched the package from her, but not quite, and inspected the contents. Satisfied, he nodded and left without a word. A month later, he returned and met Alexander and asked to browse the catalog. When Serene found out, she laughed the night away. Snape returned a few more times and was almost civil, to her non-surprise. Following Dumbledore, Alexander and Serene were ushered to their seats. They didn't get far. Professor Sybil Trelawney, watching them closely, abruptly froze while staring at the two of them in a state of shock. In turn, Alexander stared back as his magic flared within him. The spindly woman's mouth was opened. Alex's first thought was that poor woman needed a much better pair of glasses rather than the binoculars she was currently wearing. If she had vision difficulties that their magical medicines couldn't correct, then maybe he could do something about it. The Vishanti had replaced his gouged-out eye, and he had the same magics. His instructors had a thing for eyes. Sybil's mind was not aware of his thoughts. In fact, she wasn't aware that he was staring at her at all. The power of the seers was in her blood and it now sang to her. She was the great-great-granddaughter of Cassandra Trelawney, a renowned seer of great power, and if Sybil's ability was less focused, her gift was just as strong. The one who sees, the Slayer's consort, savior of his world, defender against the mouth of hell. A white knight of the Vishanti. The elven princess, the inheritor of the kingdom, mystic warrior now second to none. The white queen of the Karastanbiza Myron. The unrelenting Umar's bane. Masters of the arts are they, not yet supreme but soon to be. Two chosen of many. Theirs is the power this world knows not. Restoration is their purpose. Resistance is their mantle. The first of restorers of this world. The Dark Lord knows not what he does, and the world will suffer for it. Deals will be made, wars will follow. That which was stolen will be returned to our sorrow and to our glory. The boy who lived, the prophecy fulfilled. New is his calling, the snake follows his lead. Darkness will fear them. A prince of demons will seduce the fool and bind his spirit to the woe of this world. The fool allows him entry for power he knows not. Heed the tide to wars and war. Open your minds. Heed the tidings of war against the dark. Sybil gotten as far as the Slayer's consort, before Alexander discreetly generated a silencing spell. Only he and Serene heard her words. To the others, they only saw the professor mouthing words. Many of her students and peers assumed she was spouting nonsense. However, there was one who thought differently. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled brightly as he tried to hear her pronouncement, but to no avail. He immediately recognized the signs of a silencing spell but was unable to counter it as the spell was different from any he'd seen before. The mage would have had to actively counter it with the Elder Wand, but that would have drawn too much attention to himself and thus to Sybil. It was too late now, and he silently berated himself. A simple lip-reading spell placed on himself would have done just as well if not better. He'd be better prepared next time. Her words, however, had to be important and he needed to know what she said and resolved to speak to the two Americans about it later. Professor Trelawney came out of her trance moments later, completely unaware of what she had prophesied. Serene decided to speak to her later in private. If she was amenable to it, Serene would teach her how to develop some control of her ability and at the least, be able to remember her words without zoning out. Xander was staring at the woman with his traditional bland, almost goofy smile. Serene wasn't fooled one bit. The prophecy breaker had just gotten pulled into another prophecy and he wasn't happy. Oh. Casting a discreet, wandless spell with her fingers, she established a mental connection with her male counterpart. Stop it, she growled. Stop what? He responded mentally. I haven't done anything. I know you. Stop being mean to her. It isn't her fault. Harry Potter has just become a part of our lives, deal with it. I am not being mean to her, he mentally protested. You're the last person who should be critiquing her style of dress. These people have their own culture. And don't try to deflect. You heard it as well as I did. I've been around too many women, too much of my time. I hate seeing her looking so frumpy when there's no need for it. She's so 19th century. All of them, they're not even trying. Why should they? Their own government isn't about to change the way things are. That's our job and it will take time, if at all. We need to focus on our own projects. The word's been sung. We deal with it and the boy and the snake, whoever that is. Why you're right. Change, in small steps. Small steps. She smiled openly at him. And you have had too many women friends. You're thinking too much like us. Leave the woman alone or help her. She's actually somewhat cute in her own way. Point taken. I won't accuse others if I'm doing the same things. You know I hate prophecies. We weren't supposed to get involved with their little dispute yet, but this prophecy, he tried not to grit his teeth. So, I'm fated to break another prophecy? My lot in life sucks. If we can complete our business, then we won't have to get involved with theirs. Alex almost laughed at her. Serene. Do you have a bridge to sell me? Let's go take a look at the classrooms after breakfast. Are you okay? Asked a concerned Dumbledore. Alex succeeded in not smiling at the clearly frustrated headmaster. Everything is okay, answered Alex. Dumbledore smiled back in false humor. He hated not knowing. Chapter 9. A bit of record-keeping here. Ordinary guy. I can't believe it's been 17 years. Congrats, and I still remember the email I sent just as you two married. I am glad that she is doing better. Both of you have gone through a lot and I wish you the very best. Now, to business. In this story, you've noticed that Harry is not one of the main characters as of yet. Xander and Serene have been in magical Britain for a few years, establishing their identities, and dealing with minor crap that has slowly increased, etc. So far everything that has happened to Harry has happened. Right now, we are at the beginning of the Triwizard tournament. Starting with this chapter things are about to change. You haven't missed anything. Now of course the reactionaries are going to have a fit once they see what's happening and realize the threat of this Muggle studies class. The Ministry won't like it, but this is bait for something much more sinister. The Death Eaters aren't the only threats. There are those in the Ministry who are perfect recruits. Dumbledore is not bad in this FIC. He is his usual self but will have a few moments of clarity slapping him in the face in the near future. Meanwhile, the Magicals are about to experience a shock that will turn their world upside down as their kids start talking about that Muggle studies. I mean no mage studies class and the two Americans. Lady in Pink, beware the Harris, had Tayo make a name correction. How I got Ivanova instead of Minerva, wrong story. Sorry about that. Master Xander Chapter 9. Albus Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he began introductions of the staff. Many of his colleagues knew the two Americans and had visited their store. But formalities must always be observed, he announced while smiling broadly. Allow me to officially introduce you to the staff of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I'll start with Madame Poppy Pomfrey, Chief Magical Healer of the Medical Wing. She is responsible for the care and treatment of our students here at Hogwarts. I believe you've met before? Yes, we have, the healer said as she smiled graciously at the two new professors. It is good to see you again and I bid you welcome. She nodded her head in respect and excitement. With them being here, especially the Dellen woman, she could finally have some quality time to discuss some of the unusually healing arts that the American possessed. There were several unique healing spells that didn't require the usual potions Pomfrey knew of. She was most interested. And of course, you've met Madame Sprout, our plant specialists and local biology instructor. It is good to see you outside of the store, professors. She was also smiling. In fact, she was very excited having them as additions to the school. Those West African mandrake seeds are most delightful. I've been studying them carefully, and although they are very similar to the plants I'm used to working with, these have some very unique properties which I find utterly fascinating. I am considering writing a paper on these plants. I wonder if it's possible that you could order me a few more seeds? Of course, Professor, Alexander responded as he nodded his head at her. In fact, I have access to a few mandrake species which you probably never seen before or believed to be extinct, like the Samoan brown leaf screamer. The woman looked at him in surprise. How are you finding these plants? she asked. Some of the best herpetologists I know didn't. Believe me when I told of the seeds you've given me access to. They were astonished when I showed them. Alex X smiled. My procurers are very good at tracking down things that I request. Which was absolutely true, even if the items were located in other dimensions. There was no need to tell her that, though. Serene took a moment to interrupt. He smiled back. Expect a lot more business in the near future, Mr. Harris. Professor Dellin took a moment to interrupt. I had the precautions you will need to know to safely grow this particular species of plant typed for you. You will want to read about before you plant the seeds. They're very fussy. I also have some detailed information on those particular plants which may come in very useful. Their characteristics are little more expressive than the mandrakes that you're used to. Indeed, she answered, as her eyes looked, I'll keep that in mind. So many varieties, I'm looking forward to seeing what you have available. Mandrake plants were so useful, yet so potentially. Dumbledore reminded himself to speak to the professor to make sure to keep the plants secluded and maintain all precautions until she had a solid handle on those exotic and deadly plants. He wanted his students and his professor to be safe. Dumbledore smiled at the positive response the two newcomers were receiving from the staff. And this is Minerva McGonagall, our transfiguration teacher and head of the House of Gryffindor. The stern-looking woman nodded politely to the both of them. Alexander had to smile at the woman. She was the very personification of what a teacher of children should look like, minus the robes and weird hat. I've heard so much about the Americans from some of our students that I feel that I almost know you. The Weasley twins are very enamored with you. She frowned slightly as she looked at the two new professors. I'm not sure if that's a good recommendation or bad one. The headmaster cleared his throat. Well, this is Professor Severus Snape, whom you also know. Mr. Harris, Miss Dellin. Professor, said both of them at the same time. Those were his only words. Snape stared sullenly at the two people. Then he looked away, ignoring them. The other professors seated at the table hid their smiles. That was one of the warmest greetings they'd seen from him. But Serene merely glanced at him. The woman wasn't having it. I trust that you found the latest delivery satisfactory? She asked. In response, the potion's master raised one of his eyebrows and glared at her indifferently. It is acceptable, he managed to grumble out. She merely smiled at him and raised one of her own, surprising him. She alone noticed he didn't seem as hostile as his demeanor implied. After Dumbledore finished his introductions to the others seated, he raised his wand, and a globe slightly. His voice was magnified throughout the great hallway. Everyone stopped and looked at him, including the numerous ghosts and the figures in the paintings on the walls. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow professors, students and ghosts of Hogwarts. I present to you our two newest professors of No Mage Studies, Professor Alexander Harris and Professor Serene Dellin. There was a thunderous applause that was heard throughout the school. That is just the first of many surprises coming to our schools this year. I will have a very special announcement that will affect the entirety of the school. I expect every student to be present at that momentous occasion. I expect you all to be on your very best behavior. I will give you more details. But for now, let the celebration continue. He raised his wand and a magnificent display of fireworks erupted throughout the great hall's ceiling. The children again erupted in applause. Xander couldn't help the somewhat goofy look that appeared on his face at their response. These kids were so proud about their school, and it made him wish that good old Sunnydale High could have had a tenth of that school spirit. Of course, the school spirit might have eaten them. A couple of hours later, both of the professors of No Mage Studies were sitting in the classroom where they would teach many of the second, third, and fourth-year students about the intricacies and complexities about the lives of no mages and how they got along in the world. The classroom itself was a typical room found in any normal run-of-the-mill castle. There were seats and desks for about 25 students. Magical candles gave light to the rather gloomy room. There were ink bottles and extra quills lying around. The blackboard, although magical along with the chalk, looked typical for a school. No windows, of course. By the Vishanti's crusty old eyeballs, this is the most depressing, unimaginative classroom I've ever seen. Don't let that know-it-all hear you say that again. You know how he hates that phrase. He hated Twinkies, too, but he got used to them, Alex smirked. And I know he's started eating them regularly. I also know he's pilfering them from other dimensions because they aren't available in mine anymore. Yes, they are, admonished Serene. but they're rare and hard to find. Your funeral. You know how they are. True. Alex looked at his counterpart. You know that they had a ghost from God knows what century, teaching this class. She nodded. This room is a subliminal testament to the summation of their ideas of what normal non-magical life is like, he said, shaking his head. I have some ideas. As do I, Serene commented. This color, for example, simply will not do. I'm thinking peach. Let's go for it. I'll start with the lightning and electrical transmitting wards when you're done. Serene Dellin, a master of the mystic arts, spread her fingers and gathered power. She began her incantations slowly in her native language. Power began to spread and the room expanded to 3 times its size. The dark green paint on the walls changed to a bright color peach. Several illusional windows appeared along the sides of walls, giving the impression that they weren't deep in the castle lower levels. Those windows were connected to the real windows located in the castle, giving a real-time visual of what was happening outside of the school. The dull floors changed into beautiful wood oak planks. 5 minutes later, she stopped her incantations and lowered her arms. Her cape surrounded her like a protected blanket. Your turn. Alexander Lavelle Harris, a master of the mystic arts, began his own incantations. His hands and fingers weaved in intricate movement as power left him and filled the room with a multitude of colored lights, an indication of the power being used through him. Wards appeared on the walls, allowing access to electricity from his home, bypassing the ancient wards in place at Hogwarts. 12 sets of electrical sockets materialized along the lower sections of the walls. Overhead lighting appeared from beautiful crystalline chandeliers of gold and silver. 3 of them were sufficient to light the entire room. Light switches appeared on the walls. His carpenter's critical eyes made a couple of alterations as the wards and systems set in place. While he was doing that, Serene took from her dimensional briefcase 2 55-inch ultra-high-resolution televisions and floated them to the front of the room. Alexander opened his own briefcase and pulled out several computers, a host of tablets, state-of-the-art digital and audio players and recorders, and magically placed them strategically around the room and on the desks. I love dimensionally transcendental physics and magic. The things you can store in your pockets these days, he said. This technique was known to the local wand users, but his power source came from outside and not inside the magical core. Using outside energies allowed for more efficient use of the technique. It made transfiguration easier, as well. Serene, meanwhile, carefully checked to make sure that the magically transmitted electrical power was being channeled properly. The televisions, handheld tablets and computers were not from this earth. Alex and Serene brought them from more than 30 years in the future of another world. Those electrically powered instruments were modified to work in magical Britain and against the wards put up by the Ministry to cripple so-called Muggle devices from operating. The wards placed on them didn't counter the wards as much as bypassed them. The anti-lightning protection spells performed to protect from lightning strikes had the added effect of countering electrical devices from operating. Those in the Ministry realized the problem, and instead of modifying the wards and spells, they added to the problem to further separate the no-mages from the magical community. Those devices wouldn't work, giving further credence to the Ministry's claims that no-mags and magicals were incompatible, further separating the two societies. Magic-infused light bulbs not only guaranteed to work TS but also eco-friendly, smirked Alexander. The desks were modernized, each with their own computer access inputs and ports. There was a book placed on the desks, Typing for Wizards. It laid out a basic but intensive 1-week course for basic typing and tablet use. Plus, there were updated Webster's dictionaries which were going to be put to very good use. There were ink pens and pencils and notebook paper for each student located on each desk. Parchment was not going to be used in this class if Alex could help it. Naturally, this wasn't going to go over well with the reactionaries, but by the time they realized what was happening, it would be too late and the young ones contaminated with no-mag knowledge. Alex loved the fact that the parents appreciated the savings that they were getting since they didn't have to pay for the extra books being used in the class. Books were expensive and most of the parents weren't rich. Saving small amounts of needed money here and there was a blessing to a lot of them. To the right and front of the classroom, there a large globe of the planet Earth off on a side desk. In the back of the room there were advanced video recording devices as well as video and audio players which dotted the room. Those were things that students from the no-mag would almost recognize, but that the magical community would not know about and not understand. Alex turned to Serene and looked her dead in her eyes. He began breathing ominously. My plans for mass contamination is now complete, Xander said as the magical influence in the room dissipated. They're the students, but I am the master, he announced to the room as he wiggled his eyebrows at Serene. Serene just looked back at him. You are so weird sometimes, she muttered, not understanding the cultural reference unique to his Earth. Let's start. As you wish, my dear, he responded in a very low voice as he continued the strange breathing for a few moments. Both of them stood up, their capes fluttered in a non-existent wind. And each of them lifted a few feet above the floor. All traces of amusement disappeared as they began to call on dimensional energies derived from beings most people could barely conceive of. Otherworldly filled the room as each weaved their spells, creating a barrier and sanctuary within the room. Their power blended with the natural magics of Hogwarts, creating a place not unlike the Room of Requirement. However, this room could be used as a portal and conduit to other places, other dimensions. Protective barriers sprung into place, invisible to wizards unless called upon by the two masters. This room had become a fortress within a fortress. In his office, Dumbledore felt a tingling of power, but the next instant, it was gone. He dismissed it, knowing, and rightly so, that the two new professors had asked to make a couple of changes to the Muggle, no Mag Studies classroom. He would look into it later to see what they had done, mostly minor changes he assumed. If something serious or dangerous was occurring, then the castle would have notified him, especially since he had advanced extra precautions. The other schools were coming soon for an extended stay and he needed to make sure nothing went wrong. Unnoticed by him, his perched phoenix cocked his head in curiosity. The next morning, first day of the class. Both teachers were standing at the front on either side of the main desk, smiling at the shocked students who were slowly filing into the strange classroom. The students who lived in the non-magical world had some ideas of what they were seeing, but even they were lost as they examined the strange computers and strange thin rectangular boxes with glass covers. When a curious student asked what those things were, Professor Harris said that they were microcomputers called tablets. That answer didn't help much and left more questions for the student to ponder. The absolutely huge televisions, if that was what they were placed prominent at the front of the classroom, dominating everything else in the room. There was no way that a television could be that huge and so impossibly thin. TVs were large, bulky things, not thin like this. Quickly, the students claimed desks for themselves. Many pure blood had never seen light bulbs before this close-up. Some of the students who had visited Alexander's shop at Diagon Alley had seen them, so they had an idea what they actually were since they had asked when they had visited the store. However, most of the purebred students hadn't come to the store, so this was the first time seeing electric lights and they stared at them in amazement. Hermione Granger looked around the classroom in awe and frustration. She sat down in a daze and stared at Harry Potter, who took a seat next to her. He was also shocked and confused by what he was seeing. This isn't right, the bushy-haired girl said hostilely. None of this should be working. How can we have a class with things that won't work? It will be most distracting. Harry and Ron looked unsure. Some of this looks familiar. I've seen these at their store. Maybe they are props to show us what they look like. If they are real, then they're no doubt magical, she answered. Yes, I think that's a magical TV, most likely from the American Magical Society. I've heard that they like inventing things. These devices must be magical. But what are they? Whispered Ron. Some of the unknown things he'd seen at Mr. Harris' store, but the rest were completely alien. It was a fact that some of the things he was looking at were mentioned by his father and mother when they visited Professor Alexander's home, but he never really paid attention, plus he was in school and that occupied his attention and time. The looks of wonder continued as the students continued to file into the room for their first day in class for No Mage Studies. The Slytherin students appeared to be the most suspicious and cautious, taking their places in back of the classroom as if some of them were prepared to make a fast getaway if the need arose. The other students of the various houses didn't seem as uncomfortable of the strange Americans as were some of the Slytherins. Others stared at the strange room with wide and calculating eyes. Those aren't normal computers, Hermione grumbled in confusion and fascination. My father had one in his dental office. His associates pooled together and bought one. It's called an IBM 386 business computer. It has Windows 3.1, 4 megabytes of memory, a 20 megabyte hard drive, a 12-inch color screen with 516 colors and Microsoft Office 92. She stopped at the looks of total confusion shown her by her friends. "Trust me," she said. "It was a powerful thinking machine. It costed my father's group 13,000 American dollars and it was on sale. Oh. And they also bought a high-quality dot matrix printer," she added. "But these computers here and the screen. Our professors must be truly rich if they could afford these computers. The screen must be at least 23 inches. Probably color, too," she added. "They have to be magical." "But what do they do?" asked Ron. And Harry listened closely because he also wanted to know. "Lots of things," she whispered. "Look, it even has a glowing mouse." "That's a mouse?" asked Ron. "Is it alive?" "It's not that kind of mouse, Ron," she growled. "It is a mechanical mouse." "Doesn't look like one," Harry muttered. "And you're right, Hermione. Those telly, if that's what they are, really look strange, not like the one my uncle's has." Herm huffed. "They are magical. It is beyond impossible for non-magical people to make something like that. It's thinner than 4 of my father's business cards stacked together." "What's LG8K mean?" asked Ron. "Obviously, it's the name of the American magical company that made it." "Oh Ron, use your brain sometimes." Ron shook his head. "I bet my father knows all about this stuff," he said, not knowing how right he was. Alexander Harris and Serene Dellon, professors of No-Mag studies, introduced themselves to those who had yet to officially meet with them. "Come to the first day of the No-Mag studies class. My name is Professor Alexander Harris. And my name is Professor Serene Dellon, and together we will introduce you to the fascinating world of No-Mag people that live across this planet. The purpose of this class will give you a feel of what it is like to exist in the No-Mag world. Magic is a wonderful thing. It allows us to do just about anything that we can imagine. But what happens if we don't have it? What happens if we lose it? What happens to our lives if we never had it in the first place?" This class will explore not only what it is like to live in a non-magical world but what it means to not have magic in the first place, Alex continued. "But before you can even do that, you need to understand non-magical people. Who are they? What do they want? How do they feel? Are they so different that we can never understand them? Why is it that they don't have magic and wizards and witches do? What are they to us and what are we to them? What would we do if we lost our magic and was forced to live in the no-mage world? Commit suicide," someone muttered in the back of the class. There was some snickering at that, but most of the class was too afraid of saying something. Part of this was because of the rumors about weapons-happy colonials and their need for violence if you didn't agree with them. Alexander continued. "The obvious truth is that the far majority of the people on this world have no magical abilities. They can't create spells, they can't apparate, they can't use Patronus as a way of communication. They are unable to create potions such as polyjuice. They can't get on a broom and fly away. They most certainly can't use wands. So, what can they do? Nothing but walk around, sleep and eat," laughed Theodore, not one as Slytherin students. Several of the other students also laughed at the comment. "Without magic, how can they do anything?" Alexander folded his arms and smiled. "People who agree with his comments, please raise your hands, and don't worry, your opinions are not being held against you in class, so speak freely." About half the students in the class raised their hands. It looked as if another third wanted to raise theirs. "Students, I have a question that I want you to answer, but not right away," said Professor Dellon. "Life, no matter where it is or in what form, finds a way. Therefore, since magic is a part of life, does this mean that magic is present in everything, including non-magicals?" Hermione raised her hand. "Didn't you hear what Professor Dellon said?" snapped Professor Harris. "Do not answer now." Granger's hand quickly lowered. It was somewhat amusing at how quickly she was cowed, but nobody was laughing. Draco gulped as he felt the power of that command. Alexander smiled inwardly. "She's so much like Willow. TBC. Now I can finally start working on WWETB for a while. Peace and tranquility, people." Chapter 10 Master Xander Chapter 10 Professor Harris, wand in hand, touched the center of the desk with it. There was a soft glow at the wand's tip, characteristic of magic flowing through it, and the desk's color changed from a dark brown to a lighter, almost cream color. It was a simple charm, one that any of the young students were capable of. Naturally, the students were unimpressed, but it did confirm that the professor could use a wand properly, even though the way he performed his wand movements seemed somewhat erratic when compared to the way most people usually performed magic with wands. There was some question about his magical competence, as many of the students that had visited his store never really actually saw him using his wand. There was a rumor that the professor was barely magical, and was closer to a squib actually than anything else. That and other rumors were pushed by the Daily Prophet in a series of articles written by the reporter Rita Skeeter. The articles from their ace reporter were particularly vicious. Her series of articles about the 6 Americans and their unfair competition practiced against the innocent stores and shop owners of Diagon Alley, suffering the degradation of those American immigrants who were taking jobs away from the upright citizens of magical Britain, was yellow journalism of the lowest sort. This small burst of magic helped dispel the rumors circulating, though some of the houses. Okay, we don't deny that the ability to use magic makes life easier. It gives us a sense of power. Magic is power. It is something that certain people are born with. It is an ability that helps in the survival in the human race. Now, having said that, I want you to think about this, he continued, looking at a somewhat confused group of children. Is magic a survival trait? A show of hands please, if you agree to this. Most of the students raised their hands. Alex nodded to the class. Does the ability to use magic make us stronger or superior to the non-magical people that live on Earth? Agree or disagree? This time, almost all of the students raised their hands. Okay, then why is it that the magical community is so afraid of people who have no magical power? Daphne Greengrass quickly raised her hand. Alex nodded and the girl stood up. To his amusement, he saw Hermione's look of disappointment at not being able to answer the question. The magical community is very powerful, we can all agree to that, she said succinctly, but the Muggles. No mages or non-magicals are the names for them used in this class, Professor Dillon corrected, having a clear note of disapproval and the merest touch of menace that the young pupil immediately sensed. If we are going to study about them, then we should use the appropriate terms to identify them. Miss Greengrass gave a barely perceptible nod and continued without missing a beat. No mages breed too quickly and their populations have exploded. Much like the Weasley clan, snickered Draco. Several of the students laughed. Class, said Professor Dillon. We don't usually give or take point arbitrarily. We do, however, give out lots and lots of homework for the week to students who disappoint us. Am I clear? Draco felt the world on his shoulders and it was pressing down on him hard. Yes, Professor, understood. Ron couldn't help smiling somewhat hysterically. Please continue, Miss Greengrass. They fear us and our power. That is why we keep our communities secret from the no-mages. If they found out about us in our communities, then they will burn us all at the stake or torture us too. Try to gain our power. A quick point and something to think about, students, interrupted Professor Harris. If the statute of secrecy is so effective, then non-magical people should not know anything about magic in the first place. But they do, so what does this imply? Serene looked at her and continued to make her point. So, you're saying that our magic is superior to anything the non-magical community can strike at us with? Again, Daphne nodded. But we would lose to them because they have the numbers. But our community is strong and if we come together, we can do anything we want. So, it seems to me that there's something wrong. With all of our abilities, with all of our magic, we would still be defeated in a war. Is that what you're saying? Yes, said Daphne. She was somewhat less certain now. It felt as if she were walking into a trap, but she couldn't see it. We all know the histories. Witches and wizards interacting with no mages has always resulted in disaster. When they discover the truth about us and our magic, they become jealous and afraid. Then the inevitable happens. We are burned us at the stake or they use some other way to kill us. It's a well-known historical fact. When was the last time a witch or wizard was burned at the stake? Asked Professor Harris. Surprisingly to Harry and the majority of the class, Draco Malfoy raised his hand. The professors acknowledged his existence and he half sneered, just recently. It happens all the time. When those people see witches and wizards performing magic, they attack us. That is why we separate, otherwise it would lead to war, he finished. A moment later, he added, we would win such a war, of course. The boy reminded Harris of a certain bleached vampire, but this young man's hair was naturally blonde. Do you know of any concrete evidence of witch burning that has happened recently? No, But I'm sure that it has happened possibly as late as last week, defended a confident and defiant Draco. Interesting, Professor Harris responded. If that's true, then either the normal people are stronger than we believe, or the magical folk are a lot weaker, or that the statute is not doing its job and magical people are not adhering to it. There should be records of those incidents in the news, Draco added. My father mentions these incidents all of the time. Good, good, Professor Dillon said. That will be your assignment, Mr. Malfoy, the young man proudly answered. Mr. Malfoy, smiled the professor. The way she said it was some dazzling that it took some of the sting out of the fact that he was stuck with an assignment he hadn't really anticipated. He was positive that somehow, he'd been tricked into this assignment. He was irritated but had to admit it was very Slytherin of her. That implies that the statute of secrecy may not be being adhered to as much as it should be, Alex said while looking at the class in general. Assuming that what Mr. Malfoy is saying is true, then this is one of the primary reasons why we keep ourselves separated from them, Alexander continued. So, in conclusion, the stature exists for our safety. Does anyone agree with that comment? Everyone's hands raised, but there was an uncertainty now. The seeds were planted and were planted deep. Professor Harris turned to another student. Miss Granger, it is good to see you again. I have a question for you. Since you are one of the students who lives in the no-mage culture, what is your opinion about living among them? Is it good, bad, or something else? Are you indifferent? Does it excite you? Does it bother you? Do you fear living in the no-mage world? Please explain. Hermione looked like a deer caught in the headlights of a car. She was a magical born to non-magical parents, and until she discovered that she did have magical powers she was quite content. Now, she was caught between two worlds, desperately trying to fit in a world that in many cases treated her with disdain because of her heritage. Many people were prejudiced against her because her parents weren't magical, while many other people quietly considered her a stain of community because of it. She was well aware that she and others like her were called names behind their backs, and unless they were exceptional, their futures weren't bright inside of the British magical community. At her tender age, this was very disheartening, and it forced her to work even harder to be accepted in the short and long terms. Being called mudblood and other even more despicable names truly hurt, but she ignored those comments as best she could, determined to prove herself and not to allow these people to tear her down. Still, talking to her fellow students and friends about life in the non-magical world was difficult. Many just didn't understand. Before I knew I had magic, everything was fine. I did everything that normal people did. I was unaware of how the magical community lived until I came to Hogwarts. To me, life was normal. Professor Dillon interrupted her before she could continue. So now that you've been exposed to magic, are you afraid of the no-mage people that are your friends and family? Only my parents know about magic. We've kept the secret from everyone else as stated by law. The young girl's eyes were scrunched up in thought. I'm not afraid of them at all. But I have to be careful around them because of the statute of secrecy. They needn't know about magic because it would endanger both them and us. Ah, now you've said something interesting, said Professor Harris. They're a danger to us, but we are also a danger to them. Is that what you're saying? I am saying that we need to maintain our secrets to keep both sides from being endangered. There are too many of them and not enough of us. It was the them versus us mentality that Harris wanted the Tayo realize. He wanted them to understand what de Truttley meant. Further, the word normal was a word that everyone was trying to avoid, and he resolved to beat that word to death in his students. They had no idea what normal was when it came to humanity as a whole. Harris began pacing the room while Serene sat on the desk and crossed her legs, unconsciously pulling every young male eye towards her direction. That is what I want to discuss today, Harris told them. It's about them or it's about us. That's how we define and separate us one from another. They're different, therefore they can't be trusted. They will kill us if they find out, so we have to obliviate them whenever they experience any hint of magic. I propose that way of thinking is a recipe for disaster. He paused for a moment as he stared at the defiant looks being directed at him. The class. Well, he whispered. Let me tell you a secret. Serene continued without missing a beat. In America, where we were trained, it was proven to us that magic exists everywhere. It's in the smallest to the largest of things. She wanted to use viruses and bacteria as examples, but then she would have to explain what those were, and that would distract from her point. Most of the children here had no idea of the basic of known of biology, so she kept it as basic as possible. It is only a matter of degree how much magic is present, if it can be used and how it is expressed. What this means is that there is really no such thing as non-magical people or things. Everything has magic. And everything, and everybody in their own way uses it or it dies. And each person, animal, or thing has a unique way of using it. Some can access it directly, such as wizards, witches and magical animals, and manipulate magical energy in almost all of its forms. This type of manipulation can be used to animate and infuse objects, creating magical artifacts limited to only the imagination and the amount of power and intent available to the manipulator. Did you know that the magic in the air can be used by some people who are able to gather and use it in the same ways as witches and wizards can use their inner cores? That's impossible, Ron Weasley yelled out while a stunned Draco looked at him, shocked as he was in agreement with a Weasley. They have to have a core that is able to use magic in the first place. Everyone knows that. He is right, Professor, Harry added, feeling wonderful at the ability to jump into a conversation in a class without being openly rebuked. You just told us that everyone has a core, but only some can use magic, like wizards and witches. Those cores can't be magical, not as we understand it. Mr. Weasley is partially correct. Both of you are, Harris told them. Think about this. Every living human on Earth has a magical core. It can be active, such as in witches and wizards, or it can be inactive. The inactive cores in people, for example, cannot access magic like a witch or wizard. Or, can they? A so-called squib cannot use magic. Not because they don't have a core, but that the core is unable to access the needed requirements to manipulate magic. But is it really inactive, or is not being used for the manipulation of magical energy? What if those cores could be changed? Would they become magical, or would those cores express themselves in another form? And as I said, some people who have inactive cores, can use magic just as effectively as the magical community. Professor, Hermione said as she raised her hand, all but demanding to be heard, if what you have told us is correct, then magical cores must be active so that a person or magical creature can use magic. It is impossible for those who have no active cores to use magic. Active cores allow magic to be used. But those beings that don't have active cores who use magic use someside their cores, and it works. In some cases it is called mutation. That is a concept we will discuss later. In fact, I might consider giving a class on magical core and the science of genetics called the science of magical inheritance, which is a lot more complicated than you might think. The question we should be asking is, what really defines a magical core, and how many variations there are of said cores? Professor Dellon smiled. Did you know that a few squibs have full access to magic, even though tests would confirm that they are squibs and they don't even know it? It is very possible that some pure bloods might be families of magically stable squibs. She smiled at the stunned looks of absolute disbelief of the students glaring at her. Everyone is focused on whether a person has magic or not in magical families. Logically, there is the assumption that they must have active cores. It is a well-known belief that pureblood magical families have pure magical children. But there is a lot more to this than simple inheritance. There are a lot of factors that allows one to have magic, otherwise squibs would not be born into pureblood families. There was a collective gasp heard throughout the classroom. But as Professor Harris said, we will get into that later. This class will focus on the non-magical people of the world. They do not have magic, but they have compensated for this lack. Instead of magic they have science, and the questions are, how do they live, what do they do, and how is it that they can survive without magic? What have they achieved, and what do we know about them that could affect our lives? Could we survive in a non-magical environment, and how much do they really know about magic despite the Secrecy Act? These are questions we will discuss in the coming weeks. For now, let us begin our study of non-magical objects you see in this room, what they are, how they work, and why non-magicals can't stand to live without them. This is my personal favorite, Alex began. It's my LG OLED C12 flat-screen television. What magical company made it? Asked Miss Granger. It's not an ordinary TV. It doesn't even have a picture tube. It's too thin to be a Muggle TV. It is a non-magical TV warded so that it can be used here at the school. Impossible, Hermione scoffed. Where I come from, this is the state of the art, smiling as he said it. Magic and science are not exclusive arts. Less scoffing and more thinking, Miss Granger. A hand raised. Yes, sir, Professor. Exactly what is a TV? Young man, I'm glad you asked that question. Thus, began the first week of the loudest, most rambunctious week in the history of Hogwarts. That week was like nothing ever seen at the school as students literally scrambled into their respective seats and waited for class to begin. Energetic wasn't the right word to describe the class, especially as Professor Harris had a gift for aggravating his students much to their delight and frustration. So, the Los Angeles National Guard, that's their city militia, had to go into the sewers and wipe out those giant ants before they could wipe out the city and spread across the world, finished Alex. It took every ounce of power Serene had to keep from rolling her eyes. As usual, it was Daphne who stood up ready to argue first, much to Hermione's irritation at being beaten yet again. You're not telling us the truth, she yelled. America doesn't have giant magical ants. I didn't say they were magical, her teacher responded. These ants were created as a byproduct of non-magical experimentation. Then there was the problem with the giant grasshopper, you would call them locusts, that attacked Midwest Illinois. The army couldn't stop them and they overran the city of Chicago. Again, that is in the United States of America. They were the size of buses or bigger. The army and scientists figured out how to attract them and they were able to drown them all in Lake Michigan. That was decades ago. It's interesting that locust corpses still wash up on 31st Street Beach occasionally. The city usually tries to dismiss them as driftwood from old ships that sank in the 1800s. Alexander whispered fondly. The good old days. Most of the students in the room looked appropriately horrified. Terry Boot of House Ravenclaw started mumbling. What a horrible country. How could anyone live in that wretched place? Scotland has giant spiders, they are called acromantulas, Professor, corrected one Cho Chong. She looked a little shy speaking up. In this class, it was almost expected. That's what I said, the professor deadpanned. Giant spiders, centaurs and other magical creatures, Professor Harris said. Why can't America have radioactive, non-magical creatures? You have magical mandrake plants. America had alien plants like the thing from another world. That was a super vegetable that looked like a large human. It came here in a spaceship to get to Earth and found itself in the Arctic near a small American military exploration outpost. It was accidentally unthawed and went on a rampage because it needed blood for its progeny it had stored in seed pods located in its forearms. Let me guess, said a very sarcastic Susanna Hesleden. The American military killed it before it could create an army of killer plants. Of course, smiled Alex. Merlin. The American army are busy blokes, Neville Longbottom exclaimed. But couldn't they had explained to the plant that what it was trying to do was wrong? Mr. Longbottom looked so sincerely and heartbroken at the thought of an intelligent plant being destroyed by ruthless American soldiers that he almost felt sorry for him. There was a scientist that thought the same thing. He almost got everyone there on the outpost killed. He looked at Neville, who was looking distinctively uncomfortable under the scrutiny. The thing was about to beat everyone to death with a giant piece of wood so it could feed its new army on fresh blood. Mr. Longbottom, they were scheduled to be used as plant fertilizer. Would that have been better? Neville gulped. I guess not, sir. Then there was Audrey too. That was a telepathic man-eating plant that also needed fresh blood to thrive. As an adult, it ate people that its master fed to it. He sighed and continued the story. It's always about the blood, but I'll admit it had a magnificent singing voice. Notice, students, that none of these were magical plants but aliens from other worlds. None of these threats were even noticed by the magical community. Silence. If the non-magicals hadn't stopped it, do you possibly believe that those threats would have ignored the magical community? Would the magical communities have been able to stop them? Our protections would have stopped them, Malfoy said. Do you really believe that? Asked Professor Dillon. Can you imagine 3 to 4 million ants half the size of railroad cars swarming over Scotland and not notice Hogwarts or Hogsmeade? Do you believe you would be safe? Again, there was silence. Most of the girls in the classroom looked pale and the boys didn't look any better. Professor Harris tapped his wand on the desk, regaining everyone's attention. He smiled widely. Of course, I could be lying. I knew it, Susan yelled. Everything he said was a lie. Hermione jumped up, as did Harry and Ron. You can't call the professor a liar. Harris folded his arms, pleased that they would defend him. Well, she could be right. admitted Harris to a shocked and confused class. But Miss Bones, how would you know? He turned again to address the class. And that's the point. I could well be lying to you with every word I say, or I could be telling you the absolute truth. But how would you know? Non-magicals went to the moon 30+ years ago, but you had no idea, or you didn't believe it. My students, I will tell you many things about no mages, and I could be lying. However, it is up to you to prove or disprove it. I just told you that mankind went to the moon. You are the ones to prove that I am lying or telling the truth. How? Asked Neville. He Wanofasor would openly admit to lying. It's a technique called study and research. In this class, it would be wise of you all not to take my word for anything. In this class, you will have to study your little hearts out to prove me right or to prove me wrong. There will be a lot of things that we will learn about. Some of these observations will be unbelievable but true. Others will seem absolutely true but are false. You need to know what is true and what isn't. Don't take my word for it in this classroom. But make no mistake, he said softly. There was a dangerous glint in his eyes. Outside this classroom, I will tell you the truth, and I expect you to do the same. In real life, and I don't mean this place, he said as he stretched his arms to encompass the school. Your word is your reputation. Tell the truth and always verify. It will keep you safe, he finished, as he glanced at Hermione for a quick instant. Professor, asked an anxious Harry Potter, were the things you spoke of about the giant ants and locust true? Professor looked as serious as he'd ever been. Research time, Mr. Potter. Everybody, that's your assignment. Mr. Malfoy, you are excused from this assignment as you have one of your own you are still working on. Everyone else, is the American Army constantly saving the Earth from giant bugs, speaking of which? He glanced over at Serene, who nodded. She had noticed it as well. The tip of her wand brightened a dark blue as power surged within it. The room's wards locked down, effectively trapping everyone and everything inside. Alex tapped his wand on the desk and a strange object appeared on the desktop. This everyone is a no-mage product. It is a spay can containing a chemical affectionately called Raid Ant and Roach Killer. It kills bugs dead. Then he added, not the giant ones you're going to research. Those need anti-tank rounds. But for little things, it works just fine. Allow me to demonstrate. He grabbed the can and headed towards the back of the classroom as he explained what he was about to do. I saw a flying roach in the back of the room, and I will not tolerate those creatures in my room. Just a tiny spray will do it. Then he began laughing like a madman. Suddenly a large beetle began desperately flying around the room while Harris chased it, can in hand. The fleeing beetle made a mistake and turned the wrong way in its desperate attempts to flee. Squirt. It smells horrible, someone yelled as the oily chemical covered the frantically twitching beetle. Class dismissed for today. Conjuring a small glass cage, he placed the beetle inside. He looked at the poisoned creature squirming inside. I wonder how long it'll take to die. In response, the beetle's movement turned even more frantic. He quietly spoke to the insect inside of the transparent plastic box. Rita Animagus, I warned you, Skeeter. You didn't listen. So, listen now, Roach. You won't die, but for the next few days, you will wish you had. Don't worry. I'll keep you safe in this glass cage until you get better. I wouldn't try to change back if I were you. That's cruel, Granger snapped as she exited the class and saw the professor staring at his squirming, obviously in distress, captive beetle. Harris stopped her and she froze at Harris's intense glare. Weren't you listening in class, young lady? American have a thing about bugs. Editing and modifications, December 20th, 2019. Note. So far, there has been no Potter canon changes that have directly affected Harry's storyline as of yet. But all that will change as the next chapters show. We are at the beginning of the goblet. Things will take a subtle change of direction as enemies known and unknown begin to make their appearances. No Ron bashing as such, but certain habits will get him into a wee bit of trouble and his parents will not be pleased. Bye for now. MX11 Master Xander Chapter 11 Interlude. Rita Skeeter, ace reporter of the Daily Prophet, had never felt more miserable, frightened, and alone in her life than she did at this moment. She was trapped in her beetle form and didn't dare revert back to her human form unless she chose to commit suicide. The glass cube she was stuck in was barely large enough to contain her animagus form. And the few air holes which allowed her to breathe were too small to allow for her escape. The cube was her prison for the last few days, and the person she had come to loathe and fear continually glared at her through her prison. But that wasn't the worst of it. She felt horrible. That man had sprayed her with some type of poison, and whatever it was played havoc on her nervous system and had caused a form of respiratory distress which made her breathing erratic. Furthermore, every time she took a labored breath, she could smell and taste that vile, oily liquid, which made her want to gag, which she would have if she had anything on her stomach. Rita hadn't noticed the eyeball staring at her, but when she did, she tried to scream, something she couldn't do in her present form. Suddenly, her prison disappeared and instantly, she reverted to her human form. Coughing and hacking, Rita looked around and to her shock, she discovered that she was in her own apartment lying prone of the floor. The man had somehow gotten into her home. As a reporter, one that wasn't loved by everyone, the need for her to invest in a series of very expensive protective wards was a very sensible precaution. Oh, she felt perfectly safe, but the wards were there just in case. Those wards were specifically attuned to her, but they didn't feel as they should have. The wards felt somehow muted, as if they were being suppressed or maybe reflected. This wasn't right, and the feeling only served to increase her fear. Then, she saw him, the American, sitting in her favorite chair, just as casually as you pleased, as if he owned the place. He was smiling and there was nothing friendly about it. "Hello, Miss Skeeter." Her terror increased. "If you think that you will get away with this, you are very much Ms. Please," the man dismissed before she could finish. "Have some dignity, stand up," he ordered. "You look foolish sitting on your butt like that." Rita found herself standing up. She assumed that he had used magic on her to force her up like this. Rita swooned as her body was still adjusting to becoming human once again. She looked and felt a crumpled mess. Her glasses smeared by that oily spray, her hair a sticky mess, and her days-old makeup made her look like some crazed clown. And to make matters even worse, her wand was on the table too far for her to reach. All of those magical defense classes were effectively useless. She was in a terrible spot and she knew it. 2 years ago, when you came to visit my store with your snotty attitude, you were condescending to Serene and myself. Then you wrote several articles, trying to start controversy between me and my fellow store owners in Diagon Alley. Of course, you didn't stop and tried to get the purebloods to push us out. There was an instant when he glared at her and she could literally read what he was thinking. The look on his face was the same as someone who had stepped in something in the street. It didn't work. "The community had a right to know why you were here and not back in your country where you belonged," she countered, albeit weakly. "The people had a right to know what you were trying to hide, or what you were running from." Alex shook his head. "You make me wish Cordelia was here." Cordelia would given this woman a tongue lashing that would have burned his ears off. He could only dream. Shaking his head gently, he looked past her, deep in thought. Even after all of these years, her death still affected him. The vampire with his soul exacted suitable vengeance, though. He owed Angel for that one. "Who is she?" "Doesn't matter," he dismissed. "What does matter is this. I politely warned you to back off. I even submitted to an interview with you, which you twisted to your own views. That really pissed me off. If you want to know the truth, it pissed both of us off." He smilvered. "You should be thankful that I stopped Serene from sending you to a hell dimension for a few years." What was he talking about? Was that a threat on her life? She asked herself. "I'm a journalist," she coughed. "So, you say," Alex whispered in her ear. She hadn't realized that he was next to her until she felt his breath on her ear. "You know, if it wasn't for your ugly-looking hair, and your lousy taste in makeup, not to mention your cruddy taste in clothes, and your pathetically rotten to the core personality, you might be cute," he told her, much to her irritation and confusion. "Then there's that smell. That is not my fault. You sprayed me with that horrid stuff." It was a rare thing for her to be thrown off her game. However, this man was confusing her. Was this man attempting to make a pass at her after what he'd done? Well, she never expected something like that. Alex had confused her and he knew it. "Just to let you know that what I sprayed with is a poison. It kills roaches." "It's a beetle," Alexander shrugged, and he tapped his wand on his knee. "Beetle, roach, same difference. The reason you're not dead is that you're human imitating a bug. But I promise the next time you're sprayed will be the last time. Your beetle form will not survive. If you manage to turn back to human, then you will suffer the effects for the rest of your life. You'll never feel right again. You'll never be able to change again without dying. Your little feet will be sticking up in the air like a little dead roach. She gulped. You're lying. You wouldn't do that. It's murder. Alex rolled his eyes. I've watched you smear a lot, and I mean a lot of people in my 3 years here, and I saw the joy in your profile picture as you tore people apart. How many people have had their lives completely ruined because of your spite? How many people have died because of your smears? Do you even know, you bitter old cow? He snarled. Of course, I would. The man looked livid and Rita shrank from his gaze, which made her feel like a scared little child. You've gone at the Potter kid relentlessly. What did that little boy do to you? He asked. She didn't know what to say, not to this man. Rita felt that anything she had to say would just place her in more danger than she already was. Her instincts were screaming at her to keep her mouth shut. Wait, don't answer that, he growled, letting her off the hook for the moment. Answer this. How did you get by Hogwarts wards? That is privileged information, she answered before she could stop herself. The woman barely got the words out when her eyes started bulging outwards as a can of Raid ant and roach spray appeared next to Alex's wand on the table. He casually picked up the can and looked at her. Okay, your choice. No. He began carefully examining the can. He turned the spray nozzle in her direction. Good grief, I can't even pronounce some of the ingredients in this potion, but they all seem bad. Rita nearly fainted in terror. Miss Skeeter, I want you to understand that I am not your friend. You are an unregistered animagus, but you won't have to worry about that because you will never use it again if you value your life once I hit you with this spray a second time. Naturally, your human form will suffer physical agony for the rest of your life because of your alternative form. The taste and smell will remain with you until you die. No matter what you do, people will always notice the smell when you are around. No one will ever want to be around you. Ever. He waved his wand, and it glowed a bit as he sent a wave of magical energy which slammed into her. Don't worry, that's just insurance. You will never be able to tell anyone what happened to you. You cannot obliviate me, it's illegal to do that to a member of the press. Who said anything about obliviating you? He asked her. Tell me, how did you get into the school undetected? Don't lie, I will know and the consequences will be severe, he told her as he played with the spray nozzle once more. Rita hesitated, but only for a moment. It was someone in the ministry who showed me how to slip through the wards. Who? He demanded. She told him everything. Wise decision, Skeeter. He smiled at her and walked towards her apartment door. Thank you ever so much, he said mockingly. You're evil, she screamed. I'm not evil. I'm just bad, he smirked. And that's better than being a low-level gossiper, he retorted. Remember what I said. I am not your friend. Write your next articles carefully. With that, he stepped through her door, and to her surprise, she never saw he enter the hallway. He hadn't apparated as far as she could tell. What just happened? He was so intense. Her poisoning, being trapped in a cage, the threats, it was all too much for her. She grabbed her wand and held it close as she cried. Falling on her bed, she checked her now functioning wards and fell into a fitful sleep and unconsciously dreamed about a man who was so bad, he was good. An hour later, Xander sat in his chair in his apartment, going through everything Rita had told him. It wasn't much, but it was enough to confirm that he was being watched by not one but two elements in the ministry. The first he expected. It was the second that was most interesting and the one he'd have to watch. Years of preparation were now coming to fruition. The fourth class. We've had a couple of classes now, and Professor Harris. We have let you think about what we've talked about concerning magical cores. And I just want to touch on this a little more before we move on to more interesting things. What we've discussed so far will be on your first upcoming exam. I'll have a firm date on said exam at next class, Professor Dillon said, to the moans of the class. The reaction made her smile. The students were so typical. What was pleasant, however, was that those same students weren't exactly unhappy, either. They appeared to be anticipating this exam, preparing for the opportunity to test themselves on this new and very interesting subject. To sum up our discussion, I use the term life core as a general term for the cores that are found in every living creature. This term can include magical cores as defined by this class. The term magical core will be used to define any living creature that has the ability to access magic in any form. Are there any questions before we continue? None of the students raised objections. A few said that they understood the terms. Good, Serene continued. At my old research institute, we are still learning about life cores. What has been discovered is that our cores function in a variety of ways we are still learning about. This brings out my point. It's not magical or non-magical, not active or inactive cores, or how large that core is that matters. It is the amount of reserve and what type of energy reserve that the core stores. A small core can store a huge amount of magical reserves. Conversely, a so-called large core may be incapable of storing huge amounts. We have also learned that everyone has some level of magical reserve. I repeat, every core uses magic in some way and at some level. Magic keeps every single person alive, and to paraphrase a well-known author, magic, like life, finds a way and one cannot exist without the other. So, one of my obvious questions on the test will be are non-magical people really non-magical? I want you to argue for or against my supposition. Think carefully as you prepare your arguments or rush to judgment. The next question on the exam will be this. We obliviate non-magicals to make sure that memories of what they've seen of us and our magic is removed. They have no choice in the matter. I postulate that we are as much a danger to them as they are to us. As magicals, is this the correct way to proceed? Answer yes or no and then present your arguments accordingly. Also, just because that is my opinion doesn't make me right, so simply agreeing with me will not necessarily give you a high score. Yes, Professor Harris added. We are giving you the questions before us. We don't want you to parrot us. We want you to think and argue your points to us. You will be graded accordingly. Here are some rules. The answers must be written on the paper provided in your desks. You must use the ink pens provided, not quills. All answers will be no less than 1 page and no more than a page and a half. We demand that your penmanship or handwriting skills be at their best. We want legibility. Anything less will result in a student failing the exam. The students were quiet. Some were already preparing their arguments for the exam. Nearly all the students now understood and agreed about the danger and the methods used, but it seemed in the best interests for all involved. But now, some were questioning the frequency of use. They could need data to see just how many people were being obliviated. We have no idea who many people have died from magical attacks or have been obliviated in order to protect the Secrecy Act. How many have been murdered by Death Eaters? We'll never know because the ministry doesn't keep records. Those people aren't important enough. Bonus question. Our people obliviate them with impunity. How can they have burned our people at the stake or killed magicals on a regular basis if they have no memory of magic in first place? Speaking of which, Mr. Malfoy, how is your research coming along with the witch-burning stats? What does this imply? The young man stood up. His face looked sour. I am still working on it. So far, I have researched the Daily Prophet, and although there are mentions of such acts, they do not have any reports to back them up. Keep searching, Alex told him. Get help from a few students in the class as required. You may find that over time, people have changed, but how will we know unless you have the data to back you up? For all we know, they might have accepted us a long time ago. On the other side of the equation, we may be at the beginnings of a war. Keep working on it and report what you find. Yes, Professor, the young blonde muttered. Yes, he'd been set up by the American Muggle-loving professors and he knew it. He wouldn't give up, and now he had permission to get help from his fellow Slytherins. There was no way he would lose this argument. He would prove his belief even if he had to ask his parents for assistance. Professors, I have a question, asked Sonia Newport a Ravenclaw. Why are learning about magical cores? We were led to believe that we would be studying the lives of non-magicals. A good question, responded Harris. I'll answer it in this way for now, but we will come back to this later. In order to know about the non-magical community, we have to know ourselves first. How can we compare our cultures and existences if we don't know of ourselves and what makes us, us? The girl looked confused as she thought about what the professor said. Suddenly her eyes lit up and then narrowed in contemplation. Okay, that is settled. Now, as you well know, this Wednesday will be the official announcement of the Triwizard tournament. 2 other schools will be joining us, and I am sure that some of those students will be sitting in some of our classes. Whether they will visit our class and discover the joys of non-magical studies, I don't know. That will be their professors' decisions. There was a slight pause. For some reason, they didn't ask Livermony to attend since it is a registered school, but I guess this is a European thing. he alleged, and smiled widely as many of the students bristled at the perceived insult. The fight was on. Chapter 12 Master Xander Chapter 12 Non-Magical Studies Class. It is traditional for the three schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang, to participate in the tournament as they have done since the 13th century, Hermione stated. Professor, tradition is very important. Alex kept from rolling his eyes. She was so much like a miniature Willow without the shyness. I agree that tradition is important, but only to a point. He looked at the ceiling as if he could see the sky. And beyond. I guess only 3 of the 11 magical schools count in magical Britain. With the Triwizard contest, they are, protested Ron. The 3 schools are the eldest and most experienced. The contest is dangerous and only schools with previous experience should participate. You've been studying, Mr. Weasley, Serene beamed while Ron turned an interesting shade of red. That is a discussion for another time. Just how dangerous is this contest? I'd say it's dangerous, answered Ronald. I don't know the details yet, but my parents talked about it and what they told us was very scary. Well, we'll find out the details soon. Now, as we were saying, 6, some students will be sitting in on our class, so I expect you to be courteous and patient with them since they will be somewhat confused by our, shall we say, robust discussions? There was a rambunctious laughter heard from those near the classroom. Remember that you represent Hogwarts, so and the other professors and staff expect you to be on your best behavior. We would hate to have Professor Dumbledore reprimand one or more of our students in front of our visitors. Yes, Professor, the students responded in unison. Now Alex spoke up. Has your research discovered any truth concerning giant ants and blood-drinking vegetables? The room went quiet for a moment as Daphne stood up. All eyes were fixed on her. The young woman took a calming breath while both pairs of instructors' eyes bored down on her. We, and by that, I mean everyone here in this class, have researched extensively. We examined our library and different newspapers, including the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler, going back to the 1940s, and we found no evidence that what you've alleged about those creatures and plants are real. We must therefore conclude that you were not telling us the truth. She gulped and sat down. Professor Alexander Harris smiled, and the students shrank back. Suddenly, their professor had the look of a hungry, dangerous predator preparing to strike. Okay, class, where did you research? Hands came up. Some students had even spoken to their parents and relatives. About the history of the 1950s era was checked. Several students checked with other professors for information. No one was able to find any information about giant ants or locust. Searching for man-eating, non-magical plants that walked like people proved to be an exercise in futility. Terrible, Harris said, shaking his head in disappointment. Simply terrible. Students, this is a class for the study of non-magical culture and history. Do you believe that a magical newspaper or source would have any information on non-magical events? Did anyone think to search in a non-magical library? From the looks of shock and in some cases disgust, none of the students had thought about it except perhaps 1 or 2 who had lived in the non-magical world. That isn't possible for us, Professor Harris, Hermione said. We aren't allowed in non-magical libraries. We aren't allowed off the school grounds to go to one. History time, Harris said. Where I came from, there was a town called Sunnydale, California, located in United States of America. Some of you may know it as the colonies. As I have mentioned to our classes before, magicals and no-mags associated with each other. One of the things that we did together was research. We researched things you wouldn't believe. The point is that we did it together. We also had the resources to do it. Sunnydale was a dangerous town. We had several dark lords and non-magical, homicidal maniacs constantly menacing the town, usually in the spring of the year, every year it seemed. There were surprise gasps throughout the room. Like every other town, we had good people and bad people both sides. We had to research in order to survive against a number of dark creatures you don't need to know about. They didn't discriminate between us magicals and the normal community. Therefore, people had to work together. Eventually, the Dark Ones got so bad that our town was destroyed. It wanted to overrun the world with evil. My friends and I magically blew up the town, creating a sinkhole stopping the attack. All that is left is a lake filled with salt water, which is, if you have studied, is a purifier both naturally and magical. A quick fact, Sunnydale Lake is 10 miles wide and 3 miles deep, we think. Most of the people in the United States assumed it was a natural occurrence, but for the survivors of Sunnydale, we know the truth. The point is that we worked together, and we found more things in common than we did then in our differences. Research helped save us. But in order to do proper research, you need to have the tools to do it. That is what all this equipment is for. It will be used for research. Most classes use parchment. Here we use paper and pens, not quills and ink blots that spills everywhere, so that one of the first spells you learn in an ink removing spell. That won't be a problem in this class. Students, how can you research when you don't have the capability to do so? You don't even have the capability of seeing the planes flying overhead because of magical seclusion. Therefore, let us see if we can research like the normal people. Every eye followed him as he strolled to the metal, rectangle box on one of the tables. This object is called a computer. It can calculate, show images, create images, store tens of thousands of books. That includes every book at Hogwarts and a few thousands outside of your standard magical school. Those are restricted, and in some cases warded against. Some books, as you know, are dangerous, and I have taken steps to make sure that the words on the screen cannot affect the readers of said words. That would be of the bad. Immediately he chided himself. He honestly believed that he had gotten away from the childish phrase. Mostly, it is a major aid when it comes to research. This computer is not magical, but it is magically connected to my server, which is connected to my main server located in a secured place. He didn't elaborate that the main server drew its data from a dimensional junction connected to his home dimension. A server is basically a larger computer that can send information to smaller computers upon request. It has a lot more information. These smaller rectangular boxes are called tablets. They can perform the same function. All of them are connected to the large screen television, which I will demonstrate. He sat down on the chair and told the students to crow around. He typed in the words, "images of ant," on the thing he called a keyboard. What unhinged person created a thing where the letters are all over the place and in such a crazy format? I'll tell you later. He hit the word enter and instantly, images of ants appeared on the huge television screen in unimagined detail. The pictures kept coming and were in excruciating detail. The images were breathtaking. "Professor, please type in mandrake," Neville asked excitedly. He was terrified of those plants, but his curiosity was getting the better of him. "I want you to try it, Mr. Longbottom," offering the young man the seat. Envious eyes looked on as he sat down in the offered seat and studied the keyboard. Hermione, in her excitement, almost knocked the boy out of his chair. "Let me do it. You're too slow." Alex immediately petrified her and floated her to the back of the crowd and removed the spell. "Wait your turn," he yelled at the embarrassed young lady. 1 point from Gryffindor for being too pushy. "No homework for you, miss. You'd like it too much. Instead, you will be last in line for all access for a week." "Professor," she shrieked. "You can't do this." "Yes, I can. Be careful or it will be 2 weeks. Look," Neville yelled, drawing everyone's attention back to him and the screen. "Mandrake species. Hundreds of them. The computer can also play sounds. In this case we have auto filters, so you won't die while doing homework." "I didn't know there were so many. What else can this computer do?" "I can't believe that non-magicals could create something like this," exclaimed Claudine McTavish. The young Hufflepuff was beside herself with excitement. To her, this couldn't be anything else but magic. "Advanced science may seem like magic, but it isn't," Alex said to all the students. He had everyone's attention, even Draco and his little cabal looked thoughtful. Hermione looked furious and frustrated while Harry and Ron stood in sympathy next to the fuming bushy-haired young woman. They will give you an idea how the non-magicals do things and how they have developed their society. The books on your desk, Computers for Wizards, is especially modified for magical so that you can understand the basics of these devices, ones which will become very handy as we continue our classes. "Welcome to the internet, students," Serene said. "Now everyone, grab your tablets on your desks and we will show you how to turn them on and how to use them." Sybil Trelawney, professor of divination, found herself a little more fearful than she expected. She was a naturally shy woman prone to bouts of prophetic utterances that she could never remember. Most people in the magical world recognized her gifts, but at the same time many of those same people derided her gifts. Those same people expected her to use her prophetic ability like one could operate a faucet, turning it on and off at will, and when she couldn't, they laughed behind her back. She couldn't control her ability, and that caused her difficulties and, in many ways, ruined her social life. Albus was kind enough, and she was eternally grateful to him, to bring her in and have her teach divination theory. In the school she made friends. In many ways, these same professors became like family to her, which was a blessing because she honestly had no place to go. Hogwarts was her home. The new professors had invited her to their office for a spot of tea. It was a meet and greet as Professors Dellon and Harris had described it. They were a strange but friendly sort, and she found that she was comfortable whenever she was around them. Today was the day that they all had decided that they would meet and get to know one another. However, navigating this part of the castle trying to find their office was difficult. The reason was because she couldn't see well. Her magic glasses helped, but only to a certain extent. Anything 30 feet more or further was simply a blur. The castle helped her move around, but it was still a challenge getting to her destinations. What she never suspected was that her gift was active enough to allow her to get around despite her weak eyesight. Finally, she reached the office. The door opened for her. Nervous but excited, she walked through the doorway. Interestingly, they allowed her in without specifically inviting her. What did they think she was, a vampire or something? Harris gently grabbed her hand, keeping his shields up this time, and escorted the blushing woman inside. Alex, being a typical man, did a quick survey of the woman. If you could get past the fizzed, uncontrolled hair, her horrid taste in clothing and her binocular-class eyewear, the woman was quite pretty. She didn't have anyone to teach her how to take care of herself and bring out her natural beauty. In the old days, Buffy Dawn and the others would have grabbed her, and she would have never been the same again. The same thing would have happened with Serene and her sisters. That thought roughed forth a moment's sadness. Serene's sister ascended as the family head and as such was required to marry. As close as she was with Alex, the laws of her people were clear. Mystical clan politics and family was complex. "Hello, Professor, welcome to our office," Alex said, releasing her hand, thereby causing her to cease blushing. His mere touch was an intimacy she was unused to and really didn't know how to respond. "Please call me Sybil," she responded. The short time together was nice. Sybil loved the tea and the company. Alex had coffee and Serene hot chocolate, which Sybil tried and discovered that she liked it. As she sat on the very comfortable, in Sybil's opinion, couch. "I wanted to ask you to consider a proposal. We know that you have a problem with your eyesight. Our instructors were very good at sight correction and we wanted to offer our help, if you wanted it." The woman started fidgeting. Her eyesight was something that she was very sensitive about. "I've gone to the best healers." She smiled sadly. "They all said the same thing. They could fix my sight, but they would have to replace my eyes with magical ones. It was believed that if they did, my inner sight would never be the same. I couldn't have that. It's all I have." "We couldn't consider doing anything like that," Alex responded as he wrapped her hand within his once more and kept his amusement to her reaction under control. "Is it okay if we can do a quick scan just to see if our techniques might work?" Sybil was torn between running out of the room and allowing them to examine her. "Are you healers?" she asked. "When it comes to matters of eyesight, we were trained quite well. My eye was gouged out by an enemy. My teacher grew it back without any problem. We learned a lot from him." "Will it hurt? What had people done to this woman?" he asked himself. "No, I promise," he said. Sybil's power flared. She could feel it as it searched his heart and that of Serene. She could feel their concern and compassion. They really wanted to be her friend. "Okay, you can try," she said slowly. "I hope you can find out what is wrong at least. That would help so much. At least, I'd know." "Relax, Sybil," Serene told her. Xander took his wand in his other hand and the tip glowed, and that was the last thing she knew as she fell into a dreamless sleep. Serene's and Alex's amulets opened, and the mystic eyes were released. The eyes glowed with power, saturating the room as both eyes rose up and attached themselves to each of their foreheads. The eyes of Agamotto peered deep into the ocular systems of the seer. "Cataracts," Alex exclaimed in surprise. "I thought they had a cure for this." "She also has an inflammation of the optical nerves as well," added Serene. "She had a bacterial infection when she was young. The infection is over, but there was damage done. I can heal and rebuild the nerves. Will you do the cataracts?" "Got it," he answered as he sat place his wand on the desk and channeled his mystic powers for the procedure. Having Stephen Strange's memories after images were very convenient. She'll be out for a couple of hours. Let's do it. What about her hair? That's a lady's prerogative, chided Serene. We'll ask her later. We will offer our help. Let us build up our mutual trust first. That's what friends are for, after all. Abindraz, Bulgaria. The small magical town hadn't known it was under siege for several days, didn't know it until last night. The people would have known if they had looked in the direction of the closest town less than 10 miles from their warded protectorate. There was something there, something unnatural that killed people and animals indiscriminately. The warnings had gone out, the people alerted that something was terribly wrong. Whatever it was that was killing the people was unnatural. They didn't bother with the authorities, they got out of town. The magical community would have been warned of the danger, but they were isolationists. They cared little for the affairs of the non-magical folks, and so, they never received the warnings. Now, it was far too late. Nicolan Sindelic couldn't apparate. There was a force that stopped him and every other witch and wizard in the town, effectively trapping them. No one knew who died first. But that second night was the stuff of every nightmare he'd ever imagined. When he finally saw what was killing them, he almost went mad. It was like nothing he could imagine. It had no definitive shape, but he did know it had a mass of tentacle-like extensions that latched on and killed. The older wizard was the last survivor. To his credit, he had grabbed the only survivor, his son, and ran as fast as he could, blasting the creature with every lethal spell he had ever learned. It didn't seem to affect the monster that quickly overtook him. The monster snatched his son from his arms and fed on the screaming baby. To his horror, he stood, frozen at the sight. The bloated abomination finished its tiny victim quickly and dropped his son like a piece of garbage. Then it looked at him. It had no eyes, but he knew it, saw him, and it hungered. Then it moved towards him. To his shame, he never looked back as he ran for his life. The monster overtook him just before Nicolan fired off his killing curse. The monster stopped for an instant as if tasting the magic. Then it moved for the man could turn to run. Tentacles latched onto the screaming man's arms, torso and legs. Other appendages latched onto his back and neck. Suction cup-like organelles ripped into the man's body, excreting powerful anticoagulants while draining the man of his blood and lymph fluids. More appendages tore into his body, attaching themselves to his liver, lungs and heart, and greedily sucked every bit of fluid that its victim had. A minute later of slow feasting, it crushed the corpse in its efforts to get the last drops of fluid. Finished, the creature discarded the dried corpse and moved to an abandoned barn where it could rest after its feeding and escape the burning star of this world. The Kazjanzeks had fed well. There was nothing left alive in the village. The magical energies and fluids of the people here were satisfying, not as good as the prey in the dark dimension, but it was nourishment enough. Now, the mystical vampire entity would rest and propagate. There would be plenty of nourishment to satisfy itself and its progeny. The remains of the victims slowly dissolved in the morning sun as the injected poison did its job. Having the remains of victims lying around discouraged the presence of new prey. MX 13-7 Master Xander Chapter 13 Weasley Burrow. Arthur Weasley was beaming at his friend Alex as he stepped through the threshold of Weasley Burrow carrying a small package. Molly was next to her husband, grabbing the man in a bear hug that would have made Dawn proud. Neither Alex nor Serene had visited the home since classes started. Alex had become a fixture at their home, although it hadn't been that long since he last visited. The Weasleys still missed him at the dinner table. Come in, greeted Arthur as he gently pushed the man into his home. Sit down and relax. I know you must be exhausted with your classes at Hogwarts and your other responsibilities. I imagine those little sprites are running you a lively course, he said as both sat down on the couch. Molly returned from the kitchen carrying a snifter of fire whiskey and some small snacks. Yes, please tell us how the classes are going. Alex thanked her for the glass and took a sip. The drink went down smooth just before he burped. A tiny burst of flame came out of his nose, making him laugh. He wasn't a drinker by any means. The effects of alcohol had on his parents, particularly his father, ensured that he would never really indulge. That didn't mean he wouldn't touch the stuff, just that he was careful. Besides, his instructors in the mystic arts frowned on alcohol or drugs that impaired the senses, as it was a danger to both the magic users and those around them. But socially, he wouldn't insult someone by outright rejecting a drink offered by good friends in their own home. The Weasleys were also aware of Alex's hesitance in drinking and never pushed it. He once explained to them that his magic sprung from a different source and therefore alcohol affected him differently and he always needed to be careful. To the Weasleys, that excuse sounded suspect, but they honored his wishes for the most part. They knew something of his background and understood his reluctance. "Where's Serene? Is she coming?" "No, she and a friend are off to London for a shopping trip," explained a slightly hysterical Alex. There was a part of him wanted to see what was hap Sybil's shopping excursion, but his other half knew that it would be any man's nightmare. Sybil, of course, was initially terrified of going to No Mage Land, having rarely, if ever, gone there before. But for some reason, she said yes and off they'd gone. Alex couldn't help but be pleased that the woman trusted them enough to agree to go. With her improved eyesight, she could see things now. Alex knew that trip was going to be a trip. "Too bad she couldn't come, but let's get straight to the point," Molly said after gulping her drink down. "How are the classes going?" "They're not giving you too much trouble, are they?" she asked. "I know the twins are in your class and as you know they're quite a handful." "Well, let's see," Alex started. "Hogwarts is an amazing school in its way, and I can say that the students are very well behaved in front of the professors." He smiled. "Kids will be kids. But we haven't had a problem with them. That includes the twins. They're taking everything in, and I think after this class is over, they'll be at another level of pranking. And you know, that scares me." He laughed. "The good thing for Serene and I is that the classes are twice a week. It gives us a little time to do what we need to do at the store and other thing," he added. "I wish we had started the classes earlier. As it is, we're playing catch-up." The conversation continued for another half hour before the subject changed to something darker. Arthur turned serious. "There's been some talk in the ministry about your classes. Nothing serious yet, but there are a few that have taken an interest in your classes. You are still under the table, but I can see it in the wind. A few of them are coming for you and they are not your friends." He took a long sip of his drink. "These same people know that we are friends," he added. "They are speaking to me as if they are my friends. Before, they barely acknowledged my existence before." "Some are just curious," Alex told him. "Some are probing you for information. I don't think they're targeting you for serious information yet. But you do need to be careful from now on. Some of them are prejudiced against non-magical folks, and my class is triggering those prejudices. I don't think it's on their radar, their focus yet. The upcoming Triwizard tournament and the recent Death Eater attacks are on everyone's mind right now. My class is a minor nuisance they know little about. And consider that these classes have always been taught at the school. Just keep a watchful eye out." "Worry not, friend, I will," Arthur said with all seriousness. "But that's getting away from our conversation. How is the class coming? What are they studying?" He practically demanded Alex to spill the information, being so excited. "Well, I have started with the computers and the related electronics." He smiled mischievously, enjoying the chaos he was sowing among the little witches and wizards. "I knew that the students would love them once they got used to them, which took all of 2 days. They took to the tablets like ducks to water. I had kids who had never even seen any sort of electronic device grab onto them like they were lifelines or long-lost lovers. Several times, I had to emphasize the rules that nothing in the class was to be taken outside of the class. And that went over really well," he added with as much sarcasm as he could manage. "You should have heard the arguments and screaming. A lot of them are visiting me after regular classes just to use them. They've already started throwing out informational tidbits and adding to several of the other classes. A couple of teachers have expressed serious interests in learning where they've gotten their information from. One professor, Madam Sprout, wanted some of my students to write a report the numerous species of mandrakes and their much rarer cousins, the Viticulum manrals plants. Professor Pomfrey has shown an interest in no-mage medicines and Native American magical medicine. All the instructors, apart from one whose name I will not mention, have come to me and asked how my students are getting their information and so much of it." Then he began chuckling. He quickly recovered and took a sip of his drink. "Do you know that Cutthroat Binns actually visited one of my class sessions?" "Merlin," gasped Molly. "He's the magical history teacher. Is he still floating around digging in his nose when he speaks of the colonial rebellion and how the colonists tried to cut off his ears just because he had the nerve to sink a few of their merchant ships?" She smirked at the memory. "I remember that much about the class. Cutthroat was an instructor when she attended Hogwarts, Back in the ancient days when her parents had money for tuition, she remembered his voice putting her to sleep the moment he opened his mouth. How she passed that class, she never knew. He's never shown any interest in learning anything new as far as I remember. Well, he visited and had a heart attack that would have killed him if he wasn't already dead, Alex deadpanned. As it is, the shock was too much. He's slowly fading, moving on. You can see it happening. I think he'll be gone in less than a month. The poor man. You mean, the poor ghost, corrected Alex. They're all trapped here, for one reason or another. He looked them in the eyes for a moment before speaking. There's a reason why everything moves on. Alex, we're off point. I'd like to know what you're teaching in the class, Arthur exclaimed. You're torturing me. Husband. Be quiet. Let the man get to it. Sorry, Alex told him. First, how do you like the flip phone I gave you? It's wonderful, he exclaimed. Molly and I don't have many people to talk to other than you and Miss Dellen, but it is amazing. It was really great for its time. They didn't know it yet, but soon they'll feel like those flip phones were glued to their ears. Harris hadn't given him a more advanced phone because he fully expected Arthur to break the flip in his covert examinations. But he hadn't, so Harris judged him able to take the next step. I have something for you. He pulled out a 10-inch tablet. This is for you. Arthur stared at it in awe, bordering on lust. This looks like a bigger version of your flat phone. Smartphone, Alex corrected. But this is a warded computer tablet. Portable, so you can carry it around with you, but I strongly recommend you keep it in the house. Arthur looked at the flat device and found the button and turned it on. What can it do? Call it an information center, a small version of what you've seen at my home. Everything you want to know about, you can find it on this device. It does everything that your phones can do, but a lot more. It has information gained from two worlds in the future by about 40+ years that this world will never know. It is connected to my home system. It holds information both non-magical and magical, and it's yours and Molly's only. The tablet will not work for anyone else. Unless I change the security mode. It is run like your phone, so it needs to be recharged. The recharge unit that your phone uses is the same that your phone uses. The charger is magically connected to my home since you don't have electricity here. We will have it one day, Arthur retorted, one day. Good. The booklet will give you the basics, and from there you're off. All you will have to do is speak to it and learn how to type a little. Thank you, he whispered. I will treat this as the treasure it is. Oh no, what have you done? I'll never see my husband again, Molly lamented. You can use it, too, Molly, smiled Alex. I want you to bring it when you come to my next meeting at my house. There are some developments you need to know about and a few people you'll want to meet. We'll be there, they promised. This is serious, isn't it? Yes. It has to do with the portals that are opening. Something new came through. We don't know where it or them are, but we're closing in on its location. My people will be there, and the goblin representatives as well. Both Weasley. Alex nodded. There is a lot to tell you. This will affect your world and you need to know what's happening. Both looked worried. We're only one family with children. Why are we the ones picked for this? Alex smiled, but it was a sad, sorry about this kind of smile. By the mere fact that you met me, you were pulled into this. You can't remain ignorant about the things surrounding you, just like you can't ignore your dark wizard self-proclaimed lord. Once you know, you're not the type to turn your backs. I know that, and so does Dumbledore. And speaking about him, have you invited the headmaster to the meeting? Alex shook his head. There were some things the old wizard didn't need to know, and Alex had to filter out information. He respected the old man, but Albus reminded him too much of the mayor, just without the evil intent. Albus was at heart a controlling, manipulative individual, and this made Alex cautious. He judged Dumbledore to be an ally, but an ally with a few too many hidden agendas that smacked of desperation. If they were to work together, they'd need more time to develop a working relationship. And the way he seemed to manipulate the Potter kid irked him. There was something about the boy that Dumbledore needed from him, and it smacked too much of the old council's way to suit him. It was almost like he was shaping the boy to become a future weapon. Dumbledore also had his own problems to deal with. The terrorists in the tournament and his secrets were enough for him to deal with right now. No, I will talk to him, responded Alex. Changing the subject now, let's talk about Ronald and his friends. You mean Hermione and Harry? How are they doing? They're doing fine for the most part. I think I am going to work with them a little. Ron has a temper problem that I am asking you permission to help break. He's smarter than he lets on, but his temper at this age will interfere with his common sense. Hermione is very smart but has little control when it comes to acquiring knowledge. Her need to know is overwhelming her, especially now as she matures. Knowledge without wisdom is very dangerous and Serene will work on her, and so will I. Then there is Harry and his challenges. All of them are becoming young men and women with all that entails, and I don't want them to go through some of the crap I went through when I was their age. Except for Mrs. Summers, my friend's mother, our parents weren't there for us. In Herm's case, she's not been able to speak to her parents about her magical life. That must be hard. Ron has you, but you don't know what's going on in his life at school. Then there's Harry. I can see the stress in that boy. He's covering it up like I did when I was his age, but he will eventually blow up. Ron's temper needs tempering. Miss Granger has great potential, and Serene and I will watch her. Harry is stressed but seems to be happy here at school, but I worry about those three. Dumbledore is either ignoring those signs coming from Harry, or he's ignorant of them. The stress could easily scar him for life. Trust me, I know. He will blow if things don't change soon. The boy has a gentle spirit, but it's being worn down. After the Triwizard tournament fever calms down, I think I'll put him on my list of things to do. I can see the abuse in his eyes. It's marked him. I want you two to get a lot more involved with the three of them. They're teenagers and they will hate you for it until they mature enough to understand what you are doing. But treat them like the young adults, not babies, or they will fight you tooth and nail. That could make their adolescence worse. What do you mean, abuse? A confused Molly asked. Alex stared at them in surprise. They seemed to be intently listening until he said the word abuse. Then they both looked lost for a moment. You really don't know, do you? Both husband and wife gave him a blank look. Alex stared at them for a couple of seconds. May I try something? Now both parents stared at one another for a moment as realization hit them both. Yes, they both said. Alex nodded and placed his wand on the table. It wouldn't be needed. He began muttering in a language neither of the two knew of. The room brightened, and magical energies swirled around the room. The energies moved towards the couple and touched them as something like an eye that they couldn't quite see stared at them. Yeah, right, Harris muttered. The light faded as both parents snapped out of a trance that neither knew they were in. Did you find anything? Molly asked. Chapter 14? Record keeping. Chapters 13 to 16 are essential, one large chapter that I've broken up. It's the reason why by themselves they may seem incomplete. But, I want to keep the chapters shorter, but I hope they will be interesting as we continue. Also, readers may have noticed that I have not placed HP in the center of the action at this point. He's around the edges, but that will change in the very near future as the Goblet of Fire arc commences. I will discuss Serene's character in more detail. She is a Californian but not of the HP world or Xander's. She is also her world's version of a Slayer, but very different from Alex's world. Thank you very much for reading, and on with the story. And of course, everyone please be well during these times. Master Xander Chapter 14 Hogwarts. Nice. Alex had to admit that the old castle looked beautiful. The classrooms were in pristine condition, and most of the rooms that Alex saw never looked better. As far as he could tell, there wasn't a speck of dust anywhere, which was very impressive considering it was an ancient castle. The house elves had outdone themselves in preparation for the visitors. He silently acknowledged their hard work, giving all the credit to the little creatures because he knew that the people here hadn't lifted a finger to help other than to delegate what went where. It was slavery, but the root core of their conditions was something else he would look into, and depending on what he found, he might or might not do something about it. The Wizarding Society was its own, and he planned to evaluate his own actions and the consequences before he jumped in and tried to change things outside her purview. Those thoughts didn't stop him from anticipating the upcoming feast. The time for said feast hadn't quite arrived, but his stomach was doing battle with his logic. He could smell the different varieties of food that the little creatures had prepared and were in the process of finishing. The ghosts floating around everywhere, and with one exception, were speaking excitedly about the Triwizard contests of old, the past winners, and the prestige bestowed onto the school and the magical country in general. Both professors watched the excited students waiting for the arrival of the two schools that were expected at any moment. Hogwarts students were looking out the castle windows, standing in the front of the castle and crowding the doors. There were even students hovering on their brooms, waiting to get the first glimpses of both schools whose arrivals were expected at the same time. Both Alex and Serene were looking forward to what promised to be an amazing entrance. The magicals of this world relied on magic to the point that it was impossible for them not to show off. Magic was so much a part of their nature, they didn't even notice it. Neither Alex's world nor Serene's utilized magic with such abandon. But it was part of their nature, part of who they were. What they didn't understand was that they were crippling themselves, being far too dependent on magic only for their very survival. As a whole, they didn't exercise. Most of them didn't know how to cook, relying on the help of their little servants. There was an almost purposeful ignorance of the outside, non-magical world. Without magic, many wizarding families would likely perish, most being unable to adapt to a non-magical existence unless they received help from the very people they loathed. What was of greater concern was that, with few exceptions, they were slowly become especially true in magical Britain. The pure-blood mentality prevalent in most wizards and witches was hurting them badly. Their magic remained strong, but their genetic viability was faltering. Potions could do only so much in the long term. Even with the potions, overall fertility decreased every generation. New blood was not being introduced and inbreeding increased as magicals kept it in the families. Voldemort's blood purity agenda was self-destructive and ultimately headed towards extinction, and both Americans suspected he knew it and didn't care. But the organization Alex and Serene were most concerned about was worse. This organization knew exactly what would happen and had factored into their agenda. They planned to protect a small group of magicals, specifically wand users, and create a ruling class that would ultimately rule this world with an iron fist. The Vishanti would not have it. The entities Agamotto, Hoggoth, and Oshter, the new powers that be, replaced the old powers that were, or as Alexander C. labeled them, the useless ones. Their incompetence and lack of concern for their champions and Earth in general, all in the name of balance, got them sacked by an even greater power. The Vishanti took their responsibilities very seriously, and Alex and dozens of others couldn't be happier. Alex watched as Dumbledore almost danced around the main entrance to the school. The man was excited, happy, but if one knew what to look for, one could see the aura of tension surrounding him. It was obvious that he was worried about something going wrong, and Alex understood his reasons. The Death Eater's terrorist actions had soured most of the people of magical Britain. Most people pretended that what happened was all in the past and wouldn't repeat itself anytime soon. Others simply kept their mouths shut, afraid that if they thought about it too much, then something even worse might happen. The upcoming tournament would help the people to forget the terrible threats that were just beyond their doors. Alex also knew that Dumbledore was depending on this as a distraction, allowing him precious time to continue his preparations for the upcoming battle against his nemesis. What he hadn't taken into account was that the one called Murphy always had plans of its own. Alex understood this as well because he would and was doing the same. Planning was critical in war. However, what Alex didn't approve of was the lengths the headmaster was willing to take his fight. Dumbledore's obsessive desire to keep his secrets close and tendencies to manipulate everyone around him was something that Alex did not approve of, especially when it came to Dumbledore resorting to using charms on his own people to keep them compliant. Alex told Serene what was going on, and she was understandably livid. Serene, however, was more critical about his need for half measures when it came to the war being waged against Voldemort. On several occasions, the three of them had very robust and sometimes tense discussions about his near obsession with forgiveness of his adversaries. All three agreed that forgiveness was important, but expecting these terrorists to see the errors of their ways and turn away from the darkness simply because it was the right thing to do was ludicrous thinking. These same people had butchered so many people, both magical and non-magical, that it was an affront to justice and to the people that died as well as their loved ones, to allow them their freedom if they had a chance of heart. Voldemort wouldn't change his ways and turn into the light, and Albus knew that. It took several conversations, but Alex and Serene were finally able to discover his true motives. Dumbledore wanted to end the war with as few casualties as possible among the magicals. He wanted them to turn from their mischievous ways and turn back to the light, his favorite phrase. Albus wanted them back at their homes in peace and to start replenishing the community. Albus wanted the non-magicals to be left alone in peace, but he really didn't care as much for them, which wasn't a surprise. His concern was for his own people, and Dumbledore wanted an ending of the war. The headmaster had the same deep-seated mindset as the rest of the wizards and witches of his homeland. He wasn't a pure-blood racist like many others, but he did agree with some of their isolationist beliefs. And he was also concerned about the infertility that plagued the wizarding community. He plainly stated that his long-term plans involved his students marrying early and starting have as many children as possible, restocking the population. He recognized the need to add new blood, but his plans involved marriages into other magical communities, not the non-magicals. Only now, after repeated talks, was he just beginning to understand the need for universal breeding with non-magicals, but he wasn't there yet. What he could not grasp was the concept that, with the exception of Voldemort, his people would not ultimately come embrace the light, and because of this deep-seated belief, he strongly discouraged his own soldiers from killing, but only battled to incapacitate and capture. His insistence placed his people at a terrible disadvantage against an enemy more than willing to kill. Dumbledore refused to believe that those people couldn't be convinced with his words of compassion and tolerance. Try convincing Tom using pretty words. Try convincing Umar. Try convincing Mephisto and his wild child using words. Dumbledore didn't want blood on his hands, but he was willing to allow his own people to die so that he could maintain his conviction. In his mind, this approach was for the greater good of magical Britain. Deep down, he knew his approach was futile, but he was a stubborn man and his carefully crafted plans were a culmination of years of work. The Weasleys were part of that plan. Both Arthur and Molly had a very subtle notice-me-not charms placed on them and the rest of their family without their knowledge or consent. The charms on Molly and Arthur were designed to encourage their parental attentions towards Harry Potter, but at the same time ignore some of the more obvious problems of the boy. They could see that he needed to eat better because he was so underweight when they first met him, but they virtually ignored the reasons why he was in such a condition. They saw the signs of abuse, but they ignored it in favor of helping him to become a loving member of their family. The enchantments were also designed to affect their attitudes towards Ronald and Ginny when it came to Harry's situation. It caused them to miss little things that should have been obvious. Alex could have nullified those influence charms as soon as he detected them but decided not to, at least not yet. First, he wanted to know why Dumbledore had placed the enchantments on them in the first place. Just as importantly, he wanted to understand why this young boy was so important to him. First, there were the blood wards and now charms placed on people surrounding him. There was little doubt that Ron, Ginny, and possibly Hermione were under some type of charm or influencing potion as well. Serene would check them soon. Dumbledore need to control events around him were irresponsible. This approach would get his people killed unnecessarily. Now wasn't the time to explain it to him. However, Alex intended to confront him and give him the opportunity to remove the charms and spells on the Weasley clan and the children, or he would do it. Both masters were drawn to the screams of excitement and awe. A carriage came into view, a flying one pulled by winged horses. Those were Pegasus horses, real ones, and they were beautiful. On his world those flying horses were myths, likely extinct, or maybe hidden away like so many other things on his earth, and maybe it was best to keep those magnificent creatures hidden and safe, if they existed at all. Here he could see them, and it pleased him that things could still fill him with awe. They and the carriage they were. Pulling landed gently near the castle to an effort jumping up and down in glee as he looked at the beautiful winged animals, but the excitement wasn't over yet. There was what looked like a small boat-like object moving in the lake that caught everyone's attention. Seconds later, to Alex's surprise, he saw that the small vessel was in fact just the mast of a huge sailing vessel. It was in effect a magical submarine. The way these people used magic was impressive, he had to admit. Alex expected that the passengers wouldn't officially enter the school for another hour since they were preparing for their big entrance. Alex and the other professors had a little time to finish preparations and get a quick snack from the house elves. Serene was sitting next to a beaming Sybil. The woman was dressed in her usual style, but there was one notable difference. Her glasses were different, more up-to-date, and Sybil loved them. She could see now without straining her eyes. Sybil turned to look at a smiling Serene. "Thank you," she whispered. "Do you, if you have the time, want to go London shopping again next week?" It was clear she enjoyed her little outing. "I must confess that there are a few things that caught my eyes." "I thought you were uncomfortable around the non-magicals," Serene gently chided. The seer turned sharply. "Oh no, that was you, my dear. They are not that bad," she huffed. "Professor Dellin, I'm rather surprised at you. You didn't seem to have prejudice against the Muggle, she responded in an airy tone that reminded Serene of an upper-class Brit dismissing something they had said less than a week earlier. I felt very comfortable around them, but if you can, I would like to wear some Muggle clothing so that I won't stand out that much like last time. Will you help me find something more Muggle? I mean no. Mage. Everyone kept looking at my style of dress. It looks fine to me, but, you know how they are. They notice every little thing. Of course, I'll help. Serene sat back in her chair, struggling to close her mouth. I created a monster in only 4 hours, she muttered to herself. Serene was about to say something to Alex when she abruptly stopped. He sat next to Professor Snape, and apparently some words had been quietly exchanged between the two. Severus looked angry. No, the man looked pissed. Alex said something else and Snape prepared to issue a blistering retort when Dumbledore quickly intervened. There were quiet, intense words exchanged and the potions professor closed his mouth and glared daggers at both Alex and Albus. Whatever was said between the two, she was sure it was just the beginning of a very big blow-up. She'd find out soon enough. Seeing her staring at him, Snape turned and glared at her in contempt. She smiled darkly. Her eyes went dark brown and Snape quickly looked away. That's right, little man. Be careful who you glare at. She wasn't as tolerant as Alex was. And it was a shame, too. Severus was almost tolerable lately. There was no more time for reflection as the event began. The students and their teacher had arrived. The students of Hogwarts, dressed in their best robes and sitting according to their respective houses, were besides themselves with excitement, as was to be expected. The headmaster was announcing the first of the schools to enter the halls of Hogwarts. It was the Beauxbatons Academy. School of Magic. All the students were young ladies of various ages dressed in identical, very elegant blue-gray suits with lovely matching berets. As they walked towards the front of the room, they threw magical flower petals and other items into the room as they moved and petals were floating everywhere. Their headmaster was tall, very tall, almost Hagrid's height. Serene was under the impression that this school had both female and male students. But these were all girls. She would look into the school a bit more later when she had the time. Stealing a quick glance at the half-giant, she saw him looking at the female headmaster. It looked like love at first sight. The woman was looking at Hagrid, too. How cute, really. They matched somehow. Rough and elegance, both eyeing each other while trying not to look too hard. Serene decided to take an active interest in seeing how this played out. The entrance by the Durmstrang Institute was as different from the Beauxbatons students as night from day. First, they were all male, carrying an air of manly pride which was almost overwhelming as they generated magical sparks and flame from their staffs which they pounded on the floor with synchronous perfection. This was a proud school steeped in old European tradition. One of the students was elevated among the others, and everyone could see it. He was, in Alex's opinion, the lead jock. Victor Crumb was one of the greats, known worldwide for his athleticism of the game that the wizards and witches of this world loved so much, Quidditch. The game was their equivalent of soccer and American football and basketball, but played with flying brooms while chasing a crazed ball thing. Headmaster Igor Karkaroff immediately set off Alex's senses. The one who sees didn't like what he saw. He was aware that the school's approach to magic and its outright rejection of so-called Muggle-born wizards and witches. Harris wasn't surprised at this, given the short lecture that Dumbledore had given him concerning the two schools. Both the Americans had listened carefully to Albus's words. There were cultural norms that needed to be understood, and Alex and Serene didn't want to create an incident. Karkaroff and Dumbledore warmly greeted each other. The Hogwarts professors nodded or gave quick greetings. The Durmstrang Headmaster gave a quick nod of acknowledgement. When he looked at the two professor of no mage studies and dismissed them. Alex didn't even try to pretend he missed the subtle slight. However, there was no time to fume over it as Dumbledore had called for the students of Hogwarts to welcome the visitors in song. The hall rang with the sounds of harmonious young voices. Situated around the corners of the massive main hall were dozens of reporters covering the momentous event, including one Miss Skeeter looking excited but very apprehensive with her floating quill recording everything on parchment. She saw Alex and quickly averted her eyes. TBC Chapter 15. Master Xander Chapter 15, Threats Revealed. Coming Together Part 1. Xander's sanctum. Arthur and Molly Weasley enjoyed going to Alex's home located just outside of London. Both of them had gotten used to traveling by non-magical car as it felt comfortable while in Muggle land. The first few times felt so strange and exotic traveling by limo to Mr. Harris's house, but it was necessary. Just because he could, Alex had taken them the long way so that they could see the sights. Left to their own devices, they would have had difficulty trying to find the place for several reasons. Not only was Alex's home in a non-magical territory, but the Weasleys just weren't used to having to navigate anywhere outside of a magical community without a parroting or using a portkey. The trip itself was only about a 45-minute trip, but to the two of them, it was exhausting. There were so many things to see, so many people to look at, all doing Muggle things. It was so different, almost incomprehensible. It was frightening that those people lived their lives without a thought of magic to help them in their everyday lives. It was a shock to their systems at first. Now the two of them were used to it, and Molly even expressed a desire to walk around in the heart of London just to look at the sights. Arthur couldn't believe his ears. His beloved had never, ever even thought of doing such a thing until Alex came into their lives. The Harris home, like the store, was apparition-proof. His home, however, was even more secured than the store. No witch or wizard could apparate without permission within 2 blocks of Sanctum Sanctorum de Harris, as he liked to call it. The home was only magically accessible through Alex's portal. Again, this wasn't unusual, but the method used was strange. Unless the try by that magical portal they used so often, then that left getting there the non-magical way, by foot or non-magical transport. Getting out of the car and thanking their driver James for the pleasant ride, the couple climbed the stairs and ranged the doorbell. Seconds later, the door opened and once again, they stepped into a magical world different from what they were so used to. It was as if they stepped into another world full of strange magic and mystery. The rooms were larger than they should have been. That was normal in Wizarding Society. The abundance of non-magical furniture and fine craftsmanship wasn't a surprise given Alex's tastes. But it was the multitudes of different magical creatures that always surprised the visiting couple. Alex and Serene never called them creatures and always treated them as equals, and that took a while for the couple to get used to. Molly had more difficulty accepting them as just people, and truth be told, she still had a hard time. But no one could say that she wasn't trying to deal with this strange reality that was Alexander Harris and Serene Dellon, the Americans from other worlds. The fairies and the many kinds of fae creatures loved this home. Their magical essence brought a sense of nature and ancient powers that added to the unique feel of the home. Not even Hogwarts felt this enhanced. For all intents and purposes, Hogwarts was nothing less than a magical fortress, and it wasn't the only one. Few places in magical Britain could compare to it. Several of the ancient and powerful families had wards and protections that all but guaranteed that their homes protected against their enemies and other undesirables for centuries. However, these places didn't come close to the Hogwarts school. The House of Black was a good example. But Alex's and Serene's home was different. Otherworldly magic filled and protected their home, and it always gave the couple a sense of awe and feelings of protection when they entered this place of sanctuary. These same magical creatures were not found anywhere in magical England, not anymore, and the other fair folk, Arthur couldn't even imagine what their names might be. They were of different sizes and shape, with most of them looking humanoid in form. The average witch or wizard, unless they read about them in some obscure or ancient book, wouldn't have imagined such creatures could exist, which was ironic considering the numbers of magical creatures running about. It was shameful how the Fae were forced to flee Europe. But if they hadn't left, a magical war worse than the Great Goblin War would have erupted. Arthur didn't want to imagine the resulting devastation, and if the Fae had joined the goblins against the witches and wizards. Speaking of which, if their eyes didn't deceive them, there were 2 goblins speaking to 2 of the fairies, and they weren't alone. There were people here, likely no mages, or no mags depending on which part of the world you lived in, freely moving among the normally shy Fae, all eating and drinking and having a good time. And there was Serene moving among the guests. Seeing Molly and Arthur, she hugged them and began introducing them to the others in the room. "I'm glad you could make it." She ushered them towards the food trays that the fairies were serving. The Lycan Fae loved serving and insisted, so we couldn't refuse. But a warning. If you try forcing them, then be prepared for a fight. In that they differed from the elves that bounded themselves to wizarding families. "This is an important gathering. Is Dumbledore coming?" Molly asked. "No, he has other things to concern him, Plus there are things you need to know. We will speak about that later and we'll talk to him and let him know the essentials. By the way, has he spoken to you yet? No, he hasn't, Arthur told her. What should he talk to us about? We'll talk after this is over, Serene promised. Everyone turned their attention to Alex, who had just entered the room. Everyone quickly took their seats in the semicircle. Many of the fairies simply hovered or took seats next to those 5 who were already sitting, including one very uncomfortable male trying his best to blend in with the other more seemingly non-magical people in the room. Anthony Stokes was uncomfortable, surrounded by people and creatures of myth. Her Majesty's government had intercepted rumors of unusual happenstances occurring in a suburb just outside London and began investigating. Dozens of murders and terrorist activities in the last 2 years occurred without any discernible patterns or reason had caught their attention. Extensive interview with eyewitnesses turned out to be an exercise in futility. None of them remembered anything. It was frustrating to all concerned, including the witness who seemed to have a piece of their memories erased by unknown means. The mounting evidence strongly suggested that an unknown organization with an unknown agenda was preparing for something big. Discreet references about the presence of advanced cell phones was very little to go on, but his people were thorough when running down leads, and one of those leads led to one Alexander Harris and one Serene Dellon, recent American immigrants. Upon further investigation, their bank accounts were impressive, but they lived in a more than modest home in a rather affluent neighborhood. Their bills were paid on time, but no trace of observable income was identified. Their neighbors knew very little about them. The 2 rarely left their home, and when they did, their tales lost them. It wasn't much to go on, but it was enough to warrant further investigation. Quiet entry into the home proved impossible. The doors, windows, resisted every known technique. The inability to gain entry into the home was something that the research division had taken an interest in. That in and of itself raised their suspicions. A break came when agents noted that the Americans were preparing for some type of party. Michigan 6 decided to crash the engagement. Hence Stokes' predicament. There were 15 agents ready to storm the home with heavy weapons if things went sour. Being Stokes, he went up the stairs and rang the bell. A young woman opened the door, looked at him and flashed a dazzling smile at him. She allowed him entry without him even having to introduce himself. For a secured place, this lapse was inconceivable in his eyes. For a moment he was convinced this was a trap. Then he stepped inside, and his mouth dropped open. The room was impossibly huge, but that wasn't the most shocking thing. There were creatures here, things of myth and legend interacting with each other in a most casual manner that set his teeth on edge. He nearly pulled his gun when a small fairy flew up and asked him if he wanted a drink. Scotch on the rocks with a twist of lime, he told the tiny but exquisite creature. Madness, he thought as he moved into the room, trying to be innocuous as possible. The man felt completely out of his depth. What had he stumbled into? Having fun. Mr. Anthony Stokes of Michigan 6, Ms. Dellon asked. Anthony hadn't even seen her, and it rattled. Being in this place for only a couple of minutes had thrown him off his game, a problem he would correct. His cover was completely blown, so there was no use pretending. It's most interesting, Ms. Dellon, he answered her without missing a beat. Serene beamed and honored him with an elegant curtsy. Her antics didn't fool him. He looked as delicate as a flower, had the grace of a ballerina, and the strength of a tank, all in a very attractive package. In short, she was a very dangerous woman. I'm very glad you made it, she told him in no uncertain terms. We've dropped hints in your direction almost 7 months now. I almost believe that we should have called your people. Maybe we should have made an appointment with your boss. Again, she'd surprised him. This woman knew she was being watched and who was doing it and had planted clues for them to follow. That might have been easier on our agents, the man deadpanned. We had a devil of a time. He paused. Can I use the word devil in this place? She waved him off. That's an entirely different group, she answered with all due seriousness. To answer your question, we preferred that you work for it. It kept you interested and gave your people a hint of how serious this is without being obtrusive. Furthermore, you needed to come to us, not the other way around. You needed a reason, although trying to break into my home was a bit much when you could have just rung. One never knows what will happen when one just ring, he countered as he gazed at the people in the room. True, she admitted. Sometimes the direct approach can lead to a whole new world. Anthony looked around. I can see that. He looked around some more, his gray eyes missing nothing. Since you destroyed my carefully prepared alias, I believe you owe me an explanation for all of this. Serene looked thoughtful. That seems fair, since that's the reason you're here in the first place. Good. It's nice to have cooperation, he answered. First, what is this place and exactly who are you? This place is my home, she answered. Think of it as a fledgling embassy, unofficial but not for long. Her dark brown eyes turned even darker as he stared into them. They were like bottomless pits, so deep one could fall in and never climb out. I am Serene Dellon, owner of Xander's Magic Shop and Curiosities. This place is, call it a meeting place for now. Given what I'm seeing right now, I assume this is a place for magical creatures, Anthony slowly answered. I would have never believed it if I wasn't looking at it right now. Not creatures, she corrected. They're different kinds of people who have been on this planet as long as humanity. And that's the point as to why we let you in the front door. They're beginning to believe that mankind is almost ready to accept them and treat them as equals. We're not there yet, but we believe that small steps like this can start the process. The rest of your 500,000 questions will be answered later, after this is over and the real work begins. After all, when mankind begins to explore space and meet aliens for the first time, how will we explain that we couldn't even get along with intelligent life forms on our one planet? Something to think about, Mr. Stokes. Anthony stared at Serene, trying to see if she was telling him the truth. She stared back. Finally, he turned his gaze towards the others in the room. I'm looking forward to our little talk, he told her. But I have one question that I'd like answered now. And that is, how is this room so huge? He asked as he waved his arms around. Is this an illusion or is it real? And this is some kind of, he groped for the right words, spatial compression, beyond the laws of current science. He stepped back a bit as his drink arrived as well as to process what he just said. The tiny fairy's wings fluttered quickly as she carried a huge tray with his drink. He graciously accepted, not playing to the absurdity of the situation. Is this real? Once more Serene's demeanor returned to the delicate flower she wasn't. Yes, it's real. Explaining it from a scientific perspective, it would be defined as spatial compression. As for myself, this isn't sufficiently advanced science pretending that it's magic. This is magic. And I would classify this room as being dimensionally transcendental. Meaning that it's bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. Of course it does, Stokes answered with absolute sincerity. Magic? Magic, she answered. Walk around, mingle, she said. There is something new being born, and it's beginning right now. I do believe Britain should be in on it. That would be wise. I think so, too, she whispered with equal intensity. Please excuse me. I have to introduce some of our other guests to one another. Oh, and find a seat, we'll be getting started soon. Alexander, Xander, Lavelle Harris moved around the room, introducing several of his guests to others and generally making sure they were comfortable. This official meet and greet was important, and it demanded that things start off on the right path. Several of the invited guests were meeting one another outside the field of battle for the first time. Several of the magicals still harbored ancient feuds which were never fully resolved, and Alex wanted to make sure that fights didn't break out in his home. Surprisingly, his guests were relatively civil towards one another, not wanting to offend their host. Both Alex and Serene had invested considerable time and effort cultivating relationships between these various groups, and many of them would feel dishonored in front of the others if something were to happen in the sanctum of two of the more powerful magic users on the planet. Dinner was served, and everyone seemed to enjoy the preparations. There were specialty dishes from several of the cultures served. The cross-talk between the guests was lively. Sometimes it turned heated, but not to the point of coming to blows. Stokes participated a little but basically kept to himself or tried to initiate quiet conversations with people he believed were closer to what he considered normal. One of the goblin females present took an interest in him, which made Alex use his impressive willpower to keep from smirking in the man's face. It was well known that throughout history there were references about liaisons between humans and goblins. Stokes merely looked impassively at Alex as if this was the most normal thing in the world. He entertained the goblines, as he thought of her, and would continue to do so until he discovered the correct name. With dinner over, the tables were cleared, and the people were ready to start. Several of the fairies who volunteered to act as retainers quickly did their jobs, informing the guests that carry-outs were available upon request. that met with quiet murmurs and small nods of approval. Once the room cleared, Alex and Serene pulled out their wands and transfigured the hall from a dining room into a massive conference center, much to the surprise of several of the guests, much to the surprise of several of them who weren't used to such displays of magic at that level. Stokes silently acknowledged that he was out of his depth. Watching chairs being transfigured for the various guests, from the smallest 4-inch fairy to the regular-sized humans, was suitably impressive as the man mentally catalogued everything he witnessed. Serene looked at a discombobulated Stokes and mouthed the word, magic. TBC Chapter 16 Master Alexander Chapter 16 The Meeting. Part 1 Sanctum Sanctorum de Harris, sitting at the head of the table, an immaculately dressed Harris, his cape draping itself on the chair of its own volition as it got comfortable, began his opening statements. To my friends and guests, thank you honoring us and taking the time to come my home. I understand that some of you are suspicious and feel uncomfortable sitting next to those who are your traditional enemies. I know that several nations represented here have come to blows in the past and that these disagreements cannot be dismissed or solved at this meeting. That isn't our intention. That is something you have to do yourselves, and if you are willing, I and others will offer our services to become mediators of your disputes if we are successful today. However, our primary reason for this gathering is to discuss the future of the magical peoples, clans, and cultures of the world and decide if we want to unite to deal with the threat the enemy represents. I asked all of you here so that we can discuss and share our knowledge about what is happening in the world today. I know that trust has to be earned, and even the simple act of sharing knowledge can be difficult between adversaries. Respect has to be earned and someone has to be the first to step up. Therefore, Miss Dellen and I intend to do so now. No lies, no half-truths, and yes, a few secrets kept, but always the truths. I recognize that we humans haven't been kind to those different from us. But none of us in this room can claim to be righteous when dealing with our own kind, or with others we don't like us. I'm not asking you to become friends, but I ask that we start with small steps. We will learn to respect each other. If we can do this, then we can start to form alliances. I'm saying this because the simple is that we need each other. We need to find common ground because we are fighting common enemies, planning to ruin this world and remake it into their own images. We can't allow them to continue unchallenged. Time is short, and our enemies, both from within and from without, are organized, well prepared, and becoming bolder. The evidence we all have is pointing that fact out for all of us to see. Alex's tone remained somber as he continued speaking. I want to introduce you to good two friends of mine, Molly and Arthur Weasley. They're just a wizard family who heard what was happening and chose to step up of their own free will. Serene and I shared some of the information you're about to hear. They are aware of some of the dangers we face and are still willing to step up and will do what needs done to protect their family and friends. Are they afraid? Yes, they're like everyone in this room. I know because you are all here, listening to me. For those who are confused and need clarification, well, that's why we're here. Using his wand Jesse, he conjured a detailed 3-dimensional image above the table of Earth. He didn't need to use his girl, but she became irritated if he didn't use her occasionally. Jessie was like that. Besides, she served another purpose as a cover. Most people assumed he was a wizard and he didn't see a reason not to encourage this assumption. Everyone stared intently at the image, including the British agent. Stokes was impressed by the quality of the image and at the same time curious and alarmed at the abilities shown by Alex and others in the room. As you look at the globe, it reveals locations of 3-dimensional breaches that occurred within the last 2 years. There were quick images of horrifying, utterly alien entities, the same ones killed by the 2 sorcerers. These entities are no longer threats. Now, as some of you know and the rest are about to find out, he said while locking eyes with a stone-faced Anthony Stokes, the worst incident occurred in Russia. We were able to contain most of the damage, but a lot of people were poisoned by the entity before we could contain and eliminate it. This creature is best described as a plague entity, from one of dozens of dimensions that are the antithesis to life on this world. The beings of this dimension are not mindless beasts. They are intelligent entities whose purpose is to kill anything they come into contact with. They were bred for this purpose, being used as infiltrators to soften up their master's enemies. These entities enjoy killing and feeding off the death they cause. And you know this how? Stokes asked. Lots of reading, was Alex's unenlightening response, much to Stokes' chagrin. I estimated approximately 800 people died before we finished it and neutralized the toxins it had spread across the area. Those numbers don't include plant and animal life in the area. Alex's eyes were filled with regret for those he wasn't able to save. Normally, word of the incident would have gotten out, but there were two factors that prevented a worldwide panic. First, we killed the thing before it could spread its poisons further than it did, so the damage was confined to a small area, no more than 6 square miles square. The second reason was that the Russians nuked the area. They were justifiably frightened, but what frightened them more was that word would have gotten out that their land was poisoned by factions unknown. The blame would have fallen on them. The Russian government doesn't do humiliation well. They didn't bother to investigate, they simply acted. The people we saved from that creature didn't live long. They were killed in the 5 kiloton detonation, he added. The bitterness at the debacle was evident in his voice. The Russians nuked the region without bothering to check the status of the people before they did it. The government was more concerned about the inconvenience than its people. The Weasleys and a few others were unaware of that incident. Arthur wondered what nuked meant. Whatever it was sounded bad, and he resolved to look it up on his tablet when they returned home. Anthony's eyes narrowed as he listened. Michigan 6 had heard rumors of a nuclear incident in Russia, but Michigan 6 was never able to determine exactly what happened. Satellites were an unreliable source of information. In the last 20 years, the space program suffered a series of failures and was on the verge of stalling. Few satellites were successfully launched and in orbit. The Russians never leaked what really happened. This was critical information. Stokes' current mission was turning out to be a veritable fountain of information. Of course, everything would be cross-checked and analyzed to the best of Crown's capability. However, it fit what his people had heard from various but unconfirmed rumors. Alex looked disgusted. Their cover story was ludicrous, but they're sticking to it. They don't want the truth getting out even though they're unsure of exactly what that truth really is. Fortunately, in this case, their obsession with secrecy worked in our favor. One of the people, a man named John Petrie, began to explain to the others. The Russian government is obsessed with secrecy. It has to maintain absolute control of information. Without that control, their people would kick them out. For example, years ago an experiment by their government contaminated a small city with a nerve toxin, or radiation poisoning we're not sure killing thousands of people. Instead of acknowledging the accident, the next year they simply removed the name of the city off of the updated maps. Officially, it never existed. Officially, they never mentioned the city again. As we said, Russian paranoia worked in our favor and the Secrecy Acts Act isn't broken. The American and British ministries aren't aware. And that is good because we don't need them getting in the way, Dellen added. The statute works in our favor for now, but it will be a hindrance when this comes out in the open. That statute was good for the times as it used as a set of guidelines. Now that it's a law, the faults are glaring. It works for the wizarding world but effectively stifles everyone else, and that's something else that will need to be addressed. For the future, everyone, Alex said, returning to the original subject. We are in the process of finding exactly when and where the latest breach occurred and what came out of it. I only see 3 openings and I know you told me there were 4, one of the goblins said. Have you discovered the location of the latest breach? No, Master Clawfoot. I don't have the exact location yet. We have a general location but nothing specific. We do know that the breach was opened for about 4 seconds. We don't know how many came through or what they are. We're searching now and will deal with it or them as soon as we identify the breach location. Whatever entered this world is keeping a low profile. Alex stared at the globe. We will find them, identify them, ascertain their threat level and eliminate them accordingly. These invaders are from what we call hell dimensions and are rarely benign. They're also keeping a low profile and that is a bad sign. The meeting continued for another hour with many of those present asking several questions, while others provided critical answers. The conversation changed as James Ahia, a North American Sioux native, began speaking. We, the true people of the Americas, are united as we have never been before. Not since that fool Custer, are we this angry. 2 months ago, my people lost contact with several villages of the Abenaki and the Dun-Za tribes. At first, we thought nothing of it. They lived in secluded towns isolated in the mountains. It wasn't unusual for the tribe's NNS to trade and get supplies, but there was nothing. We went to their small villages and found them slaughtered. Most of our magical people are not wand users. Our magic comes from the animal spirits. We use their spirit energies, freely given, to generate our magic. Our people do not differentiate between those with the gifts passed on from our ancestors and those who do not. Both sides lived among each other without fear. This is one of the reasons why we believe that whole villages were slaughtered. A few villagers survived, the ancient and very young, but they were all obliterated. We have little hope for the old. Their memories were wiped clean. James clenched his fists in anger. The elders are little more than newborns. They are functionally senile. The infants have no memories of their families or who and what they are. We can help them. The others we fear are lost. None of the survivors were spared. All of those with the gifts were killed. The magical inheritance of those two tribes is lost forever. The tall, deeply tanned man clenched his teeth as he struggled to contain his anger. The spirits of the animals, great and small, scream with the losses of their other halves. In spirit dreams they showed us wizards moving among the villagers, destroying any and everyone. We have had enough. I speak for the 36 united clans of the people, both magical and ungifted. We have lost enough. Several people representing enclaves from across the world told similar stories. In every case, small and relatively isolated enclaves non-wand using magicals were attacked and either killed or obliterated. So far, only small groups were targeted, but soon that would change. What was just as disturbing were the reports coming from the United States. The Americans noticed a distinct lack of television and movies having anything to do with magic or magical-based themes. Shows that had such content were drastically altered with the magical content removed, or the programs were cancelled. Shows and movies in production suggesting such themes were halted and shut down and their money shunted to other more acceptable programming. Supernatural-based horror movies were removed from public viewership and older movies suddenly disappeared. Christian programming was curtailed, with broadcast stations refusing to broadcast and sponsors suddenly withdrawing their support. Anything having to do with supernatural, miracles, or magic of any kind was being systematically suppressed or attacked. And that wasn't all. Science-based programming was being suppressed. There were no sci-fi programs left on televisions and very few movies in production. There would be no Star Trek, Star Wars, etc. on this world. This hadn't gone unnoticed by the general population, and tensions were increasing across America as conspiracy theories were thrown out left and right. America, to put it mildly, was upset the space program suffered and was virtually shut down until the issues were resolved. Something was wrong. The American people and others across the world didn't have any answers, and they didn't like it. Whatever this organization was, they were well funded, well organized, and getting bolder, and appeared intent on causing unrest, as well as suppressing certain elements across the world. Yuriko Tanaga raised her hand. She was of the Kikon clan located near the city of Hokkaido, Japan. The 40-ish-year-old woman was a high-ranking member of an extended family that accessed magic from the forces of nature. Their magical cores functioned in a completely different, and therefore unacceptable according to some, manner. These assassins knew who and where we lived, although our enclaves are hidden from the outside world. My people were attacked by dozens of wand wizards. We fought them off and killed several of them, but not without casualties. The dead carried no identification, nothing that could lead back to their origin. Their wands were made in such a way that we could not trace them back to their creators. But this enemy made a mistake, Yuriko snarled. Our two magics are similar, but there are differences in application. These differences allowed us to identify them and find their general location given time. We know that the organization bases are located in America and England. But our attackers were Japanese, so we know that there are enemy forces established in our country. How many bases there are, we do not know, but we have discovered their names. They call themselves the Inheritors. They now had a name to go with their faceless enemies. The Jaish clan originated in Germany. These small beings, average size, about 1 inch in height, looked less human than many others. They possessed long, curved antennae, very angular faces, and 3 pairs of curved wings. They were shy creatures with the ability to compress their sizes to less than 1/8 of an inch and possessed the ability to become transparent. During this world's Second World War, thousands of their kind were killed by a wizard. Cabal from Bulgaria, who used their remains as a source for potions and life-extending power enhancements. They were hunted by wizards and others and came close to extinction. Refining their talents, The Gerish used their abilities to remain unseen for decades. Until recently, they were safe. T of the Gerish clan was the next to speak. The female fairy had enlarged herself to the size of about 4 feet and the strain was obvious. She couldn't maintain that size for long. In an act of generosity, 2 other Fae of different species added a bit of power to her, and she smiled gratefully at them for the generosity. The gesture was a small one, but one that would be remembered. Her black hair sparkled in the room's light and her triple pairs of wings, characteristic of her species, were folded around her body. Like many of her kind, she had antennae which moved in response to her mood. Arthur thought she was one of the most beautiful female creatures he had ever seen. When she spoke, musical tone filled the air. The evil wizards came after us. They discovered a way to detect us but could not see through our transparency magic. In spite, they burned much of the forest that was our home. They cursed the forest for our kind. They claimed us to be an affront to nature. We fled the forests of our births. The pixies of our land, our wayward friends, were killed. The pixies fled but could not understand what was happening and were hunted down. The young Fae began to cry. The magic in their bodies is coveted by many magic users. We were forced to flee to the foreign land of our cousins for safety. We have no home. But now we must fight so that we may live. Several of the Fae of different species rose into the air, all of them glowing with power. Beware. They said in unison. When we find them, there will be war. We will kill them all. The United Fae have spoken. TBC Mix 17 Mazer Xander Chapter 17, The Meeting Part 2. Sanctum Sanctorum de Harris. The aged goblin lifted his head, calling everyone's attention to him. Arthur Weasley knew that the creature was older than any goblin he had seen. Goblins lived longer than humans and wizards weren't really concerned about them as living beings as much as they were concerned about their magic and their money. The Goblin War was a bitter, brutal affair and was something neither side had forgotten. Hostility was prominent on both sides, but the wizards had won the war. History was written by the victor and the wizards were content. The goblins were put in their place and all was right with the world. That didn't stop both sides from monitoring one another for signs of treachery. In Alex's experience and training, the goblins of this world were a far cry from the savages he knew on his world. Those creatures were little more than murderous brutes, barbarians by any definition. In comparison, the goblins in this reality were downright civilized. The younger goblin, Clawfoot, bowed his head as he helped his master stand. The aged goblin leader scoffed at being helped but didn't reject the assistance. A single as the elder stood. Arthur noted that their females were rarely seen and for one to be here meant that she was royalty and someone to be respected. Everyone's attention was now focused on him. I am Fenrir Gringott, the 12th to carry the name of the Great One. I carry his blood to this place in peace. May the blood of our enemies boil on the coals in the land of Aptau the Unclean. Having said his somewhat disturbing greetings, his body snapped to attention. I am the beating heart of the clan Gringotts. As I stand here, I am witness to one-time enemies of the goblin people, he said, staring at the various Fae in the room. All of them looked uncomfortable, but none of them drew their weapons. Long have our clans and the Fae been traditional enemies. We goblins are a proud people, a warrior race, passionate and dangerous. But we are not fools. Dangers from both within and without are all too real. The Dark Lord, the things coming through the breaches and these inheritors, are threats we will not ignore. The humans know almost nothing of the struggle. Because of their ignorance, they are mostly useless. The wizards are less than useless. They cannot see what is in front of them and when they do, their leaders hide their heads in the mud to keep from seeing the truth. He spat. I and my clan have listened and spoken to one another of the things you have told us, Master Alexander Harris. 3 of the 5 great goblin clans will end our feud and aid the Fae, the wandless mages, and the humans. He sneered when using the word human, but that attitude was expected. It was better than him spitting every time he mentioned the word wizard. T looked at her goblin counterpart, surprised at his words. She had only one question on her mind. After thousands of years of conflict, why? The old goblin glared at the small Fae, but his anger wasn't directed at her. However, for the moment, he ignored her inquiry. There was another matter that needed addressing and it couldn't wait. Alexander Harris, what you do not know is that Gringotts, the true gnomes hierarchy, and the dwarf convention, which we only suspected still existed, were contacted by extra-dimensional powers. Several human financial institutions were approached by a group representing a powerful legal organization looking for fresh markets, and they were interested in acquiring clients. Alex's face flushed as he realized what Fenrir had just revealed. Everyone around him felt his anger and concern as he fought to regain control. Serene was little better as the very air around her grew colder. Her fists were clenched, and her eyes shone with suppressed power. Stokes looked wary as he stared at both her and Alex. The brief flare of power was unmistakable. If he hadn't been looking at them, he would have missed it. "That law firm," began Alex. "We know who they are, Master Harris," hissed Fenrir Gringotts. We all felt the invasion by this foreign entity. The goblin clans, the gnomes, and even the human banking and legal institutions came together. The old goblin smiled, and it was a hideous one. Even the wild clans joined us, and we fought, slaughtering those barristers and their protectors. It was a glorious battle. His eyes locked onto Alexander and then shifted to the Weasleys. The statute of secrecy. Huh. We sealed their entranceway. Our magics are powerful and we hate foreign invaders, he told everyone. There is a reason why we are warriors. We also protect against invaders such as the evil that tried to gain access to this world. To all those here, listen well. There are rules and there are those who are not allowed to enter. One of these is the wolf, the ram and the hart. The Wolfram and Hart Legal Agency, Serene explained to those who didn't know. It is a very evil demonic multidimensional law firm. They are powerful, conceded Fenrir. But there are rules they cannot violate without the pain of death. Keeping them out is one of our purposes for existence. He glared at Alex in dark amusement. You are not the only one who can detect breaches in this world, and you cannot do it alone. We goblins are warriors for a reason, Fenrir told him. As for these other breaches, that's why we're here, said Alex. Arthur and Molly heard everything. They were horrified. Dumbledore's order was nothing like this. Does the ministry know any of this? Molly blurted out as she started at Arthur. He shrugged. If the ministry knew, they wouldn't tell him anything. He knew the ministry wouldn't tell him. He was too low in the hierarchy. Molly turned to the senior goblin. Does the ministry know about this? Gringotts responded with a truly magnificent sneer. Your minister is still trying to figure out ways to steal my bank from us. What do you wizards care about the fate of the world? Molly stifled a tear. She felt the humiliation of the wizarding world fall onto her shoulders. Fenrir turned his attention back to T, who continued waiting patiently to hear his answer to her question. T of Jerish, we do this because of enlightened self-interests. Better to work with you all than to fall prey to these wizards, the goblin spat. 2 hours later, most of the guests had left Alex's and Serene's home. There were promises made and oaths of cooperation sworn and pledges of information exchange. Another meeting was scheduled for next week and planning would begin to counter the Inheritors. The goblins, the Fae, and the various magical human factions were preparing for the war not only against the Inheritors but also against the Death Eaters and their master. Anthony Stokes remained seated, digesting everything he'd seen and heard. The way that people left the building was just as astounding as the people themselves. A few waited out the front door and he was sure that his fellow agents monitoring the entrance never saw a thing. Some left by what could only be described as portals. They just stepped through and were somewhere else. Some simply disappeared in sparkling lights. Only the husband and wife stayed and had retired to another room. The agent was allowed to contact his people to assuage their fears and give a quick status update. The meeting was informative to say the least, and now that it was over, his concerns only increased. Those simple acts of leaving proved how useless Michigan 6 security was against these people. He informed his superiors of factions in Britain, previously unknown ones, preparing for war His Majesty's government didn't know of and were not prepared for. His service certainly would not be pleased. Just as concerning was the sheer magnitude of the problem extending far past the so-called magical elements of society and into the realm of Britain proper. These unknown groups were willing to consider working with the British ministry only served to give a dark credence to everything he'd just heard. Michigan 6 was about to break out in a sweat to say the least. His musings hadn't prevented him from noticing Harris focusing on him. Mr. Harris. Mr. Brosnan, Alex smiled. I'm sorry. Alex ignored the look of confusion and suspicion emanating from the man while he continued. Sorry, you look so much like someone I knew of. We haven't been formally introduced. I'm Alexander Harris. I know, Mr. Harris, Stokes said. Strange, isn't? Until 2 years ago, there are no records of you or Miss Serene. Her Majesty's Secret Service found that rather odd. Alex acknowledged the jab. Stokes wasn't being subtle, and Alex appreciated it. This meeting wasn't intended to be subtle and planned to return that directness. Well, we weren't under your agency's radar until we started throwing out hints to gain your attention. I'm sure Serene mentioned that to you, Alex said. Mr. Stokes, your people are in a war you're just finding out about. You also have a number of citizens in your country that will start demanding their voices be heard. They've been secretive for obvious reasons, but that time is coming to an end. The problems are going to be legion, but better to get a heads up about the challenges now instead of being slapped in the face. Certainly got our attention, he conceded. Agent Anthony Stokes looked at him for a long moment. Then he glanced at Serene sitting in the corner who hadn't said a word. Both of you are very dangerous people, he said. So are you, Mr. Stokes, Serene said, mischievously. Shaking his head, he asked, if I were so dangerous, why did you allow me to keep my weapon? Harris returned the stare he was getting from the agent. Everyone in this room had weapons on their person. If everybody at the meeting was weaponized, why should we have taken your gun away? That would be unfair for you to be unarmed in light of that, don't you think? Quite. Well, Mr. Harris, what do you get from this? Anthony didn't expect an answer. Surprisingly, he got one. To put it bluntly, I don't want this world to go down the drain. Great Britain is at a boiling point. And you're the tip of the spear. The world is about to change, Alex told him. What happens here will be the blueprint for the rest of the world. Your government has to start preparing, Alex said. There are 3 issues that you need to address. The first is, and this is in no particular order, the Statute of Secrecy. And what is that? Interrupted Stokes. It was mentioned, but I would like some clarification. Alex nodded. The Statute of Secrecy is a law instituted in the late 17th century. Originally, this law was meant to protect non-magicals and keep the existence of magic a secret from the no-mages. They believe if normal people discovered the existence of magic, then they would do anything to get it. That included the torture and murder of magicals, specifically witches and wizards. Putting it bluntly, they were afraid for their lives. It's understandable when you think about it. Yes, and how did they enforce this law? Using non-lethal methods, they use spells that can erase memories. I don't like the sound of that, Stokes said. It was easy to see where this was going. They started abusing this statute, didn't they? Again, Alex nodded. When this statute was conceived, it was considered more as a set of guides rather than a rigid law. Now every witch and wizard can justify wiping memories to any non-magical if they even think that a normal has seen magic. Normally the magical police force was allowed to do this. But there is significant abuse and the Aurors, their police force, look the other way, and that is one of the reasons why your witnesses have no recollection of the terrorist actions. The Inheritors are using it to cover their tracks and keep a low profile. Furthermore, your own agents are being selectively wiped and are unable to recall important details. Recall drugs and hypnotism does not work. Naturally, this places you at an extreme disadvantage. Naturally, Stokes said. He was very displeased at that. After a moment, there has to be some way to negate these memory wipes. Yes, there is, and it can be prevented by magical and scientific methods, which brings up another problem. The wizarding magical world, especially in Britain and Europe, is so isolated that they have little knowledge of the advances that we have made in the various sciences. There are certain technologies that can effectively counter the specific energy used to wipe memory. The magic in this world is basically manipulation of a specific kind of energy. It doesn't originate from a supernatural source, although those sources do exist. The problem arises not so much from the wizarding world but from the Inheritors. They understand science and are wary of it. They know its potential and, as you've heard, are taking steps to minimize it. You are referring to certain television programming and the unusual failure rate of major scientific projects around the world. Again, he paused while putting things together. I assume that the suppression of religious programming and supernatural programming is part of this plot. Very good. I do need to give you some background information first. The wizarding world is very backwards when it comes to understanding science and technologies that have nothing to do with magic. The reason for this is that magic replaces almost all the instrumentation that non-wizards take for granted. They've been doing this for a very long time and have tendencies to reject things that are new or different. Their culture, with some exceptions, is stuck in the late 18th to the late 19th century. A lot of their rules and regulation place them in the 17th. They have little or nothing to do with the so-called Muggle world. Wizarding Britain assumes they are at the pinnacle of magic and technology. The word Muggle is the name applied to non-magicals and is as derogatory as it sounds. Most wizards and witches consider Muggles primitive barbarians, barely above animals. The American wizards are better informed, more technically aware, and more open-mindedness, but not by much. With the British, to give you an idea, most of them don't know that we have powered flight. They assume we still get around in balloons. Wait, how is that even possible? Planes fly overhead all the time. How could they not see them? TBC Chapter 18 Master Xander Chapter 18 Sanctum Sanctorum de Harris. Wait, how is that even possible? Planes fly overhead all the time. How could they not see them? Alex Harris had to smile at the gob-smacked look on Agent Stokes' face. This magical community are superb isolationists, and it goes both ways, especially here in Britain. Plus, there is the general belief that non-magicals can't achieve anything at all because they don't have magic. Therefore, if they even cared to look up, planes must have magic to work. Most of them are about as curious as sloths having an interest in jogging. Another point is that the same magical that keeps them from being detected prevents them from seeing the outside world. If they remain in the magical section all of their lives, then they won't see anything. Stokes picked up Alex's thoughts, thereby reinforcing their beliefs about non-magicals. He finished. It's created a superiority complex. Given their abilities, you're exactly right. Now getting back to your original comment, from what we were told, there appears to be an attack on free thinking, speculative fiction, as well as creating tension among the religious communities. If they can suppress and fracture nations, it serves their agendas. Stifling imagination, research, and faith in higher things than themselves can cripple a person. That's what they want. These inheritors are wary of science, and they should be. The regular wizarding world's terrorists haven't figured that out yet. MI6 and other agencies were about to be put on notice. I'm sure that our people will be taking a very close look into this, he promised. I know you will, and that brings us to the next set of problems. Until you can devise a way to keep your people from being wiped, I have several gifts. Alex gave the man several nondescript rings. These rings will keep your memories from being wiped until you develop counters of your own. I have the frequencies and wavelengths used to wipe memories, and it will be made available to you for study. Next is your security problem. Let's assume that you have moles in your service, and they need to be routed out. I suggest closed circuit cameras everywhere in your buildings will be your friend. Also, electromagnet jammers will prevent teleportation called an apparition. Don't worry, I have all this info prepared for you to access. Bioenergy manipulation is easier to counter than the supernatural. I dare say your R&D will be very busy in the coming days, and that brings me to my next point. Your organization isn't ready to handle these inheritors. Not only are they wizards, but they have a massive organization that will overwhelm you. You need to step up your game, and for that I have a few gifts for you to help do that. Opening a small cart, he pulled out two items. One was a small black rectangular object and what looked to be a larger version. Ah, the famous communications device we've heard of, Stokes said. I know Ree's salivating to get a good look at these. Good to confirm you're the source of these devices. Well, first, it's more than a communications device. It's what we call a smartphone. And its larger cousin is a tablet that be used as a phone and live videocoms, although that isn't its primary function. Both can be used to communicate with another device on the network, and the phone function can be used with your smartphones all over the world. They can also connect to line phones. They have text capability, can store information, and have access to a vast database that spans this world. History, art, video, and photo capture with enhancement capabilities are just some of its functions. These devices are security conscious. No one can use the device unless they meet the security protocols which you will create. The database is self-contained but also is connected to my server that has the sum total of millions of books, all at the touch of a button, and his voice operated. These will help to get you up to speed. I have also placed in the tablets 6 specific movies of interest to your agencies and specifically to Michigan 6. There are some innovations you will find interesting. You need to develop a 00 program to help prepare your nation when you confront this organization and other threats. And what is a 00 program? Look at the movies and they'll explain it to you, smiled Alex. It is my intentions to be a liaison between the magicals and normals. The people that were here know how critical this is, Alex told him as he gave him the box. I want us to work together if this world is to survive. Now my specific job, and others that I choose, is to keep more dangerous supernatural and demonic elements off this planet. He waved his hands into the air. I guess I'm about to become one of your assets. He smiled. And your people are about to become one of mine. Stokes just raised an eyebrow. Clearly, he was irritated by the low opinion Alex had of his service. From what I've seen, I believe we will need help with this endeavor. If my superiors agree to it, he looked around at the impossibly large room. It's a whole new world. Actually, Mr. Stokes, the world is older than you know and there are things trying to get in. Think you this world as a body and I'm a white blood cell making sure that the body is kept safe from very dangerous germs and viruses trying to infiltrate. More about this later. He took that as a clue that his interrogation, and that was what it was, to leave. Hope to see you soon, Mr. Future Bond, Serene said while Alex suppressed his smirk. Oh, and please ask 2 of your associates outside to come and pick up a couple of boxes I have for your people. Please be careful and don't drop them. Here are the setup instructions. He glanced at the box. I'm not familiar with that company. I would be shocked if you were, Mr. Stokes. Anthony looked at the cover in more detail. A television? LG? Never heard of it? A few minutes later, both masters were sitting on the couch going over the day's events. That went better than I hoped for, Serene said. Do you think he noticed the hints we threw at him? This world. Your world? Oh, yes. He noticed everything. They'll connect the dots soon enough, Alex said. He knows we left him with a lot more questions than answers. Alex stretched. A very long day was over. We have a lot of work to do. By the way, have you picked anyone yet? Yes, I have a candidate or 2. What about you? I have someone in mind. Serene just shook her head at the cryptic answer. He really channeled Hoggoth too much sometimes. Xander's magic last night's meeting turned out better than Alex expected. The Gringotts clan had joined with the United Phi in declaring war against the Inheritors. It went without saying that their agenda pissed off every non-wand user and other magical communities weren't going to take it lying down. The people were aware of the threat and they had a name to go with it. The Inheritors' agenda was very similar to Voldemort's but much further reaching, but both had the effect of bringing the magical community together. He was pleasantly surprised by the goblins' reaction. The cultivating of friendship and respect had borne fruit. They were powerful allies and Alex would exploit that as much as he could in the coming weeks and months. Not only had they stepped up when dealing with the Wolfram and Hart situation, but they pulled in the gnomes, the dwarves, and the ever-loving human banking institutions in their battles. The old axiom was true. Money did indeed talk and made strange, but solid allies. That mutual alliance wasn't about to break anytime soon. They were this world's antibodies fighting against foreign bodies. Unfortunately, this world didn't have antibodies to defend against entities that were coming through Glory's portals that manifesting all over the world. But even in this, there were inviolate laws. The ruling entities such as Dormammu and his nutcase sister Umar, and other rulers in the purple and other dark and hell dimensions weren't allowed to interfere directly with this earth. As powerful as they were, more powerful forces kept them at bay, even daring them to try to interfere. But even here there were loopholes. And this was where Alexander's responsibilities lay because there were others coming. Alexander and Serene were preparing for. The smaller entities were supremely dangerous, but there were ways to deal with them. The two weren't alone. Other members of the magical communities in the know were being gathered and trained so they could defend their own world from these abominations. This unification was not without its problems. Magicals and no mages would have to come together to survive what was coming. That would be a tense time and there was a strong possibility that war might break out unless the situation was carefully handled. This world was about to be tested. He hoped cooler heads would prevail and he would do what he could to help. Meanwhile, Dumbledore was somewhat pissed off that Alex and Serene had told Molly and Arthur of the charms placed on them and that they were now cancelled. Albus' near obsession with his concept of the greater good was going to get his people killed. Alex had laid into him about the charms unknowingly placed on the Weasleys. Arthur and Molly noticed nothing amiss. The charms worked perfectly, which is why they hadn't noticed their boy's attitude or remembered any of the darker events that the boys and Henny had let slip. Needless to say, the couple was enraged about the loyalty charm placed on them and swore to confront Albus as soon as they could. The old man, expecting to hear news about the mysterious meeting, went pale when Alexander had confronted him. Dumbledore was concerned and surprised that the American had removed the charms with his unique magic. Alex had given him a chance, but he hadn't had the time and truthfully, he didn't like being pushed to a wall. But he couldn't afford to antagonize such an acid, not after what Xander had told him later when things cooled down. But in the hour that Dumbledore spent at Alex's home after everyone had left, the man stressed out having yet another problem to deal with. As he said, he was very vexed with his two professors who could have cared less at how he felt. All of them would talk again when Albus had the time to get together with them and try to justify his actions and deal with the consequences. Naturally, Alex knew that the old man would be more careful but wouldn't change his plans. But he also knew that Dumbledore knew he couldn't easily get away with actions that directly affected Alex's interests. The trust factor was seriously cracked but not broken yet, simply because they needed each other. All of them would get through this with a few broken bones and harsh feelings, but they would get through it. Naturally, Xander didn't tell him everything, which served to aggravate Albus, a man who needed to know everything while giving out the least possible information in return. Albus was told Abes of fairies, goblins and mages coming together to protect themselves. And Alex mentioned that another incursion had happened. Alex explained that he and Serene were looking into it. Alex did not tell him of the Inheritors slaughtering magical communities. That conversation was for a later time. To be honest, Dumbledore had his hands full dealing with the Death Eaters and the Goblet Challenge coming up in the visiting schools. Alex's mind went back to the tournament. For a civilized society, this kind of tournament was extraordinarily dangerous. Growing up on a Helmuth, facing so many evils and outright craziness, he didn't want to say anything. This was their culture, their world, and besides, many of them were paying customers. He was pleased that they loved his made by human hands food. A lot of his customers believed it had a special flavor. In Alex's opinion, it was just food, but the fact that it was handmade using non-magical methods and ingredients made it exotic. Serene was gone on one of her business, shopping trips and wouldn't be back until late Sunday night. Monday was the Goblet of Fire Day and she wouldn't miss that. All the teachers were expected to be there and frankly, neither one wanted to miss it. Alex was left minding the store, literally. He didn't mind and business was brisk as many of the patrons crowded the store on the few days it was opened. Hours were scaled back because of the classes, and loyal customers took advantage of the reduced shopping times. Alex and Serene weren't surprised by the response to their more consistent customers. Many were aggravated at the reduced hours, the most common complaint being that they were inconvenienced. Other shopkeepers were overjoyed at first. However, those reduced hours made the store more popular during the times that it was opened, much to their distress. It did have a side effect. The older, more complacent shopkeepers were upping their game. Several customers entered an hour before the store was set to close. 2 were ministry officials, including one Minister Fudge followed by his wife. Surprisingly, they were consistent customers, or more accurately, his wife was. Mrs. Fudge was a pleasant woman and some of the Muggle perfumes had captured her attentions. Fudge grumbled at being dragged by his wife to go perfume shopping at the American Muggle-style store. However, he obviously liked the exotic scents judging by the glow he sent his wife when she wasn't looking. Plus, the stuffy little man always seemed to window shop when he came with her, usually lingering around the magazine section where there were both magical and non-magical varieties. Interestingly, he always bought at least one of the non-magical varieties, usually the French ones, the dirty old coot. His wife pretended not to notice, but she knew what he was doing, and Alex sensed her approval. Naughty political couple, heh, heh. There was a phrase that Alex thought about that Sir Rupert Giles once told him after a particular long drinking bout after one of their great victories against a family of Oaknedurk demons. The clan tried to take over a city in Ohio. He said, "Always beware of stuffy Brit couples that bring randy French literature home at night." Young Xander didn't need to know that. It destroyed his idyllic vision of the English. Older Alex couldn't help but smile like an idiot. Minister Fudge was a blustering politician, with a taste in clothing that would have driven his younger self insane. The girls would have murdered him just to protect their eyes. Alex didn't care. The man was spending good money and his continued patronage kept the others off of Alex's back for now. That was certainly going to change in the near future. 2 other window shoppers came in, looked around and left. The quaint little non-magical doorbell chimed as 2 potential customers entered the store. Whoever they were looking like they were casing the place. Both men tried to look like they were interested in the items, but Alex saw through that. After a few minutes, they left. It was starting. Alex wasn't overly concerned at this point. He had customers to tend. Smiling cheerfully, Alex went to greet his latest patron when he stopped. The blonde woman wearing a little too much makeup and a dark green button-down 2-piece long-sleeved suit gingerly entered. She glanced around the store and spotted Alex. For a moment Ms. Rita Skeeter looked terrified. Then she straightened up and boldly entered the threshold. Most other customers recognized her immediately. She smiled at Alex, which he thought looked totally fake. She put on a brave front, but there was little doubt that she was terrified. "Mr. Harris," she said. "I wanted to talk to you." "MX-19 here we go again. What is happening now is on a Tuesday. The goblet drawing will be on this coming Thursday, so this is 2 days before that event. Please enjoy." Master Xander Chapter 19 Xander's Magic Shop and Curiosities. It was starting. Alex wasn't overly concerned at this point. He had customers to tend. Smiling cheerfully, Alex went to greet his latest patron when he stopped. The blonde woman wearing a little too much makeup and a dark green button-down 2-piece long-sleeved suit gingerly entered. She glanced around the store and spotted Alex. For a moment she looked terrified. Then she straightened up and boldly entered the threshold. Most other customers recognized her immediately. She smiled at Alex, which he thought looked totally fake. She put on a brave front, but there was little doubt that she was terrified. "Mr. Harris," she said. "I wanted to talk to you." "Why?" Alex responded as his mood soured. Rita Skeeter wasn't someone he expected to see coming to his store. And Skeeter was a reporter whose reputation preceded her. It caused him to wonder about her agenda. The look he was giving the reporter alarmed her. "It's nothing official," she sputtered as her nervousness took hold. "Please don't spray me again." Alexander's smile was unnerving. "Ms. Skeeter, you've come into my establishment. I assume that you're here to browse or maybe buy something, not be sprayed. Am I right?" "Yes, right you are." Rita Skeeter looked immensely relieved. "Thank you, Mr. Harris," and she really meant it. "I am not here to start an argument." Rita paused for a moment as she thought about how to approach the conversation. She had spent hours, days really, trying to think of the right words that wouldn't aggravate Harris, but none of her usual approaches seemed appropriate. In the end, she simply blurted out the words, and in the process surprising herself. The woman had sworn to herself that she wouldn't lose control of her emotions in front of the man who poisoned her. The woman wanted, no, she needed closure. "I really wish you hadn't done that." "Did what?" Alex asked, pretending ignorance while aggravating her in the process. "Mr. Harris, don't play the innocent with me. It was a terrible thing to do," she said with far less heat than Alex had expected. "I believe you thought you had your reasons to do such a terrible thing, but you poisoned me using that horrid stuff," she practically screamed. Surprised by her own outburst, she frantically looked around at the other patrons. They hadn't seemed to notice her uncouthness. "I did nothing to cause you to respond in such a vile manner." "No, you're wrong," he told her as they moved to a more secluded area to sit down and talk. "You did. You violated the sanctity of my classroom, not to mention writing all of those wonderful articles about my associate, myself and my store. The innuendos involving myself and Ms. Dellon didn't help improve my opinions of you. In fact, you went out of your way to denigrate and insult us, Ms. Skeeter. You didn't have a clue about us, and you didn't bother to find out. You invented stories created from your own imagination and printed those stories like a cheap gossip columnist. As a reporter, you weren't concerned about the damage you brought, or the people you hurt." Rita glared at him with undisguised anger. She did not like being challenged and she wed at being called on it. Most people merely raged at her. But she knew that Alex would do a lot worse if he was provoked, and that frightened her. However, Her fear didn't assuage her anger and being insulted. How Skeeter struggled as she tried to keep her voice low enough to keep the other patrons from overhearing their conversation. The woman thought about casting a silencing spell but dared not do so in Alex's store. The man might take offense and she certainly didn't want to do that. However, she had to respond. You are Americans who came here and established a store in what is traditionally a magical British community. It is up to news reporters such as me to find out why you came here and for what reason. She gulped. I hasten to add that you rejected all of my inquiries. I had no choice but to speculate. Mrs. Skeeter, you didn't even take the time to ask for an interview. You just stuck your quill in my face and started asking ignorant questions. My name is Rita, and it is not Mrs., she corrected. And those weren't ignorant questions, and I did request an interview with you, which you rejected out of hand. She sighed, taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Mr. Harris, I came here to apologize for my actions at the school. I'm a reporter and it's my job to present the news to the public. I admit that I sometimes do go too far, but you didn't have to do that to me. Do what? Alex asked her. She looked at him, appalled. You mustn't play with me about this. You sprayed me, she whispered. The memories came flooding back and she looked terrified. Somehow you knew that I was in my animagus form. How? I've kept this a close secret and very few people know. How did you know and why haven't you told the authorities? With the last question, she couldn't keep the fear out of her voice. I think I've gotten my point across, Alex told her. Only Serene and I know. I am not interested in revealing your secret identity. There wasn't a need for you to be imprisoned, although you were breaking British magical law by not registering. Rita was quiet for a moment as she tried to gauge what he was telling her. She was suspicious by nature and her hackles were up. Oh, I see. You're going to hold this over me. The woman looked disheartened and somewhat fearful. What do I have to do to keep you from telling the authorities? The conversation was interrupted while the last of the customers paid for their purchases and left, leaving Rita and Alex alone at the store. Xander turned, directly facing a very frightened Rita who was trying her best to look indifferent. It was the look in her eyes that betrayed her feeling. The answer is nothing, and I know what you're thinking, he told her. She was looking at him questioningly. It's obvious to one who sees. Don't be afraid, he said, trying to reassure her. I have no interest in doing that to you, so you can pull your mind away from the gutter. Rita was shocked and a little surprised. She was absolutely sure that Xander would take advantage of her womanly nature as the price for keeping a secret. Americans were like that. She was aware that many men would have gladly forced her into a compromising situation, not hesitating for a second. You mean I don't have to do anything? No, Ms. Skeeter, other than this. I want you to show a little more respect when you write articles about people. I want you to be a little more objective and less vindictive. My articles aren't vindictive, she retorted. He shook his head in disagreement. Yes, they are. Don't forget, I've read your articles. You were especially brutal to the Harry Potter kid. Your articles about his godfather and the murder of his parents were just cruel. I saw a lot of that was just made up garbage. Do you have any idea how much damage you've done to him? From what I've read, you didn't officially interview him, but you've made up so many things that will probably scar that boy for life. But he's news, and he's just a boy, he'll get over it. Let me ask you a question, Alex said. She bit her lip and nodded. Are you going to get over being sprayed by me? That's different, she hissed. You poisoned me. That is something I will never fully get over. Mr. Potter and all of those whom you've slandered have gone through the same thing. Rita looked stricken, although she tried to cover it up with that fake smile of hers. I don't understand what you mean, she lied. You're doing the same thing to the people you slandered. It's the same thing as poisoning them. For example, Harry is a young impressionable boy. No matter what they said that he is supposed to have done, he's still a child, barely a teenager. You've torn him apart in your constant articles. You're taking away what little childhood he has. Lord, no, it's not just you. Lots of others that have participated in sensationalizing this child's life, and we both know most of it was crap and lousy writing. There was a moment's pause as he tried to decide if he should continue his line of thought. He decided to push it. There was a time in the early to mid-1800s, probably earlier, that most of the world believed that Britain treated their children lower than dirt. The orphanages, the child factories, the beatings, the utter contempt for the poor and their children. You're a reporter, and you know the history. I thought you would have improved after all of this time. I guess I was wrong. Alex continued speaking before she could retort. You went after Serene and me with little regard to our personal feelings or privacy, he told her. Your articles haven't endeared yourself to me. Alex began glaring at her. To make myself clear, Ms. Skeeter, I wasn't interested in permanently debilitating or killing you. He looked off into the distance and smiled ruefully. If I had wanted to, I could have transfigured you in a fly with just your head remaining human and let you buzz around like that for a couple of weeks. Or I could have made your beetle form permanent. And yes, I can do that, he told the now very pale woman. So, when I sprayed you, I was being nice. Rita looked absolutely horrified. Alex got up and grabbed a Coke from his refrigeration, popped the top and took a long sip. But really, I didn't like doing that because it exposes the darker side of my nature. You're a bit of a git, but I wouldn't do that to you just because you wrote articles I didn't like. By the way, do you want a Coke? For some reason, she felt irrationally pleased by his answer. I'm not familiar with that concoction. It must be Muggle. But yes, thank you. Mr. Harris, you are a very confusing man. And, she added, for your information, I am not a git, not really. He went and got her the soda and handed it to her. She gingerly took it, popped the top and tasted it. Her eyes widened. It was a little sweet, but she decided that she liked it. Now I think you're here to shop before the store closes for the night, which closed about 10 minutes ago, but I will make an exception, he added. Put away your journalist hat and enjoy yourself. The store's changed since you came in the last time about 2 years ago. When we opened. And yes, I remember you coming here and checking everything out in your beetle form, he flatly told her. Thought you were a bug and almost sprayed you then. But saw what you were and decided to let you go. You may not remember, but I do. Please. She implored. How did you know? How do you know? Doesn't matter, he said and changed the subject. We have added a lot of things. The woman recognized the shift and decided not to contest. Yes, I think I'd like that. She paused for a few seconds before turning to face him again. Her voice wavered a little as she continued. I'd like us to start over again on a better footing this time. I don't want you to see me as your enemy. Looking nervous, she took a step back. Her eyes glazed over a bit. I am listening to what you're saying to me whether you believe me or not. Carefully watching the man for a reaction, she continued. While I was at home recovery had a lot to think about. Even though you were mean to me, you could have done a lot worse and I know that. Her voice wavered. I could have but chose not to. For a few minutes, Rita looked around the store, really looked. A couple of items really caught her attention. In my profession, I have a lot of contacts and many of those people that I know I considered associates. But I don't have too many friends. In fact, I can count them on 2 fingers, she laughed bitterly. I was alone in my apartment and nobody came to check to see how I was doing except my editor, of course. And the only reason he came to my flat was because he was worried about his article about Hogwarts was behind schedule. I was sick and no one came to see if I was even alive. They just dismissed me. Sorry to hear that, but it's partially your fault, said Alex, but not unkindly. You can't just use people and expect them care about you in times of need. Your associates are the same way. They care about what you can do for them, not you personally. She was uncharacteristically quiet for a while. Her face displayed a multitude of emotions ranging from anger, to fear, to sadness, and lowness. I learned that the hard way, and here she smirked a bit. I find that I don't like it, not one bit. Now she looked at him, studying the man in front of him. I also know that you checked on me at least twice while I was ill. He didn't bother denying it. I just wanted to make sure you hadn't dropped dead, he said dryly. You did more than anyone else, she noted sadly. Even if you were the one who poisoned me and left me to suffer in my apartment for almost a week. That was only because of enlightened self-interest. Rita shook her head. Amused by his comment. Don't try to fool me. I have a journalist's eye for news. You were worried about me. But to get back to my original point. I would like for us to start over as friends. She took a breath. Would you like have a spot of dinner with me? She asked, blushing. We all know the reputations of Americans. Her cheeks flushed more and was visible even through her makeup. I don't want you to ravish me or anything. I would like, however, you to go out with me. I know you are a bit younger, but I have hopes we can be friends. What? Wait. She was asking me out on a date, and after I sprayed her with Raid. What is it about me and bug women? Alex was thrown off guard, but to his credit, he recovered quickly. Actually, you're only 39 and that means I'm years older than you are. I'm not 39, she huffed. I'm closer to 30, 37. Rita, our association didn't start on the best of terms, but you want us to go out on a date? She sighed, looking utterly dejected and embarrassed. I knew I shouldn't have come here. She turned around. Well, I tried, Ms. Skeeter said wispily as she got ready to leave as she tried to maintain as much of her dignity as possible. Alex couldn't help but was impressed. It took strength for this woman to open herself up like that of a person that she thought was willing to kill her. It also took courage to ask, knowing that it could turn around and slap you in the face. She looked crestfallen, assuming that her entreaty would result in humiliation. Wait, he told Rita. He touched her shoulder and the woman froze in place. Come over here and sit down, please. She did so without any hesitation. First, Americans aren't what you think we are, he explained. Don't believe everything you read in the papers, he told the reporter. Second, I really am years older than you are, kid, as I mentioned earlier. And third, yes, we can go to dinner. It'll give us a chance to talk. And you can wear something. Why? She gaped at him for a moment. She thought she was wearing something. Why, Mr. Harris? Her face was flushed. Okay. Like Giles would say, good lord, I was just teasing, Rita. I look forward to going out with you. You're a little young, but I guess I can manage going out with a hot young thing. Ooh, Mr. Harris, good lord. Call me Alex. Alex, you should say things like that. Why not? He responded in his best Sean Connery imitation. Rita blushed. Later at home, Alexander was deep in meditation in the lotus position while floating several inches above his floor. Magic swirled around him as he focused on the magical image of the world map in front of him. Several of the live-in Phi hovered around him, drawn by his magic and acting as bodyguards. A black spot appeared on the map as he came out of his trance-like state. Got ya, he whispered. MX-29 Master Xander Chapter 20 Hogwarts. Young Harry Potter looked like a bird trapped in a cage. He was stunned. No, he was shocked. No, he couldn't believe this. Why did things like this continually happen to him? Hundreds of people, ministers, fellow students, professors, newspeople, visitors, and who knows who else, were staring at him in disbelief. Many of them were glaring as if this was his fault. All of his friends, especially Ron and Hermione, squinted at him as if he were actually responsible for the Goblet of Fire choosing him. Ron looked envious. Hermione appeared mystified. The Weasley twins looked impressed. The rest of the Gryffindors looked confused. Several of the professors stared at him in shock, disappointment, and true concern. Others glared at him like he was the worst troublemaker in the world, and that this latest prank of his crossed the line from pranking into danger. Professor Snape looked outraged, but oddly reflective. The two visiting professors looked outraged and were already converging on the headmaster. The reporters from the local news outlets and from around the magical world looked like vultures. The people present for the unveiling of the names were shocked, not knowing what to say. Everyone's attention was focused on him, and for a young teenager, that scrutiny was horror personified. He hadn't done anything, and it wasn't his fault, and he was sure one would believe him. Like the others, Professors Trelawney, Harris, and Dellen were surprised and suspicious. Sybil looked worried. The presentation of a fourth champion made her fearful, because it didn't feel like some adolescent prank. She got the impression of danger, not only for the boy, but for her and everyone else around him. Her training using the meditative techniques she learned while working with Serene allowed her to develop some control of her prophetic abilities. The woman still couldn't remember her own prophecies, but other aspects of the power were coming to the forefront. The woman was trusting her instincts, and they were yelling at her now that something was wrong. She was blossoming, looking far more attractive than she or others imagined. It was amazing what a little change in hairstyle, a few clothing style modifications, and contact lenses instead of those binoculars she used to wear, can do for a woman's appearance and confidence. A lot of wizards in the community began seeing her in a new light. Professor Harris was, for lack of a better word, unhappy. This contest was dangerous for anyone to take part in, let alone an underage boy, and there was nothing he could do without breaking his cover. He could find out if the goblet were tampered with, but that would generate too many questions he wasn't prepared to answer yet. He'd check later. For now, there was nothing he could do. Serene looked disappointed. The boy had strength, but obviously someone had it out for the boy. Harry Potter had a chaotic aura not unlike his own, and this incident was suspect. Something or someone was conspiring to hurt this, and she didn't like it. As for Dumbledore, the man hadn't planned for this and was terrified for the boy. He was livid and raging at Harry. How could the boy be so foolish to do something like this? How did he, a mere boy, overcome the goblet's defenses? Snape accused the boy of mischief without proof, but doing so with relish. That wasn't a surprise since everyone knew that he hated Harry Potter, but that attitude really pushed Alex's buttons. Snapey for all the world to see. That wasn't true, not completely, but he kept in character when it came to the boy, more than the headmaster would have liked. The headmaster's initial reaction was to blame Potter for this debacle, but his own instincts were telling him that this was a specific plot aimed at the boy. But he had no idea what to do about it. If he forced Harry to withdraw, then he would lose his magic. That was part of the magical contract forced on the boy, and that was out of the question. No, the goblet's choice had to be honored, and the only good thing about that was that he had a little time to counter this latest attack and make sure the boy survived the upcoming trials. The questions remaining were, how could he do this? It was one of the few times he was at a loss. Tom had to be involved somehow, and Albus intended to counter this latest move by the Dark Wizard. Thank Merlin that he hadn't made a personal appearance, or this would be infinitely worse. Right now, he had only moments to prepare himself to deal with the irate headmasters Karkaroff and Olympe Maxime. This was a firestorm he didn't need at this time but couldn't avoid. They seemed to want his head on a pike for some reason because of this incident. 2 champions for one school. Maxime yelled. Why are you intending to cheat like this? We will not take part in this travesty. Dumbledore had to calm them down quickly. This is most unexpected, he said quickly. This has never happened before. The goblet. Alex felt sorry for the boy knowing that the next few days were going to be a pain for the poor soul, and he resolved to do something to ease his pain when he came to class. Harris only imagined what was going on inside that room with the headmaster Inquisition Harry was going through. And Snape's attitude wasn't helping. He couldn't do anything for the young man at the moment, he thought. But Ron had caught his attention. The look on the boy's face. He looked shocked, but more importantly, he looked betrayed and jealous. That was something Alex intended to nip in the bud. However, before that, hello, Rita. Her usual air of forwardness that surrounded her disappeared the moment he said hello. Hello, Alex. Skeeter was breathing heavily, and he knew why. The so-named boy who lived was news, and this incident was a major scoop for her and her newspaper. Alex was half surprised she was still here in the school instead of running back to the office. As she looked at him, she seemed to understand what he was thinking. It isn't over yet. I want to see what happens next. I want my followers' readers to get the full story. The boy who lived. Her eyes gleamed in the magical candlelight. She lived for moments like this. My readers are going to love this, every little juicy bit. There was no way he could stop her, and he wouldn't try. At least not directly. Rita was doing her job as she saw it for the last 10 or more years. What he did plan was to change the direction. I can see it. Now, he said to her quietly, looking at her was innocently yet as despondently as possible. He poured as much guilt into his voice as he could. You're going to embellish this, aren't you? I what? No, I'm going to report the news as it is, she answered indignantly. She wanted to raise her voice but stopped herself after a small bit of effort. What do you think I am, Alex? She asked him. Looking very conflicted. She felt a little hurt and didn't understand why. I thought you thought better of me, after our date, I mean. Guilt 101. See, you taught me well, Willow. I do, Rita, but I don't know, he admitted. I'm watching you because I want to see who you really are. Your actions tell me a lot about who you really are. The woman looked seriously conflicted. One date does not a relationship make, Mr. Harris. You don't know the real me. Are we in a relationship? Alex asked sweetly, much to her chagrin. After one date? Alex had never seen someone turn such a shade of deep red in his life. Not even Willow's blushing compared. It was glorious. Rita looked so cute, frustrated, and embarrassed like this. Let's take some time and see where this goes. No marriage contracts. No love potions. We need to see if we are compatible. Then we'll see. He was succeeding in making her feel guilty, and she knew it. What was wrong with her? She was a seasoned, hard-charging reporter for Merlin's sake. She looked defeated. "Read my article and we'll see," she relented. Oh, she had so many good lines she could have used. "Thank you," he said as sincerely as he possibly could at the moment. "By the way, I see you've cut down on your makeup a little. It suits you, I think." If looks could kill, Alex was so dead. And he was the one who suggested that she use less. The old git. "I hate you." "You do?" he asked. For an instant Rita wanted to scream. Then she shook her head, completely nonplussed. "I don't hate you," she admitted. "But I will get my vengeance," she promised. Now she'd have to start writing her article over again from scratch. If only he would stop smiling at her so much. He was just making things worse. Across the hall, Serene just smirked. The man was chaos theory personified. She would however make sure he didn't hurt the little news harpy. Rita was a pill, but she was also making gains. Not much, but she was beginning. Alex needed to be care and not hurt the woman. As bad as Rita was, she didn't need to be hurt like that. And she didn't want to hear Alex moaning about his actions for the next few years, either. She demons, she vampires, she mummies, she mantis that wanted to mate and then eat him, witches a la Willow. Her own witch of a sister, he had experience with all sorts of very dangerous women being attracted to him. Xander once believed it was a curse, but it wasn't. It was a power he could manipulate now. Alex, however, was still a man and sometimes didn't know when to stop, so Serene would keep a leash on him, letting him run free when the time was right. As for Rita, he needed to be cared with her. Sometimes he needed to be reminded of the master of the mystic arts. Or not. Small ripples, a smiling Sybil standing next to her, said. "What did you say?" Serene asked. "Did I say something?" she asked, confused. "Oh, dear. I don't remember. What did I say?" "Nothing," Serene said, smiling. Small ripples indeed. 3 days earlier, Bondaraz, Bulgaria, 5 kilometers outside of the small town of Abubaraz, a golden-colored portal appeared in a sparse, unkept wheat field next to a rarely used dirt road. A small vehicle emerged from the portal. Clearing the portal, it moved a short distance, pulling onto the road before the portal closed in on itself. It was late afternoon and the 5 people who exited the nondescriptor automobile observed the surrounding area carefully, making sure there were no others around. This emergence area was chosen specifically because of the absence of people. The fact that there were no other people around wasn't surprising because the locals knew something was terribly wrong and instincts were screaming at them to run, which they did. The targeted town was located approximately 6 kilometers ahead, and the hunters didn't dare portal or apparate any closer. Their prey was unaware of them so far, and the 3 humans and 2 goblin warriors wanted to keep it that way. Serene Dellon, Gregory Stewart, and Francois Almonte looked at the barren landscape, confirming what they already knew. This area was abandoned not only by the people but also by the animals that normally inhabited the area. Dogs and cats, birds, local wildlife. Everything left. The denser people in the town whose instincts weren't that great finally gotten the message and followed suit. Only the very stupid stayed. Eventually, even they left as relatives dragged them away for their own good. 2 heavily armed goblins, each carrying goblin black swords, took up positions in the rear, ready to engage and slay anything that would dare try to catch them unawares. Grimheart and Termise, also known as the Wormkiller, were both sent by the goblin leaders who insisted they be represented in the hunt. The 2 masters of the mystic arts gladly accepted their help. For both the wizards and the goblin, this was a valuable training exercise dealing with the increasing incursion in the world. It was their world, and they needed to know how to fight other dimensional monsters. Most of the non-magical people with a modicum of common sense had fled the area, but those represented only a small portion of the population in the early days. However, it didn't take long for the other non-magical towns, some as far as 12 kilometers from the epicenter, to vacate the area. The people didn't know why they felt the need to flee, but, as with the people of Abubaraz, they followed their instincts. For as long as the town of Abubaraz existed, rumors persistent that the area was haunted. Unknown to the no-mag villages, that feeling of wrongness was a byproduct of the manipulations of the local magicals working to keep their town clear of so-called muggles. The town in question kept their wards, notice me not, and muggle repellent spells at full strength, and as a result, Most of the locals didn't know that the small enclave existed, which was exactly the way the Magicals wanted it. The feeling of fear was always with the Magicals, and those fears were only exacerbated during World War II when the Germans invaded the surrounding countryside. The German army never detected the wizarding town, but several members of the enclave were killed during bombings and random gunfire. The incident served only to increase the paranoid and fear among the magical town, and by extension, increased their desire to remain as isolated from the Muggle barbarians as possible. The wizards and witches here were some of the more isolationist people in the world. Their culture stopped progressing in the 17th century and their contact with non-magicals was almost non-existent. This gave them a measure of security in order to continue their way of life without interference. An isolated people, they barely interacted with the other magical towns in Bulgaria, and that isolation contributed to their town being extinguished without others knowing of their plight. Interestingly, no one bothered to inform the authorities that something was terribly wrong, but that was to be expected. The same spells that kept the town secret also kept magical and non-magicals authorities from sniffing around. The magical village had done their jobs too well. There was no one to help. Serene Dellin, a Dalvis lord of the Myron, was her world equivalent of a slayer. She wasn't as physically strong as Buffy and the other slayers of Alex's world, but she was the equivalent of a mystical powerhouse. Her family was the destroyer of demons and mystical entities. The Vishanti recruited her for the same reasons they had Alex and the others. They were champions against the forces of the dark. Her natural mystic abilities were valued by the Vishanti, and through their training, she graduated as a master of the mystic arts in record time. Her success and capabilities were just one reason Willow was envious almost to the point of hatred. She never understood that the Vishanti required humility as well as strength to be accepted into their program. Willow was a mystical powerhouse, but she wasn't what they were looking for in their champions. Upset at being rejected, she forced the issue and challenged the Vishanti, an action that almost got her killed. Trying to prove her worth, she only made it worse. Only Alex's impassioned pleas stopped the ancients from terminating her. However, the damage was done. Alex was one of the chosen and not her. Willow's relationship with Alex was damaged because of jealousy, and that envy ultimately ruined their relationship and practically made her enemies with Serene. 2 decades later, she was still competing with the two masters and their relationship could be best described as tenuous. In Serene's opinion, the less she saw of her, the better. Gregory Stewart, from Britain, and François Almonte of France, were recruited by Alex and Serene the first year they arrived in London. They were part of a select number in a growing network of magicals and normals being recruited and trained for the battles to come for this world. Grimheart and Therese, the Wormkiller, were the ones chosen for this mission because they were excellent warriors and were able to get along with magicals and non-magicals relatively easily. The two of them were excited, ready to attack and slay the being that dared violate their world. "We'll walk from here," she told them. The two goblins glared at her and nodded quickly, and without a word, began heading towards their destination. Both wizards groaned. Long walks were just more exercises. Alex and Serene required them to work out constantly, from the time they were recruited. The wizards and witches were being whipped into shape, but it was exhausting, and their kind didn't take to it well. But they were improving. A 5-kilometer walk wouldn't kill them, although apparating was so much easier. Naturally, Stuart complained. It was his nature to do so. Why so far? Surely, the creature could not sense us if we apparated with a couple of kilometers. He began walking, catching up with the others. Dragon-scale armor was light, but not that light when walking long distances in it. "Don't worry," Serene told him. The woman couldn't contain the gentle sarcasm heard in her voice. "The walk will do you some good." "The Kaysjanks are nocturnal," she explained once more. "They abhor sunlight," she said. "These creatures originate from a dimension of eternal darkness. Sunlight burns them. It blinds the eyes that they really don't have. It doesn't kill them, but they will hide from it. This isn't their natural habitat. But as I mentioned, they can detect magical auras and sense magical-based biological beings. You've studied the report. They prey on magicals and have the ability to track down their prey. They feed on our kind. That's why that town was wiped out. Magicals can't detect them with magic. If the vampire entities are detected by magic, it's because it wants to be, and therefore, it's a trap." It never hurt to repeat vital critical need-to-know information before going into battle. "Yes, Ms. Dellin," Gregory responded. He didn't even think about arguing. Instead, he focused on the mission and trying not to get himself or his mates killed and sucked dry by something that didn't have a definitive shape and far too many mouths. The creature wiped out an entire village of magicals, and he didn't want to be added to the list. The group reached the outskirts of the town about 2 hours later. There was no need to rush since any action most likely wouldn't occur at the beginning of twilight. All of them were focused on keeping their magical auras suppressed as much as possible. Their target would sense, probably had already detected them, but not the special weapons they carried. The 1K's Jenks were alpha predators and never backed down, but they were wary of prey that could fight back. In the dark dimension, Dormammu cared little for his subjects, but their constant victimization and the numbers of deaths, followed by a massive proliferation of the creatures, forced the dreaded Lord to hunt them to extinction. The Faltine Lord excelled in his mission. There were few of the creatures left alive, and most of them were trying to escape to another dimension and better hunting grounds. Escaping Dormammu was exceedingly difficult to do, but 3 entities had made it through a crack in the dimensional wall. 2 died during the journey, eaten by the third and largest one, allowing it to survive until it reached here. The goblins looked antsy, watching every movement, every whisper of the wind. The 2 wizards were just as wary. Neither one of them had experienced anything remotely like this. "It is too quiet," the French wizard whispered. "I hear nothing but the sound of the wind, what little there is of it," he added. "It is terrible." "I agree," Gregory whispered back. Bought the 3 magicals and nodded slightly, agreeing with them. The area was absolutely silent. There were no birds chirping, nor were there sounds of animal anywhere. None of the hunters saw or heard in the area. There was absolute silence. Even the grass seemed to sway quietly. "I have never heard silence before." The words didn't come out right, but they all knew exactly what he meant. "Get ready," Serene said, not even bothering to keep her voice down. "It knows we're here." She could feel it probing, hunting for her and the others. They wouldn't have to hunt it down. It was coming for them, coming now. TBC Chapter 21 Record Keeping. These next 2 chapters deal with what is happening outside of Hogwarts and the students, etc. This story involves both the mundane and magical worlds and how they will interact with one another as the story progresses. I was never a believer that war was inevitable unless someone really pushed it. Despite most assumption that the 2 groups would go to war, I am a firm believer that they could get along. Of course, it would take time and a lot of work, effort, and patience. And conflicts will happen, but not to the extent of extermination of one or the other. Also, the chapters were supposed to be small chunks, but they got bigger and bigger. I am now going back to the smaller installments. In Chapter 23 coming up, the students are in for the ride equals of their lives as they discover that no mages know more about magic than they believed. And Dumbledore? He would keeps everything close to his vest is about to have a stroke alone with the visitors to Hogwarts. Should be fun. Lastly, some have mentioned my opinions of Willow Rosenberg. In Frenemies, coming up 2 days after this chapter is posted, it will indicate what I feel about in her actions. Meanwhile, please enjoy this short piece. Everyone be well. AG. Master Xander Chapter 21 Food. Prey. The Kazjanzeks hungered. All prey had fled the area, and it was loath to follow. This place had too much light, and it made travel difficult when it wasn't sure where it would go. The light thing in the sky was unnatural. Its dark home never had such brightness. The Master never allows such objects to exist. His was the light, his was the power. His divine arrogance was the only thing that the dread Master did that was good. However, it would have to move and hunt. The prey was acceptable to its dietary needs, but this place was alien to its physiology. In order to survive, it required continued sustenance to counter the effects of this place. All the prey that it hadn't caught had escaped. This place of magic was empty after only a few of the light cycles. They fled, and the Kazjanzeks hungered. Desperate, it had absorbed the ambient and protective wards. It wasn't its preferred diet, but it had to suffice. If it couldn't find bio-sustenance soon, it would have to leave this place and face the dangers of the ball of light. Its senses perked up. Something was approaching. Food. Prey. And it was magical, more than enough to satiate it for a while. It extended its own magical ability to cancel its prey's ability to escape using their unique form of instantaneous transportation. The prey could only run now and would become food as so many of its kind had. Their inability to transport made them easy catches. There were several preys. It determined to incapacitate them first. That would make the prey easier to capture, and then it would feed without fear of the prey escaping. It moved towards its prey. Serene froze, cocking her head to the side as she listened to something that only she heard. "It's coming," she said to the others. There was no point in whispering anymore. The vampire knew they were there. She helped suppress the group's magical auras, but the creature sensed their vibrations, probably their heartbeats as well. "I'll engage. Watch and learn." None of her companions moved to engage the as yet unseen enemy. However, they prepared their weapons and defenses if needed. The goblins looked unhappy, but not as much as expected. The warriors were interested in watching the way Serene dealt with the dimensional invader in the upcoming battle. The woman wore her tradition combat uniform favored among her people. It was lightweight and covered everything from her upper neck to her toes. This creature was the traditional enemy of her people, and she knew the creature's pattern. Dozens of these creatures discovered an entrance to her world 2 generations ago and caused immense damage. Within days of their invasion, they killed thousands of people and animals. Their waste was toxic, and many people were contaminated from contact with their leavings. The victims that survived the attacks, whether human or animal, turned into vampires and spread the plague across the world. The infestation was short, but horrific. Her family was destined to become the frontline warrior defending their world against these creatures. It only took 2 weeks to kill all the creatures, but the effects took another generation to clean up. A new type of vampirism emerged in her world. Many thousands more died. The royals and their forces led from the front, and Serene's family became the first of the mystical vampire slayers. The powers that be had nothing to do with her world's new mystical champions. Again, it had everything to do with the Vishanti as they began openly exerting their powers and newfound responsibilities across the dimensional planes. That power now manifested itself as the mystical master prepared to use that power. The power within her expanded, causing her to glow with eldritch energy. She pulled out 2 swords, which glowed with the same energies that encompassed Serene. Then she moved. She sprinted towards the dilapidated barn. Less than 3 seconds later, they saw her swords slashing at something. That something, having more than a dozen tentacle-like extensions, fought back as it tried to latch onto her but couldn't. Her armor defied all attempts at capture. It changed tactics, trying to crush her body with its powerful blows. Serene wasn't as physically strong as the slayers on Alex's Earth, not quite, but she was just as fast and deftly avoided most of the blows. The creature fired debilitating magic bolts at its prey, trying to incapacitate or kill her. The bolts encountered shields that dissipated its attacks. The rows of teeth on the suction cup on its tentacles couldn't attach and grip onto its prey. No, it was no longer prey but an enemy like the hunters in its old home. It slashed at the enemy and missed, and she dodged again and fired a purplish bolt of burning magic which struck it, making it scream. The wounds it suffered didn't close as quickly as it should have, and the magic felt like the burning orb in the sky, but 100 times more painful. It raged because it couldn't absorb this magic like it could from the others of this world. It screamed its low rumble again as she used its weapon and cut deeply into its body, aggravating the wounds it had already received. It hurt, intensifying its need for substance, and the she thing in front of it could supply everything it needed, if it would just stand in one spot long enough for it to latch on to. Howling, it attacked again, not willing to surrender and die. It saw Serene smile and then the weapons moved faster than it could counter them. Eternal darkness took it even as it howled in agony and against the eternal darkness, pulling it towards its unending embrace. The goblins could barely contain themselves as they stared at the unfolding battle being played out in front of them. It was incredible, magnificent, and the 2 goblin warriors barely restrained themselves from joining the battle. Gregory and Francois were wide-eyed, not really believing what they were seeing. The 2 combatants moved so fast that neither one of them could fully keep up. They knew what to expect, had trained for it, but the reality was quite different. "Another one!" Grimheart yelled. His eyes caught a blur of movement before the second Kazgenzex was close enough to use its Tentori, wand in hand, instinctively fired off an overpowered cutting spell. The spell struck the creature. The spell did nothing, didn't even slow it down. The small insignificant cut instantly repaired itself. Francois followed suit while the goblins screamed war cries and rushed the incoming entity with their goblin-warded blades. Francois was equally horrified as his spells did nothing to slow the creature down. All of them were told that the creature was immune to magic, their kind of magic, but none of them truly believed it. After trying several ineffective spells, he was a firm believer now. It was crystal clear to him why the village died. Gregory had pulled out a wicked sword and was dancing around the goblins waiting to attack the young Xander. It was a newborn, but it was still a monster. It had tentacles like its parent, but was essentially formless, its shape changing from moment to moment. That made it difficult to focus on, so he didn't see the suction-cuffed extension that slapped one goblin away and latched onto his dragonhide armor. He blanched as acid enzymes began eating into his armor. That should have been impossible. Gregory slashed at the entity, slicing off the tentacle, which immediately began growing back. Termai's Wormkiller meanwhile had recovered and attacked with his axe, making a deep gash in the creature's body. It screamed and went after the goblin. Frantically, Gregory threw up a shield to protect Termai's. The entity fired a single mystic bolt. The sickly-looking magic battered down the shield without difficulty, as it pressed its attack. Both goblins and Gregory fought back with mystic swords and axes as they struggled for their lives. Francois cursed viciously and pulled out his Desert Eagle and fired off 6 silver-coated and warded bullets into the center mass of the Xander. The dark dimensional vampire spasmed as the bullets burned inside of its body. But that wasn't the end, as swords and axes hacked the baby monstrosity into small chunks. The head, if that was what it really was, finally died. But they continued watching the thing for any sudden signs of life. A sound behind them caused all 4 to spin around, preparing for another attack. Instead, they saw Serene, coated with blood of her enemy. "I see you got the other one. Did you have fun?" she asked the 4 of them. She smiled mischievously. "Those baby ones are tough." The goblins roared with laughter while the 2 wizards hit the ground as exhaustion claimed them. A moment later, the 2 goblins flopped to the ground, still reveling in a job well done. None of them ignored the fact that they needed better weapons and more effective magic defenses if they were to battle more of these invaders. That their shields were practically useless against these creatures sobered both wizards. And both were so proud of the rarely taught and used spell among their kind. On the other hand, Serene looked none the worse for wear. She smiled sheepishly. "It's what I do," she said in way of explanation. "Merlin's beard," Gregory whispered. Right then and there he resolved to learn new spell being taught by the American with renewed vigor. Next. London, England Chapter 22 Master Xander Chapter 22 London, England. MI6 Conference Room 4 For 2 days, agents of Military Intelligence Sections 5 and 6 pored over the gifts given to them by the enigmatic Mr. Alexander Harris. The secretive organization didn't like secrets kept from them. They were the possessor of secrets. Before they even opened the packages, agents and researchers developed headaches attempting to discover the origins and location of the companies LG, Microsoft, and Samsung. Microsoft was an obvious find, but the company strenuously denied developing software as sophisticated as the examples they were presented with their logos imprinted on the circuitry. Windows 3.1 Plus wasn't even close to finalization, and the so-called Windows Jaguar 13 was almost beyond comprehension and was far beyond what the company researchers understood, a fact they realized as they attempted to tear into the software's guts, not that they could. The DVD media was far beyond anything that they could decipher given the time they had and the agents' reluctance to allow them to experiment with it. The common phrase heard by the agents from the company was, "This shouldn't exist." This was immediately followed by threats of lawsuits for copyright infringement against whoever dared to use their company logo, followed by offers to buy the laptop computer and/or software. To them, the computer represented beyond the state of the art. Alex would have smiled as the laptop was 20 years behind his time. Discreet offers for the computers and its software shown to them were exceptionally generous. The companies LG and Samsung didn't exist according to their agents' exhaustive inquiries, neither company having a footprint of any kind. Their lack of discovery vexed the British government to no end. Their frustration only increased as repeated attempts at finding Mr. Alexander Harris and Miss Serene Delane's home met with failure. The British agency knew the city, the street, even the exact location, but couldn't find the house itself. The couple was seen and photographed entering and leaving the cloaked building, but detailed surveys failed to identify the house visually or by instrumentation the moment the two moved away from the property. Many in both organizations were disturbed yet awed at the possibilities of acquiring an invisible on-demand building that defied all scientific instrumentation finding it. So far, most of the officials refused to believe that this unidentified technique involved magic. But more and more of them were open to the possibilities. Initially, Agent Anthony Stokes was skeptical about magic, but now he believed. He'd seen a lot of things in his life, and what he saw made him cynical about life. What he'd seen at the Harris home opened his eyes, but he was still skeptical. What he was certain of was that the couple was extremely dangerous. But Stokes couldn't dismiss what he'd seen, and although dangerous, they weren't dangerous to him or his people, yet. His own sources had confirmed the information told to him during the House meeting. Subconsciously, he fingered his ring. The agent was not happy at what was going on around them, and until now, they were completely unaware of what was happening right in front of them. Dr. Tyrrell moved by him, inspecting the tele device and the connections one last time. The doctor, like so many of the others in the room, was still in awe of the devices sitting in front of them. "I cannot believe how thin this tele is, if that's what this really is," he muttered for perhaps the 5th time in the last hour. "It doesn't even have a picture tube I could find. This technology is marvelous, astounding." The head of Michigan 6 looked grim. "Can we even call this a tele? It doesn't have knobs to change channels or adjust the volume as far as I can tell. Is everything controlled by the remote device?" "I'm afraid so, sir. 65 inches diagonally, and it's so light I can almost carry it myself. And the computer tablet devices are remarkable if we are to believe the instructions. And let's not forget about the phones." Thompson of Michigan 5 grunted in agreement. The 70-year-old man was just as impressed as his Michigan 6 counterpart. "Shall we get along with it? We haven't all day," he grumbled. Gruffness aside, he was just as curious as the others in the room. All of them had the anti-wipe rings on, designed to block them from being mind-wiped. That sounded impossible, but no one was taking any chances. Alexander Harris and company was an unknown, but if even a small part of what he said was true, then they dare not ignore his warnings. Terrence performed a last check. The HDMI cables, whatever they were secured properly, he said to himself. "I have to use the remote to turn this bugger on." He smiled a bit. "I had trouble trying to find the on and off button on this thing." His boss nodded, and he turned it a musical tone and the LG logo appeared on screen. With the small device called a USB plugged into the USB plug on the LG. The doctor pressed another button on the remote and immediately an image of Alexander appeared on the scene in breathtaking color. The people in the room were extremely impressed at the quality. To the members of British Secret Service, hello. First, introductions are in order. My name is Alexander Harris and I see that you have your rings on. Good. This system wouldn't activate unless you had them on. You can think of it as a safeguard, one of several. As I just mentioned, these rings serve several purposes. First, it can detect magic use up to 300 meters. Think of it as a warning system. Next, they protect you from being mind-wiped or, as the magicals call it, obliviated. It also protects your mind from being isn't so much as a block as much as it causes the magical force to slide off the ring's shield. Finally, it allows the computers and equipment I've given you to activate and operate in your presence. Whether you believe in magic really doesn't matter at this point. What does matter is that I have scientific data that will allow you to create a non-magical analog to protect yourselves. For your safety, those schematics should remain secret. Your organization is compromised by the magical community. Most of these people are only interested in maintaining the statute of secrecy. This law keeps non-magicals, they prefer the derogatory term, muggle, from discovering that magic exists. As you now know, that law is being abused. I took the liberty of scanning Agent Stokes and found that his memory was selectively wiped 3 times. If I were to perform more scans on your people, I would assume that they too were wiped at least once. These rings will prevent that. In this introduction, I have a series of recommendations that will help protect your people and secure your properties. In the European countries, the vast majority of human magicals don't interact or even associate with non-magicals, and the few that do so as little as possible. It has to do with fear and history of witch burnings, etc., as you probably surmised. Humans have long memories. They haven't forgotten what happened during those times, and it has left an indelible mark on them and their culture. These people have a very limited understanding of what normal, non-magical life is. Many still believe that mankind uses balloons to achieve flight. The people who are interested are restricted by their laws and traditions. Any real interesting by them is frowned upon, and you can imagine the pressures placed on them. It's fantastic, but true. They are dangerous, but not a real threat with the proper precautions. However, let me be clear, trying to control them is not advisable. I caution you again, they are not primary threats. The science you are developing and what you will receive from me, provided that this presumptive alliance works out, will balance the scales between your people and theirs. The real danger is an organization called the Inheritors. This organization is a primary threat not only to you, but to the magical communities that don't use wands. We know that their ultimate plan is to devolve human technology to 16th century levels. Non-magical humanity will no longer have the ability to threaten their power. They intend to conquer the magical community using modern technology. Now there are other magical communities that use different styles of magic. They're slated for extermination, as the Inheritors considered only wand magic as true magic. There are other kinds of magics are deemed sacrilege. If they succeed, then this world will become Dark Age, ruled by a small group of despots for generations if not longer. Going into space, going to the stars. Forget it. Redeveloping the automobile. Forget it. Modern medicine. Forget it. That is what's in store for everyone if they succeed. Their plans are not limited to humanity, either. They will subjugate or extinguish all magical non-human races living on this planet. I cannot stress how dangerous this organization is. This is the reason the various magical races, for the first time, are coming to you, requesting an alliance against a mutual enemy. These magical races are wary of humanity. Previous contact with us over the centuries went badly. I am trying to convince them we are growing up. Personally, I believe we are not ready, but we are being forced to mature quickly if we are to survive. And they know also that this danger is too great to ignore. Many of them have died from attacks by the Inheritors, including small human settlements across the globe. The danger is real, and you need to be brought up to speed if you want to protect yourselves and this planet. Your science has not progressed as it should have. And this is not an accident. If you wonder why so many rockets have exploded and why so many experiments fail, now you know they've been sabotaged. Your religious programming, speculative fiction, science fantasy programming, or anything even suggesting the existence of magic is being continually suppressed. You're so used to it that you don't notice it. It's background noise to you, and that is what the Inheritors want. They're playing a long game you didn't even know you were playing. You can't avoid or stay out of the war because you are already knee-deep in it, which is another reason why I am giving you this information. You must understand that if the magic of this world is crippled, then there are other forces waiting in the darkness to take this world for their own. You do not want this to happen. This is a fight for the world, and you won't be alone. There are several national security agencies across the world who will be made aware of this threat. You are the first. I don't expect you to believe me, and you shouldn't, not without verification, so I have given you several places of interest to look into so that you can their independent collaboration. I also present to you the various magical races that are interested in an alliance if you are willing. They have as much right to this world as any human, and they will be very helpful in the war. I recommend you speak to them, establish a dialogue with them, and create trust so that an alliance with them can be possible. Don't allow your natural fears and prejudices to ruin this. And choose your representative carefully. If someone tries to lord over them or try to dominate, it will be a disaster that could lead to war. After this introductory message is over, another video on the tablets, phones, and computers will introduce you to the various races and their cultural history. Treat them with respect and things will go well. Many of them are shy, gentle beings. Some of them are warriors. Study the database well. Remember, knowledge is power, and a word of advice. Don't think that you can control them. That would be a mistake. The first species are the goblins. They are warriors, greedy, hostile, and contemptuous of humanity. Their contact with the magical community has left them with a sour taste. They lost the last war but still interact with the magicals. They are bankers and investors. If you approach them in the right way, they will be of great value. Don't treat them like second-class citizens and you will make the alliance work. Alex smiled. There are 3 distinct species. 2 of them are wildlings and will never join you or anyone else. They are savages but small in number. Although they are considered magical creatures, They have almost no ability to use it and the other goblins keep them in check. The ones you will meet are the most civilized and least hostile against humans. They don't hate non-magicals as much as they ignore them. But they interact with humanity more than you may think. Work with them and the others, like the fairies and Fi, will be more willing to trust and work with you. We are all in this together, so study hard and establish a positive relationship. When you are ready, you will meet them face to face. Again, choose your representatives. Carif and prejudice will destroy any chance of an alliance, probably doom the world. Good luck. And keep your security tight. Paranoia, in this case, is good. Now please remove the USB device and place the first of the circular discs into the player. This will start you off with the history of the magical world and those you are going to meet. The world is about to change. You need to be buffers. Again, don't allow ignorance and racism to blow this up in your faces. Oh, I almost forgot. There are several movies that your people will be interested in that will inspire you to update your technology and awareness of what is going around you. The Inheritors are playing a long game. You need to catch up. Use the phone, after you read the instructions, to contact me. You can consider me an asset, just as I am considering you as one. Let's see if we can make this work. And consider this a warning. I am not at your beck and call. I have other responsibilities that demand my attention, trying to keep this world safe. But we will work together, at least I hope so. The USB completed the video and was placed away for safekeeping. Carefully, Terrence carefully placed the DVD in the player and under heavy security, pressed the play button on the remote. The occupants in the room prepared to watch and watch closely. The note on the DVD box said to watch this movie and that it would present them with some interesting ideas they might want to exploit and incorporate in the operations. A few moments later, Anthony glared at the actor playing a 00 agent with a license to kill. Who was this James Bond, and why did this actor named Pierce Brosnan look so eerily like him? Notes. The British agencies aren't fools. Alexander Harris' video to the British was no mistake on his part. The agencies analyzed every single word, every turn of phrase, every movement of his body, every twitch of his lips. The clues are there for them to suspect what Xander is and what his relationship to their world is. The tech only helps to confirm what they already suspect. Next. Back to Hogwarts. Amazing stories and movie night begins. Just what do no mages really know about magic? And why is Albus about to have a heart attack? Chapter 23 MX23 Hogwarts No Mage Studies Class. Alex waited patiently as the pupils began filling the classroom. He stifled a smile as the bubbling children excitedly took their seats. It was 3 days since the presentation of the Goblet of Fire's selection, and the children were still feeling the rush. Alex enjoyed every second of the excitement and joy exuding from the youngsters. There was an exception. Harry Potter looked apprehensive, skittish, and uncomfortable around his peers, which was understandable, Harris thought. Just about everybody assumed that he somehow placed his name in the goblet. It was very unlikely that he had done such a thing, being the person who he was, but most didn't believe him, including Ron Weasley, who was acting like a little snit. The boy's jealousy was so obvious that it was embarrassing. He was also sure that Harry was hurt by Ron's attitude in Miss Granger as well. They were close, and now this situation had divided them. This was a part of life, however, that didn't mean he couldn't smooth some of the road for them. Normally, he wouldn't interfere with the children, especially now. They were at the age of transition. Puberty had begun screwing with their minds and bodies. Nonetheless, he liked Ron and had plans for both him, Harry, and possibly Hermione. So, he promised himself that he would remain patient rather than beat them over the head with bricks. After all, this was Hogwarts, not Sunnydale High. Being close friends of Arthur and Molly, Alex had no intentions of allowing Ron's attitude to fester as some of his own memories of elementary and high school came roaring back. Ron was actively avoiding his friend and Alex did not approve. He didn't approve of Snape's attitude either. For some reason, he was slowly getting worse, and a lot of his ire was pointed at Alex and he didn't know why. He couldn't think of anything that he could have done to offend the man. But Alex didn't like it, and his patience was wearing thin. "Hello, students," he started. "Professor Dellen will not be with us today. She had to attend to a couple of errands, but she will be back this evening. I know it's been an exciting week, so I want everyone to take several breaths and calm down a little." That's right. A few seconds later, I want the class to say hello to our visitors from Bobaden's Academy." Their headmistress graciously asked if some of her students could attend a few classes here. Our class was one of the classes picked, so I would appreciate you all be respectful and nice to them. Some of them don't speak English, but the translation spells should work fine. For those who do, please remember to speak slowly so that they can practice. He turned to the visitors. I bid you greetings and I hope you will enjoy our class. It is a bit unorthodox, but it will be interesting if you give it a chance. He turned to speak to the entire class. I wanted some of the students from Durmstrang, but Headmaster Karkaroff prefers to keep his students close to avoid any exposure to any no-mage contamination. He practically sneered, not caring in the least that his attitude would filter its way to the Bulgarian, and enough said about that. So, let's get started. Miss Hesleden, has your research found anything new about the ant invasion? Susanna looked depressed, but defiant. No, Professor. None of us found any information concerning giant ants or grasshoppers in our library. We even used the computers here in class, but our inquiries were rejected, and the words classified always appeared on the screen. I spoke to my parents, Miss Granger said, jumping into the conversation much to Susanna's annoyance. They have no memory of any of the events you mentioned. Therefore, the class has concluded that you are not telling us the truth, a very nervous Ron said. Hermione looked at him accusingly, while Draco and a few others covered their mouths, all of them determined not to laugh, thus bringing attention to themselves. The last thing he wanted was to bring attention to themselves. The professor always asked questions that involved homework for Draco, not that it wasn't interesting, he silently admitted. So, Alex said. My class is calling me a liar. His doggy eyes always worked on Willow and now, after decades of practice, the class didn't have a chance at defending themselves against him. No, yelled a horrified Neville. We would never say something like that, Professor. He gulped. There's just no proof of anything that you've told us. At least, not yet, Harry blurted. He didn't want one of his favorite teachers mad at them, especially because it always came back to bite him personally. So, with all of those history books in the library, all the references to your parents, and the use of the class computers, you couldn't find any records of anything that I said? No, Professor, Harry gulped. So, if I told you I had a mummy for a girlfriend, or that one of my teachers in high school wanted to mate and then eat me, you wouldn't believe me. I never want to go to America, Terry Boots muttered. Unlike many of his other classmates, he was a firm believer in the professor. If he said there were giant ants, then there were giant ants. We believe you, Nut. We would like some proof and we can't find any. The visitors looked properly horrified. Was this how Hogwarts classes were conducted? Inwardly, Alex was having the time of his life. Ah, he whispered, forcing the students to strain to hear. You have no proof. He began walking around the class. The students squirmed. Let me tell you a story, he began. About 700 or so years ago, there was an English knight named Albert the Great. He was a young knight, not much older than you are, who came from a powerful family, and he was the latest member to receive knighthood. You have to know that his father and his father's father, Wes. Naturally, he wanted to be remembered as another of the distinguished Alberts, and that his legacy would be passed on to future generations as his father and his father's fathers had. So, like many knights of his generation, who had absolutely no interests in going on some holy crusade in some desert, following the orders of some incompetent king or lord who was more interested in his personal glory rather than for the safety of those under his command, he went forth to search for fame and glory that would recognize his strengths, his achievements, and his bravery. He searched long and hard for something that would bring him attention and glory, therefore, making his father and mother proud. After years of searching, he finally found what he was looking for in the small town called Southington. It was a small village with not more than 200 to 300 inhabitants. The village was under the protection of the local lord of the castle, a small one in Albert's mind, but still a castle, nonetheless. The lord of the castle was a very poor man, and he only had a few soldiers to protect the people. The small folk had to fend for themselves, and being poor people, they were unable to hire anyone to stop the plague that continually assaulted them on the nights when the moon was full and bright. This was the perfect opportunity for Albert the Great. Therefore, in his wisdom, he decided to offer his services to the Lord, and that is exactly what he did. Approaching the Lord, his silver armor glistening in the sunlight, his magnificent broadsword at his side, and his white stallion's nostrils flaring, he offered his services. The Lord was ecstatic, having someone of such magnificence coming in and offering aid in destroying the plague that had harassed this village for years. Many were the knights and soldiers who offered their services and went off to confront the dragon. None of them came back. But none of them were Albert the Great. With glory blazing in his eyes, he went forth, intent on hunting down and killing the demon dragon. He searched days and night and found nothing but evidence of where the dragon had been, not where it was. After the 17th day he began to despair, but it was at that very moment he found his quarry resting by a small pond. Praising God, he pulled out his broadsword, adjusted his father's shield, jumped off his steed, and attacked the dragon with all the power that he possessed. Surprised, but quickly recovering, the dragon met the attack in kind, and they fought. The battle lasted 2 days. The opponents fought in the hills. They fought in the forest. They even fought in the pond where the dragon was first seen by Sir Albert. The young knight had scratch marks everywhere. His now dulled armor barely protected from the vicious claws marks of the creature he fought. The dragon received multiple wounds from the broadsword which Albert slashed back and forth, desperately attempting to keep from being gutted. The dragon's blue flame burned the family crest from the young man's shield as Albert constantly dodged to keep from being toasted. Despite the challenge, Albert was happy because this dragon couldn't fly. Rather, it glided towards him when it attacked. But even a gliding dragon was dangerous. After so much fighting, his sword blunted and his armor and shield half-melted. Still, he fought, refusing to surrender to his opponent, which of course meant death, and he hadn't had a girlfriend yet, so he had reason to want to live. The dragon wasn't in much better shape. It was tired and needed sustenance to rebuild his flame ability. Finally, by the end of the second night, it couldn't continue to fight and fell to the ground totally exhausted and at the mercy of Sir Albert. Sir Albert wasn't in much better shape, being just as exhausted, but he was the victor. Thinking furiously, an exercise that was rare for him, he decided not to kill his enemy. What was better than a dead dragon? A live one. He decided to drag the creature to the village while it was still living and then kill it for all to see. This way, there would be no doubt that he was the knight who vanquished the great dragon. So, Sir Albert found his faithful steed, and used him to drag the creature back to the village so that he could proclaim his victory to everyone, especially the local he wanted to impress. He had defeated the evil dragon, and here was proof. The horrified townspeople saw what he had brought to their homes and as one screamed, fleeing away from Sir Albert the Great as quickly as they could. The castle lord was even more horrified. This idiot had brought the dragon into the village itself. They were doomed. Albert hadn't really noticed the public reaction as he hoisted the great 3-foot dragon with his left hand to show everyone his prize and had single-handedly saved the village from the dreaded menace. He didn't understand the villagers' reaction. They were running away instead of congratulating and adoring him for the noble knight he was. His prize looked at him in disgust at being held up as if it were a prize sheep. Its arms were actually folded as it stared at the young knight with contempt. What Sir Albert didn't know at the time was that the dragon he had fought so long and so hard was just a baby. And most importantly, he failed to notice the mother was right behind him, looking at him in bemusement. She had observed the entire battle but chose not to interfere as she believed it good practice for her baby. Softly, she growled at Sir Albert the Great, and it was only then he realized his predicament. The last thing he heard was an ear-splitting roar as the mother pounced. Naturally, he wet his suit of armor. But that was the last thing he remembered. 6 months later, as he recovered from the multiple concussions and broken bones, was he told what happened by the villagers. He was at the complete mercy of the mother. The mother dragon chose not to kill him, but she did bounce him around a bit for an hour or so. The mother was 12 times his size. Another year passed before he could stand up and walk semi-normally again. He was never fully himself again. The mother and baby were never seen again after the incident. In a way, it was a victory for Sir Albert, but that wasn't really important, because the damage to his reputation was already done. He was never called Sir Albert the Great. He was forever known as Sir Albert the Unenlightened. As a footnote, the town lived happily ever after, until the Black Death wiped everyone out a little less than 100 years later. Alex looked wistfully. But that's not relevant to our discussion. His student looked aghast. Now, throughout the centuries, a debate has raged between two groups of research specialists whether he was an idiot or a moron. Idiot won out. The class was utterly silent before Ron asked the question. Why is he an idiot? The word idiot implies that something is mentally or physically wrong. A moron is self-made. A person has to work to be a moron. So, the story of Albert the Unenlightened is new to everyone? The look on the students' faces said it all. None of them had heard the story. Maybe my brother might know the story, Ron stated. What kind of dragon was it? I don't have a clue. It couldn't have been a horntail because they're vicious, and Albert wouldn't have survived. What type of dragon isn't important, Mr. Weasley. The fact that you hadn't heard it is. Why is it that no mages knew about this story, yet you didn't? You don't have any knowledge of the ants, grasshoppers, or Audrey too. You have no records of this. Why is that? Alex looked at his class, who was nervous now. His stares were very intimidating and always involved homework. What is the point of this story? Don't allow idiots fight dragons, George Weasley said. Be aware of your surroundings when fighting dragons, Fred Weasley added helpfully. Know your enemy, Hermione answered. Stay away from dragons and not make yourself a target, Harry muttered. A lot of fellow students agreed with him. Dragons were bad and should bossable. And never bother baby dragons, especially when the parents are around. Those are all very good points, Alex responded. But the main point of this story is this. Have any of you ever heard it before? Heads in the classroom shook. One hand rose. Good old Hermione. Alex could always count on her to stick her head in the oven when he needed it the most. He nodded at her and she stood up, not content to sit and ask her question. She was showboating now. Professor, it could be that none of these things happened is the reason we can't find any proof. Yes, it's possible, Alex admitted. Or maybe the obviators have erased the memories of the people and worked to remove all records of what has happened. Could that be a possibility, Miss Granger? Everybody. Miss Granger sat. The thought of the ministry doing something like that disturbed her. The girl couldn't quite believe that the authorities would do such a thing unless they had a really good reason. I suppose so, Daphne Greengrass said, speaking for the first time. But that means that they are doing their jobs. Or does it mean that they are abusing their authority? Countered the professor. That is a no-mage story, having nothing to do with anything magical. The dragons were non-magical, just like the knight. The ministry should not interfere as it is not in their jurisdiction. Dragons are within their jurisdiction, protested Draco. The others shouldn't know of their existence. No, sorry, Mr. Malfoy. Not all dragons are magical. In fact, most dragons aren't magical creatures, just like people. By the way, witches and wizards should be classified as magical creatures. He smiled. Didn't think about that, did you? There are no such thing as non-magical dragons, protested Miss Bones. The very idea defies imagination. Like the ants? Alex questioned. Without solid evidence, yes, replied a defiant Miss Bones. And again, lack of evidence rears its ugly head, and that brings up another point. How do we know that they, whoever they are, aren't obliviating us to keep certain truths from us? They would never do that, Susanna announced. Are you so sure? Alex asked the class. Planes fly over the castle and magical areas all the time and they can't see us. Yes, and magic protects us from the no-mages. They can't see us. And we can't see them either, can we, Miss Greengrass, he said, causing her to stop short. In whose interest is it in blocking both sides? Class, I am saying all of this to get you to think about this point. As much as the magical community tries to hide and remove evidence of their existence from the no-mages, they also hide things from us. There, he planted the seeds. But this is a class about no-mages, and we want to see if they know about magic and how much they know about it despite all of our protections. If the ministry has done their jobs, this should be a simple question to answer. But it's not. Tonight, you will be required to come here and watch a movie. It was made by non-magical means, by non-magical people about magic in times long past. The children groaned as this was a Friday night. Alex smirked. This is a makeup class. You can thank the goblet for this, he announced. So be ready. There will be a quiz at the next class on this. More groans. I will promise you this. You will not be bored, and you will not fall asleep. The visiting students from France believed the professor insane, TBC. Chapter 24 Master Xander Chapter 24 That evening Alex Harris inspected the converted space into a theater room for any flaws that might take away from the experience for the kids. Gone were the desks and regular chairs, and in their place were movie seats. The smell of popcorn and nachos filled the air, along with several English snack foods popular among the crowd. He told the 35 students to arrive at 6:30. Serene looked on with approval. Gone were her usual dresses she was so fond of. Instead, she was going nomad casual. In fact, it was her suggestion that the students wear something comfortable imitating their vision of nomad dress style. She was still smiling about that as her imagination ran wild. She was positive that their dress style would prove interesting, to say the least. The students arrived precisely on time. Several of them were upset at having to sacrifice their Friday night for what amounted to a classroom exercise, but they wisely said nothing. Things changed, however, when the smells of food assaulted their nostrils, which naturally made their stomachs growl. Before they entered the theater room, Alex suggested that they get whatever foods they wanted and use the restroom before they came in. 2 Hogwarts students were hired to dispense the food and collect payments. As their professor had said, to fully enjoy the theater experience you had to pay for your food. No money, no food, and don't try to sneak your own personal snacks, then you will lose points and you will be ejected from the theater room. This means you will receive a failing grade and extra homework. Do you understand? Apparently they did. The students quickly selected seats and sat down and started eating. Many of them hadn't had the traditional soft drink of movies Coke, and the sounds of intense slurping filled the air along with the crunching. Some students from the United States knew what to expect, so they were happily munching while their counterparts cautiously tried it and attacked said snacks with a vengeance. After about 5 minutes, the huge TV screen turned on and images of scenery from around the world began playing. The students were very impressed by the imagery, as Alexander stepped in front of the screen. Hello students, and Professor McGonagall, who was dressed in her traditional clothing, explaining that she felt silly wearing muggle clothing in front of the students. She was curious about the movie, hadn't seen one since the Great War and they weren't in color, so this promised to be something she wanted to experience. Welcome class for the evening session of the No Mage Studies. I also welcome our visitors once more. I hope all of you will enjoy yourselves. Now, before we start, there were some questions concerning proof. I will not show you direct evidence because it is your responsibility to find it, if it exists. He smiled. However, I will show you this memory. When I was young, I was visiting my uncle. He showed me a memory of them. I will now show you that memory. Look at the screen. Mystic energy filled the room, and the energy pulled back and focused on Professor Alexander. Jesse. His wand jumped from out of its case and floated towards his head. There was a brief connection, like lightning coming from Alex's head into the wand. When it was over, the wand floated to the top of the LG and rested there. The professor explained. This technique I'm using is very similar to one that you will learn as you continue your classes. This variation allows a portion of my memory to be translated and transferred to my TV. Please observe. What they saw was a black and white image of 4 people in a desert speaking to each other. One was a young woman, another an old man. The third man was rather tall, wearing a no-mag suit, and the fourth was a shorter man in uniform, a constable. The wind was blowing, and they had protective glasses covering their eyes. The people were looking at what they decided was a footprint, and in spite of the howling wind, the students could hear what they were saying clearly. It's enormous. The old man was saying. Over 8 feet, there might be more out and about now. The students were enraptured now. Several of them thought that the giant footprint came from a dragon or mystical creature of some sort. Meanwhile, the memory focused on the woman walking around looking for more prints when something over the hill appeared. The woman heard clicking and turned around and screamed. Draco jumped up and screamed, "It's Ant!" Indeed it was. A giant ant appeared over the ridge. The no mages started using their weapons. The old man shouted inst hit the antennae. The marksman was very good, which surprised and disturbed the students. Then the man in uniform sprinted to his auto and pulled out another weapon. This weapon unleashed dozens of bullets which slammed into the body of the ant, who toppled over and died. The old man said something about the end of mankind as they heard the sounds of another one of the creatures in the distance. The memory cut off, leaving a very sober audience whispering worriedly amongst themselves. "Merlin," whispered Ron. I'm glad the colonies have the American army. The blokes need them. I'm glad they stopped them before they got over here." A shocked and temporarily speechless Hermione simply nodded. The students believed now, and a renewed search for those creatures was imminent. Alex smiled and asked if anyone had any questions. The silence was deafening. "You are so full of it," Serene whispered to him. She couldn't help but smile hysterically at a stunned Minerva. "Yes," smirked Alex. "I know." Turning to the student class. "Now, on with the movie. Tonight's presentation is a movie based on the writings of a historian named J.R. Tolkien. It is called The Fellowship of the Ring. It's part of a collection of a tale of humans, dwarves, elves, hobbits, and others coming together to fight a great evil. Movies these days aren't as popular as they should be. For reasons I will not mention, they focus on historical documentaries, romance, or comedies. Speculative imagination such as space travel is almost non-existent. Portraying space travel in movies is discouraged as being too unrealistic. Of course, anything involving magic is practically banned. Therefore, going to the movies isn't popular if you're looking for rousing adventure that stimulates the imagination. This is not the case with my collection. Curiosity and imagination are mankind's trademarks. We're asking, what do no mages know about magic? Should they know anything about magic? And, what is it that they know that we don't? What histories do they have that the magical community doesn't have? He nodded at the students and the professor, who returned his intense gaze. With that, we will begin our movie, and if you feel the need to hold hands because you are afraid, please be free to do so. This movie is in color and sound, just like the tablets and computers, except better, so please enjoy. With that, he stepped away from the screen and watched their faces as the movie started. The first thing that captured their attention were the unique races, especially the elves, and more than a few of them glanced at Professor Dillon, including one Transfiguration's professor. Next were the rings of power and the one ring to rule them all. The battle for Middle-earth began, and the audience was hooked. The first thing that assaulted Professor Minerva McGonagall was the smell of popcorn. She had some years ago, and its smell immediately brought back memories. She watched as the students from all four houses lined up to get their food snacks and was momentarily angered that they were being forced to pay for it. Instead of the elves distributing the food, students performed that duty and seemed to like it. Some of the food was definitely American style, and she remembered Alexander's store specialized in those delicacies along with the Coke and Pepsi, and normal drinks like butterbeer and bottles of water purchased. Most of it items being she understood, but why would they purchase water? Water was free, she thought, and the woman felt vaguely offended. However, she didn't say anything since Alex had explained to her that this was the no-mage experience, and that she should, as he termed it, go with the flow. So, she did. Not with the water, of course, but with the other items that caught her attention. What amused her was that she got a 10% discount on her order. Harris was a rascal. Following the students into the converted home theater, as he named it, she was surprised by the room. It did remind her of the auditorium style, very similar to a miniature Hogwarts hall. Instead of standard seats, these were plush and in rows, and each subsequent roll was raised and designed to enhance viewing. When she found her seat, she felt the seat move back and forth. She gave a hint of a smile as she adjusted her seat without the use of magic. Quickly she placed her cup of butterbeer in the cup holder, a nice touch, and simply enjoyed the beautiful scenery being shown on the large telescreen. The size of the device and the imagery were stunning, unlike anything she'd seen before. Furthermore, the images moved so smoothly that if she didn't know any better, it looked like the real thing. And these no-mages had devices like these, an acceptable counter to their magical counterparts, and more beautiful. Professor Harris began talking about his class homework assignment. Something about giant ants. She smiled. Of course, there were giant ants. They were in the Forbidden Forest. Some of them were as large as 6 inches. They were tree dwellers and consumed plants and smaller insects. The children should have been aware of this, and she made a note to have the students review the magical creatures of the Forbidden Forest and why they should avoid that place if they didn't want to be injured or worse. Suddenly she froze. Professor Harris's wand, he named Jessie. Lots of wizards named their wands, but that wasn't what stunned her. The wand moved on its own, gently touching its master's head. It touched the professor and extracted energy, a memory extraction spell of some unknown kind. Then the wand floated up to the telly and balanced itself on the top of the device. The others didn't notice it, but she did. The wand moved as if it had a mind of its own, acting as if it were alive. This piqued her curiosity, and she resolved to speak to him later about this later. He didn't act like the kind of wizard she was used to. What was he? All thoughts about the wand disappeared when the memory started playing on the screen. Instantly, she saw the advantages of this magic, but what played on the telly thing again shocked her. It only lasted about 4 minutes, but she could barely believe what she saw. The ant had to be 8 feet. The muggles, no mages did battle with these things. And they weren't magical. Little wonder why his students were so intent on finding out about them. More importantly, why hadn't she known about those creatures and the other things she had heard the students talking about? Then it hit her. Harris had implied that the ministry was involved. If true, then they were endangering the magical community by keeping such secrets from the wizarding world. The woman was furious at their short-sightedness. Then the movie started, and she was lost in the story. If this was lost history and she suspected it was, then there were many kinds of people living on Earth during those days, including some type of human-like creatures called elves. They weren't like the house elves, but something else entirely. One look at Professor Dillon confirmed her belief. Then there was the ring. That horrible, horrible ring. No mages and wizards lived and worked and played together along with others. Frightening but, at the same time, intriguing. The battle with the troll brought back memories, and the professor could well imagine what a certain young group of students were feeling just about now. The battle was intense, with so few against so many. Even Gandalf's power was different from what she was used to seeing. She smiled because the no mages had gotten it wrong, or had they? Magic was different and manifested itself accordingly, despite what she basically assumed to be true. But all thoughts of magical theory disappeared when she saw the light moving down the great hall coming towards the now abandoned group. The goblin-like creatures had fled, obviously terrified at what was coming. This was only a movie, once created by muggles, yet, the only reason why her hair hadn't stood up on its ends was because of the tightness of her bun. In the distance, something was coming, and she'd for. The sound of heavy footsteps, the almost too deep growling. A demon of the ancient world, the wizard had said. Like everyone else in the room, what was coming frightened her, and she couldn't move from her seat. The students were whispering to each other, and she wanted to as well. But she had no one to talk with, and so continued watching as the group tried to escape. All of them needed brooms right about now, she thought somewhat hysterically. Then the Balrog appeared. It was a thing. A big flaming monster, and it moved so fast. Merlin's blood. She roared while the students screamed. Alex looked on, enjoying his students' immersion in the movie. Movie magic indeed. TBC Chapter 25 Master Xander Chapter 25 Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall was in what could only be described as a state of shock. She kept telling herself that what she just saw was only a Muggle-colorized movie, but like nothing she'd ever seen before. The imagery was magnificent, and that disturbed her. Non-magicals, as Professor Alex called them, shouldn't be incapable of such things. But that was a secondary concern. It was only a fantasy, but that ring, even the idea of such an evil made her shiver. It was a Horcrux, but like none she had heard of before. Throughout the movie, one thing was obvious to her. The ring corrupted and seduced the wearer in order to make the bearer do its bidding, slow but inevitability. The ring wanted to reunite with its master, as its master wanted to be reunited with it. From what little she understood about such dark items, the safety of its master was of more concern rather than reuniting with him or her. Yes, this was something different. However, what surprised and intrigued her more was the Elvish Queen's reaction to it when that poor Muggle no mage hobbit, offered it to her. The change was frightening on a visceral level, and it took everything she had not to pull out her wand in self-defense. It was only a movie, only the imagination of some mages who knew more than they should have about the existence of magic. Or was it? Her mind raced. This so-called movie looked more like an ancient history lesson than anything else, and the more she thought about it, the more it made sense. And that thought frightened her even more. If this was history, why didn't she know anything whatsoever about this? She had far too many questions about this spectacle that required answering after the children left. The lights were on, and the movie credits were showing. The audience was clapping and yelling. A small amount of popcorn flew through the air. The students were filling out now. Several were at the food stand, buying last-minute snacks and talking about what they'd seen. Harry was beside himself. He was having a great time, so much that he had almost forgotten the pickle he was in. For the moment, not one of his friends or his fellow students were thinking about the Goblet of Fire. He was happy and relieved for now. Hermione was standing next to him, waiting to get some popcorn and a couple of other snacks, when she began frowning. "What's wrong?" he asked her. She looked at him. "This is a class and we're going to have to take a test on what we've seen." Her words caught his attention, and those around her. "I've talked to several other students and we agree." She gulped. The young woman turned to Professor Harris. "We request to see the movie once again so we can get a better understanding of what we've seen, to get a better perspective for our class reports." Many of the students had stopped doing whatever it was they were doing and started listening to what Hermione was saying. Alex refrained from smirking. "So, they wanted to see the movie again. Class," he said, getting everyone's attention. "It has been brought to my attention that some of you want to see the movie. Again for educational purposes. How many of you want to see the movie again?" Almost everyone's hand rose. Alex looked stern, thinking about what his students had asked for a few moments. Finally, he spoke. "As you wish," he said, and the students cheered. "I will set up another day in the immediate future for a re-showing of the Fellowship of the Ring. But it may not be the same for you as this night appeared to have been. You won't be required to wear no mage clothing. No snacks." There were moans at that pronouncement, which made Alex smile. "And I want a 2-page summary report on the movie at the end of next week. I want it on paper, not parchment. 2 pages only." He glared at the bushy-haired girl in front of him. "More than that, I will fail you. Regular handwriting, not that microscript you're thinking about right now. Ones that clear." "Yes, sir." The students looked less than happy, and he relented. On second thought, he slowly told them while appearing deep in thought. "Since this is a learning experience on no mage culture and experiences, you can wear your no mage clothes and I will provide the food again, so bring money. And once more thing," he added. "Some of you left popcorn in my classroom on the seats and floor. I expect this to never happen again, or I will make you clean it up the old-fashioned way, by non-magical broom. And you can bring a friend. The requirements do not extend to them since they are visitors to our class. I will show the movie Friday after classes and after dinner." Cheers erupted. It also gave them time to perform detailed searches on the ant invasion. Now that they'd seen the professor's memory, a renewed dedication by the students would commence. Ant research. Those giant insects didn't have a chance at their secrets. Then Professor Harris threw in the kicker. "Just because you've seen this movie doesn't mean that you will see the other 5. After all, I can just give you a quick summary of what happened to Frodo and his uncle Bilbo before him." Both of the instructors were treated to some of the most horrified wailing they'd experienced in a long time. Serene just smiled and whispered to him, "You are so evil sometimes, you know." He just smirked. Sometimes, the most beloved teachers usually are. With that, he prepared for the onslaught. Professor McGonagall wasn't even close to recovering from what she'd seen and heard. And muggles, or no mages, knew about this. Too many things matched and too many things in the movie were wrong. She didn't know what to, and it gnawed at the core of her being. She knew magical history. If this wasn't a history unknown to the wizarding world, then what was it? She needed to know, and that was when she heard that there were other movies, no mage movies of the history of the ring and everything it implied. Walking towards Alex, she looked as stern as she could manage. "Professor Harris, Professor Dellon, we need to speak." Her Scottish brogue was very prominent. "Shall we go to my office?" suggested Alex. "That is acceptable," the stern woman responded quickly. The instant the door to Alex's door closed, the assistant head teacher immediately placed a silencing spell around the room. The woman was furious and very frightened. She tried to appear strong, but in the presence of these 2 Americans, she felt frightened. She wasn't frightened by them as much as by what they would reveal. "What was that?" she demanded. Alex smiled and then turned serious. "Sometimes, a movie is just a movie," Alex said. "But you don't believe that, do you?" For an instant, her icy demeanor cracked. If it's just a movie, then the muggles know far too much. She struggled not to point her wand at the 2 Americans. It may only be a movie, a product of someone's imagination, but... And here she paused, uncertain how to express herself. That ring was a horcrux. No mages should never have such knowledge. The older woman glared at both of them. It cannot be a coincidence. She stared at Serene. When I look at you, Professor Dellin, any thoughts of this movie being a product of someone's imagination become a lie. You look like her, like them, one of the high elves in that movie. I demand to know what is going on. Was that a movie, or was it historical fact he unaware of? Again, she began looking at them in a new and somewhat frightening light. Who are you people? Professor McGonagall, Serene began. You're the second highest authority in this school. She didn't need to look at the older woman because they all knew it was true. The headmaster hasn't told you who we are. Minerva huffed. I wasn't made aware of who you really are, she admitted. Dumbledore apparently didn't think it was necessary to reveal the truth to me, whatever the truth is. And that is his problem, Serene responded. He keeps too many secrets to himself, and I understand his reasoning. But his need to control the events around him causes more damage than he expects. He should have told you something, but he's kept his mouth shut because of some concept of the greater good. Greater good? She asked. Exactly what does that mean? That means, Alex said, he has a master plan, a long-term one, to fight your Dark Lord. And because he tends to act like an evil chess master, he thinks he is the ultimate commander-in-chief who will lead his people to victory. As for his long-term plans, he won't dare reveal them for fear of said plans being discovered by the enemy and everything would fall apart. Yes, agreed Serene. He is so afraid of Voldemort winning, that he has convinced himself that only he can ultimately defeat him. Hence, the plan, whatever that is. The older woman winced. Please don't say that name, she implored. Besides, he is dead, killed by the boy who lived. We, and she stressed the word, are worried about his followers and what they might do in his name. That's not exactly true, Alex told her. There are things you don't know because Dumbledore hasn't told you, as I keep saying. I've spoken to Mr. Ron Weasley and Miss Granger about what has happened in their years here. Did you know about the secret chamber or the Philosopher's Stone incidents? The woman frowned. I am unfamiliar with the details other than that Mr. Potter was involved and received some minor injuries. The children didn't tell me any details and when I asked Albus about it. She shook her head in exasperation, something she did often when it came to the headmaster explaining anything to her. He more or less brushed it off. And you didn't press for more information? Dumbledore took care of it. The children were safe, and everything was well at Hogwarts. Now she appeared confused. What is it I need to know? Quite a bit, Alex said. Professor Dumbledore is preparing to fight a war against your Dark Lord. He held his hands up to keep her from arguing while he quickly continued. Whether he is coming back, being resurrected somehow, or that there is someone who will imitate him and take his place, I don't know. But Albus believes it and the increased Death Eater activity helps to confirm this. I think Harry is involved somehow in Albus's plans. The reason I believe this is that Harry seems to be the center of everything that has happened at Hogwarts lately, including this latest situation, with his name being put into the Goblet of Fire. We all know he didn't do it, which means someone placed a child's name into that contest, knowing that he could well be killed. Harry is in the middle of this and so is Hogwarts. Anything that happens, this school will be in the center of it all. Minerva glared at him in disbelief. Surely you are jesting, she all but growled. This is a place for children, not the epicenter for a war. It's happened before, Alex countered. My old high school comes to mind. But that's not important. What is our original subject. You wanted to know who we are and why we are here. Dumbledore didn't tell you and he has suggested on several occasions that we maintain our secrecy. That won't happen, he said. I've learned that keeping too many secrets will harm the same people he is trying to protect. Now, don't get me wrong. Secrets are important, but not if it cripples the very people they protected. Our first secret is that Dumbledore is so focused on he who must not be named, that he has not even bothered to tell you that there are others in the process of conquering this world for the same reason as what's his name. They're in the background, just waiting for your Dark Lord to make his move. Whatever is left standing, they intend to take over. He hasn't told you that there are other magicals, non-wand waivers included, that are preparing to fight back. Now, I understand that he can only fight one war at a time, but not telling you people anything does not protect you. It makes you vulnerable, and it stifles your intelligence-gathering abilities beneficial to your cause. I understand why he is doing it. Security is important, but he is too focused on one thing and leaving himself wide open, even though he knows it. Minerva was reeling. You're speaking of a wizarding world war. It's worse than that, Professor, Serene grimaced. The time has come for you to learn what your boss wants to keep from you. It's a whole different world, Xander, Harris told her. Come with us to our home. We have to talk. Chapter 26 Record Keeping. Sorry about the delay. Real life and family illness is doing its thing. Minerva is about to find out the truths which will continue in the next upcoming chapter. In the next chapter the film is shown again, and several guests will be shocked to their cores. This will precipitate a visit from everyone's favorite frog woman and the battle will be on. This chapter is longer than I wanted. As for this story, I wanted them short. I will try to keep that promise if I can. Please take care and be safe. AlbertG Master Xander Chapter 26. Like everyone else who heard the story, Professor McGonagall reeled with the implications of this impossible story. She wasn't prepared to hear something this nightmarish. A part of her fervently prayed that these two people were exaggerating. You're speaking of a wizarding world war. It's worse than that, Professor, Serene grimaced, and in the process, smashing any hopes by the assistant headmistress that this was some sort of horrible prank. You've only heard a small portion of the story. The way the older woman looked at her, Serene was sure that she didn't want to hear anymore but couldn't help Herschel. She had to know. The time has come for you to learn what your boss wants to keep from you. It's a different world, Xander Harris gently told her. He understood the toll this news was starting to grate on her. I know it's great to feel safe and not worry about things that go bump in the night, but we also have to be diligent if we want to continue to be safe and comfortable. Ignoring danger doesn't make it go away and the knowledge of it makes it worse. But when I look at you, I see someone who rises to the challenge. If you want to know the whole truth, come with us to our home. The woman's eyebrows rose at the subtle challenge. We have to talk. Minerva followed the two American professors back to the classroom. Expecting answers, she wasn't sure she really wanted to hear. The classroom was still configured in theater mode when Dellen pulled out her wand and began waving it in intricate moves. In a matter of seconds, the room restructured itself into the classroom. Minerva's eye narrowed. The feel of the magic was different from what she was used to. It felt foreign in ways she couldn't quite describe. Magic had a certain feel to it. Whether it was open magic, of family magic, it had a certain feel to it. Professor Delane's magic, like Alex's, didn't feel familiar to her. She noticed earlier but dismissed it. Now she wondered. And she stood, not moving, appearing apprehensive. Naturally, both Serene and Alex noticed. Are you sure you want to know? Asked Alex. His usual silly, distracting, naive-like smile, which didn't fool her for a moment, now turned deadly serious. Last chance. Choose carefully. Your life will never be the same once you listen to what we have to tell you. Minerva gazed at him, indignant, yet cautious. There was something in his voice nevertheless, her curiosity piqued. She needed to know, if Hogwarts was being threatened, wanted to be prepared to defend the school with her life if necessary. This was her home. I want to know the truth. This is going to be a long talk, and I prefer to do it at home, Alex announced, while he headed towards the front of the classroom. Hogwarts had wards protecting unlicensed portkeys or apparating. You know that Hogwarts will not allow us to apparate, the older professor stated primly. She was, in effect, daring him to do something illegal. Well, how are we going to get to your home? Surely, we have to move outside the school grounds as you are not licensed by the ministry. For an instant, Alex's smile made him look like a mischievous teenager for a moment. Jessie, Alex said, and instantly, his wand leapt into the air and started circling a section of the wall. Seconds later, a golden circle appeared and in its rapidly expanding center, she could see another room. It was stunning in so many ways. Again, McGonagall's eyebrow raised as Serene walked through the aperture. The woman hesitated, this being the first time. She'd just seen a portal appear and remain stable, without effort. The wards hadn't so much as twitched with resistance or warning inside the school. It was a form of magic that she hadn't experienced before. Alex's wand definitely had a mind of its own and it gave the impression of being dark magic. Smirking, Harris waved his hand, gesturing for her to step through. Are you coming, Ms. Spock? And what does that mean, Mr. Harris? She growled. His words felt like an insult, but she wasn't sure. And who was this person, or the creature Spock? Oh, nothing, he smiled. You just reminded me of someone. Are you coming? The woman practically hissed at him as she walked through the portal and into House Harris. She expected to feel some sort of resistance or even discomfort, similar to apparating, but she felt nothing. Harris quickly followed, while straining mightily to keep from calling her catty. She might have hexed him. Several minutes later, she was seated on one of the couches, refraining from whispering, "Oh, Merlin," for the fourth time. The magical aura that permeated the Harris home felt similar to Hogwarts. Yet, it was completely different. It wasn't unusual for magical signatures and wards protecting the family homes and properties to feel unique. In fact, her family home, the Black Home, and the Malfoy Manors, to name a few, were prime examples. Pureblood homes were steeped in magic. This, however, was different. The magic here felt different, and it threw her senses off. But she did notice that it felt the same as the Harris store, but stronger, and the wards made no attempt to hide themselves. They were powerful and meant to be noticed. Harris and Dellen were the perfect hosts, and that gave her some comfort. Another thing throwing her senses off were the pixies flying throughout the house. Most of the magical's creatures hid from her direct view. So, she only saw them in the corners of her eyes, except for the few who served her tea and those American biscuits she was becoming so fond of. The species of pixie were different from any species she recognized. They appeared to be more stable than the ones she knew of, and that sparked her curiosity. Surprisingly, they spoke to her, sparking her desire to have a real conversation with them. It was amazing and was another example of the differences with these two people. Magical objects dotted the room everywhere she looked, some of which called to her. The muggle or non-magical items were naturally far more numerous, but she had no idea what many of them were or what purpose they served. But she recognized the computer device and the monitor. They both were larger than the ones in the classroom at Hogwarts. So, this is an American manor, she mused, while sipping her tea, so American blend she assumed. The flavor was different, but she thought she could get used to it as long as she didn't have to drink it all the time. "Where are your elves?" she asked before wincing. Professor Dellen was an elf if she was interpreting that movie correctly. She didn't want to offend the woman. Serene returned the gaze and smiled, understanding the woman's discomfort. She didn't try to correct the woman. Her understanding would come later. "No offense taken, Professor. Similar name, different species. But it does present the perfect opening for our discussion." "Yes, quite," Minerva said primly. "Furs, I would like to know about your wand. It acts as if it has a mind of its own. At first, you were controlling it using wandless magic, like some exhibitionist, but the way it moved made me reassess that belief. It responds to you like a living thing." Alex nodded. "Jessie is an extension of myself and can be independent if I choose it to be," Alex told her. The wand freed itself from its holder and gently floated towards the older woman and settled onto her lap. "Go ahead, you can examine it." Minerva picked it up gingerly and felt its pulsation and its warming. After examining it for a moment, she quickly returned it to Alex. Now, she gaped at him in wonder. "It pulsates like a heartbeat. It can't be alive, but it feels like it. It's unheard of. It's not alive, but it is self-aware. It's bonded to me by my friends and by blood." "Blood magic," she gasped. "Yes, but not dark magic, as you understand it." Alex stared at her for a moment before speaking to her once more. "For good or ill, it's always about the blood. Speaking of which, you have no idea how many times I was tempted to destroy the blood wards at Hardy's family house. They were set up as protections, but sooner or later, probably sooner, they will draw evil and death. Headmaster Dumbledore hasn't told you what's going on. He hasn't told you what we're about to tell you, and he should have," Dellen said. "We warned him some time ago, so he's aware of the situation, but he can only fight one battle at a time, and his obsession of keeping everything secret is endangering the very people he wants to protect." "And what is the situation, exactly?" she asked. "Your he who must not be named because it irritates your eardrums, is alive and back. Exactly how, we're not sure because we've had other things to worry about. He is alive," Alex stressed again. "We don't have the details of his existence, but he is alive." Minerva looked exasperated. "Must you be so flippant about such matters?" Alex, to his credit, looked a bit sheepish. "Sorry. Force of habit when I deal with rulers of the world wannabes. Let's try this once more. Your Dark Lord is still alive, and we haven't had the time to hunt him down yet because of other pressing matters. Your Dark Lord is a problem, but there are others working towards the same end. They want this world, not only to take over the wizarding world, but the rest of it as well. The Ministry is involved and is being subtly influenced by those same forces who have infiltrated your government. We believe, continued Serene, that the Statute of Secrecy is being manipulated to keep you from seeing what is really going on. Yes, it protects you from the non-magicals discovering your existence. That was the point of the law, in the first place. But now, it is keeping you from seeing their world and the progress that is being made, and not being made. Like the giant ants? Serene shook her head in bemusement as she rolled her eye. Yes, that is an example we can use. But I want you to think about this. There are airplanes passing over the skies of Hogwarts and the magical community all the time. They don't see your territory, but you don't see them either. You do not know what they really are, and you don't care to find out because it isn't part of the wizarding world. Excuse me, before you continue. Is an airplane one of those non-magical contraptions that float in the sky by heated air? She asked. I've seen those before. Quite beautiful, actually. Alex was both amused and appalled. No, what you're referring to are balloons. Airplay. I refuse to believe that you're that far behind the times, he muttered. I'll explain later. Still, it does illustrate my point. You're just as blind to no magicals as they are to you. Not only are you not aware, but you are not interested, and are being encouraged not to be so. There are enchantments influencing you to keep from thinking about it. Think and ask yourself, why is that? These people are moving, putting things in place for their attacks. This other enemy will keep us both off-balanced until they are ready to strike both worlds. Your Dark Lord wants control of the wizarding world with non-magicals as slaves at best, under his control. This other group wants total control, and a war between Voldemort and them is inevitable. Your Dark Lord will lose because of the vast array of resources you and he don't understand or not prepared to go up against. That is the reason why elements of the non-magical world and other magical people and what you call magical creatures are coming together to fight against them. Minerva's lips tightened to keep her mouth from hitting the floor. Muggles know about magic. That is a violation of the rules. Both Serene and Alex looked at her. Neither of them was surprised at her answer. We've just told you about an incoming war and all you can think of is to scream about the statue? Alex asked her. Doesn't that seem strange to you? But the statute. Which is more important to you? Asked Serene. The statute being violated, or a possible world war? She hesitated. And that's our problem, right there, Alex stated. The British wizarding world is being compromised without much of a fight. Your people are being cut off, isolated. The battle's begun and you don't know that you're in a fight and most of you don't want to know. We are not in a war. Your people are terrified of Voldemort, and no one has even seen him. Right now, he's just a rumor, an idea that frightens your people. Serene calmly told her, trying not to panic the already frightened matronly instructor. The statute is being manipulated to work both ways, to your detriment. Albus hasn't told you because he doesn't want to upset you, but that very attitude will get you killed. Professor, we are introducing the students to a bit of the non-magical world. We are giving them information, and information is power. The magicals all over the world are coming together and it's not just because of what's his name. The Fae and Goblins are talking, making plans. The non-wand waivers are coming together to keep from being slaughtered. The non-magical people are making deals with magicals from all over the world, and you don't have a clue. Because the statute protects you, Alex sneered. I am sorry. I don't mean to come off as rude, but I went through this before at my high school. You have no idea how many people died because they didn't know what was going on in the night, but my friends and I fought back. We couldn't stand by and ignore what was happening and we couldn't stand by and watch people die, or worse. Minerva was aghast. You fought in American high school? Is that like the 5th and 6th year here? You should have never been involved in fighting? Sometimes, you don't have a choice. At Hogwarts, the ley line converges, making the school a powerful magical nexus, which is why it was built there in the first place. People are drawn to it because of its power. The Ministry wants to control it and influence everything in it. It's just a matter of time until they attempt a complete takeover. How? I don't want to blame the whole Ministry, but there are those in it that will do their best to take control. And those people are also being influenced by power, Voldemort and this other cabal, and the average person is stuck in the middle. The students are at risk, and they can't fight back, stressed Serene. They don't know how, have no concept of such fighting, and have zero ability to understand what they'll be fighting against. Hogwarts is one of only a few schools in the British Isles that actually teach official magical courses, including some form of defensive spells. The rest are either family-taught, trained in small schools with inadequate resources, or they pick it up from the streets. Hogwarts is expensive, caters to purebloods, is prejudiced against anybody other than pureblood witches and wizards. It's a recipe for disaster. You're cutting off your cream. Your pureblood families are incestuous, trying to keep their line unpolluted and their money in the family. Your ministry isn't helping. So, it is our intention to help give you people a fighting chance. Defense against the dark arts class is a joke the way it is being taught now. They're bowing to each other in some kind of chivalrous game of jousting. They learn just enough to get themselves killed going up against Death Earths who care nothing for such things. Professor, what we plan to do is to train a few selected students and train them to become protectors, and I don't mean Aurors. But they are children. They're too young to be aware of such things. I understand, said Serene sympathetically. But I can't go to the certain restrooms without moaning Myrtle's misery just breaking my ear. She's stuck here, unable to move on. I will do something about that later, she promised. We've heard about the troll. I heard about the giant snake. I am watching this Goblet of Fire tournament, Alex growled. This place is almost as bad as Sunnydale High. I am sorry to tell you this, but trying to keep kids safe by not telling them anything doesn't work. They will find out and someone will attempt to do something about it. Let me correct that. The dedicated ones will do something about it. They will likely get killed because they don't have any training, and no one is willing to tell them anything. I know you and Albus believe in keeping kids ignorant to protect them. Alex shook his head. That does not work. The Weasleys will try to fight back. So will some of the Gryffindors and a few of the others. You can't stop this. But you can mitigate the problems and train them to prepare for this. Your defense against the dark arts is little more than a class. It's not training, it's theory. Minerva didn't say anything, but her eye did twitch. How dare he compare Hogwarts to an American high school? Despite some incidents, Hogwarts is a highly respected and safe school. I consider it the best in the world. I will not dispute your claims, Ms. Dellen said, and to keep it safe is why we're telling you this. Please prepare yourself. After you hear this, your life will never be the same again. Serene did something and gestured with her hands, and an image appeared in front of them while the room darkened. Minerva watched carefully at the almost effortless demonstration of wandless magic being performed in front of her. Like Alex, the woman didn't need a wand to perform magic. Then she realized that the two of them didn't need wands at all. Another movement and the older woman felt a tingle as a spell hit her. She nearly panicked, pulling her own wand out in a defensive manner. What was that? She demanded. It was a mind protection spell, Serene said. It's a spell developed by my people. It allows you to speak of what you will see, if you choose, but no one can read your mind or force you to reveal any information, no matter what they do to you, she added. Minerva didn't like the implications of that little tidbit. The images, along with detailed explanations, were cast on another one of the large televisions. This is who we are here, and why we've come here, she started. This is why we use the words your world instead of our world. I know you noticed our word phrasing. The universe is darker than you know, Alex started. Think of the universe as a set of layers, one on top of another. There are several worlds that are almost exact copies of this one. In one world, your Dark Lord wins, and in doing so, he destroys everything because of his stupidity. In most others, he loses. These worlds are separate and should each other. But something happened. A hell god called Glorificus in her need to get back home. She ripped apart the dimensional walls. We repaired the tear, but it was too late. Other extra-dimensional beings escaped into certain realities, and we are here to stop those tears and stop the things coming in. That is our job. However, in this reality, in your world, there are other forces trying to take it over. This is an internal problem and not our primary concern. We could have left it alone, but we are preparing your people so that they can defend themselves. Personally, Serene and I have no interests in having your people pushed back to the 12th century. The magical and non-magical world has a common enemy, and we are here to offer some preparation. What you do with it will be your world's responsibility. So, you refuse to help us in this war with our Dark Lord? Stop calling him that, snapped Alex. He is not your lord. I am sorry to tell you this, but whether you like it or not, this is a war that you will have to fight. Your people will have help. Your different races are coming together for survival. What you make of your world will be for you to decide. We're here to make sure you have that chance. We will defend against the monsters who have pierced the barrier and keep this world from becoming a demon-infested planet. They weren't allowed in this reality. There are protections keeping this reality safe, but there are cracks we must deal with. Glory is dead, and whatever passes for a soul is being punished for an eternity, by powers far above my instructors. That power will not allow this abomination to go unchecked. 2 hours late, an exhausted Professor McGonagall returned to Hogwarts. Not surprisingly, she had trouble sleeping that night. Her thoughts refused to settle, and she refused to take anything to help her sleep. Her students were at risk. Dumbledore and the wizarding world were at risk at a level she hadn't imagined. But what could she do? She was a schoolteacher. But she was also a protector of the school. Her school. The headmaster had too much on his plate at the moment for her to confront him now. She'd do that later. And she would confront him about those lemon drops. How dare he potion her? In the morning, she resolved to owl the Weasleys about this. She needed someone to talk to. The Weasleys were going to do nicely. And she intended to ask the Americans to teach her a couple of their spells, like the portal creation and memory protection charm. There would be a use for them very soon, she expected. TBC Chapter 27 Master Xander Chapter 27 The next day. An hour previously, Narcissa Malfoy received the latest letter from her son, Draco. The Hogwarts owl bringing the letter, took the offered snack and flew off. Draco's mother lost interest in the animal as soon as it performed its duty. She did, however, looked forward to reading her son's latest letter concerning his classes and life at school. The woman secretly confessed each letter being more interesting than the last from her son. Yet, this one shocked her to the point that she found herself rereading it twice more, before she told her husband about it. Naturally, Narcissa was interested in the latest developments concerning the tournament. The ball was coming up and her son demanded a new set of dress robes for the dance. She didn't blame him and, in fact, agreed with the request. The heir apparently represented the family and had to look his best. There were a couple of girls in Slytherin who had caught his interest. He was thinking of asking one of them to the ball. Again, she was pleased that he trusted her enough to tell her about his intentions, especially at his age. The Malfoys had several marriage contracts prepared for that eventuality, but he was allowed to have a little fun before his duties forced him into the role of family heir. His mother couldn't help but notice the changes in her son this year. The changes were subtle, but unnoticeable by his mother, and by some miracle, he had asked his mother on more than one occasion for advice about the young women piquing his interests. Without a second's thought, she first advised caution. The two girls in question were more interested in his status rather than in him, and, although this was to be expected, the families of those young women were pushing a little too hard. At his tender age, she didn't want him hurt, and she was also determined to be the counterweight to his father's sometimes crude advice. A potential dance invitation wasn't a marriage proposal. And there were already a few contracts that he could choose from when he was older, with her and his father's consent. But he could enjoy himself now. Family responsibilities would come later. To her distaste, her husband found the letters amusing, but mostly uninteresting. He barely glanced at the portions that had nothing to do with Dumbledore of the tournament. His quiet but growing public displays were becoming more disturbing. Purebred wizards and witches were slowly becoming more prejudiced against half-blood and Muggle B0RN witches, and she wasn't convinced if this was in their best interest, not anymore. His motives were suspect. He was a Death Earth, and his secret antics disturbed her and was a harbinger of things to come. Her husband never told her what was really going on, but her doubts began with her son's recent letters. Lucius Malfoy didn't have an inkling of what was happening in the Muggle Studies history classes, which she found very interesting herself. That he didn't even seem concerned about their son's other interests disgusted her. He didn't even respond to the letters unless it had something to do with Dumbledore, or the Potter child. It was well known he hated the child, especially because the boy was responsible for him losing his servant elf, Dobby. But after that initial incident, he never retaliated against the boy, and that worried Narcissa for a variety of reasons. That wasn't his pattern when it came to someone besting him in such a public manner. He was playing a long game, and she wasn't privy to it. Furthermore, he started acting strange, more isolated, He seemed excited and also worried. He dismissed her when she inquired what was disturbing him and didn't share anything with her. But Narcissa suspected and felt trapped, and Lucius's action was going to put her son in danger. He who must not be named was somehow involved, and her husband, no matter how much he tried to hide it, was afraid, as was she. He wouldn't listen to her, and she didn't try to dissuade him. If the Dark Lord were alive, then was nothing she could do that wouldn't endanger herself and the life of her son. She had no doubt that Lucius would sacrifice her and her son to the Dark Lord if he had to. Sometimes a loveless marriage was more dangerous than disease. She had to do something to protect her son from both outside and internal threats. Narcissa was determined to worry about that in the future. For the moment, Draco's letter enraptured her. This Muggle-moving story, a movie, complete with sound, was the Muggle version of a wizarding newsletter but more lifelike. Her son's description hinted that his amazement and captivation of the story itself. It sounded similar to the magical pictures, was Muggle-based and shouldn't be possible for them to create such things. Nevertheless, her son's description of the movie couldn't be denied, which Draco insisted looked superior, although he seemed loath to admit it. Her son had written a much longer letter than usual, and for once, it didn't detail much about his rival, Harry Potter. It did detail his Muggle studies teachers, Celine Dellon and Alexander Harris, both Americans. He had a slight crush on the female professor, which made her both smile and frown. He shouldn't have any interest in any American as far as Narcissa was concerned, even if she was of age. The woman was socially unacceptable by her standards. Her precious colonial heritage forbade any real interests. One never knew if they were purebloods or some hideous Muggle-born witch or wizard. Such things, and that in and of itself demonstrated how crude they were. But boys would be boys. She would deal with it if it became a problem. But what other lessons were the professors teaching in their classes that so captivated and irritated her so? Muggles were something to be dismissed, like distasteful, not quite real people. She compared them to things that you scrounged from one's shoes. However, according to her son, those people might be more interesting than she believed. Professor Burbage was an acceptable instructor in Muggle studies, if a little stiff. However, Dumbledore shifted her to the new ancient history of magic classes recently set up. Her son hated that class and Narcissa understood why. That history was lacking. She recalled her Muggle classes at Hogwarts. They were useless, and utterly boring, an absolute waste of her time. And she wasn't alone. Every other student felt the same way, including the Muggle-born. Nonetheless, she wished these professors were around during her time. She most likely would have slept less in class. The Americans were different, obviously not boring. They used Muggle devices, called tablets, and computers, and things that didn't use magic to work. But used something called electric Ike, the name her son used, or controlled bottled lightning. And the things those machines could do made her believe that he was stretching the truth more than a little. The stories he wrote about, the giants' ants and grasshopper invasions, almost 50 years ago. Ants, 2 and 3 times the size of people, which had to be wiped out by a Muggle defense force. Grasshoppers were so strong that the American army couldn't stop them when they attacked a large American city. Plus, there was a wealth of information, magical information encased in the Muggle devices, which stunned him. There were dozens of magical incidents and items that she had no idea existed. And Muggles knew about them, and she didn't. It was ludicrous, and of course, she initially dismissed it, as had Lucius. It was absurd. Even if half the stories were true, then why didn't the wizarding community know about it? If those ants, and her son believed they were real, existed, then how could Muggles stop them? Magical creatures were superior to mere Muggles. But her son insisted they weren't magical and that Muggle potions mistakenly created them in the first place, as her son clarified. Those Muggle-derived and would have taken over the world if they hadn't been stopped. He wrote about that plant thing from another world that needed human blood to grow an army, also stopped by the Americans at the Arctic Circle. Her son suggested that the Statute of Secrecy, just as it protected the magical world from being known by Muggles, it also prevented the wizarding world from finding out critical information about Muggles. This disturbed her and made both her and her son think. Muggles, or no mages, as he was starting to call them, much to her disapproval, didn't know about wizards, but the law also blocked us from knowing about them. Both sides were being blocked, and he expressed doubts about not being in the know. It was another American slang she disapproved of. His doubt worried her, and this latest letter crystallized her concern. Muggles knew about magic and, more importantly, they knew of magical history unknown to the magical world. But the Americans knew, and so did Muggles. It was appalling from both points of view. Lucius hadn't reacted the way Narcissa thought he would. Instead, her husband practically dismissed his letters as American colonial foolishness, which his wife recognized the attitude for what it was. He was worried about the tournament and what Dumbledore was doing to make sure everything went smoothly. This, in turn, meant that he might do something stupid if things went wrong, and he couldn't afford to worry about his son's meaningless classes. That worried her a lot more. The American wizards would have stopped it, my wife. If it were true, they were the ones who stopped the ants, not the Muggles. They aren't capable of such feats, he dismissed. They wiped the memories of the Muggle filth and kept it secret from the ministry. Embarrassment, you understand. He then promptly forgot about it, but what if it were true, his wife insisted. We have dragons. They have ants. What more is there to say? The situation was handled, and the memories erased for all concerned. The statute is maintained, he growled. Narcissa rolled her eyes. If it were a problem, wouldn't they have notified someone? Her husband barely acknowledged her concern. If true, then this happened decades ago, according to our son's letter. My dear, we are not privy to everything that the ministry knows. Fudge is as incompetent as we all know, but he does keep matters of national importance. He's worried about his position and anything that might hurt his standing. He kept secret. He wouldn't bring to light anything that happened more than 40 years ago unless it was in his political interests to do so. But enough, what does he say about Dumbledore? Not much. The headmaster is focused on the tournament. Obviously, he sneered, but his wife knew his fake disdain when she saw it. Merlin forbids if something happens to one of the contestants. I don't know how Potter did it. I am sure it will be all for the best. Those words shocked his wife. He hated the boy. Who knows? Perhaps he will be injured. He barely contains his smirk. The boy cost him his servant, Dobby. Modern Muggle history. Americans should not be allowed to teach in Hogwarts. After the tournament is over, I will correct this travesty. The professors are having another movie night this Friday and I am curious. Draco didn't invite us, both directly, but perhaps we should go and evaluate this American couple and observe for ourselves exactly what is being taught. The look of contempt on his face was magnificent. If you wish, you may go, my dear. I have no interests in subjecting myself to that form of torture. I always hated Muggle studies and I have no wish to be reminded of my most hated class at Hogwarts. I think I shall make my presence known, she suggested. It may well prove an interesting distraction. I will meet them as I have no intentions of going to that shop of theirs. Her husband laughed at her. I see you've heard the rumors as well. Minister Fudge and his wife love going to the Muggle-like establishment. They've been there several times. Now that perked his interest. Really? The gossip is true. The woman smiled graciously. But it is not mere gossip. Several well-known members of Wizarding Society have visited the store on several occasions. The word is that it is very exotic. And everyone knows about Fudge's wife and her, shall we say, tastes for French perfume and a few other things that I won't utter in our home. And Professors Harris and Dellon have time to run their establishment and still teach? Malfoy was on the board at Hogwarts, and he didn't have a problem approving the two for the professorships at the school. Muggle studies and history were always a low priority, and the classes certainly had a small budget, which in no way required any more money than the previous professors required. Now, he began thinking about Dumbledore's reasons. The old goat was always planning and scheming. And he never did anything without having some convoluted reason. It was the reason the Dark Lord considered him a worthy adversary. Lucius sat down for the first time and considered why the headmaster chose the Americans at this time. He knew the Triwizard tournament would take place at Hogwarts. They might be there to provide some sort of distraction, or they were at Hogwarts to provide support. According to Severus, he continued, both of them seemed to be lesser wizards. He considered Hem somewhat competent, high praise coming from him. Harris rarely used his wand, he also has a mouth on him. Severus always in a foul mood and Harris is quick to retaliate. Lucius huffed, Severus can be annoying, but at least bond to his betters. Harris lacks this quality. It's being expected. As for the Dellon woman, he didn't say much about her, except to acknowledge that she was acceptable. And that was high praise coming from the potions master. His assessment of the two of them was that they were uncivilized, but they weren't threats or servants of the headmaster. Lucius wasn't so sure. As for the circumstances, maybe Harris has more influence than I assumed, though I find it unlikely for a foreign store merchant to be pulled into his confidence. His musings continued for a few moments. Do as you wish, wife, he told her as he got up and walked off. He had other things to occupy his mind. He resolved to look into the American's activities. Yes, his wife's presence. Narcissa watched him go. As a dutiful wife, she would do as he said, but she had her own reasons for going as well. The visit would give her some respite from the oppressive ramblings of her husband's constant ranting about the Dark Lord and the fear that surrounded them all. MX Chapter 28 Master Xander Chapter 28 Hogwarts. Friday movie night. Alex knew many of the students, and more than a few professors, planned to attend movie night, and the number would easily double the figure who attended the first showing. But he was pleasantly surprised at the sheer number of attendees. Word was about to spread for better or worse. The pure bloods were about to go ballistic once they discovered the full import of what was happening. He and the others intended to be ready. This movie was another shot at the beginning of this war for the planet. The non-magical government security agencies, especially in Britain, were beginning to get up to speed, and all sides were in quiet, but intensive talks with the magicals. Some of those talks were heated, as to be expected, but there was real progress. Serene was a great mediator, and all sides were working hard to make this work because they understood the stakes. Nevertheless, some of those talks were epic, and Alex and Serene made recordings for posterity, and for others to witness as those other nations progressed in their own talks. What was surprising and more than depressing was that the ministry hadn't a clue of what was going on. Plans were made to incorporate them into the talks, but no one trusted them yet. There were too many and obvious incidents happening to non-magicals and non-wizarding magicals being swept under the rug. No one trusted them, and they wouldn't trust them until things changed. The wizarding world was so far behind the curve, it wasn't even funny. Tradition was encouraged. Stagnation wasn't. The magical protections given to the various government agencies, including the British Secret Services, protected those entities from being discovered. However, those effects would eventually serve to arouse suspicion from both the ministry and the others by their very existence. Their protective natures would be fought against as soon as they were discovered. But it would take time because the magic was different from this world's, and brute force spells would alert the protectors to their presence, and Alex, Serene and the others. The protections were a stopgap measure, giving them time to prepare. Alex put those thoughts behind him. For now, he marveled at the spectacle in front of him. He knew the Hogwarts students would attend, but the other two school students showing up to watch the film was somewhat of a surprise, especially the from Durmstrang. The Bulgarian students hadn't taken part in any of the normal activities at Hogwarts, not even intermingling at breakfast or dinner. They stayed on their submarine ship, vessel, whatever they called it, boat. The headmaster hadn't bothered to come, and Alex hadn't expected him to. Usually, the Bulgarian students were only present when there was a public activity involving the tri-tournament, so this was unexpected. None of the Durmstrang wore no-mage clothing. The students from Beauxbatons wore their traditional clothing styles, which were remarkably close to regular French styles, as to make little difference. The majority of the Hogwarts students wore their robes. Serene wore her semi-formal black and blue leather jumpsuit, looking so much like a certain Mrs. Emma Peel that Alex would just have to tease her later that evening. No one in this world knew who Emma was, but the two of them did, and he knew she would acknowledge the compliment. Alex wore black and gray, looking like a roguish college professor. No robes for either of them right now. Tonight, the dress at Hogwarts was a mixture of no-mage and the monk-style robes most witches and wizards in this part of the world favored. What was cute was that everyone could tell which ones were part of his class, and that made him smile at a job well done. When they needed to traverse the non-magical world, they needed to know how to dress appropriately. Alex didn't doubt the numbers were going to be high and had requested he might use the Grand Hall. Initially, he was going to have the presentation outside, but opted for the hall, which was easily converted for theater use. He thought about enlarging the TV but decided to use a magically enhanced 8K screen for the viewing this time. To his chagrin, some professors still assumed no-mage technology couldn't work around magic in spite of the evidence. Every single one of them had visited his classroom filled with functional non-magical equipment, and still they assumed that it couldn't work. Those who were initially surprised adjusted quickly, and two of them asked what kinds of enchantments were used to allow them to function inside of Hogwarts. Both he and Serene had explained this before, but those two hadn't really believed. Now those same professors were intent on peppering both of them with questions. When this was over, they would explain how it could be done safely. Did work when the proper precautions were taken. The two American professors were unconcerned and would gladly do so when the opportunity presented itself after movie night. Several basic protection and counter spells used to keep their equipment functioning or being destroyed were simple and easy to learn and use. Neither Alex nor Serene would mention the far more intricate spells and enchantment used to protect their personal equipment from accidental damage, which they knew was coming. With the help of a wary Minerva, the main hall was easily transfigured into a giant theater with seating enough for everyone. Naturally, Albus gave permission without protest. He had a lot on his plate, and he wasn't thinking about a Muggle movie and what they imagined being. But he would attend after he completed the day's duties. Minerva wanted to speak to him about it as well as a few other things like his potion-tainted lemon drop canny, but he practically dismissed her, and she vowed that he would suffer for that. Like the two Americans, she knew what was coming. Hopefully, this event would shock him enough to make him listen. Popcorn, nachos, hot dog, Cokes, and American-based soft drinks allowances were adjusted accordingly. Hogwarts snacks were provided as before. However, not everyone was happy. The problem began when the elves insisted on serving the food, free of charge, complete with full service, with Alex strongly disagreeing, stating that it was part of the experience and the students needed to pay. The elves didn't have a problem with the students paying. They had problems with the students serving the food instead of the elves. Finally, after much pleading, crying, screaming and some blackmail thrown in for flavoring, a compromise was struck. The house elves would serve the traditional foods for anyone who wanted it for free, growl, and the designated students would collect the cinema fees, and the theater food was handled by the original students from the first film showing. More growls from the other side this time. They also collected the money, which was part of the experience. The elves weren't happy, but reluctantly accepted the compromise. Alex and Serene pretended to be enraged, amosing. Therefore, no one was happy, which in the Americans' mind was perfect. Both found it hilarious that the elves tried to appeal to Serene's more nurturing nature to get their way. It didn't work, and not even the threat of a strike could change the deal. Those smallish creatures were going to be in a snit for a while. To our students, faculty, visitors, and guests, a heartfelt welcome. Tonight is a special night which we, the No Mages Studies class of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, will present an extended presentation of the movie that my class has to compose written reports on. Alex smiled as he heard a couple of groans in the audience. That announcement destroyed some of the ambiance of the night's festivities. They'd forgotten that this was still a class assignment, and it was only fair that he reminded them. For those new to this movie is called The Lord of the Rings. The Fellowship of the Ring. This and other stories were written many decades ago, and the non-magical people made a movie, actually several movies. It represents the non-magical concepts of what magic is, and it is a representation of the events that happened in the Third Age of mankind. Did the Third Age exist? The answer is probably. He smirked. Whether it is a historical fact or pure fantasy isn't important. The fact that non-magicals wrote about it is. Most people here assume that non-magical don't have no knowledge or understanding of magic. But this movie suggests that may not be the case, and it also suggests that the wizarding community may have lost history that the non-magical population has. Do they believe in magic, or that it exists? The answer is maybe. It makes you wonder, doesn't it? He looked contemplative, which was reflected by the audience. But before I continue, I should define what a movie is to those who might be confused as to its nature. A movie is a non-magical representation, using sound and images to convey a story. It can contain music and other sounds to enhance the story. Movies do not use magical spells or charms to create this movie. He let that sink in for a moment before continuing. It is called movie magic. Some in the audience chuckled derisively and scoffed at the notions, but not his students nor the people who had seen the movie previously. This movie fill is in color with sound that you will see and hear using no mage workcraft. No mages don't use magic, therefore, they compensate with their use of science, which we call technology. Before we continue, I will also tell you that this movie will not be Found in no mage movie libraries, because many in the magical communities tried to erase any references that the no mages knew anything about magic. In this case, they failed, and in the process, they, meaning the wand magicals and everyone knew it, tried to remove historical facts that the magical community knows nothing about. In my town, the magical and non-magical communities lived and coexisted together for more than 100 years, courtesy of Mayor Wilkins. There were problems, he smirked while rolling his eyes. But we dealt with it and both communities lived together in relative peace. In many places, such knowledge and history were lost or never discovered. Not so for our no-mage knowledge base. It has been preserved by both non-wand magical and non-magical entities. To attempt to erase or destroy these histories, memories, and legacies would start a magical war, he added darkly. He allowed that to sink in for a moment as well. It wasn't perfect, but it worked until my town was destroyed by a vampire strain unknown to the wizarding world. My friends and I stopped it at great cost, and with the help of a certain odd magical family. Where there was one vampire slayer, there are a dozen, and now 2 bloodlines standing at the gates, protecting the world, his world. Our vampires are not like the ones you know. They were dangerous, also demon-infested. Grimacing, he continued. Don't worry, we wiped them out. He looked around at the shocked, and in a few cases, skeptical faces glued to his every movement. The Turok Han were proto-vampires of the ancient world, and they would have overrun the earth. If it weren't for the actions of the Slayers and the Adams clan and the few of us who stood at the door, keeping them from breaking out. What magical powers couldn't handle, no mage technology did. Neither could have survived without the other, against the tens of thousands, yes tens of thousands, of the vampires. We turned our town into a smoking crater and then a saltwater lake so deep we're not sure where the bottom is. The magicals involved kept it secret from the wizarding world. Other than a few people in the world, this incident and the Slayers can't be found. The documentation of the events is a closely held secret from the non-wizarding magical world, and the non-magicals guard those secrets. He nodded once, as if making a decision. I'm telling you this because there are more things under heaven that you can dream of, and that no mage knowledge is greater than you imagine. As I mentioned earlier, if wizards tried to erase their memories and neutralize them so the statute be maintained, there will be a magical, non-magical world war. The world is larger and darker than you know, and both sides had dedicated their lives in its protection. It is also protected by great powers. He sighed. It's a long story and not relevant to the reason why we are here tonight. Alex saw that he'd gotten his point across. There was dead silence from the entire audience, and everyone knew that the students of his class would spend their new free hours looking up the words Turok Han on the class computers. The information was all there, including Vampire Slayer and a veritable encyclopedia of information concerning the various kinds of bloodsuckers, their worlds included. There were going to be a lot of sleepless nights in the coming days. More seeds were planted, and with that, he returned to the subject at hand. A few in the audience seemed to want to tackle him and force him to answer several thousand questions. Good. Most of the elders in the crowd also recognized the underlying threat and were already planning to pounce as soon as they could. Minerva just looked grim and worried. To my students, this is a rule. No talking during the movie. There are tendencies to tell your neighbor what is going to happen just before it does. So, keep quiet and let them enjoy the movie as it unfolds. Also, the other rules are the same. If you dirty up the floor with food or drink, you will personally clean said floor the non-magical way, with a mop and brush. It is part of the learning experience. If you don't want to sweep the floor with a non-magical broom, then don't mess up. If those students who are not part of my class dirty up the floor, I will deduct points, and put you in detention and explain to you the joys of cleaning up a classroom with a rag and cleanser. He growled. Go ahead. Try it. To our visitors, please enjoy this special presentation, and if you have any questions, Professor Dellin and I will try to answer them, but not all. Non-magical secrecy is as important as the statute. A surprised Narcissa Malfoy took in everything, evaluating every word coming out of that man's mouth with the utmost care. What he told the audience surprised her. He had to be embellishing at the very least, but she wasn't sure. The tales he told them captured her interests, so much so she momentarily lost interest in the upcoming Muggle movie presentation. Muggle awareness of magic in a town, now a saltwater lake? Good riddance, if it were true. Muggles didn't have the capability of keeping such secrets. They were limited and, because of that, they couldn't be trusted with such important matters. Demon vampires were unheard of. Magicals and muggles keeping secrets from the wizarding world. And she knew nothing about this. The ministry in both the colonies and Britain would never allow such a thing. Who were these other magicals that they would defy the authority-ing world? And how strong were they? Were they able to withstand the might of the wizarding world or the Dark Lord? Those questions and their potential answers concerned her. As she continued fretting over those possible, she also worried about how her husband would respond if he listened to her in the first place. This professor implied that there was a magical history that the wizarding community knew nothing about. Understandable, but this was beyond the pale. Then there was the Muggle Secrecy Act. That interested her, and she planned to speak to them about it as soon as this movie was over. Mr. Harris might be magically weak, if Severus were right, but he was very pleasing to look at, not that she would tell that to her husband. Seated next to her sat her melancholy-looking son. The woman refrained from laughing at him. No child wanted to sit by their mother when so many young ladies would gladly take their places next to him. The rows of seating were interesting, and the chairs were strange, but comfortable. The Malfoy status required better seating arrangements. However, she tolerated it for the sake of her son and her curiosity. Tasting some popcorn, she decided she liked the flavor, but hated those kernels, insisted on making a home between her teeth. The nachos were interesting as well as gross. One simply could not use eating utensils properly with this food. She didn't touch the hot dogs, preferring to consume some of the more traditional foods placed in the rear section. The entire experience was quite exotic, like visiting another world. The room darkened, and the movies began. 5 minutes later, she was lost to the moment. The sound and images captivated her in a way she hadn't expected. If this movie was anything to go by, it was little wonder that Draco hinted that this was one of his favorites. Severus didn't want to be in the main hall converted into a Muggle theater hall, but he was required to by order of Albus Dumbledore. And, he reluctantly admitted to himself, his curiosity. The movie made such an impression on Slytherin students who attended the Muggle history class, that he had to examine himself. It was surprised that so many students were willing to give up their Friday night's freedom for a Muggle experience, and it sickened him. Muggles had their places, although he would never dare say that aloud or even think it was too hard, but they should have nothing to do with the wizarding world. The statute of secrecy was paramount, critical in keeping the Muggles away. And here Harris said that the statute might not be as secure as everyone believed, and that the Muggles had their own statutes protecting their secrets from the wizarding world. That wasn't a real surprise. But what was a genuine surprise were the next words about vampire slayers and proto-vampires overrunning a town and trying to take over the world. Those terms were new to him, as were the facts, if true, that the Muggles had their own magical support and secrets known only to them. That was disturbing on several levels. Severus, among other things, was a spy, or more accurately, a double agent who had just discovered a trove of hot information concerning a weak, magically inept-powered wizard, one who could barely use a wand properly. This information was critical information for the Dark Lord when he made his presence known to the world. There were tidbits Severus needed to clarify before he passed it on, and he hated the situation he was now placed in. The American couldn't keep his mouth shut and he would have to pass it on. If Muggles did have this amount of information, even if it were in America, then the Dark Lord would be very displeased. If there were whole towns such as Harris described that had Muggles and wizards working together, then sooner or later, it would slither its way to the British and European magical community. That couldn't be tolerated for so many reasons he had trouble counting them. Obviously, Harris and Dellen knew far too much that would interfere with the Dark Lord's plans. What were proto-vampires? And the Dark Lord might have used them for his advantage. What were slayers and how powerful were they? He cursed Harris for opening his mouth. Nevertheless, because of his carelessness, he wanted more information, but he frowned as he realized he might have ruined any chances of gathering said information. The potions master was furious. Harris talked too much. To be continued next. Dumbledore's reaction to the Ring movie, Severus' continuing reaction, and some insight as to why he does what he does, and the early introduction the Lady in Pink, as things continued to go sideways. At this point, Fudge isn't that bad, and the first challenge hasn't happened yet, and his focus is more on the tournament rather than Harry. Both Alex and Serene are upset but will not interfere, which will cause a slight guilt complex for Xander, though he will switch to the dance. Note: Does anyone want to see Xander and Dolores dance to Umbridge dance to the song Bamboleo, a song that Alex introduces as American music to those participating in the dance? Let's include the professors here as well. What do you think? No, forget that. I'm insane. Must be the plague affecting me, but I am tempted, sorely tempted, very tempted. Note: I am no fan of Dolores. She reminds me of an evil Mrs. Bucket, pronounced Bouquet. As you may suspect, either I'm going mad, or in a very dark direction. Xander has learned a lot from his girlfriends, and although always respectful, he has had a few too many evil women on his case, and now he is immune. If you believe this, then I want to sell Texas to you, cheap. Chapter 29. Hey folks. I haven't been on for a while, but I decided to post this short chapter. It overlaps the previous chapter in some ways, but it does detail what is going on. The evil bucket woman, not Hyacinth, is coming up. You will notice that I am using the secondary characters in this story, but I have not forgotten the main ones. And yes, Severus totally misinterpreted Xander and his capabilities. That is the point. Please enjoy. Chapter 29. Hogwarts main hall. As was his nature, Severus Snape carefully orchestrated and instigated several arguments with Harris and Dillon. The reasons for those arguments were petty and spiteful, however, they served to solidify his long-established reputation. It also served to keep them confused and off track. If Snape was being honest with himself, and he was, he'd quietly admit that he tolerated Serene too much for her own safety. The potions master couldn't afford any real friends in his profession, not with the dangers involved. Therefore, he distanced himself from her presence whenever possible. When he was forced to be near her, he was abrupt and acted callous. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't, frustrating his intentions. By all accounts, the woman was very dynamic and layered, in that mystified him. There were times he was convinced that she saw right through him, as if she were reading him. He wasn't sure, but he also wasn't taking any chances when in her presence. He kept his mental shields as tight as when he was in the presence of the Dark Lord during those perilous times. But at times, he found it difficult to maintain his carefully managed facade. The woman was an enigma. Sometimes, she was as open as a Gryffindor, and at other times, she was crafty as a Slytherin. If he were to place her in one of the houses, then he would label her as Slytherin. The woman kept him on edge, and, whether he liked it or not, it intrigued him. She was one of the few women who did so. She wasn't Lily, not in form, nor attitude, or action. But he suspected that he could be happy with her. However, like so many other shattered dreams, that was impossible. So, he did the next best thing. He pushed her away, for her own good. Harris, on the other hand, was easy to understand. There was no doubt about it. The man was pure Gryffindor. He had little to no idea of the darkness surrounding him, and that was dangerous for all concerned. He wore his emotions on his sleeve, like any typical America magic, but clearly, he wasn't aware 3E of his ability before he reached adulthood. Because of that, he was severely limited in its use. Harris's ability to control magic was practically useless, like the ignorant street beggars that haunted Diagon Alley. His ability to brew potions was non-existent. Transfiguration. Severus didn't know if he should even attempt something that advanced. Unfortunately, it was well known that wizards who were trained after a certain age never reached their potential, and he felt a heartbeat's pity for that. His lack of controlled movement with his wand was painful to watch, although his wandless ability to manipulate his wand's movement was acceptable. In spite of that ability, he was so obviously weak that he did everything else the Muggle way, even cleaning up by hand, preferring to do that instead of having the house elves perform their duties. That thought almost made him smirk, because he was sure that the elves hated him for that. Dueling was beyond the man, other than using his fists like some barbarian. His wandless ability to control his wand had some merit, but wouldn't have him in a fight. Harris was Muggle influenced, so much that he wore their clothing and thought nothing of it. Serene's style copied Harris, but not nearly as much as Harris. Clothes defined wizards from Muggles, even in America. Speaking of which, some of his shirts were as ghastly as Dumbledore's formal attire. Some of his shirts were so blatant, Severus hoped to Merlin that Albus wouldn't copy those outlandish styles. The American didn't wear them often, but when he did, it hurt the eyes to gaze upon them. Those Hawaiian shirts were as Muggle as one could get. The Dark Lord would not approve and would probably torture and kill him just out of spite. Compared to those hideous creations, the regular Muggle outfits were more than acceptable. Harris hated robes, but to his credit, he did wear them on occasion as the need arose. Harris' lack of abilities, however, didn't stop Serene from attaching herself to him. Both Harris and Serene were so different from one another that Severus was hard-pressed to believe that they were even associates, let alone friends and business partners. However, he had to take into consideration that Harris was once engaged to her sister. Snape was vaguely curious about how such a union was even possible, considering the way Serene carried herself. Admittedly, in spite of his faults, Harris was a tolerable shopkeeper and the products he sold were of the best quality, including some of the extremely hard-to-acquire items that others had difficulty obtaining. Nevertheless, Severus judged him clueless, open and occasionally volatile book much too open. The Pratt was also an occasionally volatile individual who knew too much for his own good. Severus did allow that Harris had some good points. The man's sense of humor and sharp tongue almost forced a smile from the potion master's lips a couple of times, and that reaction served a warning he couldn't ignore. Harris's utter lack of tact would hurt him in the future when the Dark Lord returned, and vowed to protect Serene from the fallout as much as possible when the time came. However, his Muggle upbringing would serve to make him a target. Harris was doomed. The Dark Lord was sure to target him, unless Severus could get him out of England before the time came. The truth was, Severus was surprised that the Death Eaters hadn't already targeted him. Nevertheless, Snape had to maintain his cover. As was his pattern, he fell back to his standard demeanor. He and Harris battled, sometimes heatedly. The wizard had to acknowledge that Harris gave as good as he got. The potion master was quite embarrassed by the fact it came down to berating the man's magical capabilities. The Muggle-raised wizard was another possible associate who had to be pushed away even if he was an American colonial. It was another loss in the service of the Dark Lord, whom he hated and feared. Snape had to maintain his carefully crafted identity. His open battles with Harris worked perfectly in maintaining his cover. The Dark Lord was dangerously unstable, and the smallest lapse on his part could lead to torture, death, or both. Severus was trapped, distrusted by one side and hated by the other. Lord Voldemort always said considered him a valuable asset and a loyal servant. This last thought was a lie and Severus knew it. The Dark Lord trusted no one and, like the serpent he aspired to immolate, he struck at his closest allies and friends. Therefore, for his sake, and the sake of others, he isolated himself in the form of his cold, calculating indifference to the concern of others' character. Severus didn't want to be here, watching this Muggle invention. Nevertheless, he continued to watch. He was glad he came. It kept him from going over the same mess that was his life, over and over again. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore arrived late for the film. There were so many responsibilities to attend to that he was rather surprised that he was able to attend the showing at all. One of the other headmasters was in attendance and it would be rude that he couldn't attend such an obviously popular event. The final preparations for the Dragons portion of the contest could wait a few hours. Thus, Murphy's fickle nature brought him to the right place at exactly the right time to see and hear those fateful words that threatened to turn most of his remaining gray hairs white. One ring to control them all. In the movie, it had whispered its master's name, Sauron. It didn't take a man of his experience to figure out what that ring was. Horcrux. Horcrux. The ring was unmistakably a Horcrux. How did Muggles know of such things? Why would they put such knowledge into mere entertainment? Clearly, they had no idea what they'd done. Dumbledore was not a happy wizard. Young Potter's situation preyed on his mind, and the boy and placing an underage child into his contest was something he didn't want to think about, but there was no other choice. All precautions that could be done were being done. The whole affair wasn't an accident. There was a traitor somewhere in Hogwarts and Harry was his target. It was likely some Death Eater's convoluted intrigue to get at the boy so that he could appease Voldemort. Foolish man that he was, Albus brushed off Minerva's warnings. That was his fault, and now this. Why had Mr. Harris and Miss Dellen done this? An instant later, he remembered why. It was strange how things changed so quickly. No matter how well he planned, life continued to interfere. The instant he saw the ring, he was appalled. If he'd known what this was about, he would have put a stop to it, but now it was too late. Again, he berated himself for being late in attending this and fool that he was. He wasn't fully aware of the influence of Professor Harris and Delane's class was. Oh, he knew it was popular, and he approved, but this would pull the ministry into this and he didn't need the grief at this moment. Minister Fudge was sure to interfere. Hogwarts being exposed to this was trouble enough, but the other schools were exposed. Things could spread out of control quickly. Harris's class was too popular, not that he was concerned. The class could be a stepping stone, a way for wizards and witches to become enlightened about Muggle ways. Whether he liked it or not, one day in the distant future, both sides would come together. But he believed that the time wasn't right yet. Perhaps in 150 years or so. At least, that was his dream. Mr. Harris' plan was too liberal, and he did not approve, but he would deal with that when the current crisis were over. The effects were already noticeable. The students from Bobaton's academy were dressed as Muggles. At another time, this was amusing, comparing this to Halloween with wizards dressed as Muggles. He was also pleased that the instructors and professors had come to show support for this movie thing, and he was cautiously surprised to see Narcissa Malfoy sitting next to her son, drinking one of the American Muggle soft dray as well, looking frightfully dour and severe, like the others, was pulled into the film's story. 10 minutes later, Albus was sure his stomach would tear itself apart. The spectacle required Albus to exert his magical control, to keep his hair from standing on its ends. The cursed ring glaring at him from the screen was different from what he knew about such cursed objects, but it was close enough to recognize it for what it was. The cursed ring wanted to return to its master. Its master wasn't complete without the ring, and both called to one another. Using a hair-flatting spell, his mind momentarily drifted. Did Voldemort's Horcruxes do the same? He doubted it. The Dark Lord wanted them to be safe and protected, to keep him immortal, not to reunite with him. Nevertheless, this movie frightened him because it was too close to the truth, something he needed to keep secret. The Muggles knew about magical history that his people knew little to nothing about. And they shouldn't have. He had no real problem with Muggles, but he did share the wizarding world's attitude about their overall intelligence. The lack of magic ultimately crippled them. Yes, there were new wizards born in the world from their population, but they were still a crippled, envious, dangerous people, and there was ample reason why the Magicals separated themselves from the Muggles. He did admit they were slow, but then, they still had a long way to go. They shouldn't have been aware of such darkness. Such information being made aware of those watching this Muggle picture show was entirely unacceptable. The children didn't need to know about them. Harry didn't need to know, not with his connection to the Dark Lord. But this movie was teaching him about things he wasn't aware of. The different kinds of Muggles, half-Muggles bred, were more than interesting to him. He analyzed every facet of the film. Like many others, he suspected that this film was a part of previously unknown ancient history rather than imaginary Muggle entertainment. The presence of the High Elves made him look at Ms. Dellen in a new light. He was captivated, lured into the film by the seduction of so much new information. But it was the effect of the ring on the elven leader that had snapped him out of it. Albus felt an irrational need to obliviate everyone in the room. However, that wouldn't do any good because many of the students had already seen the film. But so many of the others hadn't. He had to put a stop to this and try to minimize the damage. Later, he intended to watch this movie by himself so that he could properly evaluate its true import. Using a memory spell wasn't enough. He hadn't seen the beginning of the film and he wanted to experience every aspect. Knowledge was power, and he needed every bit of it if he and the wizarding world were to continue. Professors Harris and Dellen were very powerful, even he didn't know the extent of their unique power, but they weren't equipped to handle the repercussions of the magnitude of the things presented in this film. Oh, yes, they knew this history, but the true import of the rings and its relevance to present history wasn't theirs to understand, not yet. When they were ready, he'd let them know. They didn't know about the Potter boy and his relationship to Horcruxes, and it wasn't important for them to know. It was a secret best kept to itself, which was why he was so upset about this movie. Harry didn't even need to have any hint of this. The time wasn't right yet. Besides, he reasoned, there were other priorities which needed to be dealt with first. The Dark Lord was his responsibility. When the Dark Lord was vanquished, and Harry was safe, and his Horcrux removed, or if the poor boy had passed on, then he would let the two American Magicals know of his original plans, and then he would prepare to help in this next upcoming war. They would require his expertise at organizing a proper defense. After all, he did have the experience and knowledge to prosecute that other war. Those thoughts depressed him, and he didn't know what to do about it yet, not until Harris and Dellen gave him more information. Killing extra-dimensional creatures trying to enter this world was their specialty. Fighting Dark Lords was his area of expertise. Harris informed him about factions that were advising and working with Muggles. It was a laudable idea, but overall, too dangerous for the wizarding community. He resolved to put a stop to that. Goblins and furry folk were no match for a wizarding cabal. They needed more help than their allies could give. Goblins were too violent, as were some of the furry kind. The other magicals weren't strong as wizards, otherwise he would be aware of them and would have pulled them into the greater magical world. And to his disapproval, those others didn't respect the separation of magical and muggles, which to him was a recipe for disaster and a threat to the wizarding world. Yes, Harris and Delane's little group would fail. They needed guidance of a mature leader, and he would provide that guidance as soon as Tom was dealt with and safely secured in Azkaban and his Horcrux destroyed. That wouldn't happen unless plans were kept secret, speaking of which. He needed to stop this film from continuing, thereby influencing young minds in a direction he didn't approve of. What to do, what to do? Yes. Slowly, carefully, he lifted his Elder Wand and pointed it towards the Muggle devices that were needed to control this unpleasant movie. His Elder Wand. MX Chapter 30 Record-keeping time. This is more of a filler chapter setting up for the big ones coming up. I will say that Dolores is going to make an appearance rather soon, much earlier than in the original timeline. Again, I am skirting around the main characters for now, and focusing on some of the other characters in the story. So, to those who dislike Dumbledore, please don't dislike him too much here. Notice also that most people assume that Alex and Dylan are weak wizards. That is an ace in the hole for them for now. 3 things. Albus is only somewhat of a pain, but not really in the overall scheme of things. The way he played Harry will be dealt with. But remember that all of this is new to him and he is adjusting, considering the fact that he has tendencies of being an evil chess master. Second, Umbridge is as dark as it gets without being a Dark Lord Inherit herself. Alex knows this and his approach to her will be different. Lastly, as you read this story you will see references and hints of another story, an as of yet incomplete story involving the Addams family. Xander and Wednesday could have been a thing, but she was a bit too much for him and this man dealt with Anya. Plus, the timing was wrong, and you know how that goes. So please enjoy and on with the story. Master Xander Chapter 30. Hogwarts Great Hall Headmaster Albus Dumbledore carefully scrutinized how the small halfling muggle's attempts to pass the ring to the exotic elven queen, a wise thing to do, failed. The old man found himself pleased that the female creature didn't take it. The power and corruption inherent in the ring would have been disastrous for all concerned. Apparently, the ring thrived on the cores of magical beings. Any wizard or witch in possession of the cursed article would no doubt fall victim to its corruption. The mere thought of such an abhorrence existing was too much. Fantasy or not, impressionable young students shouldn't be exposed to such ideas. This film was fantasy, or was it? Still, it contained too much information. He wasn't properly informed about its contents one way or the other. The deputy headmaster wasn't clear on the subject, or perhaps, he hadn't listened carefully enough. The film was half over, but the mere thought of further revelations that could be revealed galvanized him into action. He sat at the room's rear, not wishing to distract the audience and because he wanted to keep his hat on. Plus, he loved watching people's reaction as much as watching the entertainment, and wasn't pleased. Slowly, the Elder Wand slid out into wouldn't dare obliviate everyone, but he could stop the film from continuing. Muggle electric things were easy to confuse and no one, not even Mr. Harris and Miss Dellen, would know what happened. The Elder Wand's magic was undisputed and completely undetectable when controlled by a master such as himself. Dumbledore cast a silent charm, intending to short out the system. It would be attributed to accidental magic by someone. Those things happened all the time, and Muggle devices were notoriously fickle around magic. The film continued without interruption. Surprised, he tried it again with a touch more power. Again, nothing. It should have worked. The electric lighting power, whatever they called it, should have been disrupted, thereby blowing out the power source, which wasn't magic. That much he knew, or he would have sensed it. But he needed to be sure. A quick, invisible screening. Spell left him shocked. Merlin's blood, he whispered. All of the related devices were protected by a shield spell unlike anything he had ever encountered before. There were at least 6 other charms and wards he'd never seen protecting all of the equipment. All of them were unknown to him. His own spell hadn't bounced off the equipment, but simply slid off. The shield wasn't a deflection charm, but something different. Sighing, he relented and got comfortable and munched on this American popcorn treat. He'd forgotten whom he dealt with. The American wizards were masters and warriors. Naturally, they would have protections guarding their properties, and unless he wanted to confront them in front of everyone present, there was nothing he could do. The Elder Wand should have had the power to overwhelm those defenses. It most likely could, he acknowledged, if he wanted to go all out. Now it was too late to do anything about it, and from Harris' smirk, a disappointed Dumbledore knew he had tried. Perhaps a friendly duel to test him in the future would shed light on the extent of Harris's power and abilities. He would have to have a talk with them, and later, he intended to ask them if they would share the spells that protected their property. It was completely unknown, and very intriguing, and he was always interested in learning new magic. Minutes later, the headmaster was entranced once more by the events happening in the movie. The subtle magics of that age appeared evolutionary and gave credence that this represented history and not just some muggle's imagination. He would ask for details about the movie and the truth of its origins later. Surprisingly, he discovered that he would enjoy the challenge dealing with Harris after the tournament was over. That Sunday morning, Narcissa Malfoy ordered the house servants to prepare a special breakfast that included most of her husband's favorite dishes. She wanted to prepare him for the upcoming conversation, and a good breakfast always lightened his mood. Last night, he asked about her outing in passing, but he really hadn't shown any true interest other than to ask if Dumbledore was there. Her husband's preoccupation with Dumbledore and his lack of what was happening at Hogwarts irritated her. She needed to discuss what she'd seen, and the implications that could change the preconceptions about the Muggle world. At the end of the movie presentation, and after Harris and Dellen had fielded several very relevant questions, a slightly shaken Dumbledore smiled and thanked everyone for coming. He acted like his usual, confident self, but she could see he was disturbed, and she understood why, which was just one of the reasons why she needed to talk to her distracted husband. The food was prepared, the breakfast table properly set, and smallish house servants departed. None of them wanted to be around their master, who still remained in a snit ever since Dobby was taken from him. His rage hadn't cooled, and he continually expressed his anger towards all of the house elves. The fact that all of his favorite foods were laid out before him hadn't escaped his notice. Truth be told, he enjoyed this little game with his wife. It always happened when his wife required his attention. Grabbing a piece of sausage, he glared at his wife and waited for her to begin. "Did you know that Muggles have a significant amount of knowledge of magical history that we don't?" she started. That surprised him. Enough so that he put his sausage down to listen. "Muggles? They know about magical history?" "Oh, yes," she answered. Professor Harris tried to pass it off as Muggle entertainment, which was, by the way, quite impressive. But I could tell he was lying when I spoke to him afterwards. He spoke about his village in California. She winced. "It's a dreadful place where Muggles and wizards coexisted and fought together to survive against the dark forces and vampires that infested Sunnydale. That is the name of the village." He was quite explicit. He spoke about ancient vampires that destroyed it, and how he and his friends fought against them and saved the world. Lucius laughed at the absurdity. "Impossible. Vampires are dangerous, but that they could try to take over the world is absurd. And you believed him?" She shivered. "He showed me his memory," she said. "Those vampire things were monsters." Her husband could hear it in her voice. She was frightened and obviously believed the American. And it gave him pause. "How much information did you get from him?" Narcissa suppressed a smirk. She had his attention for a change. "I've obtained more information than I thought I would get." Severus's information was correct. Professor Harris grew up Muggle and didn't know he was a wizard until his mid-30s. The village's supreme wizard placed a spell on the town, suppressing witches' and wizards' power and their heritages. That made her shiver. "I could see that he is heavily influenced by his Muggle upbringing. He rarely uses his wand, and I agree with Severus. He is a weak wizard, but he is smart. But that is something we can discuss at a later time." The moving picture show brought several disturbing yet fascinating points to my attention. There is a magical history we know nothing about. They had ancient dark lords in those times, and they had demons and elves that we've not seen before, and there were different types of Muggles, more types than we knew of, and all of them were aware of the magical world. He didn't question his wife's belief in what she was telling him. Therefore, He believed her, even though it sounded like a fantasy tale. And Professor Harris knew of Dark Lords? He asked. Yes. He fought one in his village, she answered. Sunnydale Village was turned into a lake. The majority of Muggles never knew what happened, but according to Alexander, there are some who do and they keep watch. They're called Watchers. How creative, he snipped. And the American Magicals allowed these Muggles to retain their memories. He was furious at the very thought. That is irresponsible. The woman shook her head, disagreeing with him. According to him, the wizarding authorities would try to obliviate their memories, if they could find them. However, he then told me something very disturbing. Lucius saw the look of concern on his wife's face. Tell me, please. If we enforce our authority on them, then there are other Magicals that will defend them, and it would begin a magical war. The man scoffed at the very notion. I don't believe other Magicals would dare defy us. The goblins wouldn't dare start a war with us. And other magical creatures don't have the power or numbers to resist us, if we were to impress upon them our will. No, husband, I have the impression that he was referring to Muggle magical creatures that we aren't aware of. He shook his head in dismay. This was absurd. If there were Muggle Magicals, or Muggles able to use abilities like us wizards. And here, he all but sneered at the possibility. What power could they actually have? If they exist, wouldn't they be under the authority of the Wizarding World leadership? The Ministry should be made aware of this. Thinking about it, he deciding into the fire. He needed more information before he decided on a final course of action. Perhaps I should go to the Ministry and do some research. If it is true, I don't want the Ministry trying to cover it up before I can find evidence of the validity of what Harris is saying. Lucius, the Ministry may already be aware of this and are keeping it a secret, she suggested. If the Wizarding World, in general, knew of this, there might be an upheaval in the magical world. If it's true, then that war might make the Goblin-Wizard War look feeble in comparison. Or, the Ministry might sanction us for having such information. We would be liable. That gave her husband pause. Because they would make us scapegoats for their incompetence, he said, finishing her train of thought. The Ministry lived to keep secrets. It would be foolish of him to go to the Ministry and simply voice suspicions, without proof. Of practice also, that his wife was privy to. There were strong rumors that the Dark Lord would soon return, and he would require this information. Voldemort would never tolerate another wizard attempting to claim supremacy over the Wizarding World. And, if it were true, then the last thing Lucius wanted was to bring attention to himself and his family. Most importantly, how would the Dark Lord respond to this news when he came back? Did Professor Harris say anything about these so-called magical creatures or people that exist in the world? He was vague, she said. Her husband nodded. Going to the Ministry would not be wise. Besides, I believe he has more information that we need to be made aware of. She paused for a second as she reflected on some of the other things that Harris had told her. There are several more of these movies that he has ascribed to the Dark Lord Sauron. That was the name of the Dark Lord of ancient times addressed in the movie. I must confess, I'm quite interested to see how this series of movies ends. It might be useful for us in the future. I think I need to know more about this man and the woman he's associated with. What is their relationship? Narcissa glared at him. If you had read some of your son's letters, then you would have much of this information already. According to our son, he was once engaged to Professor Delane's older sister. Evidently, they are royalty. Professor Harris, because of his common status, was deemed an unworthy suitor. However, he, Professor Serene, and most of the royal family remained good friends. And there's something about her, she hesitated, trying to express the right words. She's very exotic. I'm sure she has many suitors of her own, but Harris is not one of them. They're good friends, according to Snape. Is he sure? His wife smiled. I believe so. As I said before, he is Muggle-born, as is his lifestyle. I can understand why he was rejected, no matter what their feelings were for one another. According to our son, he is very strongly Muggle-motivated and rarely uses magic at all. Other than the use of his wand occasionally, he rarely uses any form of magic. That is understandable, she stated as she thought about it. However, he does have one very interesting magical artifact. In fact, both of them have one. They have magical capes that allow them to float without the aid of a broom. That captured his attention. Very interesting, he mused. Has he seen this? Yes. Does he use brooms? Can he apparate? Our son stated that Professor Harris hates using brooms to fly. He says that it's too 17th or 18th century. As for apparition, it is too cumbersome for his taste. Lucius struggled to keep from smirking in disdain. That means he is unable to do either, no doubt a result of his upbringing and lack of magical training. But our son says he's very strong and agile. He exercises in the morning when he's at Hogwarts teaching classes. She shrugged. He prefers doing things the Muggle way. Her husband merely nodded once. That was expected when a wizard grew up Muggle. It wasn't unknown for that to happen, and they were usually crippled, which explained several things about him. Half-bloods and Muggle-born were always slipping through the cracks. You said that there are more of these movies the professors will show his class. And the others? He asked. Will you attend? I want to, she confessed. I am curious, and that is why, if you must seek any information, that you will be discreet. Minister Fudge might attempt to stop those movies being seen before I can see them at Hogwarts. Lucius thought about that for a moment and then scoffed at the idea. The man is more concerned about the tournament than he is about what is going on at the school, so you needn't worry about him. But you have a point. The contest is a feather in the cap of Britain and his focus is there. But there are others we should be concerned about if this becomes too controversial. We are, however, somewhat protected, his wife noted. The other two schools have a most favorable opinion of the movie, and several students are monitoring Professors Harris's and Delane's classes. It would not be in the ministry's interests to interfere. Bowing to his wife, he bit into another sausage as his mood lightened. Well, since we are here and there are no pressing engagements at the moment, please tell me about this movie. Narcissa brightened. She had his full attention now and intended to exploit the moment. So that you will have context, I will start at the beginning. A very long time ago, there was a great war. Muggles and strange elven Muggles, completely unknown and unlike our elves and dwarves, gathered together to fight a powerful Dark Lord and his army. This lord gave magical rings to the Muggles, dwarfs, and the elven creatures as gifts. But unknown to all, those rings were traps, a way to enslave all who wore them, because his ring was the one that ruled them all. The Dark Lord Sauron possessed the One Ring, and with it, he came close to ruling the world. Lucius was enraptured, and instantly chilled to his soul when his wife described the ring and its ultimate purpose as it corrupted all who possessed it after Sauron's assumed death. The story hit much too close to home. He could see why his wife was so interested in seeing the other movies. He wanted to see them for himself if he had the time. Chapter 31 Master Xander Chapter 31 The week before the first tournament challenge, Xander Harris knew that the monster he worked so hard to create was born healthy, strong, and messy. It was exactly what he and Serene, well, mostly him, intended. Professors, students, and several sets of parents attended the movie presentations, and all of them had scores of questions, some of which Harris slyly refused to answer. Narcissa Malfoy was particularly insistent, attempting to nudge tidbits of information out of him. He supplied a lot of information to her, most of it useless. But there were just enough details to keep her interested and titillated enough to start a friendship with him. For her own purposes, of course. Alex let her believe she was achieving her goals and solidified her suspicions that he was easy pickings when it came to information. He also played the amateur when it came to using his wand. The wand, Jessie, almost burned him twice out of irritation. It didn't like being downplayed. But it did remind Xander that at its core, it remained a combination of two slayers, a witch, and an ancient hyena spirit. It didn't like doing weak, even for show. Chastened, Alex spoke to it, calming the instrument down. It was a slayer of evil and it wanted to do what it did best. These were simply no mage movies, a product of the author's imagination, Alex insisted. He spoke the truth. That was exactly what they were, just a fantasy. In this world, R.R. Tolkien had existed and, like his counterpart, authored a series of books about hobbits, elves, goblins, dark lords, and the ring. In this world, however, the wizard enclaves deemed his works unsuitable for reading by the no-mage population. The works were destroyed, and the man obliviated into any greater good, they, of course. That action triggered a deluge. Other authors suffered the same fates. It signaled the beginning of the great game played by a group of very powerful wizards and witches whose intentions were to dominate the world, forcing it to return to a simpler time where it would be easy to control. Their subsequent actions were also the reasons why this world was 40 years behind where they were supposed to be. It was all part of a long-term plan designed to cripple both the non-magical and magical populations of this world. This work is fantasy, Professor Harris announced with finality. Every single one of his classroom students took him at his word and then promptly ran to the classroom computers and proceeded to verify every word he said. Their searches eventually confirmed his words. As their professor constantly drilled into their minds, over and over, trust, but verify. His students listened. None of them believed what they found out about the author or the books in the first rounds of research. The class computers were important, but they needed independent collaboration. Some enterprising students asked their parents and relatives to find any information about the author. Parental searches came up empty. Of course, that didn't mean it wasn't true, as their professor always lectured. But one of the parents of a no-mage-born heritage did find something. They discovered a small biography of a man matching R.R. Tolkien, written by his wife. She called him a genius, a master of language and who had an unsurpassed understanding of literature. The fire that crippled him and destroyed his mind was described in her own autobiography. Everything he was lost. She blamed herself for the accidental fire, although she never remembered exactly how she had started it. Every single student reflected on what was revealed that day. Later, Hermione would be the one student who voiced what everyone was thinking. How far had the government gone to obfuscate the truth? Harris, looking as serious as ever, said in his most solemn voice, "The truth is out there. Keep searching. If there is no evidence for something that you search for, then your hypothesis must be wrong, and the movies are only fiction." Maybe. Of course, the movies exist, so what does that say to you? It took everything he had not to break into laughter. The looks of exasperation and naked suspicion plastered on their faces matched Willow's at her worst. He loved the dark looks some of the professors gave him, especially Snape. It was giving them all something to think about. What else had the wizarding world lost? What had the no-mages lost? Why was this happening, if anything was happening at all? And, if it was the ministry behind it or someone else, as Professor Harris had hinted at so many times? The dam was breaking, and questions were flooding into the minds of other professors as well as the students. Dumbledore was very suspicious but couldn't focus on what was happening under his nose yet. The tournament and Harry's safety, along with the other participating students from the other schools, dominated his thoughts. The two Americans' testing was almost complete. They were close to finding the young ones they searched for. As for Harry, Dylan was not sure, neither was Alex. The young boy had strength and, considering everything he went through and would go through, he possessed courage and flexibility. Covert scans confirmed that his magical core was partially blocked by several powerful spells designed specifically with him in mind. Those blocks had been there for most of the boy's life. Those spells could be broken or circumvented, but overall, magical strength was a secondary concern. Strength of character was what they were looking for, sometimes in the strangest places, and the kid had that in abundance. But like the others, he was still a child, one under tremendous stress. Therefore, the final decision about him could wait. The last thing the Master Sorcerers wanted was to break the boy. What Dumbledore was doing, trying to shape the boy for some yet unknown reason, was bad enough. He obviously cared for the young man, but whatever purpose he served for the headmaster, he wasn't budging from his plan. The next few days were busy for the two professors. Their meetings with the British government spooks were enlightening and productive. MI5 and Michigan 6 were a lot more respectful lately. They discovered two spies in their organization. The first was a long-time employee. He tripped over one of the magical wards and was promptly shot with a charmed bullet as he tried to escape the building. He discovered the apparition spell did not work. Shocked, he hesitated. That pause was fatal. That individual was from the Ministry of Magic who would never find the body, courtesy of the goblins. The second incident was more insidious. Two agents died and one of the government wizard agents was severely injured. The witch wasn't from the ministry, but from another organization. Those incidents galvanized the non-magicals in a way that nothing else did. Now, they were actively striving to establish closer relations with those ornery goblins and the others. Relations were coming along nicely with the fairy who were dangerous, but could be reasoned with as long as they were respected and treated fairly. Some of them were being considered for training and would become passable agents. The Fae were interested. They and the ultra-secret British non-wizarding magicals were actively working with the British government. using their own brands of magic to help secure all sides from infiltration. Serene was bemused at seeing fairies flirting around and speaking to the head of Michigan 6 and his secretary, who was furiously recording everything while taking notes. The Thursday before the first trial, the class was in deep discussion about no-mage folklore, specifically supernatural horror stories. Ghost stories are not really that interesting to wizards, he told them. There are ghosts floating around, visible to the naked eye for all to see. You even had one teaching no-mage history for a while. Alex laughed at that, shaking his head. Most of your horror stories have to do with dark wizards or magical curses heaped upon poor no-mages or unwary wizards. Well, in the non-magical world, ghost stories do frighten non-magicals, because they are afraid of what they can't see or don't understand. But they had other supernatural stories that might disturb you. Everyone perked up at that comment, including the visiting students and a couple of ghosts who happened to attend the class. That made Alex smile hysterically. He wanted to see if a ghost could be frightened. "This isn't about giant ants, is it?" asked a nervous Neville Longbottom. "No, Mr. Longbottom, it's not about giant what's-its. Those creatures were creations of science. And this isn't about people eating plants with baritone voices that sang like angels before they ate you." The whole room erupted. "What?" Alex raised his hands in mock surrender. "Calm down, everyone," he ordered. "That was just a story, and the plant was an alien from another world," he told them. "And I am not talking about the one that the American military had to kill in the ARCTPC. Besides, you have crazy plants like mandrakes that scream and stuff. There are other stories, things that go bump not only at night, but in the middle of the day so that everyone would know and despair at their comings." Not everyone agreed. Even the visiting ghosts were shifting about nervously, and that was because Professor Alex Harris' tales were fast becoming the stuff of legend in Hogwarts. Sir Nicholas de Minzy Porpington, otherwise known as Headless Nick, and the nuisance Peeves, or Mr. Peeves, as Harris called him, loved the American stories and were actually respectful when they did peek in on the classes. Peeves was a pain, but he was wary around Serene, probably because of the fact that she threatened him, suggesting that she would send him to the underworld of gnashing teeth. He did not like the sound of that. Pleased as everyone prepared themselves. None of them were sure if he exaggerated or told the truth because he never confirmed anything to the students' satisfaction. The professor continued making them search things out. The students assumed this time was going to be no different. "Giles would be so proud. The story I am about to tell you is fiction. It isn't true, well, for the most part," he added, making his audience groan. They knew he was going to say that. "On Halloween night, you call it All Hallows' Eve, my friends and I told one another stories that we heard over the years, or what we had experienced. Those of us that had children later on passed on these stories, so that the tales wouldn't be lost and that they would always remember," he solemnly announced, as if it were the most important thing in the world. "Those children and their friends weren't much younger than you are. For no mages, Halloween was a fun time to be frightened, unless you lived in Sunnydale, Sleepy Hollow, or several really weird towns in the state of Maine in the United States. So, when my friends and I were obligated to take the youngsters trick-or-treating, we added some spice to the night's festivities to distract them while we watched out for vampires and other night creatures. We didn't want any of the kids to be eaten, or souls drained, or whatever. It would have been too hard to explain to the parents or our principal. Principal Snyder was not like your headmaster. He was a worm and blamed us for everything. The stories I could tell you, that isn't important now, but I am giving you this information to give you some background about what went on where I grew up. My friends and I, which included no mages, witches, a vampire slayer whom you would call a magical creature, ran into a major problem. By the way, did I mention to you that a vampire slayer considered wizards and witches magical creatures, instead of her? Therefore, you would fall into the 'I will slay you if you are evil' category? But I digress," he casually informed them. A lot of people in the room shifted uneasily, including one recent visitor monitoring the class. "As I mentioned before, these vampires are not like the ones here in England. These have no souls and are demon-possessed, walking corpses who exist to torture, gorge themselves on the hot, fresh blood of the living, and infect the living. Their preferred diet was humans with magical cores. They tasted better. They are far deadlier than anything you have here, but I digress. On a dark, chilly night when we were on patrol weeding out the walking corpses, something happened that changed the world," although most people would never know the true magnitude that almost doomed us all. It began, like most things, uneventful. My friend's younger sister was making a nuisance of herself. That was usual, but was unusual was that my friend didn't have a sister, never had one. But we and everyone around us knew her, remembered growing up with her, taking her to school, and trying to keep her ignorant about the things that went bump in the night in Sunnydale. That last part was wasted, as you students well know, he added, smiling. In an instant, she was created by ancient magic, using the stolen blood of the Slayer, and a magic called the mystic arts. Not regular magic that you are used to seeing. Is ancient magic dark magic? No, he clarified. It is something completely different. His voice was barely above a whisper, adding to the effect. We didn't know it at the time, but she was a key, a magical key to everything. Hermione couldn't help but to ask the obvious question. What does that mean, Professor? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this person was a key to what? Alex smiled. Why, Miss Granger, a key to the dimensional doors that separate all realities from each other. That's impossible, she blurted out before another visitor could voice a complaint. Maybe, he shrugged. Shall I finish this story, or do you wish to discuss no-mage theories on dimension realities? Be quiet, Hermione, Pansy hissed. You're wasting our class time. The bushy-haired young lady huffed but didn't say anything else. Her questions could be addressed later. She wanted to hear Professor's story, too. In my former town of Sunnydale, which you know is a saltwater lake now, Lake Sunnydale, there was a war. A hell god named Glorificus, also known as the Abomination, the Beast, and incidentally, that which cannot be named, appeared in our town, seeking a key that would allow her to return home. I admit she was cute in her human form, but she was a true example of a dumb blonde, he said, not looking at a boy who now endured snickering from the others. He'd retaliate later. She was powerful but unstable in her human form, and I'm being polite here. She was as stable as a glass of water, needed the memories of my town's population to remain sane. In her world, she was a soul eater, but in her human form, she needed the minds of people. Magicals tasted better to her, he added as an afterthought. Ghosts were especially succulent, so any of the smart ghosts haunting Sunnydale evacuated. At first we didn't know why. People were going insane. What made them was being sucked dry, that monster. As he spoke, the entire room darkened. You have to understand, in her human form, she subsisted on the minds of humans. In her natural form, she was a soul eater. In her reality, she consumed souls, digesting them for centuries before regurgitating what was left. She wasn't known as a hell god for nothing. But here on Earth, feeding on memories and minds had to do. Although she needed more and more, the longer she remained in this world. Her victims went insane or closed in on themselves. This left them prey for the vampires flooding the town. He reminded them again about the demons he dealt with. These weren't the same as the Turok Han, but another strain far worse than what you have here. So, we fought her, and we lost most of the battles. Our magic and our gifted warriors couldn't handle her raw strength, but we could take out her minions. But they were killing us. We fought her and her minions for days. We had little hope. If she found the key, then she would tear open the dimensional curtains that separated the worlds to get home, and if she did, all worlds everywhere would merge and there would be destruction for everyone. He paused dramatically. Here is an image of the beast, he said as he pulled an image of Glory from his mind, making it life-sized, something that surprised everyone. That spell was unknown to them. She was beautiful but had an aura of hideousness that everyone could see, especially the ghosts and sensitives. They recoiled from the image. The two ghosts were terrified in a way never seen before by the students or professors. Both Peeves and Nick could feel the malevolence and the hunger of the beast, even though it was only an image. We tried everything. We even used a magically enhanced troll hammer, couldn't kill her. We didn't think we would survive. The students could see the revulsion and weight of the memories of his past. We believed things couldn't get worse. We were wrong. We were in trouble, he explained. Professor, Draco asked. You've changed your narrative. You keep injecting yourself into the story. Is this a simple no-mage story, or is this something from your past? Mr. Malfoy, that is an excellent question. This story is fiction, but there is always an element of truth in every good fiction. Is it a fable, or is there truth in what I am telling you? He pointed to the two terrified spirits who desperately wanted to leave the classroom but couldn't. Ask them if it's just fiction. Alex sighed and looked as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders. Those in the room tensed, waiting for what he had to say next. He slowly continued. Gozer, the Gozerian, Gozer the Destructor, Gozer the Traveler, Volgus Zildrohar, Lord of the Cebulia, was released from her containment unit and smelled glorificus. We didn't even know it existed until it landed in our town. Now, IHAVG. Gozer is, he corrected, a Sumerian hell god, come to Earth. Several no-mage scientists and their family, and friends, trapped her in a science-based, non-magical containment unit in a small town before she could have killed everyone in that town in the USA, forcing them to self-sacrifice themselves. She would have killed hundreds of millions more the previous time she was here, but she was stopped by those same no-mage scientists. But again, I digress. We believe she sacrificed every soul in the containment unit to gather enough strength to break free from her prison. The instant she got free, she headed directly for glorificus. It was instinct. Notice that I call it a she. It was whatever it wanted to be, but it did choose the female shape, as did Glory. My friends and I found that interesting, he mused. It didn't really matter. Neither one of them could stand the presence of the other's existence on Earth, which they claimed as their own. Glory couldn't have cared less about Earth, but she would never have submitted in any way to Gozer. Neither one was at full power because they were not natives to this world, but they were powerhouses. All around Sunnydale, the skies turned black, and the clouds bled as they fought, and we were stuck in the middle. We had to stop them before the destruction could spread. So, we made an alliance with another ancient power who was just as upset at their presence as we were, and we went to war against the abomination and the destructor. Warriors came to our aid from everywhere, but we were still outclassed. The wizarding world never helped us. They never knew what was going on, partially because it wasn't their concern. But mostly, the ancient spells created by the Dark Wizard, the mayor of Sunnydale, was still in effect, and it specifically blocked Wand Wizard from detecting and coming to investigate. So, what remained of us gathered together in. And that is a summer's break in the good old town of Sunnydale before it sank, he finished. The story you've heard is just a no-mage Halloween story. It is fiction. Of course, there are elements of truth in every story. I encourage you to look it up during your study period, if you want to find out the whole truth, he said as innocently as possible. Time's up. I want a 2-page summary of your opinions on this story and why no-mage stories differ from wizarding ones. How are they similar? For the ghosts here, since you are here. I want a 10-minute summary of your opinions on what you've seen, he smirked. Since you are here today, you get to have homework like everyone else. For my students and visiting students who want to participate in this homework assignment. 2 pages only, using ink pens from the class. No parchment. I'm never going to the Americas, he heard someone mutter as they began talking amongst themselves. Ahem, took her long enough. Ah, it is wonderful having the mother of one of my students looking in on the welfare of her child. What's the name of your son or daughter? Wait, let me guess. The lady in the pink dress smiled. She looked like a predator, and Alex would know. He saw quite a few during his lifetime. I am not a parent to any of these lovely children, she giggled. My name is Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Ministry of Magic. Excellent, Alex exclaimed, cutting her off before she could continue. Minister Fudge mentioned you when he visited my store. I've so wanted to speak to you. But hold on for a moment. He turned to his students. That is all for today. We all know what is coming up. Mr. Potter, good luck and try not to die. Harry gave him a dirty look. Alex returned the stare, and the boy could feel him say, Don't worry. It will be all right. Keep safe. Class dismissed. Professor Harris, call me Alex, he told her as his eyebrows rose slightly. Let's go to my office, where we can talk. Then he paused for a moment's contemplation. It is safe for us to go to my office alone, isn't it? He asked. I mean, you are a lot of woman, and the last time I had a private meeting with one of the mothers, she wanted to attack me for some reason, he said, smiling as he thought about the non-existent act and how the assistant minister would respond. The look she gave him was priceless. Professor Harris. The game was on. Suitable Chapter 32 Record Keeping. Some typos are corrected in Chapter 31. Thank you. Master Xander Chapter 32, Mind Games Part 1. While the class and visitors left the room, Alex, followed by his guest, Ms. Umbridge, headed toward his small office situated not too far from the classroom. The woman following him at a discreet distance entered the modest room and stood stiff, preparing to make her demands, and Harris knew she did have them. Harris caught the look of disapproval as the woman had entered, and it was instantly apparent that she had a thing against muggles. His office was practically a shrine to non-magical decor. She exhibited that same look when she had entered his store once before, when it first opened. Umbridge hadn't introduced herself then, even going out of her way not to come close to him or Serene, as she casually inspected the store, but he remembered her quite well, although he had no intention of letting on. The woman's face reeked of disapproval, but before she could say anything, Alex invited her to sit on a very strange, comfortable-looking chair and offered her a hot beverage. He was an American, so what did he know about proper hot beverages? But she was curious. "Is this a muggle chair?" she asked. Umbridge couldn't quite keep the contempt out of her voice. "Why yes, it is a no-mage," he answered. "It's very relaxing for the back." Cautiously, she sat down, dubious about her safety. Although she didn't show it, she was pleased by its feel. She was surprised by that and was displeased by the fact. Taking a breath, she prepared to begin. However, Alex jumped in before she could begin. "Now, I have several tea blends you might like before we start. Personally, I've been drinking hot chocolate lately," he explained easily. "I'm trying to get away from drinking too much coffee." Smiling politely, she accepted a small cup of English tea made by some muggle machine she never knew existed. It looked ungainly and completely muggle, but despite her distaste of the machine, the tea itself was exceptionally good. Taking another sip, she started once more. "We at the Ministry have heard some rather disturbing rumors concerning your class curriculum, and the things you have been teaching," she announced. "I am here to evaluate and report my findings to the Ministry of Magic about some of the things you are teaching and to determine the validity of this class at Hogwarts. I am also here to make suggestions concerning the class for all concerned." The woman giggled and actually giggled a second time. Alex immediately recognized the false attempts at innocence this woman was trying and failing miserably to portray. "Wow. That was a mouthful," he said. "So basically, you're checking me out." Her false smile faltered a bit. "Crudely put, but yes. There are some, shall we say, events we have heard that seem fantastic and far beyond the abilities of muggles to achieve. So, to clarify our understanding of these rumors, we have several questions we want you to answer." Alex looked at her intently, interested in what she had to say. The concern in his eyes threw her off. The woman expected him to respond defensively. He should have been intimidated, and he didn't seem worried about her presence or her upcoming inquisition. That bothered her. He looked so intent, Dolores felt uncomfortable. He smiled inwardly. Anya always hated when he did that. She always claimed that he looked like an evil rabbit ready to pounce. She had a fear of rabbits and, to his chagrin, she had never fully explained why she feared them so. "Ask away, Mrs. Umbridge. My name is Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary to the Ministry of Magic. Please address me accordingly, as this is an official visit." "Okay, sorry," he answered. "Right to the Ministry of Magic. Got it." His devilish smile irritated her a bit. She couldn't tell if he was insulting her or not. "Sounds like a bit too much, doesn't it? May I call you Mrs. Undersecretary Minister?" She frowned, then relented, conceding the point. She gave him one of the most chilling smiles he'd seen in a long time. It would have done Umar the Unrelenting proud. These moving pictures, cinematic movies presented on enhanced 8K EU DVD media shown on a widescreen television, he supplied helpfully. Yes. Are they Muggle-made and was magic involved in their creation?" "Yes, but only the power source needed to operate the systems in the school environment. It's called Wi-Fi. Non-magical people and equipment are used to produce movies. No magic was involved, unless you consider movie magic as magic, which it is not. The term, movie magic, doesn't refer to magic as much as special effects, combined with sound, music, visuals, and the actors performing their crafts. Movies are quite popular in their world. No real magic was or is involved in making movies." The woman was scrutinizing him carefully. Parts of his answer eluded her, but he seemed honest to her with his answer. But she was surprised by Muggle capability. "Then how is it that mere Muggles can do this?" she asked. She expected him to lie, and then she would pounce. It was a skill she developed when she was a younger woman. Men were so weak-willed. There is also a rumor that you have implied that Muggles have magical cores. She half laughed, half snarled. Why are you teaching such nonsense? Alex thought for a moment as he formulated an answer. Wizards in America have discovered something remarkable. Every human in the world has a magical core. It allows them to do remarkable things. That is not true, the assistant minister practically shrieked. Yes, it is, Alex gently countered. Every word he said was measured, laced with as much innocence and humor as he could muster. Their cores exist, but are different, function differently. Wizarding magic is beyond them, but it gives them other skills, and wizards don't notice, he explained. But that isn't what you want to hear, and to answer your other question you haven't asked yet. The answer is yes. Non-magicals do know about magic and magical worlds that wizards don't have a clue about. He gave her his best puppy dog look to counter the rising fury etching the woman's face. You would have to live in their world to see the magic that surrounds them. That very thought revolted her. That is impossible, she hissed. Just as wizards keep their magical works a secret from the non-magicals. You mean Muggles, the woman corrected. I mean non-magicals, he corrected to her disdain. I'm American, not British, whether I am here in this country or not. Surprised, she felt infuriated by his defiance. Calming herself, she chose not to strive to dominate him like she would normally do, yet he was trying to make her feel sorry for him and she was fighting it. He was just too nice. Mrs. Undersecretary Minister of Magic, he started. I am not married, she huffed. If you must, please call me Undersecretary Umbridge. He smiled and said, thank you, Undersecretary Umbridge. Wait. He paused for a moment. You're not married? She flushed. My work keeps me busy, she answered a little too quickly. I haven't time for such frivolity. Alex looked shocked. I'm surprised, he exclaimed, a touch louder than she expected him to. His voice was always so soft. I imagine some wizard would have swept you up and carried you away a long time ago. He looked at the desk as if he couldn't conceive of such a possibility. Dolores stared at him, speechless. Why was he so surprised? More importantly, what was he thinking? Why would her being unmarried be so shocking to him? Once again, this man had piqued her curiosity. This American was so strange. Harris continued as if he hadn't noticed. The non-magical world knows much more than you imagine, he told her. He snapped his fingers, and she jumped. Let me show you, he whispered. The wizards here can pull memories from their mind to show them to others. I learned a different technique that will show you in detail what I mean about magic unknown to wizards that are the privy to non-magicals. Umbridge cautiously eyed him. The man was challenging her, daring her to say, no. Her first instinct was to decline, but she couldn't say the word. She wanted to see what was in the American's memories, and here he was, offering them to her on a silver platter. Try as she might, she couldn't see any traps. The man was pure Gryffindor and didn't have a dishonest bone in his body, not compared to any true Slytherin like herself. No, she wasn't afraid, just nervous. What does this spell involve? It's a form of legitimacy, but I will transfer my thoughts and memories of specific events directly to you by touch. I warn you. It feels very intimate, and for your privacy, it's only one way. You will be able to see and hear my thoughts, but I won't hear yours unless you allow me to, he smirked. The question is, are you woman enough to handle it if you want to see the truth? How dare you? She was insulted, but very intrigued. There wasn't any real venom in her retort. She could handle anything he could throw at her. She, however, wouldn't give in too easily. Why can't you simply pull the memory out and display it like you did with the giant ants? Ah, she heard about that. Her sources are good, he surmised. I can convey so much more to give you answers. The question is, can you trust me? How badly do you want to know the truth, and are you the woman I think you are? A chill went down her spine. This interview was going in a completely different direction than planned, but this presented an opportunity. She could have her answers if she could properly manipulate him. She didn't trust him, but Minister Fudge would need to know, and he would reward her if she could pull this off. She thought about it hard. This is a one-way spell, Alex helpfully added. What does this spell involve? It's a form of legitimacy, but I will transfer my thoughts and memories of specific events directly to you by touch. I warn you. It feels very intimate, and for your privacy, it's only one way. You will be able to see and hear my thoughts, but I won't hear yours unless you allow me to," he smirked. "The question is, are you woman enough to handle it if you want to see the truth?" She thought about it long and hard, but the temptation was too strong. Finally, she decided. "I will agree, for the good of the ministry. I will consent to this. But no pixie play," she warned. "I would be in my right to hex you most severely." "Thank you," said Alex. "I understand, and I will be the perfect gentleman. This is what we will do. I will place my chair opposite of you, so that we face one another. My right fingers will touch the left side of your face like so," he said while almost caressing her face. "You'll do the same while our free hands grasp one another. Can you handle that?" "Of course." She copied his movements, warily. "Then we will start. For this technique, we don't need to use our wands." She gulped. Dolores wasn't sure about this, but she decided to go through with it. His hand gently grabbed hers. It was so hot, her face flushed as he touched it. Her hand touched his face, and she turned beet red. She was touching a stranger she just met in a way she had never touched anything other than her cats. Like his hand, his face was so hot. He pretended not to notice, being all business. "Ready?" "Yes." "Here we go," he said to her. "My mind to your mind. My thoughts to your thoughts." It took a lot for him to stay in control. She felt intense warmth, and then she was lost to the moment. Vampires, demons, monstrous insects, things she couldn't describe. The Muggles know about magic. They knew of magical creatures the likes she never imagined. Alex allowed her to see. The woman saw what he wanted her to see, TBC. Next. Explanations as in, why would Alex do such a thing? What it sees as we continue in Mind Games Part 2. Chapter 33 Master Xander Chapter 33 Hogwarts. Professor Alex Harris's office. All too soon, it was over. Alex allowed her to see just enough. The woman was flabbergasted. It took strength to let his hand go. But she did. She was Dolores Umbridge, and she could do anything. Still, the entire experience was nothing short of amazing. "I will admit, that was interesting," she said slowly. She couldn't look at him, not yet. The witch was still processing what she had seen and how to exploit it. "These memories of yours. Have you shown them to any others?" "Not really," he responded. "These memories are privileged to be seen by a select few who are important to me." The woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she probed a little for more information. But what the American had said hadn't escaped her notice. He implied that she was important to him, and she was secretly thrilled, although she didn't understand why. Nevertheless, the politician in her wanted clarification. Alex was gullible, and if he was infatuated with her, and she did understand why. All one had to do was to look at her. She could get some information from him. "So, you have shown these memories to the headmaster?" "Oh, no," Alex answered with mustered indignation. "He isn't someone who I would tell such secrets to." "Not even Miss Skeeter?" She giggled. Alex kept his smile to himself. "She's about as subtle as a brick through a window." He answered her question directly. There was no point in pretending that Dolores wasn't doing research on him. That was okay, because he had a huge file on her. Shaking his head vigorously, he said, "Oh, no, I mean, she and I went on dates a couple of times, but it's not really serious," he lied. They were getting closer, although he still kept her at arm's length. That was for her benefit as well as his. "Her reporter's instinct makes me think that she's interested in my story, not about me, if you know what I mean." Yes, I understand," Umbridge nodded in agreement. "Besides, I think my interest is headed in a different direction," he said as he stared intensely into her eyes. Immediately, the woman was on guard. "Professor Harris," she growled. Alex looked chastened. "I understand," he said. "You wouldn't be interested. I mean, you're a British purebred witch. You would not be interested in an American whose heritage is in question." Her mouth dropped open. "What do you mean, unsure of your heritage?" she asked while she attempted to slow down her pounding heart. Was this man flirting with her? "In Sunnydale, we had a powerful wizard, the mayor of the city," Alex began to explain. "He placed spells everywhere for his own nefarious purpose. This Dark Lord stripped every witch and wizard of their ancestral heritage of everyone in the town. This Dark Lord made sure that we would never find out who and what we were unless it was by mistake. That's why I never knew I was magical until I was in my late 30s because of him. And no, not even the goblins could trace my ancestry. I know, I checked. It was all erased. He looked so sad. The mayor was a cruel, cruel wizard. What happened to him? She knew the town was destroyed. So, the mayor was either dead or had fled. If he was on the run, he could be a problem for the wizarding world in the future. He gathered enough power to turn himself into an 80-foot demon-like snake. That was his animagus form, you see, he explained. At maturity, he intended to rule the world, but we blew him up, along with my school. She couldn't help but believe his story. How horrible. The woman actually felt a bit sorry for him. He could be a pureblood and would never know it, and that struck an uncomfortable chord within her. He might be what she dreamed of being and would never be blessed with that status. Your true heritage was lost. Alex shrugged. Where I lived, it didn't really matter. As you saw, we really had more important things to worry about. Plus, I'm American, and even if I was royalty of any sort, no one would have cared. How barbaric, she muttered. Personally, she would have been enraged if that knowledge was taken away from her. To be a pure blood and not just pretend to be, was something she aspired to. To have it snatched away and never know was something repulsive. But this man, however, didn't need to know her true feelings. She was a member of the ministry. Emotional outbursts were undignified. Well, I would have certainly cared, she announced with absolute seriousness. But getting back to our initial discussion, the ministry feels your classes are not properly servicing the need of young minds with. Minister Umbridge froze in mid-sentence. She almost said false teaching about muggles. If what Alex showed her was true and she believed it was, then as much as she wanted to, she could not do it. Her mouth opened again. What had he done to her? He was not that bad, and he did freely reveal some very disturbing things to her, and those memories were true. She could feel it. The man also had knowledge that could be very useful in the future. She decided to modify her approach, and perhaps cultivate a useful tool. Mr. Harris. You don't like me, Alex said as he cut her off. The comment threw her off guard. I can tell, he added so softly that she barely heard him. That is not true, she yelled. Professor Harris, I really. Again, he cut her off. The two were still facing one another. His eyes widened. Minister Umbridge, be careful. Your skirt. The way you moved. I can see you're too late. Mr. Harris. The woman turned beet red. She didn't know what he saw, but her imagination was running wild. You should not look. A respectable man would never stare at a young woman in that manner. I'm not respectable, he countered, smirking at her while she continued blushing. I am American, an American heathen. A Californian American heathen. Who knew that she would react so intensely because I caught a glimpse of her knees? I will have to tell Buffy and Faith. They'll crack up for days. Okay, round 2. Don't worry. What I've seen will stay safe with me forever and ever. He smiled. My eyes track automatically. In fact, they call me the one who sees, he announced in his best James Bond voice. The woman was doing her best to cover whatever she thought he had seen. Using her wand, she lengthened her skirt, just in case. But did he like what he saw? No, this is official business, Professor Harris. Call me Alex, he said, interrupting her yet again, and she didn't even complain. You know, you remind me of a witch. They called her the Witch of the West. Actually, she was more Midwest, but the name stuck. Very assertive, very powerful and sure of herself and her position. But she was very skinny and into green. The color was a turnoff. But you're not like her. You are into pink. She tried not to giggle, she really tried. It just came out, and she cursed herself for it. Did he like pink? She hoped so. No, wait, it couldn't happen. Nothing could happen. Her mind was made up. Her mind rebelled. Do you like pink? There, her humiliation was complete. She had to get away from this man. Yes, I like pink, he answered. Now he looked dangerous, and her heart fluttered. In California, we have a lot of beautiful women, but most of them are too skinny. I am older now, more mature. I think I am interested in a more full-bodied woman, one with meat on her bones. It took everything he had not to wiggle his eyebrows. Mr. Harris. Dolores flushed. Stay back or I will hex you. Alex never moved from his chair and neither had she. But she felt as if he were chasing her, running her down. This was so wrong. But her heart was racing. This was so exhilarating. She had to get away, She had to think. Her whole purpose for speaking to him was ruined. Merlin's blood. We will have to continue this meeting at another time, she stuttered. When? I will make arrangements, she responded very politely. She stood up and shook his hot hand. It took strength to let it go. He was a tool, nothing etched her go. Dolores was dangerous. She had the same personality as Anya in the old days. The woman thought she was using him, but she was wrong. It was the reverse. She would be the one to come after him and Serene. Now, however, he was beginning to cultivate a contact in the ministry. But as was pounded into his brain time and time again when he was young, playing with one's emotions was always the most dangerous game. He was older now, and very used to playing with monsters. Chapter 34 Master Xander Chapter 34 Weasley Manor. Before you try to stuff me with food again, Mrs. Weasley, I want to go through our lessons again, drawled Alex. I picked 3 of your children for the training, but before I do anything I want to teach you the basics to you both. I can't do that right now if you try to force me to eat first. If worse comes to worse, then we'll do this at my place. Molly blanched. I do not want to study with all of those magical creatures flying around looking at me, grumbled the woman. It's embarrassing and makes me feel like I'm at Hogwarts again. Me, at my age? Well then, no cooking until after this lesson. Alex responded with just a touch of mirth. Before we start with lesson 3, let's do a fast recap. Wizards and witches in this world have a magical core. Let me correct myself. Everyone in this world has a magical core, but it is accessed differently. Some can access and use magic. Others cannot. You use wands, or in very rare cases staffs, as a focus for your magic. If a wand isn't used, then it is called wandless magic or sorcery. I disagree with the way that term is defined, but I will not argue about that now. Dumbledore uses wandless magic and is considered one of the greatest wizards as well as one of the greatest sorcerers in the world. Your magic comes from within, and because of that, I am teaching you how to use some of that magic without your wands. Now, because you're so old, he smiled, it may take a little longer to get it, which is why I have been teaching you meditation techniques how to feel your magical cores, literally communicate with it, and finally be able to expand and begin to use it, using your body as a focus rather than the wand. This will do 3 things for you. First, you will not need to use your wands in time if you choose not to. Second, you are in control of your core, and no outside forces can bind your cores unless you allow them to. And lastly, your core acts as a mental backup. You cannot be memory wiped as your cores keep what is you, inside it as a backup. That backup is always being renewed. That means your capacity to retain memories will significantly increase. Arthur's face scrunched up. I thought it was just me, but my memory does seem to be better these days. 6 weeks of focusing on your inner selves will do that to you, Alex told him. Like Serene, you both are born to magic. Let's do a simple test. I want you to concentrate and create a portal from here to connect to my home in London. You've seen me do it lots of times and you've seen my hand movements. I want you to follow those hand movements while focusing on your cores and using that power. I want you to create an opening. Forget apparating. Forget about portkeys. Forget about your wands. This is you. It took a couple of hours, but they both were able to create small portals and maintain it for several seconds. Both were exuberant and utterly exhausted. Excellent, my students, beamed Alex. That was a great start, better than me when I first tried, with an external focus. That was true wandless magic. Now, I want you to keep practicing on this. In about a week, it will become second nature and you will not get tired, and the spell will be almost instantaneous. Naturally, this will be the last technique that I will teach the boys. Why? Asked Molly. A second later, she gasps, they wouldn't. Alex shrugged. They're boys. No girl's dorm would be safe, not with their imagination and that ability. I have to place some limiters on them temporarily for their own safety, as well as the girls. Despite being exhausted, Molly cooked a sumptuous meal and Alex showed his appreciation by consuming every morsel. Arthur was content and trying hard not to burp, much to Alex's amusement. The man was about to take an anti-gas potion before Alex discouraged him. He explained that using potions for every little thing wasn't in his body's best interest. Non-magicals discovered that using medicines for every little ailment caused more problems and addictions than they cured, and magical potions followed the same pattern. So, go. Natural sometimes and let nature take its course. Of course, Molly didn't have to be there when nature took its course. Molly gave Alex one of her most dirty looks and secretly thanked Merlin the children weren't there to listen in on this conversation. "Mr. Harris," Molly said in her most serious voice, "I want to know what that evil woman said to you." Alex smiled. "Why do you call her evil? She really is," Arthur added before Molly could go off on a rant. "The woman is power-hungry, interferes with everyone at the ministry trying to do their business, reports to Minister Fudge as a spy, and because of her authority, she has had several people in the ministry fired for standing up to her. And Fudge allows her to get away with this. I think she is after his job, and everybody knows it. But he uses her as a shield to keep others from looking at him too closely. She is building up her power a bit at a time and Fudge is too focused on the Earthers to even notice it." Molly grumbled. "I understand his worries, but he attacked my son, and Harry and the others, if Arthur hadn't been there." Mrs. Weasley was furious and still terrified at what could have happened and she blamed Fudge for almost hurting the children. The man was so frightened, he couldn't tell the difference between children and hooded Death Eaters. Fudge is making the classic mistake most politicians do. They love the position but not the responsibility when the going gets rough. They shift the blame of past the galleon. Minister Fudge might do the going the same thing. He will let things fall apart when the going get tough. Everybody will suffer and Dolores will step in. She's a pure blood monster and she'll be worse than ever. "Alex," Molly warned. "She is dangerous. You cannot deal with someone as treacherous as that woman. You gave her your memories. She can use those against you." Alex shook his head. "I showed her the memories, but she can't pass them on. If she tries to pull them out of her mind, then they will shred and fall apart. Those memories can't be magically stored because they are encrypted, which means she would have to break a code to externally access them in any form or fashion." He smiled viciously. "And I don't have the code. It's at my home base away from this place." "But she will try," Arthur insisted. "Of course she will." Alex looked across the table at his two friends. "Minister Umbridge is a dangerous woman. But I've been around dangerous women all my life, it's my mantra. In my teenage years and early 20s, I had a girlfriend who was a mummy brought back to life. She was beautiful, but she needed the life force of others to remain alive. We had to put her back before she sucked everyone dry. It wasn't her fault, but we didn't have a choice. Then there was a schoolteacher, who was a magical creature, we think. She could have been an alien life form. Whatever, she tried to seduce me so she could have children, little baby flame thingies, but she would eat me while we had." He shivered. "We had to take her out. I have an insane master vampire's seer who wanted me as her pet. It claimed to love me, but who knows what that meant. Then I had a vampire slayer, well, two of them who used me for their own purposes and I had to deal with that. Then there was Anya, an ancient vengeance demon. She was power, and I almost married her. There was Cordelia, whose tongue was so sharp, it dripped molecular acid, that is a super strong solvent thing on Earth. The ancient creature Umar the Unrelenting, loved that name, wanted me to give her progeny so that she could raise an army to destroy her equally insane brother. I almost forgot about Wednesday Addams, vampire slayer, but she was too intense, even for me. But I think we could have made it if it wasn't for Buffy hating her guts. Buffy was too perky, and Wednesday is best described as anti-perky. They were both dominant warriors. The two didn't mix. The only normal acting woman I was involved with was Serene's sister, but she was royalty and we couldn't come together because of it, even though we are still good friends. Rita is a reporter and kind of mercenary, but I understand her and I do like her. So, the point is, I can handle Dolores." Both Weasleys looked at him in shock. "You should write a book," Arthur muttered. "I'd read it. Twice. I could have gone and attacked her, insulted her. But I am trying a different approach. My experience gives me an edge she can't handle now or later." "She'll turn on you," Molly warned. "Once my usefulness to her is ended, no question. When she tries, I will make her suffer emotionally. That's another thing I learned from my lady friends. Guilt 101, 102, and 103. If she plays nice, so will I, but she won't," he growled. "Your life is insane," Arthur exclaimed. "Tell me about it," Xander confirmed. "I am an avatar for chaos." He smiled hysterically. "Or, so I've heard." Chapter 35. Hello everyone, This is a long time in coming, but I have not abandoned it. This chapter is the setup for what is about to happen, so when reading it, assume everything. Have fun, please. AlbertG Master Xander Chapter 35. The excitement of the crowd here at the first trial in the Triwizard tournament, more than anything else, reminded Alex of the NFL football bowl games. To the naked and non-magical eye, it didn't appear like it. However, tens of thousands were watching what was deemed one of the great sporting events of their time. The numbers watching this could easily compare to the numbers addicted to the Quidditch finals. But this would be watched and listened to across magical Britain. He couldn't imagine how many people were listening to this around the world, all comfortable and secure in their hearts. The so-called Muggles did not know what was going on right under their non-magical noses. But that assumption wasn't true. Serene had arranged for British intelligence and a few non-magical organizations involved in the future fight for this world, to observe what was going on. Alex really wanted to be there when the magical group in Michigan 5 and Michigan 6 asked what was going on, courtesy of the magically enhanced LG big screen he so graciously donated to them. As of now, those TVs were considered national treasures and were protected with every resource available to their secret services. The Master Sorcerer's unique, otherworldly magics, protected, and those magics were supplemented with gnome and goblin protection spells. Security was the name of the game. As one of the professors of the three schools, he and Serene had choice seats, and the day was beautiful, considering. Silently, Alex checked to determine if the temperature and cloudless sky were magically induced, but everything appeared to be natural. That was somewhat of a surprise, considering the people used magic for literally everything. Growing up in Sunnydale, and being who he was because of it, Alex wasn't impressed. In fact, he was terrified for the young participants. Never one for sports, this reminded him of the football jocks in his high school days. The man was never one for the rough, bloodthirsty sport, but football paled to insignificance when compared to this. These children were playing with wild, untamed dragons, with the approval of millions of adults. Those children could die or be so injured that none of their magics, potions or otherwise, could repair the injuries. It reminded him of the gladiator games of old, and he wasn't impressed. Twice his power flared and twice Dumbledore looked at him, warning him to not interfere. Gritting his teeth, he sat there, looking hostile. McGonagall glared at him a couple of times after the first successful trial, knowing how he felt and also silently urging him not to do anything. This was their world, and he had to honor their cultural norms, whether he approved of it. But it was difficult for him when he saw the children being placed in danger for the sake of entertainment. Serene, however, was interested, and it didn't bother her. He knew why. These trials weren't much different from the games at her home. She also glared at him, almost daring him to do something. Working with Xander, trying to curb this almost overpowering instinct, was one of Agamotto's greatest challenges when training him. Alexander, an avatar for change, combined with being with and working with the Slayer, another anointed champion, turned out to be a stimulating challenge that the powers were still trying to rein in. The powers weren't overly concerned because he possessed advantages they couldn't ignore and had no desire to crush. Being an anointed champion of chaos and a protector of man was in his blood, and seeing events like this called for him to jump in and help. Agamotto and Hogwarts spent a lot of time and energy resting from some of those sessions, which, again, Janice found hilarious. Eventually, they conceded defeat, but vowed to keep those instincts from destroying the world they were trying to save. Each one of the Triwizard champions suffered some level of injury, all of which could be easily healed. But for Alex, therein laid the danger. Magic healed, but it also induced the magicals to participate in more dangerous stunts. The specter of death was all too real. But the crowd loved it. All too soon, it was time for the last champion to attempt to retrieve the golden egg. Harry looked frightened, but determined. Compared to the others, the boy looked so frail. Nevertheless, Alex saw the physical changes in the boy as good food, puberty and a few friends had done to him over the last couple of years. He had grown a little taller, had gained a bit of weight, and looked physically better than when Alex had first seen him. His participation in sports had helped as well. But he still looked little for his age. He stepped onto the field and the cheering began. The dragon he was trying to steal the golden egg from was also screaming, but for an entirely different reason. The wild animal eyed the young wizard carefully, acknowledging him as a threat to her egg clutch. This particular species was a devil of a beast, even at the best of time. The thing could be best described as a mini Godzilla in a perpetual bad mood. All dragons in this world were dangerous, but this species of wild dragon was in a league of its own. The crowd watched as the final contestant tricked the dragon and grabbed his prize. Success. But then something happened. The chain keeping the dragon from unrestricted movement snapped. That should have been impossible. The chains, as with everything else, were a magical construct. No way should it have failed to hold the dragon. Now Harry was on his broom, flying for his life as an enraged dragon followed, seeking what she believed to be her stolen egg, and to seek vengeance upon the creature who dared steal one of her unborn children. And all the crowd did was watch as the boy flew for his life, trying to outfly a monster. Alex's face was a cross between horrified and incensed. Serene was holding his hand, trying to calm him down and keep him from interfering. A supremely worried Dumbledore was also silently warning Alex while trying to focus his own magic on what was happening with Harry. In essence, he was silently begging the man not to interfere. Harry had obtained his prize. Now he had to keep it. Others were watching the events happening with Harry as well. Dolores Umbridge was having the time of her life. Alex could see the bloodlust in her eyes every time something happened. It wasn't just Harry's predicament, but for all of the Championer watching him like a piranha looking at a tasty snack. The stares didn't last long. Just long enough to make eye contact. Alex just smiled and pretended everything was normal. Well, that part of his plan had worked. She was definitely interested. For the life of him, she looked like an evil Mrs. Bucket, or as that character liked to call herself, Bouchette. But the Bucket Woman never exhibited the darkness that oozed from every pore of Dolores' body. In her own way, the woman was flirting with him. Even her flirting felt evil. But the looks of suppressed desire only lasted a moment as her craving to see blood and hurt took over, because she didn't want to miss anything. Other than his direct observations about the witch, he wasn't sure about her ultimate motivations for Hogwarts and Harry, in particular. The woman was the definition of the word racist, and without realizing it. She appeared to want to embarrass Dumbledore, hoping that something would happen that would lessen his hold on the school. Alex had no doubts that Minster Fudge had complained to her, in one way or another, about the headmaster's authority. The man was showing some signs of jealousy of Dumbledore's political authority. The attack by the Death Eaters earlier had weakened his own power, and he who controlled Hogwarts controlled power. Being an insecure man, he was becoming increasingly jealous of Albus. For Albus, the micromanager, his ability to maneuver around the political pitfalls that increased each year frightened the minister. Fudge was jealous and afraid for his job. Alex and Serene discussed the situation in detail and came to the conclusion that Fudge believed Dumbledore wanted his position and could snatch it away at any given moment. Fudge was in effect his political enemy now, although he didn't fully realize it yet. But Umbridge did because Fudge's situation affected her own political position and goals. Dolores saw the same writing on the wall that Fudge had, and she exploited his weakness for her own purposes. A death so early in the tournament would be the perfect vehicle for Fudge to ascend in political power, by attacking Dumbledore for any incident that happened, and Dolores would be right there supporting his every move. Fudge's victories were hers, and eventually she would replace him when his weakness as a man finally caught up with him. That was her long-term plan. With Harry Potter's imminent injury or death, a matter of moments away, things couldn't have gone better. If the boy died, she'd be ecstatic, although she would try her best to mourn the death or dismemberment of the boy who lived. To say that she had anything to do with the broken chain was inaccurate, but she was more than pleased by the results. The Potter child was someone she loathed. He represented chaos. Something she could not stand. He always seemed to be in the middle of some incident involving Hogwarts, and as he had gotten older, he had started spreading lies about he who must not be named returning. No one believed him, but his continued hints were becoming more pronounced. The Dark Lordief was dead and not coming back. Fudge was terrified that he might still be alive, and Dolores constantly reassured him that it was impossible. If her boss feared the Dark Lord's return, then it was her duty to make sure he was comforted in his almost frantic denials. She would protect him and thereby keep her position secured. She'd support him, even if it killed him. Alex would deal with her later when he needed to. Right now, he was struggling mightily to keep from jumping up and keeping Harry from becoming toasted. While Alex was worried about Harry and making goo-goo eyes with that witch in pink, Serene was concentrating on Severus Snape. It hadn't escaped her notice when the potion's master body tightened the instant the chain broke. When it happened, the man hadn't moved so much as an inch. However, she saw the signs. His face tightened, and for the briefest moment, his hand slowly closed into a fist, and she believed his other hand was moving towards his wand. The hand never reached his wand. It didn't surprise her in the least. The man, despite his outward facade, did care for his students, and apparently, he was concerned for Harry. Her own eye of Agamotto gave her clues of what the man truly was without her having to scan him in detail. His mental shields were very strong, but one didn't have to break through a brick wall when one could slip around it just as easily. Her magic and that of Alex's were different, and unknown to this world, and, as such, the native spells were vulnerable. The reverse was true also, but unless they knew about her magic, she had the advantage. Ron and Hermione's reactions were interesting, and she was careful to make note. Her and Alex would have to talk about what she observed later. The girl's reaction was normal. Ron's reaction was that of a 12-year-old, which, to be fair, he wasn't that far from. But she could sense it. Something was off. His jealousy of Harry was too intense lately. It could have been natural, even though he was Harry's best friend. However, in light of the fact that his parents were drugged by a certain headmaster, she would investigate Ron and the twins to determine if they weren't drugged as well. She grimaced. Dumbledore had a thing for using loyalty potions on people he considered friends and allies. It was a good thing he hadn't tried it on Alex or herself. Ginny, sitting next to her father, looked like she was going to die. It was so cute and horrible at the same time. The girl was paralyzed, staring at the dragon climb towards Harry at the tower via her father's magical V-Zone spells, allowing her to see everything. The young one had a crush on Harry, it being so intense that Serene was surprised that the girl hadn't melted from the heat of passion. Beware Harry, she thought. That one was coming after you. Molly was unaware of her daughter's predicament. She was just as worried for the boy as her child was. That was somehow comforting, since Harry needed someone to support him. He had gone through so much in his young life and needed the support. Ms. Rita Skeeter, using her magically modified telescopic eyeglasses, looked like she was hoping something bad would happen. The woman was a true reporter, or better yet, a true gossip tabloid columnist. It was her nature. She constantly, but quietly, spoke to herself, and her quill was moving frantically, trying to keep up with its owner. Nevertheless, her attention wasn't as focused as it should have been. Rita kept glancing at Alexander, who glanced at Dolores, who glanced back, which made Rita lose focus. It was quite funny. Rita and Alex had several dates, and Serene had the feeling that he liked the reporter but couldn't fully trust her. Rita was doing her best to curb her normal passions and exaggerations about Harry and other newsworthy reports, just to keep on Alex's hood side. That was very telling in and of itself. Serene caught Umbridge glaring at Rita only once, and she got the feeling of a flash of jealousy, but she quickly returned to Harry's desperate situation. She hoped her friend could see that train coming down the tracks. Hopefully, Alex was ready for it. Unknown to the magical world, there were others watching and carefully scrutinizing the event happening in real time. The British government, Michigan 5 and Michigan 6, were shocked at what they were seeing. The electronically and magically secured room, courtesy of the magics given by the goblins, the Usha fairies, and the British gnomes of Suffolk, was filled with agents and government wizards, taking notes and trying to understand what they were watching. A couple of them were appalled by the spectacle. Most others took it in stride. Those in the know knew dragons existed. They had to exist because there were simply too many legends and folklore for there not to be something to it. But until now, never imagined that they would be used as game pieces. That dragons existed and living in Great Britain surprised no one. Agent Anthony Stokes was one of the few non-magicals who took th in the presence of Alex and Serene made one jaded to such things, not that he relaxed for an instant. Events being shown on the telly simply reinforced the dangers he was there to defend against. Detailed analysis of the magical folk revealed that they weren't much different from anyone else, just having magical ability. Most of them were just as clueless as regular people. This was something the E-agents understood. Given the history of witches and wizards throughout the ages, most could understand why they were so isolated. But that isolation eventually made them arrogant and overconfident in their ability to remain hidden. Covert statistics indicated a disturbing trend in cases of memory loss among the normal population. A political solution would have to be reached if war was to be avoided. The fears on both sides could easily turn into conflict. With the magical species coming together with the non-magicals, it was achievable. It would represent a balance which the human wand wavers would have to get used to. Well, both sides would have to, he mused. And the police and peacekeeping force to work with both sides would be something he didn't want to help design. Fear on both sides was going to be a problem, but it was possible, and it was already in the gleam in the eyes of several groups on both sides. For now, he continued to watch, while trying to decide what type of anti-tank weapon would be useful when confronting a hostile dragon. Dolores was purposely ignoring him. Oh, she would glance at him when she thought he wasn't looking, but when he looked at her, she went out of her way to act as if he was some type of pond scum, which he was in this case, he admitted. He decided this was the time to do a small test. It was dangerous, but he needed to find out. Dolores was a Death Eater in all but name. Keep your enemies close. She was ignoring him. Fine. He would do the same with a bit of flavoring. Looking at Rita, whom he really did like, he moved closer to her, invading her space just enough to be noticeable, and Rita couldn't help but smile while she continued dictating. He didn't disturb her, just moved closer. Harry managed to escape the irate dragon, and the crowd went wild. That's when Ms. Umbridge glanced over at Alex, saw that he was sitting closer to Rita. Unable to control herself, she went brick red, which contrasted nicely with her hideous pink outfit. Was that a sign of jealousy or envy? Willow used to turn that color. So did Buffy and Dawn, in the good old days. No doubt about it, the icicle, professional armor cracked. Which was faster than he expected. He didn't look at her and whispered something in Rita's ear that completely broke her concentration, all the while ignoring a fuming Dolores. Looking as innocent as he could, he continued speaking to Rita, who was now ready to chase after the 3 other contestants, planning to get the first interview before any of the others could get there. She gave him what only could be described as a loving look, and rushed off. For her part, Serene gave Alex one of her dirtiest looks. Be careful, she warned once more. My sources said she was contacted by them, he harshly whispered. It's only a matter of time before they come to see us. She nodded. Too many muggle things in our store, she sneered. It'll be our first direct contact with the Inheritors. What do you think? Questions, or intimidation? I think they'll sniff around again like they did last time. They checked out the landscape. This time, I suspect it will be intimidation. When Harry was finally declared safe, with prize in hand, everyone clapped and cheered. Alex had as well, as much from pride as from sheer relief. TBC quick note. Ms. Umbridge does indeed have an interest in Xander, or should I say Alex. Right now, she is just beginning to play the game. So it will be cat and mouse for a bit. Chapter 36 Master Xander Chapter 36 Hogwarts. Non-magical studies class was packed, with all 3 schools in attendance. It was the go-to class to attend these days. To the surprise of many students, even the headmaster popped in occasionally. Today, however, everyone was still hyped over the first trial and Professor Serene Dellon wanted to capitalize on the excitement. Okay, everyone. Calm down, Professor Dellon told the class. To the champions present in class, I want to commend you for surviving such a dangerous undertaking. I know I wouldn't have imagined how I could have stolen an egg from a dragon. The woman smiled brightly at the contestants. They tried not to, but they couldn't help but preen. The professor was careful not to look only at Harry and instead focused on the others, especially Cedric. He looked slightly cooked, but the medics had cleared up any serious burns nicely. Young Harry's face was a mixture of excitement, combined with almost total exhaustion. In spite of her happiness that he had actually survived, Celine felt sorry for him at the moment. His attempts to open his prized golden egg had failed. His frustration was evident. The instant she had heard the sound from his egg, she understood exactly what it meant. Nevertheless, she had no intentions of telling him. It was meant for him, and he would find out for himself, or not. Ron, however, was getting on her nerves. His envy and jealousy was terrible. She wanted to say something, but she would allow Alex to deal with it. Was she ever that young? Her smile was rueful. She was royalty, and she remembered being worse. Still, she wanted to pop the red head across his big noggin. As for Ron, he looked almost gleeful at Harry's failure. He also looked envious. Harry's success seemed to aggravate the boy. She just shrugged. Kids at this age were nuts. He would improve once his hormones and attitudes calmed down, especially when Xander got through with him. Hormones were one thing, but keeping his attitudes under control would require a bit of work on his parents' and Xander's part. He had so much potential. So did Neville and of course, Hermione. Speaking of which, class, you've seen the first set of lore movies, some of you twice. Are your reports ready? There were the traditional groans, but all were at best half-hearted protests. Surprisingly, young Malfoy had a question, which made Serene smile. Usually the boy avoided asking questions because he always ended up having extra homework to do because of it. It was a running joke with Alex torturing the kids. But Serene wouldn't do that to him, and apparently the class recognized it. In the movie, there were several kinds of goblins not seen or recorded in our lessons, and there were other creatures that didn't match what we've learned in our studies of magical creatures. My mother pointed this out. I met your mother, said Serene. She is a very intelligent woman. We discussed several things that are related to your question. People of the magical community know so much, but not everything is known, she smiled. This isn't a magical creatures class, but our discussion will serve a point that we can relate to, here. The goblins we've seen are not necessarily representative of the many kinds of goblins in the world. Think about it. How many kinds of oranges and apples are there in the world? What about the different types of people we know of, even represented just in this class? And what about the ants? They come in small, medium and, she smiled now, extra large. Look at their shapes and sizes. How many species have you not seen? The world is vast and stuffed with life. Remember in our earlier classes, we said that wand magic isn't the only magic known to the world. There are many kinds and it takes many forms. Even the so-called non-magicals use magic, just in different ways. So, the goblins and others seen in the movies look different because they're different species and different families. Variety is the spice of life. To not have variety invites stagnation. Let's take another example. You know about the magical dragons? She asked, smiling at the champions in the room. What if I were to say that there are non-magical dragons? Would you mean those dino creatures Professor Harris showed us? Asked Vincent Crabbe. Serene was stunned. Even he, of all people, was engaged and becoming more so all the time. The term dinosaur, Mr. Crabbe, represents a collective set of creatures that the reference refers to. But, you've reached a sensible conclusion. No, they are not dragons, but an entirely different group. If we have the time, we will have a class or two about those amazing animals. I am sure you will love the raptors, and the T-Rex, and that entire family of plant and meat eaters. That comment produced several gasps of excitement from the student. Professors Harris's and Delane's stories of non-magical history and imagination were the horrific stuff of legend at the school. If they suggested anything that even hinted of darkness, it was time to run out of the class, or have the memories stuck in your minds forever. Even the ghosts were sometimes frightened. These are animals you are unfamiliar with. But did you know that the non-magicals knew about some dragons that you've never heard of? Everyone, including Ron, perked up. His brother would be interested in this and he wanted to make sure he remembered, so that he could tell him later. Harry's attention turned fully onto the conversation and away from the egg for the moment. Serene pulled out her wand and pointed towards the LG dominating the room. An image came up of a huge bull dragon never seen before in the books. There was no question that it was a dragon, but what kind? No one in class recognized it. In front of that monster was a lone man carrying a crossbow, as if that could stop such a nightmare. Man and monster glared at one another at point-blank range. Cedric and Harry shivered at the sight. It looked worse than even the horntail. It was certainly larger, and the teeth alone looked like it could battle a dozen wizards and win. The students could see the flaming saliva dripping from its mouth, just waiting to be spewed out. Merlin's blood, someone whispered in stunned horror. Harry looked pale and Cedric looked like he wanted to pass out. I've forgotten the actual name of this dragon, Serene said in her customary professional manner. I will use the genus name Vemitrex, species Draconis rex. The dragon's remains were discovered in the wilds of South America, North America, and the southern region of Slovakia. It was originally thought to be a new species of dinosaur, but it was later confirmed to be the so-called mythical dragon of non-magical fame. It was the first confirmed proof to non-magicals that dragons existed that the wizards hadn't been around to cover up. In small magical towns such as Sunnydale, its discovery was all the rage. Professor Dellen continued, her eyes bright with excitement. This particular species was believed to be responsible for creating an ice age, tens of thousands of years ago. They were supremely aggressive and attacked and burned anything and everything, feeding on the ashes. There was only one male, the one you're looking at in this image. The others were all female. The male would fly over and fertilize the females. There were thousands of them. They were like locusts. In the ancient days, they ran rampant, burning the world clean of life. Then they'd starve and feed on each other until there were only a few left. The survivors would then sleep and wait for life to renew itself. It was estimated that the cycle was repeated every 20,000 years or so, give or take. There were smaller outbreaks of one or two waking up. They were all female and much smaller. Those were dispatched by no mages. Pansy looked horrified as she raised her hand to be recognized. None of the dragons we've studied had a life cycle like that. How could the world survive, and why haven't our books a record of such creatures? Does this species still exist? Serene smiled at her terrified expression, which somehow had spread to the whole class. The bull was killed before he could start a cycle that would have spread across the world. They were extremely long-lived, able to survive in suspended animation for tens of thousands of years, until something or someone woke them. The male was notorious for having this ability. These dragons, Serene explained, were a species to themselves, and they didn't tolerate any other dragon species, or anything else to challenge their dominance. Other dragons, magical or otherwise, would not have been tolerated. Their numbers would have dominated everything. The non-magicals made a movie about the creatures and how it might have affected the modern world. She shook her head. Alex was rubbing off on her, way too much. Let me guess, the American army stopped them, Crabbe said with a touch of real concern. In his eyes, she could see that he was hoping his assertion was true. Not this time, Serene beamed. It was an international military battalion. Non-magical, of course, since the wizarding world hadn't known about them. She continued smiling. Non-magical concerns, you see. We need more computers in the magical world, Hermione announced. No one in the class disagreed with her observation. It was by no means an easy task, Certain told them. Everything they did made it worse. The world was at the edge of a precipice. If the bull had freed itself, the world would have been lost. They managed to blow it to pieces before it was fully awake. The bull's need for vengeance and retribution for any transgression by its food made the dragons you know of look feeble in comparison. The story you can look up on the computers is only a movie, a fictional tale to amuse the people. But the dragon species? That's another story. The way it was killed was remarkably similar as to what you will see in the movie. In real life, the nations involved were so alarmed that they placed the incident under the tightest of security and destroyed all of the evidence. They didn't want the general population to know how close to extermination the world was. Of course, Alex's town knew about the incident. This townspeople knew about everything which was natural, given where they lived and what they had to deal with. Everyone in the town was fully aware of their surroundings, or they would be dead or eaten, all too soon. She dramatically sighed to get her point across. The non-magicals hide their secrets from the world and the wizards hide theirs from the non-magicals. So much is lost. We talked about this before. Susan Bones and Delphine Greengrass found themselves nodding. This gets us back to our main point. Both sides have histories that need to be known to everyone. Without the knowledge of history, we are obliged to repeat the mistakes. She paused. I do have a question for you students. Has anyone spoken to their parents about the things we discussed in class? That was a redundant question. Everyone had raved about the non-magical class, the equipment and most of all, the history. My father refuses to believe most of the stories I've told him, Lavender Brown said. She was a purebred who started in the same year as Harry and Ron. He says that muggles, his term, she said, they don't have the brain capacity to create something that can fly other than the balloon things he saw when he was a child. But you know better now, don't you? Oh, yes. Professor. The telly in our classroom is proof of that, not to mention the computer tablets. Whatever you do, please do not disrespect your elders, she cautioned. We are a product of our cultures, and some people will never believe even if they are directly confronted with it. But it is important that you know the truth. This is also an example of what Professor Harris explained to you in an earlier class, as a double-blind system. Neither side knows what is happening to the other side because they don't communicate with each other. Who knows? Maybe there are other ways to defeat dragons, non-magical ways with the use of only a crossbow and a few chemicals in the proper proportions. Of course, I wouldn't recommend it unless you really have to, she said. But the point is, tough about magic. This is a non-magical class, the woman dismissed. Let's talk a little about exercise and why non-magicals prefer it over potions. If they did have magical potions, I am unsure if they would use them as much as you would assume. After all, a healthy body helps produce a healthy mind. A healthy mind gives rise to a healthy imagination. She paused. There are some who propose that imagination is the enemy. I, of course, strongly disagree with that theory, and those people, she added with more than a hint of malice, are the ones you should worry about. Hiding from the truth is one thing. Taking it from others is something else entirely. But sometimes, isn't hiding the truth a good thing for everyone involved? Asked Hermione. Serene's glare as dangerous as anything the curly-haired had ever seen before. Miss Granger, good and evil often employ the same tactics. Sometimes, the only way to tell the difference is to examine the motivations. Does that answer your question? The professor cryptically asked her. The other students in the room were quiet, not daring to ask the one question that was on everyone's mind. Serene smiled her disarming smile, sat at her desk and folded her hands. Our next subject will center on the history of non-magical flight and how do those heavier-than-air airplanes stay up in the sky, how do they take off and land safely, how fast do they travel and who thought to invent the first powered flying craft, and how they did it without magic. When the class was over, students again rushed towards their now beloved computers to research dragons, the fictional movie Reign of Fire, and airplane history and function. Again, seeds were planted. Those seeds didn't go unnoticed, and a dark force decided it was time to act. Chapter 37 Master Xander Chapter 37 Saturday Diagon Alley. The following Saturday morning was a whirlwind for both Serene and Alex, as they attended a flurry of meetings among the magical and non-magicals. Britain's secret services were daunting, asking scores of questions as well as providing valuable intelligence to both sides. Among the reports was data on an attack on a premier scientific symposium being held at a 5-star hotel in North America where scientists and technical experts from across the world were there for their annual meeting. The building exploded, killing dozens and wounding hundreds. The perpetrators were caught by American agents, both magical and mundane. To the shock of British agents, including the perpetrators, both died by spontaneous combustion. Inheritor agents burning alive rather than surrendering or being captured was becoming commonplace. In China, the magical clan of the Shang-Kai, the Order of the Ancient Magic, was attacked. Several members were killed by wand users before they were driven off. The order was furious, and the known wand users in China almost found themselves in a war as tensions increased. The United Order was able to calm things down, and now the secretive Shang-Kai were now forced allies, quietly preparing for war against the Inheritors. In Macon, Georgia, a rift opened and something with far too many tentacles, containing far too many teeth, attempted to come through. Before it could emerge, it was met and attacked by a team of 20, consisting of goblins, wand users, special forces handling large caliber, explosive-tipped rounds, and a half-dozen fairy warriors. 20 hard-fought minutes later, the unidentified, severely injured dimensional organism retreated back into the rift, which closed as if it was never there in the first place. The wounded were evacuated. The inhabitants of Macon never knew the danger they were in. As far as rifts went, this was a lesser operation. Alex was proud of them all. They acted as a cohesive team and didn't require one of the masters of the mystic arts for support. They handled it themselves. The training was bearing fruit. Serene was gone on one of her hunting-gathering excursions for the store they were barely in. If things continued like this, he would have to get help. The store was only opened 3 days a week, but it was flourishing. Serene and Alex needed help in running day-to-day operations. Perhaps some of the older Hogwarts students, Saturdays only, might be interested. Molly might want to help out. It would get her out of the house, and she could play with some of the non-magical appliances she was dying to try out when no one was looking. His store was very profitable, but only if he and Serene were there to see to the customers. The cover-up it gave them had served to garner them a reputation beyond the part-time teaching gig. The cover made them popular as well as giving transparency among the magicals that were more than simply curious. It was apparently the perfect undercover for an open-cover operation among the people. Alex found it funny and very encouraging at how the customers loved watching pizza cook in the non-magical oven by using simple convection heat. Their response to the taste of Coke or Pepsi, for the first time, depending on their preferences, never got old. The taste of the regular non-wizarding beverages enamored them because it was cheaper compared to the competition. He knew the popularity for what it was novelty, but it pulled them in, and he and Serene kept them. Just as importantly, it exposed them to the non-magical world. It was something both wanted. The wizards and witches, enchanted by the books and novels, always sold out, and they always loved the music, and how it came out of a Muggle box and worked without the use of magic at all. They also loved the store's stock of hard-to-get magical items so much, that they were willing to spend serious money to obtain them. He could have charged them several times the amount, but he never did. The customers were happy. Magical or not, saving money was a lovely experience. He was about to close the store and take a quick inventory of things, something he hadn't done for a while. That was Serene's job, but he needed to get on it before she slapped him on the back of his head or something for being a slacker. Oh, how he hated that word. It triggered bad memories. The last customers, a couple of teenagers and their parents, left 10 minutes before he was said to close. Alex was smiling. It was something about his store that brought families together. Parents and young ones came in together more often than not. Even Minister Fudge and his wife rarely, if ever, came in separately. Once the store was closed, he would read the latest combat reports in detail and see how well the group worked together, repelling this latest threat. The dimensional creature wasn't as deadly as some of the others patiently waiting in the darkness. It wasn't one of the demonic vampire breeds, but he counted it as a good thing. They needed to start off small. He was still training the heavier hitters, and they needed time. They were getting better. Serene was a hard taskmaster, and he worked them as well. Their knowledge in using their wand combat magic using previously unknown spells was improving, and when they combined it with their ever-growing wandless abilities, they were formidable. But they needed more experience and training education. A lot of these new dimensional infiltrators fed on their type of magic. He needed to teach them to counter that. Then there were some of the Hogwarts students. After this Triwizard contest was finished, he would look into training a few of them. He had already picked out who he wanted. Harry was, however, a wildcard. Honestly, he wasn't stable, neither was Ron. And Dumbledore hadn't helped the situation with his clumsy attempts at poisoning the kids with potions again. He just seemed to believe simple manipulation just wasn't enough. Arthur and Molly were very careful when they were around him. But Harry went through so much on his own. He needed an adult role model, and it wasn't Dumbledore. The man's convoluted plans, coupled with his enormous responsibilities, were too complex. He cared for Harry, but some of the things he did and the ways he acted made Alex truly worry about the old man. Alex believed he was partly to blame as well. He knew better, but hadn't taken enough time to work with him. He had been too focused on Ron. After thinking about it for all of 10 seconds, he resolved to correct this problem as soon as the contest was completed. Whenever. He was so young, but Harry was impressive, especially when confronting and handling the dragon. The boy had potential, and Alex promised to work with him if he were interested. However, before that, he would have to get past all of those roadblocks in the boy's mind. And Dumbledore's plans were an enigma. He watched the old man carefully, as much as he was being watched in return. It was almost a game, not between enemies but more life adversaries, or perhaps contestants. He hated thinking of Harry as a prize. He was fighting for a boy's life, something that Giles had done for him precisely at the right time. Because of what happened in his life, Alex resolved to support him as Giles, and his Uncle Roy had in those crazy days of his youth. The last customers left minutes ago, and Alex was about to close shop, but before he could do so, two men entered. The hair on the back of Alex's head stood up as the two began casually examining everything a little too closely. The magical warning silently triggered a few seconds later, but Harris was already on alert. It was an instinct, a warning honed throughout almost 4 decades on living off and on Hellmouths. Years ago, he called his own internal warning his football jock bully instinct. In its carrier, his wand Jesse Twitch. Alex took note of it, as it confirmed what he already knew. This was the second time these two strangers had entered his store. A couple of months earlier, they had come in and examined the store like professional inspectors, and then left. He had taken note of it that time. A quick scanning spell indicated they weren't Death Eaters and not connected to the Ministry. Ministry officials had a distinctive magical tag that both he and Serene could identify. These two were different. They had the same magical aura that the remains of those who attacked Michigan 6 had. Their bodies of those saboteurs underwent spontaneous combustion, but there was still enough of their magical auras left to detect. His ability to detect those distinctive auras was a gift of being one who sees, and in combination with the gifts left to him by the spirit of the Alpha Hyena. Magical auras were very distinctive to the Alpha, so much so that he could detect family groups, if he so chose to do so. Which he didn't. What was going on with the Hogwarts students and their bloodlines, he didn't even want to think about. This time, the two healthy-looking men barely browsed at anything in the store. Apparently, they were making sure that he was alone. After about a minute, the first man, a tall, dirty blonde male, wearing squared glasses, obviously magical in nature, chose to speak to him. "Hello, Mr. Harris." The man asked politely. He knew who Alex was. He was going down a checklist, making sure that this was the person he wanted. "Hello," Alex brightly answered. He moaned internally. He sounded so much like Willow, even after all of these years. "That's me. How can I help you? Is there anything that you have in mind that we can get for you?" "No," the man responded coolly. "We were just looking around and wanted to see your store. Is Ms. Dellen around?" "I'm sorry, she's not here," Alex replied. "Out on one of her shopping trips. Got to keep the store supplied, you know." "I quite understand," the first man in the dark robes responded. He looked understanding, but Alex saw what was under the surface. The man was a tightened coil, waiting to spring. The second man, a brunette, reminded Alex of a rattlesnake. "I wanted to speak to both of you. Sadly, that can't happen now. Perhaps later," he added, while he glanced at Alex. "I wanted to speak to you about your classes at Hogwarts, and this store. All of it, actually." The man seemed amused by something. Alex looked perplexed. Is there something wrong? So they're finally revealing themselves, Alex thought. His psychic and mental shields were up. He expected some form of mental intrusion, and he was correct as the smaller man attempted to perform a not-so-subtle spell. Alex pretended not to notice. "Sounds ominous," he muttered to himself loud enough for them to hear it. The first man smiled. "Oh, nothing so serious, sir. But there is something you should be aware of. We've heard complaints from certain prominent family members about some of your classes involving Muggle history." The man laughed lightly at such an absurdity. "It seems that you have been teaching that Muggles are equal to us wizards, that they are intelligent, at least on the level of us in the magical world." He looked around. "Some of your items, are Muggle-based. Those things are dangerous and unreliable. Somebody could get hurt trying to use such things," he sniffed. "We all know Muggles are brutal savages," the second man told Alex. His voice had a slightly nasal tone to it, incapable of changing their natures. Trying to make them seem civilized is causing dissension. You Americans sometimes forget the magical community is separated from the lesser animals for a reason. Your teachings, the first man sneered, as his veneer of politeness fell away. It needs to be readjusted. That's why we're here, he smiled. We suggest you change your approach, be less positive in your, shall we say, exuberance in teaching all of the lies you have spread at the school. He smiled again. This store, for example, should be updated to reflect a more proper magical representation. Get rid of all those Muggle things and foods. It would make life for you a lot simpler, and we would all be happier. Alex looked at him. May I ask a question, please? Yes, you may, the man answered, smiling. There was also a dark undercurrent in that smile that screamed for Alex to tread carefully. The man smiled too much. Who are we? Asked Alex, in the same manner as Willow would have when she was ready to vaporize a vampire. The man's smile faltered for a second. Why, the Ministry of Magic, of course. All pretense of civility withered away from Alex. I don't think so. Minister Fudge would have told me. You're a liar. You sound like a Death Eater. Who are you? The man laughed while the second man looked at him hostilely. Ah, bloke, you got me. Death Eaters? Hardly, he said, shaking his head. I see it now. There's no convincing you, he snorted. Americans. You never listen to the obvious. What's obvious? He asked. The first man smiled once more. He began speaking slowly so that Alex could understand him. To listen to your instincts, obviously. The second man all but growled. Mr. Harris, it is obvious that you are in trouble. Oh, I knew that a long time ago, the professor smirked as he rolled his eyes. Then, he punched the first man who was invading his personal space, hard in the face. I never liked bullies. The man reeled back as Alex broke his nose. The second man whipped out his wand as Jesse leapt into Alex's hand. Now you've done it, the first man hissed through his pain. Using his wand, he attempted to heal himself, relying on his partner to deal with the arrogant blog. We tried doing this the easy way. An instant later, he forgot his pain as he started fighting for his life. His partner wasn't doing much better, as the man they dismissed as a magical weakling had them both on the defensive using a wand, and wandless magic. The rumors were badly mistaken. A magical shield blocked several powerful spells from his partner. Neither one of them had seen the type of magic used by Alex. This shopkeeper turned out to be a magical powerhouse. In unspoken agreement. Both men didn't hold back. This had become a death match. The American wand pushed out a spell. The man with the broken nose had trouble countering. The second created a magical shield that kept him from becoming an ice sculpture. It held. But the shield cracked a moment later, much to the shock both men backed off now, regrouping for another round of attacks. Their enemy just stood there, waiting. Slowly, the wand left his hand, glowing brightly. It made sounds like women singing, accompanied by some ancient, hysterically laughing monster. Then, without warning, Jesse attacked the second man with incredibly powerful spells. The man screamed and fought back using every spell and incantation his mind could think of to defend himself. He screamed and ducked again as the wand tried to stake him. Broken Nose was frozen for a moment, trying to conceive how this was even possible before Alex interrupted his thoughts. Your friend is busy right now, Alex said coldly. You thought this would be easy, didn't you? Of course, you did. This store is my domain. Forget about apparating or calling for help. It won't happen. The man snarled and unleashed a cutting spell, combined with 2 death inducers. They were blocked by a golden shield covered in runes. Alex had simply conjured, and the shield appeared. Now, the man found himself on the defensive as the American attacked him with wandless magic of a type he had never seen before. The spells came from every direction. The shield blocked his attacks and changed colors to a menacing blue and purple. Alien spells erupted from the edges of the shield while the shield blocked every offensive and counter spell Broken Nose could think of. He couldn't defend himself from all of them. He screamed for help. But his partner was already down, shivering from a spell that Jesse had shot at him. The man was convulsing and half frozen. The icy tendrils of Icthalon slammed into his body. The spell lasted only 5 seconds, but its effect was like being hit by the cold of space. The second man lay there unable to think, much less move. Jesse twirled lazily as it circled his body. The bloodied man was close to panic. He couldn't escape. His spells were deflected and his defenses were crumbling. Suddenly his wand caught fire, being turned to ash, the result of being hit by a thin ray of magical flame. A bolt of magical something knocked him to the floor. Completely exhausted, all he could do was to glare at his former prey with withering hatred. Sorry about your wand, Alex muttered, not being sorry at all. Faultine flame is a pain to handle. They always burn something, he casually added. With a movement of his hands, both men stood up and faced Alex. The spell being used was familiar, yet completely unknown to both men. Magic itself was holding them up, and they were afraid. I know who you are, Alex said as his cloak appeared from nowhere and draped itself around his shoulders. I consider you no better than leeches. Think about what I just said. Consider this a warning. Tell me everything. Now. The bloody-nosed man managed to smile. We'll tell you nothing. If you kill us, it won't matter. Our minds and secrets are locked. You try to force us and you will trigger a spell that will kill us both. Our people will know and hunt you and your slut down like dogs. Alex figured as much. Well, I tried. Casually he pointed at the second man's wand and broke it into several dozen pieces. If I were to kill you now, then your people will detect it anywhere on Earth. Both men were surprised. Yes, I know more than you think. I'll have to use my imagination. The air in the store suddenly chilled, and the light dimmed. Xander Harris, a master of the mystic arts, began moving his hands and fingers in exotic patterns. Light and power emanated from his hands, while he spoke words of power in a language neither paralyzed man had heard before. A portal opened and all three men were sucked into another dimension faster than their brains could process the transition. The three of them found themselves in a monocolored reality. The two men looked awestruck. They could feel the magic, and the absolute threat of being here. "This is the purple dimension," Alex told the terrified men. "Agamon the tyrant is the ruler here. If he finds you, you will become his slave and work his mines until you die, or if something eats you. And that is the problem you face. The creatures here love to snack on magical things. You'll know you're being hunted when you hear those high squeals." Alex paused a moment, listening. "Oops, I think they know you're here. You'd better start running. These creatures like their food fresh." The second man, still recovering from being half frozen, looked at Alex, his eyes filled with loathing and growing fear. "I can't run. Your curse!" he screamed. "You can't leave us here," the second man yelled. His terror was extreme. "I gave you a chance to tell me what I wanted to know. You refused. Your deaths are on your own heads now." "You think we'll crack?" the first man yelled at Alex. "No, I expect you to be true to yourselves and your calling." Another scream. Louder and closer this time. "Well, I have to go. I hope you are up on your wandless magic. You will need it here. Oh, and think of yourselves as a casualty of war if it makes you feel better. My people will come for you," the first man screamed. "They will make you pay, you Muggle lover." Alexander Lavelle Harris's smile was cold. "Muggles rule," he whispered as his wand slipped back into his hoister and he stepped back into his store, leaving them there. He spent the next hours removing all traces of the two men from the store and the surrounding block. When he was finished, it was as if they had never been. It helped that the two men had covered their tracks in Diagon Alley, to make sure no one had seen or noticed them. Now, it was the Inheritors' next move, -2 in the war.